Chapter 100, 100. Leaving so quick. After finishing the barbecue, Tsunade ended up drunk again. Watching her wobble as she walked, Hanekawa stepped forward and held out his hand. Tsunade tilted her head and looked at him with a dazed and adorable expression. Don't fall, Hanekawa reminded her. Tsunade understood and draped her arm over his shoulder. A heavy, soft pressure settled against him. Seeing that she had nothing to hold onto, Hanekawa instead supported her by holding her waist. You did pretty well today, Tsunade said with a smile, ruffling his hair. Yes, Hanekawa replied nonchalantly. You've got such a cute face, but you're so not cute. Tsunade poked his cheek with her finger. Yes, Hanekawa said again, glancing at her finger and resisting the urge to bite it. Really now, can't you come up with another word? Tsunade leaned against his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his face. Let's get you home to rest, sensei. Hanekawa said, his eyes subtly shifting to the faint sheen of oil on her lips. Okay, Tsunade mumbled, closing her eyes. With Hanekawa's help, she slowly made her way home. Thud. As soon as Hanekawa let go, Tsunade collapsed onto her bed. Shaking his head in resignation, he took off her shoes. I'll come back tomorrow, Hanekawa said, giving her a quick farewell before shutting the door behind him. Not long after, he arrived at Kurene's house. Although it was already late, it wasn't quite bedtime yet, and the lights inside were still on. Hanekawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. Even though he had a key, barging in after being away for so long might have been too startling. Who's knocking this late? Why? Shinko wondered aloud. Could it be Hanekawa? Kurene jumped off the couch and said, I'll go check. She ran to the door and opened it. When she saw Hanekawa, she froze in place. The next moment, Kurene leapt forward, wrapping her arms around him. Hanekawa blinked in surprise, then smiled and patted her head. Her long black hair was soft and had a faint, clean fragrance completely different from Tsunade's. Ahem. Why? Shinko's face darkened as he let out a loud cough. Uncle Shinku, do you have a cold? Hanekawa blinked innocently. I know some medical ninjutsu. I can treat you. You little brat. Shinku glared at him. Dad, why are you scolding him? Kurene asked, clearly displeased. Shinku looked utterly exasperated. Hanekawa, why are you back so late? Kurene asked, her ruby-like eyes curving into crescent moons as she beamed with happiness. I just finished dropping off my sensei, Hanekawa replied with a smile. All right, stop chatting at the door. It's windy outside, Shinku sighed, resigned. Even if his daughter's loyalty lay elsewhere, he still had to fulfill his duties as her father. Okay. Hanekawa patted Kurene's back, signaling her to let go. Realizing what she was doing, Kurene's cheeks flushed as she quickly stepped back, putting some distance between them. How cute. Hanekawa smiled, closed the door, and walked into the living room with her. What kind of mission was it this time? Why did it take so long? Shinku asked, seated across from them. He knew Hanekawa often went on missions with Tsunade, but the missions were usually low-level, around B rank. Most of them only lasted 2 or 3 days, rarely over a week. This one had taken nearly 2. Sorry, Hanekawa said, shaking his head. According to village rules, I can't say. What's there to wait, was it A rank? Shinku suddenly realized, his eyes widening in surprise. Generally, A rank and S rank missions required strict confidentiality unless the Hokage gave special permission. It was S rank, Hanekawa corrected. What? Shinku froze, disbelief written all over his face. Are you serious? As a Jonin, he had completed only a few S-rank missions himself. These missions were rare and exceptionally challenging. Even someone like Sarutobi Asuma, according to official records, had completed only 20 S-rank missions. Kurene had completed just 14. Only elites like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the cream of the crop, managed to complete over 100 S-rank missions. Yet Hanekawa, at just 10 years old, had already completed one. The revelation left Shinku utterly stunned. Hanekawa must be telling the truth. Kurene said, looking at him with pure admiration. This time, I traveled with my teacher and Uncle Sakumo, Hanekawa said, patting Kurene's head. They were handling an S-rank mission, while my part was roughly equivalent to an A-rank mission in difficulty. After using dark medical ninjutsu, Yomi indeed achieved the level of a full-fledged Jonin. However, aside from having a large chakra reserve, he lacked extensive ninjutsu knowledge, which slightly reduced his overall strength. Even so, describing his role as A-rank was entirely accurate. Even A-rank is already impressive, Shinku remarked, sighing. The students nowadays are getting stronger with each generation. After speaking, he felt a bit odd. The idea of a student being associated with an S-rank mission was almost unimaginable. Shinku exhaled deeply, watching the close bond between Kurene and Hanekawa. His emotions were a mix of pride and complexity. No matter what, their families seemed to have gained quite the advantage. Get some rest early, there's class tomorrow, Shinku reminded them as he snapped out of his thoughts. Got it, Hanekawa nodded slightly. Having spent 2 hours earlier dealing with a drunk Tsunade, he was indeed exhausted. After taking a shower and saying good night to Kurene, he returned to his room. The moon rose and set, and a new day began. Hanekawa. Kurene's voice jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes, Hanekawa changed into his clothes and opened the door. Kurane was dressed in a thin white tracksuit, under which a long-sleeved shirt was faintly visible. Her black hair was tied back into a ponytail, giving her a lively and energetic appearance. Let's go running. Kurane said enthusiastically. She hadn't been able to run with Hanekawa for nearly 2 weeks, so her excitement was evident. Alright, Hanekawa replied with a slight nod. To improve his taijutsu talent, he often ran in the mornings with Might Guy. However, he couldn't stand the green spandex suit. One day, he cleverly invited Kurane to join him. As a ninja, even if she wasn't focused on taijutsu, physical training was always beneficial. Might Guy warmly welcomed Kurane's arrival and even offered her a green spandex suit, but she refused without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Hanekawa also requested to forego the suit. With a 2-to-1 vote, he and Kurane won. Hanekawa. Might Guy's face lit up when he saw them. You're finally back in the village. Yeah, Hanekawa replied as they ran side by side. To celebrate your return, let's have a youthful showdown today. Might Guy exclaimed with excitement, his eyes blazing with passion. I have class today, Hanekawa quickly declined. No intense exercise for me. Alright then, Might Guy hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly giving up. Hanekawa breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he feared losing to Might Guy, but the man's energy was overwhelming. Even if he won, Might Guy would keep wanting more challenges. Now, Hanekawa understood how Kakashi felt in the original story. Facing Might Guy, most people truly couldn't keep up. After running 3 laps around the Hidden Leaf village, dawn began to break. Hanekawa and Kurane said goodbye to Might Guy and returned home. After breakfast, they headed to the academy. Hanekawa received a warm welcome, with greetings from people all along the way. When he entered the classroom, the enthusiasm reached its peak. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought a celebrity had just arrived. Show off, Sarutobi Asuma muttered, shaking his head. But deep down, he envied Hanekawa, wishing he could be in his place. Kakashi glanced briefly at the commotion before turning away. He was used to this. In the past, it was him who was surrounded. Now, it was Hanekawa's turn. Honestly, Kakashi didn't mind, he didn't like dealing with such situations anyway. Hanekawa. Nohara-rin's eyes lit up as a smile spread across her face. She had been struggling with questions during Hanekawa's 2-week absence. Now that he was back, she could train and study with him again. Unbelievable. Uchiha Obito noticed Rin's expression and subconsciously clenched his fists. Long time no see, Hanekawa said as he finally made his way over to their group. Rin and the others responded warmly, while Obito gave a reluctant greeting. That guy told me to ask you something, Asuma suddenly recalled, breaking the moment. That guy. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. You mean the Hokage? Exactly, Asuma confirmed. Sarutobi Asuma nonchalantly said, he wants to know when you plan to graduate. At the mention of graduation, Kakashi immediately turned to look at Hanekawa. If not for Hanekawa, Kakashi would have graduated as a genin after just 1 year instead of still being a student. Nohara-rin's heart stirred. When it came to graduation, she felt both hopeful and reluctant. Hopeful because it meant having a team led by a jonin teacher, but reluctant because it also meant the group might separate. Next year, Hanekawa replied after some thought. Minato Namikaze had already faced the Abduo from the Hidden Cloud village, so staying low to develop further wasn't realistic anymore. Next year, he would be in 5th grade, which was only a year early, still within reason. Then I'll graduate next year too, Sarutobi Asuma declared immediately. When the time comes, you and I can be on the same team. We'll make a name for ourselves across the ninja world as the next legendary Chunin of Konoha. Hanekawa's lips twitched slightly. Not a chance. Kurane suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Hanekawa's hand and retorting, he's going to be on my team. It could be me. Might Guy chimed in, though he wasn't just stirring the pot, he genuinely wanted to team up with Hanekawa and add Kakashi to the mix. Nohara-rin pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak. She couldn't deny wanting to be on Hanekawa's team, but her personality made it impossible to voice it as boldly as Kurane. Rin, team up with me. I'll protect you. Uchiha Obito blurted out in a panic. He was terrified that Rin would utter Hanekawa's name, which would spell disaster for him. According to Konoha's rules, ninja squads were assigned for the long haul usually until the members became specialized jonin or full-fledged jonin. Obito didn't even want to imagine what could happen during all that time. Rin blinked, momentarily stunned. Seeing Obito's hopeful expression, she didn't want to reject him outright, so she replied, the teams will depend on the assignments. I believe in the power of our bond. Obito said confidently. Enough. Hanekawa quickly stepped in, stopping the growing argument. It's too early to discuss team assignments now, and besides, team members aren't something we can decide ourselves. Of course, the second half of that statement was a lie. But since they were all still kids, most didn't know the inner workings and accepted his words at face value. Hanekawa. Kurane started to ask something but stopped when she saw his signal with his eyes. Reassured by his silent promise, she didn't press the matter. After chatting with them briefly, Hanekawa returned to his seat, stroking his chin in thought. Since his teacher was Tsunade, he actually had some say in his team composition. He had already decided on Kurane, but he still needed to pick the final member. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma were all strong candidates. Nohara-rin and Uchiha Obito were slightly weaker, but they had potential to grow into formidable ninjas. Hanekawa quickly ruled out Obito. Not only was their relationship average, but if Obito caught Madara's attention, Hanekawa could end up as a sacrificial tool to awaken his Sharingan. Then there was Rin. If she teamed up with Obito, as in the original story, her death probability would be 99%. A different team setup might just save her life. The class bell rang. Ichiro entered the classroom just in time. He glanced around, noticed Hanekawa lost in thought, and paused for a moment before choosing to ignore it. Take out today's textbook, Ichiro instructed from the podium, beginning the lecture. Hanekawa snapped out of his thoughts, setting aside the matter of his future team to focus on his training plan. If he was aiming to graduate in 5th grade, he had roughly a year and a half left. Since his learning was all over the place, he needed to prioritize. After some thought, he wrote down medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, and lightning release in his notebook. Medical ninjutsu was a must. As Tsunade's student, he needed to master it. Plus, an excellent medical ninja could influence the tide of battle, so it wasn't something to neglect. Genjutsu, while less effective against the Uchiha Clan, was a devastating weapon against most other ninja. In fact, during his previous battle with Ao and the others, he had taken down 4 of Yomi's subordinates using genjutsu alone. As for lightning release, it was his natural chakra affinity. Using it wouldn't raise suspicion. There was also the issue of Hidden Cloud Village's involvement, making lightning release even more relevant. The B-rank entry body of lightning release was already incredibly powerful, let alone the 4th Rakige's lightning release chakra mode. The only pity was that he couldn't obtain the training method for now. There was no way he could send back the information about Uzumaki Kushina being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? Hanekawa frowned slightly. Was there information of equal value? He couldn't think of anything for the moment. Speaking of Uzumaki Kushina, Hanekawa suddenly thought of the Rasengan. He figured it would be worth learning, as it would significantly enhance his current abilities. Like superhuman strength, the Rasengan didn't require hand seals, making it incredibly convenient in battle. Although Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were both currently absent from Konoha, they had undoubtedly submitted the Rasengan technique. According to Konoha's rules, any jutsu created must be submitted to the village in exchange for appropriate rewards. Others might not comply, but Minato, being a model of the will of fire, definitely would. Time quickly passed, and it was the end of the school day. Let's go train. Sarutobi Asuma said excitedly. When Hanekawa was away, training just didn't feel the same. Now that he was back, Asuma felt motivated again. Kakashi suddenly looked up and saw an unexpected figure Sakumo Hatake. Kakashi, Sakumo noticed his gaze and approached. Father, Kakashi said, a little confused. Are you here for me? No, I'm here for Hanekawa, Sakumo replied with a shake of his head. He had gone to find Tsunade earlier, but she wasn't home, so he came to the school instead. You guys go ahead, Hanekawa said, knowing why Sakumo had come. He waved off Kurane and the others. Make it quick, Kurane said reluctantly, waving to him as she left. Here, Sakumo handed him 2 bank books. The reward from the mission in the Land of Demons. Thanks, Hanekawa said as he took the bank books, a bit surprised. 2 million RY. An additional 1 million RY is for your teacher. She's not home, so I'm leaving it to you to pass it on, Sakumo explained. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Sakumo, Hanekawa said. He paused, then asked, is there anything else? If not, I'll go join Kakashi and the others for training. Go ahead, Sakumo said with a smile and a nod. After saying goodbye, Hanekawa didn't immediately join Kakashi and the others. Instead, he went to the casino. Konoha had several casinos, but Tsunade favored the largest one. As soon as Hanekawa entered the casino, he spotted her. Perfect timing. Tsunade exclaimed, her face lighting up when she saw him. She immediately pulled him closer. I need to talk to you, Hanekawa said quickly. Not now, after I finish gambling, Tsunade said, her eyes glued to the table. I need you to get me the Rasengan, Hanekawa said bluntly. The Rasengan. Tsunade paused, surprised. You mean the technique Minato created? She had heard about it before from Kushina, as they often visited her home together. Yes, Hanekawa explained. It's a seal-less jutsu, and I think it'll be quite useful. Alright, Tsunade agreed without hesitation. I'm off to train. See you later, Hanekawa said as he turned and bolted out of the casino. Wait. Tsunade instinctively reached out to grab him, but he was too quick. She pursed her lips in slight annoyance. Chapter 101, 101. Kushina's lesson. As usual, everyone trained together for about 2 hours before heading home. Occasionally, they stayed to eat together, but most of the time, they ate at their own houses. After watching everyone leave, Hanekawa returned to the living room. Not long after, he heard the sound of the door opening. He stood up and looked toward the entrance. The door swung open, revealing Tsunade with a sullen expression, clearly in a bad mood. Judging by her face, Hanekawa didn't need to guess she had probably lost big at gambling. Before he could greet her, Tsunade stormed toward him. Her beautiful, refined face looked a little menacing. Sensing trouble, Hanekawa tried to move, but it was too late. Who gave you permission to leave? Because of you, I lost an extra million RY. Tsunade grabbed his hair, messing it up completely. Hanekawa sighed helplessly. He knew just how scary an angry woman could be, so he let her do as she pleased. But deep down, he suspected she was just using this as an excuse to ruffle his hair. here. Suddenly, Hanekawa remembered something and handed her a bank book. 1 million RY. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she saw the amount. Smiling, she said, you're finally learning to show respect to your teacher. Not bad. It's the mission reward from the land of demons. Hanekawa smoothed his hair back into place. Lame, Tsunade said, instantly losing interest. What kind of student are you? Not worth keeping. In her mind, the mission reward was something she was already entitled to. What about the raised nan? Hanekawa ignored her comment and asked directly. It's late. Tomorrow, we'll go find Kushina together, Tsunade said casually as she pocketed the bank book. Kushina-senpai knows the raised nan. Hanekawa blinked in surprise. She doesn't. Or to be more precise, she doesn't need to learn it. She's the Nine-Tails Jinkraki, Tsunade explained, shaking her head. But just because she hasn't learned it doesn't mean she can't teach it. Got it. Hanekawa nodded in understanding. I'm hungry. Go make dinner, Tsunade said, patting his head. Fine, Hanekawa said, glaring at her. Stop patting my head. You're getting less cute, you know. Tsunade sighed, giving him one last pat before he walked off. Hanekawa's face darkened as he turned toward the kitchen, while Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Hanekawa was just too amusing. Dash. The next morning, Hanekawa asked Kurane to excuse him from school before heading to Tsunade's house. As expected, she was still asleep. Standing outside her bedroom door, he knocked firmly twice. Just 5 more minutes, Tsunade muttered, opening the door a crack and sticking her head out, still half asleep. Her light summer sleepwear did little to cover her impressive figure, her fair skin practically glowing. 15 minutes, Hanekawa said, his eye twitching. I'll make breakfast. With a thud, the door shut, and Tsunade flopped back onto her bed. Hanekawa went to the kitchen and decided to make beef ramen, which would take just about 15 minutes to prepare. When the time was up, he brought a bowl of beef ramen to Tsunade's door. Sensei. Hanekawa called loudly. I heard you, came her annoyed reply. Moments later, the door opened, and Tsunade stepped out, dressed and yawning. She headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After breakfast, the two of them set off for Uzumaki Kushina's house. Is Kushina-senpai still restricted in her movements? Hanekawa asked as they walked. Thanks to his guidance, Kushina now had a good relationship with the Nine-Tails and no longer lost control. She's still the Nine-Tails Jinkraki, Tsunade said with a sigh. Konoha's higher UPS keep a close eye on her, especially that old snake Danzo. Her tone turned sharp at the mention of Danzo. I have an idea, you should become Hokage, get rid of that old snake, and free Kushina-senpai, Hanekawa suggested, blinking innocently. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. She was a little tempted but quickly realized the complications. You little brat, you're always trying to push me into becoming Hokage, Tsunade said, knocking him lightly on the head. Do you think being Hokage is easy? I believe in you, sensei, Hanekawa said earnestly. Even if I became Hokage, the things you mentioned wouldn't be easy to accomplish. The Hokage isn't a dictator, Tsunade said with a soft snort. Hanekawa understood she was referring to Homura Mitokato and Kohara Yudiden, the advisors. In terms of influence, they were almost on par with the Hokage. Being Hokage wasn't just about strength, it was about navigating politics. Even Minato Namikaze had been constrained after becoming Hokage. Of course, Tsunade would likely have more freedom than Minato due to her status. But trying to oust them would almost certainly face resistance from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even after stepping down, a retired Hokage still held significant sway. There's always a way, Hanekawa said with a smile. Let's just take the first step. What do you say? You little brat, no matter how much you talk in circles, your goal is still the same, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes at him. You're so wise, sensei. Hanekawa quickly praised her. Hanekawa. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. A figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Lady Tsunade. With a beaming smile, Kushina said, it's been so long since you last visited. We went to the land of demons, Tsunade replied casually. Forget about that. Kushina waved her hand dismissively, looking excited. Let's head inside. The Nine-Tails sensed you even before I did. The Nine-Tails. Tsunade chuckled. Tell it that I'll play cards with it later. Hanekawa's face twitched. That silly fox had been completely corrupted by them, now addicted to playing cards. If it ever went to the battlefield, Kushina might say, Nine-Tails, time to fight, only for it to reply, one game of Gwent first. The other 8-tailed beasts would probably die laughing if they knew. It'll definitely be thrilled, Kushina said with a nod. On another note, Tsunade turned to Kushina and asked, do you know about the raised nan that Minato created? Of course I do. Kushina said proudly. I even named it. The raised nan was a much better name than the absurd original one Minato had come up with, Spiral Light Ice Cream Launcher Jiraiya Dual Style Sphere. I meant the training method, Tsunade clarified. If you know it, can you teach Hanekawa? No problem. Kushina said cheerfully. Leave it to me. Thank you, Kushina-senpai. Hanekawa said quickly. There's no need to thank me, Kushina replied nonchalantly. After all, they had a good relationship, and being Tsunade's student was reason enough for her to help. How about this, Kushina suggested. I'll teach Hanekawa the Rasengan training method first, and then the three of us can play cards. Great idea, Tsunade agreed immediately. Hanekawa sighed, exasperated. Do they think playing cards is more important than the Rasengan? What about my pride as a ninja? Lady Tsunade, please wait for a moment, Kushina said, disappearing into another room. Moments later, she returned with a bag of balloons and filled them with water in the bathroom. Let's go. Kushina led Hanekawa outside and handed him the water-filled balloons. The Rasengan training process had 4 stages. 1. Gathering chakra, focusing and concentrating chakra in one's hand. 2. Bursting the water balloon, releasing chakra steadily and persistently to burst a water-filled balloon. 3. Piercing the rubber ball, controlling the chakra output to solidify it and damage a tougher material. 4. Final form, combining all learned skills to form the Rasengan. You're a medical ninja, so the first stage should be easy. Let's start with the second, Kushina said. She demonstrated by injecting chakra into a water balloon, making the water spin rapidly until it exploded. As a ceiling ninja, her chakra control was on par with a medical ninja, so she had no trouble. Alright. Kushina clapped her hands. If you have any questions, come find me. I'm off to play cards. Hanekawa could only sigh. It seems like even Kushina has been influenced by this den of gamblers. Good thing I'm not affected, because I have bigger ambitions. Ahem, I mean, a strong will. He began his training, spinning the water inside the balloon as instructed. Didn't Naruto learn the Rasengan in about a month? Maybe 2 weeks. Hanekawa thought. It wasn't the hardest jutsu, the main challenge was chakra control, something Hanekawa excelled at as a medical ninja. Time passed, and the sun eventually dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with twilight. With a loud pop, the water balloon in Hanekawa's hands exploded. He reacted quickly, stepping back to avoid getting splashed. Not bad, Hanekawa thought, nodding with satisfaction. Completing the second stage in a day wasn't bad at all. Wow. That's amazing. Not far away, Kushina clapped enthusiastically. Why do you sound like you're praising a child? Tsunade said, giving her a side eye. Really? Kushina blinked innocently. I always praise the 9 tails like this, and it loves it its tail wags so high. The 9 tails. Tsunade chuckled, imagining the scene. Is it a dog or something? SHH. Kushina whispered urgently. Don't let it hear that. It'll get angry. Alright, we'll come back tomorrow, Tsunade said with a laugh. Then you can teach Hanekawa the next stage. Sure. Kushina waved them off as they left. See you later, Hanekawa said, following Tsunade. Chapter 102, 102. The astonishing wisdom of the 9 tails. Hanekawa raised his hand, and a swirling chakra appeared in his palm. With a loud boom, the Rasengan struck a massive tree before him. In an instant, deep spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the impact, with the Rasengan at the center. Hanekawa withdrew his hand and circled around the tree. What greeted him was a large crater. Such was the destructive power of the Rasengan, it hit hard on both ends, just like a chili pepper. A-rank ninjutsu entry, Rasengan. Trigger condition, successfully perform the ninjutsu. Effect, the ninjutsu automatically reaches the proficient level. Hanekawa nodded in satisfaction. From mid-August to September, it had taken him about half a month, but he had finally mastered the Rasengan. In terms of raw power, brute strength still had the upper hand, but the Rasengan had immense potential for growth. Especially since he was a versatile ninja, he could incorporate any type of elemental release into the Rasengan, creating even more powerful variations. Clapping his hands together, Hanekawa returned to the living room. Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, and the 9 tails represented by 2 tails were seated at the table playing cards. Uzumaki Kushina noticed him and asked, did you run into trouble practicing the Rasengan? No, I've already mastered it, Hanekawa replied, shaking his head. Mastered it? So quickly? Kushina froze for a moment, then said with a hint of amazement, you really are a genius. She wasn't overly surprised, as Hanekawa had grasped the first 3 stages of the Rasengan training very quickly. Well, he is my student, after all, Tsunade chuckled softly. Pair of aces. Can't beat that, Kushina muttered as she glanced at her cards, envy evident in her tone. I wish I had a genius student too. You'll get your chance, Tsunade said casually, drawing a card and smirking. A3. Just 2 cards left. Oh. Kushina's expression shifted dramatically. 9 tails, think of something quick. No rush. The 9 tails 2 tails swayed gently as it played a joker card. Pass, Tsunade said, suddenly sensing trouble. Sure enough, the 9 tails played a series of pairs, clearing all the cards in its hand. Victory. Kushina cheered in delight. The 9 tails moved in for a celebratory high five with her. Damn it. Tsunade turned to glare at Hanekawa. This is all your fault. What does this have to do with me? Hanekawa replied innocently. Hanekawa's lips twitched as he asked, before I came, did you win at all? Of course I did. Tsunade responded awkwardly, but her tone remained defiant. Uzumaki Kushina was about to speak the truth when she was silenced with a glare. Helplessly, she cast Hanekawa a look of apology. Alright then, Hanekawa said, pretending to concede. In that case, I'll take my leave. Wait. Tsunade's face lit up with a smile. Between teacher and student, these little things are trivial. Come join us, we'll play together. She had finally realized that to win, she needed Hanekawa by her side. Ha, women. Hanekawa sighed inwardly but chose not to argue. He stepped forward and sat next to her. After nearly 2 hours of training, he figured a short break wouldn't hurt. The card game resumed. Tsunade's luck improved significantly. She won more than she lost, a stark contrast to her earlier losing streak. Is Hanekawa really this effective? Uzumaki Kushina asked tentatively. Why don't you sit by me and try it out? No way, Tsunade immediately refused. He's my student. How stingy, Kushina muttered before continuing with the game. Hanekawa was speechless. What do they take me for, a luck charm? Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Glancing down, he saw a foxtail wrapped around his leg. At some point, the nine tails had secretly extended one of its tails. However, this tail was noticeably smaller, about 2/3 the size of the other two. Hanekawa was full of questions. Where's your dignity as the strongest tailed beast? Are you seriously throwing it away just to win a card game? Eh? 9 tails, you've gotten a lot smarter today. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in surprise. The 9 tails hand was better than before, not as terrible as usual. I've always been smart. The 9 tails proudly waved its 3 tails. You're cheating. Tsunade accused, realizing something was off. When did you grow another tail? When did you split it off? Kushina asked in surprise. The 9 tails wagged its 3 tails energetically. It says it didn't cheat, Kushina translated. Hanekawa can vouch for it. Hanekawa. Tsunade turned to look at him in surprise. It's true, Hanekawa nodded. It just borrowed a bit of luck. Come over here and sit on this side. Tsunade immediately understood the reason behind the suggestion. She never expected the 9 tails to possess such astonishing ingenuity. How annoying. The 9 tails flailed its 3 tails in protest, but Tsunade ignored it completely. The game resumed, and the 9 tails returned to its usual level of play, slightly better than Tsunade, who was notoriously unlucky. Hanekawa yawned, feeling a bit drowsy from watching. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina's relatively normal card skills, both Tsunade and the 9 tails were utterly ridiculous. Thankfully, the ordeal didn't last much longer. It's almost noon, that's enough. I'll go make lunch, Kushina said, glancing at the clock on the wall. All right, Tsunade agreed reluctantly, though she didn't insist on continuing. The 9 tails, however, seemed sulky as its 3 tails suddenly vanished. It had already retreated to its little room, likely preparing to analyze its earlier card game. After lunch, Hanekawa left Uzumaki Kushina's house. Tsunade decided to stay. For her, it didn't matter where she gambled. Besides, it's not every day you find a tailed beast as a card-playing companion. Since it was Sunday, Hanekawa didn't go to academy, especially since he had already been on leave for half a month. A loud roar echoed through the area. A water dragon soared into the sky and crashed into a stone pile nearby, sending debris flying with a thunderous boom. Impressive. Hanekawa clapped and smiled. Hanekawa. Kurane Ui spotted him and ran over excitedly. What are you doing here? My training with my sensei is done. I can return to academy tomorrow, Hanekawa explained, patting her head gently. Yay! Kurane cheered in delight. Although she saw Hanekawa every evening, she still felt something was missing when he wasn't at academy. And there's more good news, Hanekawa said with a smile. I plan to learn the crescent moon dance from Uncle Kasuke. That's amazing. Kurane's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she didn't know what the crescent moon dance was, she knew it meant Hanekawa would be training alongside her in water release techniques. You want to learn the crescent moon dance? Kasuke Maraboshi walked over and asked. Yes, Hanekawa nodded slightly. I'd also like to learn the shadow clone jutsu. The multi-shadow clone jutsu was forbidden, but the basic shadow clone jutsu was not. The crescent moon dance, a combination of the shadow clone jutsu and Konoha-style swordsmanship, was a must-learn for him. Sure, Kasuke agreed without hesitation. Hanekawa, I forgot to tell you I'm Uncle Kasuke's student now. Kurane said cheerfully, as if suddenly remembering. Hanekawa froze briefly. Being a student or a disciple was a significant difference. It meant inheriting one's master's teachings. He thought of Kurane Ui's future self. Could it be that the water release techniques of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, were passed down to her through Kasuke Maraboshi? Congratulations, Kurane, on having such a great teacher, Hanekawa said with a smile. Becoming Kasuke Maraboshi's student was no small privilege. In the entire village of Konoha, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kasuke's mastery of water release techniques was likely unparalleled. But given Kurane's background and talent, it wasn't feasible for her to become the Hokage's student. Besides, Hiruzen Sarutobi had long since stopped taking on students. Yes. Kurane Ui nodded in agreement. At first, she hadn't heard of Kasuke Maraboshi and assumed his abilities were average. But the more time she spent with him, the more she realized how skilled he was. To be blunt, she even thought her father, Shinku Ui, couldn't compare to him. With such praise from you two, I feel incredibly motivated. Kasuke Maraboshi laughed heartily. Kurane, continue your training. Hanekawa, come with me. Got it. Hanekawa waved to Kurane and followed Kasuke. The two moved to a nearby clearing, just far enough to avoid disturbing Kurane. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is a B-rank technique invented by the second Hokage, Kasuke began, stopping to explain the technique. The standard Shadow Clone Jutsu typically allows the user to create 2 clones. Any more than that becomes the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Unlike the basic Clone Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu creates physical duplicates using chakra. These clones have independent consciousness, some resistance to attacks, and can even perform jutsu. When the clones are dispelled, their memories and experiences return to the original body. In the original story, Naruto Uzumaki's rapid growth was due to his use of the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Simply put, it acted like a multiplier for experience. However, the technique comes with significant drawbacks. First, it consumes an immense amount of chakra, as the clones split the original's chakra equally. Second, when a large amount of experience and memory returns to the user, it can overwhelm their mind. The combination of these effects can lead to severe consequences ranging from mental impairment to death. This is why the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu is classified as a forbidden technique. Only a handful of individuals in the original story could use it recklessly. For most shinobi, even using the standard Shadow Clone Jutsu required caution, let alone its advanced version. Time quickly flew by, and December arrived. The streets of Konoha were already brimming with the festive atmosphere of the new year. Hanekawa successfully mastered both the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the Crescent Moon Dance. Additionally, he unlocked a C-rank perk, Earth Release Chunin, which increased the power of his Earth Release techniques by 50%. This was largely thanks to Kakashi Hatake, who sparred with him daily. Although Hanekawa rarely won, his skills improved significantly, making him on par with Kakashi's original timeline strength. Hanekawa pushed open his window, and a wave of cold air hit him. Snowflakes drifted through the air in Konoha, though it was only a light snowfall. At that moment, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. C-rank talent perk, manga artist, acquired. Trigger condition, possess 3 best-selling manga. Effect, vision increases by 30% from its original level. Vision? Hanekawa felt a sudden surge in his eyes and noticed that distant scenery became much clearer. Chapter 103, 103. Samui from Kumogakure. Hanekawa exhaled a puff of warm breath. In such cold weather, he really didn't feel like going outside. But then, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, as expected, it was Kurane Yui. She had put on a thick white coat and a scarf, bundled up tightly. It made her look a bit chubby, but also quite cute. Going for a run? Kurane asked. Let's go. Hanekawa patted her head and said. Kurane grabbed his hand and started pulling him outside. Be careful, you two. The voice of Shinko Yui, Kurane's father, came from behind them. It's slippery in the snow. Don't run too fast. Got it. Kurane replied without stopping. Bang. The door closed behind them. Hanekawa and Kurane jogged down the street, snowflakes gently falling around them. It was early, and the cold weather left the streets deserted, with only the shops on either side of the street open. As they passed by the Konoha Knowledge Bookstore, Hanekawa suddenly noticed Tsuchibashi standing at the entrance. He felt a surge of curiosity because, as the store owner, there was no reason for Tsuchibashi to stand outside greeting people. When Hanekawa caught sight of the look in Tsuchibashi's eyes, he immediately understood. Tsuchibashi was deliberately waiting for him, knowing that he passed by every day during his morning runs. Hanekawa gave him a slight nod, signaling that he would come by later. He continued jogging with Kurane, and an hour later, they both returned home. Since it was the new year, school was on break for a week. After breakfast, Hanekawa headed to the Konoha Knowledge Bookstore. As for Shinko and Kurane Yui, he told a small lie, saying he was going to Konoha Hospital. It wasn't entirely a lie. After meeting with Tsuchibashi, he planned to go to the hospital to practice his medical ninjutsu. Uncle Tsuchibashi, Hanekawa said as he entered the bookstore. Did Kumogakure send new instructions? You've been in Konoha for nearly 5 years now, haven't you? Tsuchibashi asked instead of answering. More or less. Hanekawa's heart sank as he guessed, are they asking me to return to Kumogakure? No way am I going back. If they really made him return. What Kumogakure? Never heard of it. I'm a ninja of Konoha, loyal to the Hokage. You guessed half right. Tsuchibashi shook his head. Given your special circumstances, Kumogakure will be sending someone here to meet with you. Hanekawa was thoughtful. The so-called meeting was probably a way to assess his loyalty or to check if the seals in his body were still functioning properly. Fortunately, he had the A-rank perk Infiltrator, which made him confident enough to deal with any probing. Where is the meeting? He asked. Hanekawa looked troubled and said, with my current status, I can't leave the village alone. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you, Tsuchibashi reassured him, patting his shoulder. Do you know the Cat Granny? The Cat Granny of the Ninja Cat Clan. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. Cat Granny wasn't a member of the Ninja Cat Clan herself but a human. She served 3 roles, as a liaison between the Uchiha Clan and the Ninja Cat Clan, a supplier of ninja tools to the Uchiha, and an information broker. Interestingly, Cat Granny's granddaughter, Tawa, was the girlfriend of Kaiba Inuzuka. Exactly her, Tsuchibashi confirmed with a nod. She has some connections with Kumogakure. What? Hanekawa exclaimed in surprise. Cat Granny, with her trustworthy appearance, has also betrayed Konoha? It's not what you're thinking, Tsuchibashi clarified, noticing Hanekawa's misunderstanding. She's not a spy for Kumogakure. It's strictly business dealings. I see, Hanekawa said, finally understanding. Cat Granny and the Ninja Cat clan live in the neutral zone, not far from Konoha, Tsuchibashi explained. You can visit her to purchase ninja tools, then accidentally encounter the Kumogakure ninja there. Won't Cat Granny notice something suspicious? Hanekawa asked with a slight frown. She won't, Tsuchibashi said with a confident smile. The Kumogakure ninja will hide their identities, and Cat Granny, being an experienced information broker, knows how to keep secrets. I understand, Hanekawa said after a moment of thought. When will the meeting take place? After considering the low risk of exposure, he figured it wouldn't hurt to meet with the Kumogakure ninja. He was particularly intrigued by the fourth Raikage lightning release chakra mode. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Tsuchibashi replied, suddenly shifting the topic and rubbing his hands together. Now, let's talk about your friend's new book. As for the new book, my friend hasn't decided yet, Hanekawa answered honestly. That's unfortunate, Tsuchibashi said, looking disappointed. I'll let you know when he comes up with something, Hanekawa promised. Though he no longer needed money, he planned to keep publishing novels. He was curious about the effects of the B-rank perk, Dijin Master. After parting ways with Tsuchibashi, Hanekawa headed to Konoha Hospital, pondering ideas for a new book. So far, he had published 3 novels, Demon Slayer Ninja, A Guide to Ninja Girls of Different Species, and Dark Beast. A new day had begun. Hanekawa arrived at Cat Granny's ninja tool shop, located within the Uchiha Clan's territory. Welcome, meow. At the entrance of the shop, a white cat greeted him in human language. Hello, Hanekawa responded, examining the white cat. It somewhat resembled a fox but was dressed, spoke fluently, and had a pleasant female voice. I'd like to see Cat Granny, Hanekawa said directly. Cat Granny won't be at the shop until after 9 a.m. She's currently in the neutral zone, meow, the white cat replied. Could you take me to see her? Hanekawa asked tentatively. Sure, the cat agreed, then extended its paw. But I'll need payment, meow. With an amused expression, Hanekawa took out 1,000 ryo. Not bad, meow, the cat said, displaying a distinctly human-like expression of happiness. What's your name? Hanekawa asked as he followed it outside. Hinata, meow, the cat answered, walking gracefully and elegantly. No wonder, Hanekawa thought, finally remembering who this cat was. Cat Granny had 2 major companions, Hinata and Tabai. These 2 cats were akin to elders of the Ninja Cat clan. There was also another notable cat, Nikomata, often referred to as the king of cats. Could Nikomata be related to the 2 tails, Matatabi? Hanekawa wondered. After all, Matatabi was also a cat-like being. However, after some thought, he dismissed the idea Matatabi was purely a chakra construct and couldn't have relatives. Half an hour later, Hanekawa reached the neutral zone. The neutral zone of the Ninja Cat clan wasn't an independent dimension like the 3 great sage lands of summoning animals. Instead, it was simply an abandoned, desolate area. A human, meow. Is he a ninja from the Uchiha clan? Pick me. Pick me. I can do a backflip. What good is a backflip? I can cook. As soon as Hanekawa entered the neutral zone, he was surrounded by a group of cats of various colors and patterns. It felt like stepping into a cat cafe. Quiet. Hinata shouted. He's here to see Granny, not to form a contract with a ninja, meow. How boring, meow, the group of cats muttered as they dispersed. Don't mind them, Hinata said with a hint of helplessness. They've been stuck in the neutral zone for so long, they're eager to go out and play, meow. Looks like the Uchiha clan hasn't been good cat caretakers, Hanekawa thought. He continued following Hinata, passing through ruins and debris, until they arrived at a 2-story wooden house. At the entrance stood another white-dressed cat, but this one had the kanji, ninja, on its forehead. Tabai, is Granny here, meow? Hinata asked. She's inside. She has a guest, Tabai replied. Tabai kept a stern expression and said concisely, I'll take you to a room to wait, meow. Hinata glanced at Hanekawa and added, follow me, meow. Thank you, Hanekawa replied, feeling a slight ripple of emotion. The early guest was most likely the Cloud Village ninja he was supposed to meet. He wondered who it could be. Hinata led the way and quickly brought him to a room on the 2nd floor. Hanekawa opened the door and was momentarily surprised. Inside the room was a girl who appeared younger than him. She was kneeling on a carpet, with short, pale yellow hair, fair skin and a delicate yet cold expression. You can wait here, meow, Hinata said before turning and heading downstairs. Are you Hanekawa? The girl asked in a calm tone. I am, Hanekawa responded, stepping inside and sitting across from her. Who are you? Before answering your question, I need to confirm your identity, the girl replied, standing up and revealing her slender, fair legs. How will you do that? Hanekawa asked, already guessing what she intended to do. There's a restriction placed on your body by Cloud Village. I'll know by checking, she said, walking over to him and placing a hand on his head. Hanekawa looked up at her with a calm expression. I am Samui, a ninja from Cloud Village, she said, retracting her hand and introducing herself. In the original series, Samui was a jonin from Cloud Village known for her swordsmanship, calm demeanor and vast knowledge. Of course, what stood out most was her strikingly impressive figure, rivaling Tsunade's. Did you come alone? Hanekawa asked, studying her. No, Samui shook her head. I came with Uncle Dode. Hanekawa's brows lifted. Dode? He was the proctor for the Abomination's double lariat in Cloud Village, considered one of the Raikage's most trusted aides. What's the purpose of this meeting? Hanekawa asked curiously. To give you a reward, Samui said, holding out her hand. This is a lightning release chakra crystal. Hanekawa instinctively glanced at his first Hokage necklace, which housed a wood-release chakra crystal. Essentially, chakras so highly condensed that it formed into a crystal similar to the spiritual stones often found in cultivation novels. You can use it to replenish lightning release chakra or forge ninja tools to enhance lightning release techniques, Samui explained. Thank you, Hanekawa said, accepting it without hesitation. He planned to use it on his katana, the Thunderfire sword. I've heard you're quite skilled, Samui said, shifting the topic. Not bad, Hanekawa replied modestly, startled by the sudden praise. Yujito doesn't think highly of you, but she couldn't come. So, I'll fight you on her behalf, Samui said, stepping back and drawing a short blade. Let's make this quick and settle it here. Chapter 104, 104. The Rule of Paddinghead's Village. Samui's expression was cold as she stared at Hanekawa. Each of the 5 great villages has a tradition of investigating the talents of other villages. Among the younger generation of the Hidden Cloud Village, Hanekawa had gained significant fame as a genius from the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, he was Tsunade's student, had consistently been the top student at the Ninja Academy, and had even defeated the son of the White Fang of the Leaf. If that was all, it could have been overlooked. Every village has its share of talented individuals, and until you fight them, they can be dismissed as rumors. But what surprised them was Hanekawa's true identity. He was originally a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. By them, she was referring to Yujito Nii and Mabi, aside from herself. In today's Hidden Cloud Village, among the younger generation, Yujito Nii ranked first, followed by Samui, and then Mabi. Especially Yujito Nii. As the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, she was proud and competitive by nature. To make matters worse, the third Raikage had poured fuel on the fire, lamenting that he regretted sending Hanekawa to the Hidden Leaf Village. With his talent, he should have stayed in the cloud to become a future pillar of the village. Yujito Nii, of course, was unwilling to accept this, but as the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, she couldn't leave for the Hidden Leaf Village. When Dode came to meet Hanekawa this time, it was originally supposed to be a solo mission. However, at Yujito's request, Samui had been brought along. The purpose? To test Hanekawa's strength. Be careful. Samui warned, then in a flash, dashed toward Hanekawa with incredible speed. Hanekawa met her emerald green eyes and formed seals with his hands. Genjutsu, Fox Heart Technique. Samui's vision blurred momentarily, and her blade swung into thin air. She froze briefly, immediately realizing what had happened. Genjutsu, release. Samui's vision cleared, but a katana was already pressed against her neck. This is what you meant by a quick victory. Hanekawa blinked and asked. It doesn't count. Again. Samui's face turned bright red as she protested. All right. Hanekawa withdrew his katana and kindly reminded her, this time, I won't use genjutsu. Samui felt deeply underestimated. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her short blade tightly. With a sharp sound, she appeared in front of Hanekawa again, even faster this time. But in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. A flash of steel. Hanekawa's katana blocked her short blade, and an unimaginable force surged back at her. Her right arm went numb, and she instinctively let go. The short blade fell to the ground. At the same time, she was pushed backward, only stopping after colliding with the wall. Want to try again? Hanekawa didn't press his advantage and simply stood there, asking. Samui shook her arm, picked up her short blade, and looked at Hanekawa, who seemed so calm and composed. Unable to accept her defeat, she launched another attack. Lightning flickered. Her short blade was suddenly infused with electricity. Leaping into the air, Samui swung her short blade rapidly, creating layers of dazzling strikes. Body flicker technique. Hanekawa jumped back, dodging her range of attack. Crescent moon dance. Hanekawa's form blurred as he created 2 shadow clones. 3 Hanekawas, each holding a katana, attacked Samui from above, the left, and the right. What is this? Samui panicked, barely managing to block the central Hanekawa. 2 katanas pressed against her neck from either side. Well. Hanekawa dispelled the 2 clones and asked. I lost. Samui's body trembled. Her calm facade shattered, leaving her visibly disheartened. She wasn't unaccustomed to losing, but losing so thoroughly was a first. No matter what she did, even in her strongest skill swordsmanship she couldn't put up a fight against Hanekawa. The gap between their abilities was like heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Your strength is commendable. You're already stronger than most genin. Hanekawa smiled and said, it's just that you're young. You'll grow stronger in the future. No need to comfort me. Samui bit her lip and turned her face away. It's the truth. Hanekawa extended his hand. Samui instinctively wanted to avoid it but stopped herself. Your swordsmanship has a few areas that can be improved. Hanekawa patted her head and said, if you have the time, I'll teach you. Losing means getting your head patted, that's the rule of the Padding Heads village. Why? Samui looked up at him, her face filled with confusion. Aren't we both Hidden Cloud Village ninjas? Hanekawa smiled as he countered with a question. Samui felt her heart skip a beat. In that moment, she acknowledged Hanekawa. Though the Hidden Cloud village had a bad reputation in the ninja world, for example, often stealing other villages' secrets, the camaraderie within the village was undeniable. Hanekawa had lived in the Hidden Leaf village for so long that Samui hadn't initially considered him a Hidden Cloud ninja. But now, she found him rather impressive. Strong, with a good temperament. If he had grown up in the Hidden Cloud village, he would undoubtedly have become a standout among the younger generation. Samui now understood why the third Raikage had expressed regret. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. A young man entered. Seeing the two discussing swordsmanship, he was momentarily stunned. What's going on here? Wasn't Samui supposed to be checking Hanekawa's seal? Hanekawa. Samui stood up and introduced, this is Uncle Dode. Uncle Dode. Hanekawa greeted him proactively. Hanekawa. Dode extended a hand, patting Hanekawa's shoulder. You've done well in the Hidden Leaf village. Lord Raikage asked me to convey his thanks. It's what I should do. Hanekawa replied earnestly. Time is tight. To avoid Granny Cat getting suspicious, we'll leave it at that. Dode withdrew his hand, looking satisfied. If anything comes up in the future, Samui will contact you. Hanekawa nodded. As expected, this meeting was merely to confirm that the seal on him was still intact. Samui hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Little guest, Granny Cat wants to see you, meow. Hinata's voice came from outside the door. I'll head out first. Hanekawa left the room. I didn't expect the Hidden Cloud village to produce such talent, Dode said with a sigh. To be sure, he had just rechecked the seal, it was indeed intact. As long as the seal remained, Hanekawa couldn't betray them, as the consequence would be death. Samui stared out the door in a daze. Though their discussion had lasted less than 10 minutes, she had already grasped the astonishing level of Hanekawa's swordsmanship. What troubled her now was how she would explain this to Ujito Nii. Knowing Ujito's personality, she would likely refuse to believe Hanekawa possessed such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Hanekawa followed Hinata and quickly arrived at Granny Cat's place. She wore an orange coat, held a smoking pipe, and had black cat ears on her head. All around her, ninja cats were playing, looking no different from ordinary house cats. So, it's you, Hanekawa. Granny Cat looked up and was surprised to see him. Do you know me, Granny? Hanekawa sat across from her. You're quite famous in the Hidden Leaf village. I've heard Shisui mention you. Granny Cat took a puff from her pipe and asked, are you here to forge ninja tools? She was a supplier of ninja tools and intelligence for the Uchiha Clan, quite familiar with their ninjas. In the original series, she had watched both Itaki and Sasuke grow up and even survived the Uchiha Clan's massacre, most likely because she lived in the empty zone at night, away from the Uchiha compound. Yes. Hanekawa took out his katana and a lightning release chakra crystal. Can you combine these? No problem. Granny Cat waved her hand, and a ninja cat came forward to take the katana and chakra crystal. Also, I'd like to request another blade, a wakaizashi crafted from chakra metal. If not for Dode's gift of the lightning release chakra crystal, this would have been Hanekawa's original purpose or pretext for visiting. A wakaizashi is a shorter katana, typically 30 to 60 centimeters in length. In two-sword style kenjutsu, the pair of swords used are a standard katana and a wakaizashi. Hanekawa wasn't aiming to adopt a two-sword style but wanted a wakaizashi as a backup weapon. After all, it's possible to lose one's primary katana during battle. Sure. Granny Cat smiled. This is quite a big order. She wasn't worried about Hanekawa being unable to pay, his status guaranteed it. How long will it take? Hanekawa asked. 2 swords will take some time. Granny Cat thought for a moment. 3 months. Alright. Hanekawa calculated it would still be in time for the end-of-term exams in his 4th year. With his current strength, even without relying on swordsmanship, he was likely to take first place. But with Kakashi Hatake around, it was better to stay cautious. Granny, I'll come back in 3 months. Hanekawa stood up and bid farewell. Hinata, escort him back to the Hidden Leaf village. Granny Cat gave instructions. Follow me, meow. Hinata dashed out of the room. Hanekawa quickly followed. Soon, they left the empty zone and returned to the Hidden Leaf village. This is as far as I go, meow. Hinata stopped and said. I have a question. Hanekawa crouched down, looking at her. Can I pat your head? No way, meow. Hinata quickly straightened her expression and said, I'm not one of those ninja cats that depend on humans. How about 1000 ryo? Hanekawa suddenly had an idea and held up one finger. Hinata's eyes lit up. After a few moments of hesitation, she nodded. Hanekawa reached out and gently stroked her fluffy head, instinctively using the cat petting techniques he had mastered in his past life. Not bad, meow. Hinata subconsciously closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. After finishing, Hanekawa handed her the promised 1000 ryo. Thank you, meow. Hinata waved her paw. Feel free to look for me again, meow. Hanekawa's expression turned odd. He felt as if some kind of unspeakable transaction had just occurred between the two of them. Shaking his head, he stood up and headed toward Konoha Hospital. With the Raise Nan, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the Crescent Moon Dance mastered, he planned to begin training according to his schedule, starting with perfecting his medical ninjutsu. Konoha Hospital. An operation concluded an hour later. Hanekawa and Nono Yakushi stepped out of the operating room. How is it? A middle-aged man quickly approached. Congratulations, the surgery was a success, Hanekawa said with a smile. Thank you, Lord Hanekawa. The middle-aged man shook his hand enthusiastically. Lord Hanekawa? What a strange title, Hanekawa thought, shaking his head. It's what we're supposed to do, he replied. Regardless, I'm deeply grateful. After bowing slightly, the man rushed back into the operating room. Hanekawa and Nono headed toward her office. Hanekawa, Nono said, your medical ninjutsu seems highly proficient already. Why not start learning the more advanced mystical palm technique? Hanekawa was briefly stunned. He hadn't pursued A-rank medical jutsu because he was grinding proficiency to unlock the B-rank medical special Chunin trait. Besides, Tsunade had never mentioned it, and his limited chakra reserves weren't enough for A or S-rank medical techniques yet. How about the director teaches me the mystical palm technique? Hanekawa suggested after a moment of thought. The mystical palm technique, an A-rank medical jutsu, was both the most commonly used and the most effective healing technique. Alright. Nono hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. If she didn't teach him, Tsunade eventually would, so it wouldn't break Konoha's rules. Moreover, learning the mystical palm through practice would speed up his progress. Hanekawa pondered as he stroked his chin. There weren't many A-rank medical techniques. Besides the mystical palm technique, the others included the chakra scalpel, mitotic regeneration, and creation rebirth. Beyond those, there were S-rank medical jutsu like the yin seal and strength of 100 technique. He suddenly recalled Shin from a movie, who possessed 2 S-rank medical jutsu, body activation and body regeneration. He remembered these techniques vividly because they allowed Shin to survive opening the 8th gate of the 8 gates formation without dying. However, their power was mediocre, and their duration short. In the original story, Shin was defeated by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha after opening the 8th gate. Still, even a weaker version could have its uses. As the leader of the Hidden Sky Village defeated by Konoha during the Third Shinobi World War, there was a chance Hanekawa might encounter him someday. Time flew by as Hanekawa honed his medical skills, and before he knew it, March had arrived. With the 4th year coming to an end, Hanekawa was about to advance to the 5th grade. Before the final exams, he returned to the neutral zone and met Granny Cat to retrieve his 2 swords. The katana he named Thunderfire Sword, and the shorter Wakaizashi he named Zangetsu. Both blades now carried ninja tool traits. The Thunderfire Sword had been upgraded after being reforged. B-rank ninja tool trait, Thunderfire Sword. Trigger condition, embedded with a lightning release chakra crystal. Original effects, chakra conduction speed plus 10%, durability plus 100%. New effects, lightning chakra power plus 10%, lightning chakra conduction speed plus 100%. The new effects were a significant enhancement. Though a 10% boost might seem small, for a ninja sword, it was more than sufficient. The increased lightning chakra conduction speed could give him a critical edge in battle. C-rank ninja tool trait, Zangetsu. Trigger condition, forged with chakra metal. Effects, chakra conduction speed plus 10%, durability plus 100%. Compared to the Thunderfire Sword, Zangetsu's effects were simpler, mirroring those of the unenhanced Thunderfire Blade. Chapter 105, 105. Kurene's progress. The early morning in March was neither too cold nor too warm, making it extremely pleasant. Hanekawa woke up early, dressed, and headed straight to the Konoha Knowledge Bookstore. It had been 3 months since his last meeting with Samui and the others. Now, one of his friends had finished another new novel concept and outline. Hanekawa. As soon as Tsuchibashi saw him, he guessed why Hanekawa was there. With an expectant expression, he asked, "Is it a new book?" "That's right." Hanekawa handed him a scroll. "Redo of Healer," Tsuchibashi read aloud, unrolling the scroll. After glancing through it for a moment, he wore a strange expression. The protagonist has such a tragic start. It begins with hardship but rises to triumph, Hanekawa said concisely. Tsuchibashi continued reading, and his eyes soon lit up, especially during the scene where the princess was forced to make a choice. He looked excited. "No problem." Tsuchibashi closed the scroll and said, "This will definitely be a hit. I hope the novel and manga can be released simultaneously this time." "It'll save time," Hanekawa suggested. "For most authors, we wouldn't take such a big risk. But for you, Thunderfire Sword, we can give it a try," Tsuchihashi replied after some thought. "We'll arrange it as soon as possible." "Thank you, Uncle Tsuchibashi." Hanekawa expressed his gratitude and bid him farewell before returning home. When he opened the door, he saw Kurene standing at the entryway. She was leaning against the wall, bending slightly as she changed her shoes. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her fair, slender calves tilted delicately, and her petite toes gradually disappeared into her shoes. Hanekawa was momentarily stunned. Unknowingly, Kurene had blossomed into a bright and charming young woman. "Hanekawa, what were you doing out so early?" Kurene noticed him as she finished changing her shoes and asked curiously. "Taking out the trash," Hanekawa replied with a random excuse. "Do you think I can rank 3rd in the practical exam like last year?" Kurene didn't suspect anything and shifted the topic to the upcoming combat assessment. "Shouldn't be a problem," Hanekawa said after a moment of thought. "Your main competitor is Asuma. He has a slight edge in overall strength, but you have your advantages." "What advantages?" Kurene instinctively leaned closer, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Genjutsu, Hanekawa said with a smile. When you spar with him, start by distracting him with water release, then catch him off guard with Genjutsu. Great idea. Kurene's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Asuma would be on guard against Genjutsu, but it was impossible to maintain vigilance indefinitely. Moreover, since their skill levels weren't too far apart, he was bound to let his guard down while defending against her water release. If he could maintain his defense the entire time, well, then he deserved the win. Good luck. Hanekawa reached out and patted her head. I'm not a kid anymore. Kurene huffed lightly and said, stop patting my head all the time. Oh no. Was his head-patting career about to end? As a proud head-patting ninja, Hanekawa felt regretful. Fortunately, despite her words, Kurene didn't dodge or resist. Let's go eat at Ichiraku Ramen, Hanekawa suggested, extending his hand. Kurene glanced at him before taking his hand. I wonder when Uncle Shinku will return, Hanekawa said casually as he closed the door behind them. Kurene Yui's father, Shinku, had been on a mission for 2 days. Probably soon, Kurene replied uncertainly. I forgot to ask what kind of mission it was, Hanekawa said before reassuring her. Don't worry, he'll be fine. At most, it'll take a week or 2 longer. In the original timeline, Shinku died during the Nine Tails attack, which was still far off. Kurene nodded before asking, who taught you to cook? Your food keeps getting better. My sensei, Hanekawa said without hesitation, throwing someone under the bus. She's pretty lazy, so I do all the cooking. Kurene felt a bit conflicted. Before meeting Hanekawa, she had always thought Tsunade was the greatest kunoichi in the ninja world. Now, her image had completely crumbled. Aside from being an excellent medical ninja, the rest of her personality boiled down to being lazy, gluttonous, fond of gambling, and drinking nothing like a proper ninja. Teach me how to cook when you have time, Kurene suddenly suggested. No problem, Hanekawa replied with a smile. He had noticed that in the original story, most of the girls were skilled in domestic matters, like Rin Nohara, Hinata Hyuga, and Ino Yamanaka. As for Tsunade, better left unmentioned. We're here. Kurene let go of Hanekawa's hand, glanced at the menu, and said, Uncle Toki, 1 bowl of char siu ramen, please. Same for me, Hanekawa said as he sat down next to her. Coming right up. Please wait a moment, Toki's voice called out from the kitchen. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Time to dig in. Kurene clasped her hands together, picked up her bowl, and sipped the soup, her face lighting up with satisfaction. You're so cute, Hanekawa said with a chuckle. Of course. Kurene raised an eyebrow, happily accepting his compliment. After finishing their meal and paying the bill, the two headed to the Ninja Academy. By 8 a.m., the classroom was abuzz as Ichiro walked in right on time. Please, don't let me be last. Obito Uchiha muttered to himself, eyes shut tightly. You don't usually study, so what's the point of praying now? Kakashi Hatake said, shaking his head. Who said I don't work hard? Obito retorted. I train with Rin every day. I'm talking about theory lessons, Kakashi replied coolly. Well, I pay attention in class. Obito's voice trailed off, sounding less and less confident. First place will probably go to Hanekawa again, Kakashi said, turning his gaze toward Ichiro at the podium. Not necessarily. Obito huffed. I think Rin might get it. I'm not as good as Hanekawa, Rin Nohara said with a shake of her head. Rin, you need to have confidence. Obito exclaimed. You almost beat him in last month's test. I'll now announce the results of yesterday's theory exam, Ichiro said, interrupting their chatter. First place, Hanekawa. Obito froze, his face stiff as he struggled to find words. Rin, on the other hand, remained calm. The only reason she had nearly overtaken Hanekawa last month was that he'd been away on a mission for 2 weeks. And last place, Obito Uchiha. Ichiro closed the list and continued, in 10 minutes, assemble on the training field for the practical exam. Arg. Obito groaned, slamming his desk. Last place again. Rin hesitated, unsure of how to console him. She could understand how Hanekawa had maintained first place for 4 consecutive years, but she couldn't wrap her head around how Obito had consistently landed in last place. Was the theory exam really that difficult? Let's go to the training ground. Kakashi Hatake glanced at Hanekawa, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Although he had never won against Hanekawa, that didn't mean he had given up. This was his last chance to prove himself since Hanekawa would graduate from the academy after 5th grade. Once a student graduates, the practical exam is replaced by the 3 basic techniques assessment. Hanekawa and Kurene left the classroom, one following the other. The training ground was already buzzing with students. Hanekawa spotted Shisui Uchiha, Yujiro Uzuki, and Anko Mitarashi among them. Since the exam was about to begin, he decided not to greet them. Kurene, this time I definitely won't lose. Asuma Sarutobi approached the two, declaring confidently. What if you lose again? Kurene asked with a teasing smile. I'll treat you to barbecue. Asuma, noticing Hanekawa's calm demeanor, instinctively toned down his bravado. Alright, Kurene nodded. Then she pointed to Rin Nohara and the others, adding, but you'll have to treat all of us. No problem. Asuma replied confidently. That's just small change. Hey, we didn't agree to this. Obito Uchiha protested. Obito, Rin Nohara shook her head gently. We're all friends. Fine. Obito reluctantly agreed. He had been planning to invite Rin out for a meal alone after the exam. Time's up. I'll call out the names for the sparring matches, Ichiro announced, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. First match, Shizune vs Kurenai. Since Shizune hadn't been training under Tsunade, her skills were no match for Kurenai's, and she quickly lost. One match followed another, with Might Guy showing the most improvement. He had begun to grasp the 8 gates technique, significantly enhancing his taijutsu abilities. In the original series, Might Guy didn't graduate with Kurenai and the others, he graduated 2 years earlier. Unfortunately, his theoretical grades were a weak point. Kurenai vs Asuma Sarutobi, Enikiro called out loudly. Ready to pay up? Kurenai asked with a playful grin. Humph. Asuma snorted, realizing that Kurenai, like Hanekawa, could be incredibly irritating. The two stepped into the center of the field and performed the seal of confrontation. Following Hanekawa's advice, Kurenai started with water release techniques. Asuma countered with wind release, avoiding fire release as it was naturally disadvantaged against water. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of jutsu, drawing gasps from the spectators. For academy students, such a back-and-forth display of ninjutsu was rare. At first, Asuma remained wary of Kurenai's genjutsu. However, the prolonged ninjutsu exchange lulled him into a false sense of security. Mind-body switch technique. Seizing the right moment, Kurenai formed a hand seal and subtly transformed her water release into a genjutsu. Believing it to be another water-based attack, Asuma concentrated intently on countering it and fell right into her trap. Not good. Though he realized what had happened, it was too late. After dispelling the genjutsu, he was immediately struck by a charging water dragon. Asuma was sent flying, landing on the ground, unable to get back up. The winner is Kurenai, Ichiro declared, his tone tinged with amazement. Kurenai's progress was remarkable, especially considering her opponent was the Hokage's son. When Ichiro had taken charge of this class in their first year, he had assumed Asuma would claim the top spot. But the reality exceeded all expectations. Asuma had first lost to Kakashi Hatake, then to Hanekawa, and now to Kurenai. If this trend continued, the Hokage's reputation might take a hit. By noon, the results were finalized, closely mirroring last year's rankings. First place, Hanekawa. Second place, Kakashi Hatake. Third place, Kurenai. Asuma Sarutobi, keeping his word, treated everyone to a barbecue feast. Chapter 106, 106. Tsunade, greedy little brat. Outside Tsunade's house, a group of students trained as usual. Asuma Sarutobi glanced at Kurenai before moving to the side to practice his wind release techniques. It wasn't because he still had feelings for her, rather, he was frustrated about losing to her. If the gap had been wide, he might have accepted it, but the defeat was by the slimmest of margins. A loss was still a loss, though, and there was no excuse he could use. All he could do was double his training. Kurenai, on the other hand, had mastered several water release jutsu. With Maraboshi Kasuke's permission, she occasionally joined Hanekawa and the others for training. Rin Nohara stood in front of a table, her hands outstretched as she practiced healing an unconscious fish. After a year of chakra control training, she had finally reached the standard to start learning medical ninjutsu. Hanekawa didn't hold back, teaching her from the basics starting with healing fish. The reason was simple, he had already decided to pick Rin as his teammate. When they graduated, he guessed that, knowing Tsunade's personality, she would likely assign him to mentor the team. Being proactive and training Rin ahead of time would save him effort in the future. Nearby, Obito Uchiha was watching Rin intently until she chased him off, prompting him to grudgingly return to practicing his fire release techniques. Not far away, Kakashi Hatake was training in lightning release. Since Shisui Uchiha was running late today, there was no one for Kakashi to spar with in Kenjutsu. Hanekawa could have stepped in, but he declined because he, too, was focused on practicing lightning release. Sorry, I'm late, Shisui Uchiha finally arrived an hour later. It's fine, Hanekawa said, shaking his head. Was there an extra task for your class today? Why so late? No, Shisui began but then paused, smiling. Why don't we spar? You'll find out the reason soon enough. It had been a while since they had sparred, and Shisui was eager to test himself. Though not a typical Uchiha in demeanor, he still carried the clan's pride. Or perhaps, his pride surpassed that of most Uchihas. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan reflects one's inner will. Shisui's awakening of Kota Amatsukami suggested his desire to control and guide others' willpower. Alright, let's do it, Hanekawa agreed, suppressing his curiosity for now. Be careful, Shisui warned as he drew his blade, then dashed toward Hanekawa. The gleam of Shisui's blade flashed brilliantly, carrying an overwhelming sense of sharpness. Hanekawa immediately noted the intensity, thinking, this is even more oppressive than sparring with Samui. With a flick of his wrist, Hanekawa blocked Shisui's blade with his own katana. The clash of metal echoed repeatedly as the two became locked in a high-speed duel. Their movements were so intense that the surrounding air rippled with every strike. Shisui's kenjutsu has improved significantly, Kakashi commented, stopping his own training to watch. Everyone else, except Rin, who couldn't afford to lose focus on her medical practice, also gathered to watch. Kurane, Obito, and Asuma were all captivated by the match. That's the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Obito exclaimed in awe. I didn't expect Shisui to have mastered it to this level. Why haven't I seen you use it? Kakashi asked pointedly. I don't need it. Obito stammered, his expression stiff. My fire release is already enough. Focus on the sparring, Asuma interjected. It looks like something big is coming. Dash. Shisui suddenly stepped back, creating distance between himself and Hanekawa. Sensing something was about to happen, Hanekawa stood his ground, waiting. Uchiha style, blazing sword leap. Flames burst forth from Shisui's blade, enveloping the entire sword in fire. The scorching heat waves rippled through the air. The next moment, Shisui's figure vanished. The flaming blade appeared above Hanekawa's head in an instant. Wherever it passed, the scorching heat twisted the air itself. Hanekawa reacted quickly. The thunder fire sword in his hand flickered with lightning as it clashed with the flaming blade, producing a sharp, resonating clang. At that moment, the flames on Shisui Uchiha's blade flickered, and a gust of wind began to form. With a swift turn of his hands, Shisui released the flaming blade from his weapon, sending it hurtling toward Hanekawa. Body flicker technique. In a split second, chakra burst from Hanekawa's feet, propelling him backward at high speed. Yet the flaming blade followed him relentlessly, like a shadow. Is he about to win? Obito Uchiha's heart was in his throat. Even though he wasn't the one fighting Hanekawa, Shisui was still part of the Uchiha clan. If Shisui won, it would feel like a victory for the clan as a whole, and for Obito, it might even alleviate the mental burden Hanekawa had placed on him. Hanekawa had held the top spot for so long, to the point that even if Obito awakened the Sharingan in the future, he doubted he could surpass him. It's not that easy, Kurane scoffed lightly. Hanekawa hasn't even used any ninjutsu yet. Obito was about to retort when the scene on the battlefield changed. Seeing that he couldn't evade the flaming blade, Hanekawa raised his left hand without hesitation. Rasengan. Chakra surged rapidly, forming a spinning blue orb in his palm. When the flaming blade collided with the Rasengan, it was instantly sucked into the vortex and shattered into fragments. The crimson flames disintegrated, scattering into waves of energy. Dash. What? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of jutsu is that? I've never seen it before. Asuma Sarutobi was both shocked and puzzled. Hanekawa's talent and strength were already astounding, but now it seemed he had secretly trained in such a powerful technique. Is this guy even human? No idea, Kakashi Hatake said grimly, shaking his head. The sheer power of the Rasengan left him feeling immense pressure. He realized that, with his current arsenal of jutsu, he had nothing that could compete with it. It's the Rasengan, Kurane said with a proud smile. A jutsu created by Minato-senpai. She had known about it ever since Hanekawa started learning the Rasengan, but she had been waiting for the right moment to reveal it. Now, she felt a sense of triumph. No one understands Hanekawa better than I do. Rin Nohara glanced at her instinctively, feeling a tinge of envy. Even though she frequently discussed medical ninjutsu with Hanekawa, it still didn't compare to the closeness Kurane shared with him. Dash. I still can't compare to Hanekawa-senpai, Shisui said, sheathing his blade. The technique I used just now was something I recently mastered Uchiha style, blazing sword leap. Did you create it yourself? Hanekawa asked curiously. In his memory, apart from Shisui, no one else had ever used the blazing sword leap technique. More or less, Shisui replied. I combined Uchiha swordsmanship with fire release and wind release. Then you're more impressive than I am, Hanekawa admitted honestly. I learned the Rasengan directly from Minato-senpai. To maintain the narrative, Hanekawa credited Minato instead of Kushina, given her role as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This must be an A-rank jutsu, right? Shisui said earnestly. I haven't even mastered one A-rank jutsu yet. You're definitely the better of the two of us, Hanekawa-senpai. Self-created? Kakashi's expression shifted, his mind beginning to whirl with ideas. This is insane, Asuma muttered, unable to hold back his disbelief. For the longest time, he had thought of himself as a rare genius comparable to his father, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, he realized how foolish he'd been. Both of them are insane, Kakashi added matter-of-factly. Meanwhile, Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. Once again, Hanekawa had stolen the spotlight. He instinctively glanced at Rin, only to find her no longer focused on healing fish but instead watching Hanekawa with admiration. Dash. Arg. Obito felt a surge of intense emotion welling up, his vision blurring as his anger reached its peak. A single tomo appeared faintly in Obito's Sharingan but vanished as quickly as it came, almost like an illusion. He was too caught up in his anger to notice. Hanekawa glanced at him briefly before turning to Shisui Uchiha and asking, do you want to keep going? Shisui shook his head and said, no, I'm done. Having created the Uchiha style, blazing sword leap, he had been full of confidence, only to be effortlessly countered by the Rasengan. Without a new technique to rely on, continuing the match would only result in another loss. Shisui estimated that only when he awakened the second tomo in his Sharingan might he stand a chance against Hanekawa. But even that wouldn't guarantee victory. He'd probably need a 3-tomo Sharingan, which felt like a distant goal. Alright, let's get back to training then. Hanekawa sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. Shisui, Kakashi Hatake interjected, spar with me. He had witnessed the power of the blazing sword leap and wanted to test himself against it. After all, Hanekawa had managed to counter it. If he couldn't, it would feel like he'd fallen behind. Of course, Shisui agreed with a nod. Sparring with Kakashi was part of his regular training anyway. With that, Kurane, Obito, Asuma, and the others returned to their own training instead of watching. The group trained diligently until nightfall. Hanekawa sat on the couch, waiting for Tsunade to return. Before long, the sound of the door opening reached his ears. He turned his head toward the entrance, where he was greeted by the sight of a pair of fair, slender feet. His eyes were drawn to the anklet on her left foot, a gift he had bought for her. "How did your exams go today?" Tsunade asked as she stepped into the room, standing in front of him with an air of authority. "First place," Hanekawa replied nonchalantly. "No change there." "Not bad." Tsunade plopped onto the couch beside him, crossing her legs as she remarked, "At least you didn't embarrass me." "Since when have I ever embarrassed you?" Hanekawa shot back, his gaze lingering on her raised left leg. The anklet swayed slightly, catching the light. "True enough." Tsunade blinked and then warned, "Still, don't let it go to your head. Never underestimate any ninja." "Got it." Suddenly, Hanekawa thought of something. "What do you think about me graduating next year?" "Graduating?" Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. "You don't want to finish your last year?" "There's no need." Hanekawa shook his head. "The time would be better spent completing more missions. It's more practical." "Fair point," Tsunade conceded, her thoughts drifting to the possibility of an impending war. "All right, next year it is. Can you help me pick my teammates?" Hanekawa asked directly. "I want Kurane Ui and Rin Nohara." "You greedy brat," Tsunade chided, narrowing her eyes at him. "That's slander." Hanekawa protested. "I've thought this through carefully." "Really?" Tsunade remained unconvinced. "Wouldn't Kakashi or Asuma be better choices?" "They're not medical ninjas," Hanekawa countered. "Without them, sensei won't have much to teach." "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Tsunade snapped, lifting her foot to kick him. "Are you underestimating me? I can teach any kind of student." "Sensei, please just do me this one favor." Hanekawa reacted swiftly, grabbing onto her leg to stop her. "I never said I wouldn't agree," Tsunade huffed, stomping lightly on his leg. "Now let go and go make dinner." Chapter 107, 107. Mikoto Uchiha is pregnant. Konoha Hospital. Hanekawa sat in Non-Yakushi's office, enjoying the air conditioning and stifling a yawn. Previously, whenever he assisted in surgeries, his role was mostly limited to anesthesia and hemostasis. However, half a month ago, his medical ninjutsu skills took another leap forward. To be precise, he successfully unlocked the B-rank talent trait, Special Medical Jonin. Under the special permission of Non-Yakushi, he tried acting as the lead surgeon twice, and both surgeries were resounding successes. As a result, in the face of the shortage of medical ninjas, Hanekawa was officially promoted. He no longer assisted Non-Yakushi during surgeries but instead began to independently take charge of them. However, when there were no surgeries to perform, he found himself rather bored. B-rank talent trait, Special Medical Jonin. Trigger condition, achieve mastery in 9 medical ninjutsu techniques. Effect, enhances the effectiveness of all medical ninjutsu by 100%. Note, learning and mastering additional medical ninjutsu techniques may lead to advancement to the A-rank trait Medical Jonin. Though obtaining the B-rank trait Special Medical Jonin had been time-consuming, its effects made everything worthwhile. Previously, the C-rank trait Medical Jonin only increased medical ninjutsu effectiveness by 50%. Now, the increase was a staggering 100%. What did this mean? If two individuals used the same amount of chakra for medical ninjutsu, Hanekawa's results would even surpass those of Tsunade. Non-Yakushi had been so impressed by his incredible progress that she broke precedent and allowed him to become the youngest attending physician at Konoha Hospital. The only strange part about advancing from the Special Medical Jonin trait was its requirement to master more medical ninjutsu. Did this mean he had to bring all known medical techniques to mastery level? As Hanekawa pondered this, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a young woman in a nurse's uniform standing outside. "Hanekawa, there's a surgery that needs you," she said. "Who's the patient? What's the situation?" Hanekawa asked, standing up and walking toward the door. "The patient is Kakashi Hatake," the young woman replied. "He was struck by lightning while practicing lightning release techniques." "Hey!" Hanekawa couldn't help but be surprised. "Struck by lightning? That didn't sound good. Wait a minute, could he be creating the Chidori?" As Hanekawa approached the operating room, he ran into Asuma Sarutobi, who looked at him with astonishment. "Hanekawa? Why are you here? What kind of expression is that?" Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't I be here? You're performing surgeries now." Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. The distinct uniform of an attending physician immediately gave away Hanekawa's new status. Though Asuma had always known Hanekawa worked at Konoha Hospital, wasn't he still supposed to be an intern? If memory served, only Special Jonin and higher could act as lead surgeons. This was unbelievable. While training together, Hanekawa rarely displayed his medical skills. Asuma thought he was decent at best. Now, this massive gap between them was glaringly apparent. "I'll perform Kakashi's surgery first. We can catch up later," Hanekawa said with a smile as he walked into the operating room. Asuma's mouth twitched in disbelief. He felt like he might be under a genjutsu. Inside the operating room, Hanekawa saw Kakashi lying on the operating table. The young ninja was unconscious, his exposed skin scorched black and swollen in places. Here's the detailed diagnosis, a medical Chunin assigned by Nanyakushi said, handing over a report. Hanekawa reviewed the report carefully. The primary issues were severe burns and nerve system damage. Let's begin the surgery, Hanekawa said, placing the report aside. Prepare the hemostasis technique. Approaching Kakashi, Hanekawa formed a series of hand seals and extended his hand. From his right hand, pale green chakra surged forth, quickly forming into the shape of a blade. This was the A-rank medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. After learning the mystical palm technique from Nanyakushi, it had taken him another 3 months to master the chakra scalpel. Hanekawa carefully made incisions to remove the necrotic tissue from Kakashi's skin. As blood began to flow, his assistant promptly used the hemostasis technique. In no time, Kakashi's burned skin had been entirely renewed. Hanekawa exhaled deeply. Now came the more challenging part, repairing the nerve system. This required the mystical palm technique. With the team's cooperation, it took an hour to fully restore Kakashi's nerve system. Transfer him to a recovery ward, Hanekawa instructed. Understood. The team responded in unison. Although the system categorized Hanekawa as a special medical Jonin, the others already regarded him as a full-fledged medical Jonin. After all, how many special medical Jonin could skillfully wield advanced techniques like the mystical palm technique and the chakra scalpel? In theory, Hanekawa had already reached the upper limit of an ordinary medical ninja. The only techniques he hadn't mastered yet were the yin seal and strength of 100 technique. How's he doing? Asuma Sarutobi walked over, clearly concerned about his friend Kakashi Hatake. The surgery was a success. He's now a girl, Hanekawa replied with a completely serious expression. Asuma's face was full of question marks. Just kidding. Hanekawa burst out laughing and continued, he's fine. A week of rest, and he'll fully recover. That's a relief. Asuma let out a sigh of relief. Let's go to the recovery room, Hanekawa said, pointing at Kakashi, who was being wheeled out of the operating room. Sure. Asuma quickly followed. They soon arrived at Kakashi's room. Since he had just undergone surgery, he was still unconscious. When did you start performing surgeries on your own? Asuma asked, clearly curious. Half a month ago, Hanekawa replied casually. The director said I was ready, so I gave it a try. Turns out, I'm pretty good at it. What kind of nonsense is that? Asuma clenched his fists reflexively. This was infuriating. But he couldn't beat Hanekawa, so he could only keep the rage in. How did Kakashi get struck by lightning? Hanekawa asked, skillfully changing the topic. He triggered it intentionally during training but underestimated how much lightning he'd attract, Asuma said after a pause. Honestly, this is your fault. My fault? Hanekawa asked, puzzled. After you mastered the Rasengan, Kakashi wanted to create a jutsu that could rival it. That's when he thought of lightning release, Asuma explained, rubbing his chin. And let's not forget Shisui's influence. Shisui Uchiha, younger than both of them, had already created techniques like Uchiha style, Blaze Leap and Uchiha style, Gale Sword. For Kakashi, who considered himself second only to Hanekawa in talent, this was a significant blow. So, did he come up with anything? Hanekawa glanced at the unconscious Kakashi. He's making progress, Asuma said with a light cough. To be precise, he's trying to gather lightning in his hand, similar to the Rasengan. Hanekawa was momentarily stunned. Asuma's explanation made him realize that Reikari, Lightning Blade, was indeed similar to the Rasengan. It was entirely possible that Kakashi's inspiration for developing Reikari in the original story came from witnessing Minato's Rasengan. It's worth mentioning that Reikari is also known as Chidori. In the original story, Might Guy mentioned that Kakashi used Chidori to cut through lightning, which led to its renaming as Reikari. In essence, Chidori is the prototype, while Reikari is the final, more refined version. Given his talent, he might just succeed, Hanekawa said with a nod. If Kakashi successfully developed Reikari, Hanekawa could leverage their friendship to learn it as well. Truly a perfect plan. Seriously, while most of us hadn't even graduated, you guys were already working on creating your own jutsu. You're all monsters, Asuma said with a sigh. The longer he spent around geniuses, the more he felt disheartened. At that moment, he realized being the Hokage's son didn't mean much. Have you notified Uncle Sakumo? Hanekawa suddenly asked. It happened so suddenly, I haven't had a chance to inform him yet, Asuma replied, shaking his head. Go let him know. I'll stay here and keep watch, Hanekawa said. Since his shift at Konoha Hospital wasn't over yet, he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. All right. Asuma turned and left. Hanekawa sat on a vacant bed and opened his system interface. Aside from the B-rank talent trait, Special Medical Jonin, he had recently unlocked another trait. B-rank talent trait, Master Alchemist. Trigger condition, Master the art of poison making. Effect, increases the potency of all poisons by 100%. This effect was incredibly powerful, thanks to the significant percentage boost. For example, the poison used by Cho, which was fairly common, had a corresponding antidote available in Konoha. However, if Hanekawa crafted the same poison with its potency enhanced by 100%, the antidote would either become ineffective or only partially work. This was undoubtedly very useful. In the short term, upgrading the B-rank talent, special medical Jainin would be challenging, so Hanekawa's next target was Genjutsu. When it came to Genjutsu, aside from the Sharingan-based ones, the most famous was the A-rank technique Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. This technique, used by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju and possibly created by him, seemed specifically tailored to counter the Uchiha clan. Its effect was straightforward, it interfered with the enemy's vision, plunging them into darkness. Unfortunately, Kurenei didn't know this jutsu. Hanekawa would have to ask Tsunade. However, he suspected that, knowing Hiruzen Sarutobi's personality, there would likely be conditions attached. At that moment, footsteps approached. Hanekawa, how's Kakashi doing? Sakumo Hatake walked in, his face full of concern. He's fine, he'll be back to normal in a few days, Hanekawa said with a reassuring smile. Uncle Sakumo, there's nothing to worry about. That's good to hear. Sakumo let out a relieved sigh and said, I trust your medical skills. To be fair, Tsunade played a big role in this trust. When Hanekawa first started performing surgeries, many patients' families were skeptical and even demanded a different doctor. After all, he was so young. But the moment they heard he was Tsunade's student, their attitudes changed completely, becoming very welcoming. To them, Tsunade's student must be exceptional, anything less would tarnish her reputation. Wait for me. Asuma Sarutobi's voice echoed from down the hall. He burst into the room, sweating and gasping for air. Sorry, Sakumo said apologetically. I was so worried about Kakashi that I left you behind. No, it's fine, Asuma said, waving it off. After informing Sakumo about Kakashi's condition, Sakumo had disappeared, leaving Asuma to run back to the hospital room. I have to get back to work. I'll check on Kakashi again when he wakes up, Hanekawa said as he left the room. As the attending physician, it would be troublesome if he were needed for a surgery and couldn't be found. By dusk, it was finally time to clock out. Hanekawa returned to Kakashi's room. Asuma had already left, leaving only Sakumo behind. Kakashi, how are you feeling? Hanekawa asked as he approached. Not bad, Kakashi replied, though his tone was odd. Apparently, he had learned from Asuma that Hanekawa had performed his surgery, leaving him unsure how to feel. Good. Hanekawa nodded. If anything feels off, have the nurse call me. As Kakashi's attending doctor, Hanekawa would be responsible until he was discharged. Got it, Kakashi said, then paused before adding, could you let Shisui and the others know I won't be training with them for the next couple of days? Take care of your health, they'll understand. After a quick word with Sakumo, Hanekawa left the room. Returning to Tsunade's house, he found Shisui and the others training outside. After explaining Kakashi's situation, they all agreed to visit him at the hospital the next day. As night fell and training ended, Hanekawa went to the living room, surprised to find that Tsunade hadn't returned yet. It's already 9 p.m., sensei, Hanekawa said, glancing at the time. If you'd stayed out any longer, I'd have starved to death. I already ate, Tsunade replied with a light cough. What? Hanekawa exclaimed, visibly upset. I've been waiting for you for 3 hours on an empty stomach. It was a last-minute thing, Tsunade said awkwardly. I was invited to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha? What, are they backing you to become Hokage? What nonsense are you talking about? Tsunade glared at him. It was about Mikoto's health. What's wrong? Hanekawa asked, puzzled. He didn't recall this happening in the original story. Nothing bad, it's good news. Tsunade smiled. After my examination, I found out she's pregnant. I stayed to discuss precautions for expectant mothers. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. So, the clever son Ataki Uchiha was on his way. For the Uchiha clan, this was indeed a happy occasion. Chapter 108, 108. Sensei cooks today. Indeed, I came back a bit late today. Tsunade walked to the sofa, taking off her tea green coat, revealing a sleeveless top underneath. Hanekawa glanced up and immediately saw her pale arms and the curves along the side of her outfit. Perfect timing. Tsunade snapped her fingers and said, you can try my cooking. Hey. Hanekawa froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hands, no need. What do you mean by that? Tsunade's face turned cold as she noticed the change in his expression. Don't want to eat my cooking? Or do you think my food tastes bad? No, no. Hanekawa shook his head vigorously and came up with a quick response. Sensei, you just got home. You should rest first. I'm not tired. Tsunade tossed her coat at him. Take this to my room while I cook. It's been a while since I last cooked, and I want to see if my skills have gotten rusty. Sure. Hanekawa hesitated but finally nodded. I'll think about what to make, Tsunade muttered as she walked into the kitchen. This is going to be bad, Hanekawa sighed deeply. He mentally prepared himself for potential food poisoning and silently prayed that Tsunade wouldn't get overly creative with new dishes. Hanekawa picked up the still warm tea green coat and went to Tsunade's room. As he opened the door, a faint fragrance greeted him. Walking inside, he noticed some personal clothing casually tossed on the bed. Can't she at least tidy this up? Hanekawa thought. Instead of touching anything else, he placed the coat on the edge of the bed and left the room. Returning to the living room, he sat on the sofa, feeling like a prisoner awaiting his final judgment. After what felt like ages, Tsunade finally came out of the kitchen. Hanekawa stood up and went to the dining table. One glance told him. The good news, the food looked decent. The bad news? It was a new dish. Teriyaki chicken and vegetable tofu soup. It's absolutely delicious. Tsunade said with confidence. Let me try. Hanekawa skeptically picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of chicken. How is it? Tsunade leaned forward, resting her weight on the table. A bit salty, Hanekawa swallowed and commented. I did that on purpose. Tsunade said with a straight face. I knew it'd be salty, so I paired it with a light soup. Hanekawa didn't buy it. Who intentionally makes food overly salty? You just messed up the seasoning. But you're the teacher, and you have the bigger fists. Hanekawa decided it was better to hold back. He glanced at her and chose to eat without further comment. By the way, I want to learn the Bringer of Darkness Jutsu, Hanekawa said suddenly. How do you know about that technique? Tsunade asked, slightly surprised. Uncle Shinko mentioned it, Hanekawa explained. He said it's a powerful genjutsu used by the second Hokage, but he's not qualified to learn it. It is indeed one of my granduncle's genjutsu techniques, Tsunade said thoughtfully. It shouldn't be a problem. I'll speak with the old man tomorrow. Would the Hokage just hand out a technique like that? Hanekawa asked as he sipped the soup. Of course not, Tsunade smirked confidently. Normally, you'd need merits to earn it. But congratulations, you have a great teacher. As one of the Chunin and the top medical ninja, Tsunade had accumulated plenty of merit. While Hanekawa couldn't request the technique himself, she could do it on his behalf. The same logic applied to Minato, who learned the Flying Thunder God technique at a young age partly because he was Jiraiya's student. Impressive as always, sensei. Hanekawa said flatly. Not convincing enough. Say it again. Tsunade frowned. You're too strict, Hanekawa chuckled and added, do I even need to say it? My admiration for you should already be obvious. Such a smooth talker. Tsunade laughed. Just being honest. Hanekawa maintained a straight face. How about accompanying me to the casino tomorrow? Tsunade's eyes glinted mischievously. Nope. Hanekawa shook his head. I'm busy now. I'm the most famous medical ninja at Konoha Hospital. Aren't I the most famous medical ninja? Tsunade asked, resting her chin in her hands. That was in the past. Hanekawa teased, do you even remember the last time you visited the hospital? Let's not talk about that, Tsunade coughed lightly. How's your progress in medical ninjutsu? I've already mastered both the mystical palm technique and chakra scalpel, Hanekawa replied. That fast? Tsunade was stunned. It's not too fast, Hanekawa said calmly. Tsunade glared at him. Sometimes his words could be truly irritating. She prided herself on being the best medical ninja, but at the same age, Hanekawa's skills had already surpassed her. I'm full. Hanekawa stood up. I'll wash the dishes. Tsunade glanced at him, walked to the sofa, and plopped down heavily. She closed her eyes, crossed her legs, and relaxed in a lazy posture. After washing the dishes, Hanekawa didn't linger. He said goodbye to her and returned to Kurenei's house. A new week began. The scorching weather made the students in the classroom drowsy. Hanekawa wiped the sweat from his forehead. He swore that when he became Hokage, he would install air conditioning in the classrooms. The overhead fan was practically useless. The bell signaling the end of class rang. One more thing. The teacher, Ichiro, put away his books and suddenly remembered something. Students who want to graduate early, don't forget to submit your applications. After he left, the classroom buzzed with energy again. Rin, are you planning to graduate early? Uchiha Obito asked nervously, how about we wait until 6th grade to graduate? He knew that Hanekawa and others planned to graduate in 5th grade. He didn't care much about graduating himself but worried about being separated from Nohara Rin. Even if they weren't in the same team, he absolutely couldn't let Rin end up on a team with Hanekawa. I've pretty much learned everything the school has to offer, Nohara Rin nodded slightly. I plan to graduate in 5th grade. Ah. Then I'll apply too, Obito scratched his head. The worst case scenario shouldn't happen, right? Okay. Rin smiled. Let's do it together. Maybe we'll even end up on the same team. Obito brightened up immediately. Let's write the applications quickly. We still need to visit Kakashi in the hospital, Rin reminded him. What's so great about visiting Kakashi? Obito grumbled. Since Kakashi had been hospitalized, Obito got to sit next to Rin as her only desk mate. He secretly wished Kakashi would stay hospitalized a little longer. Obito, don't say that. Rin handed him a piece of paper. Got it. Obito quickly started writing his application. A few minutes later, a group of students gathered at the classroom door. Give me your applications, and I'll submit them to the teacher, Hanekawa said, glancing around. Here. Kurenei was the first to hand hers over. She was followed by Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and Nohara Rin. What about Kakashi? Rin asked worriedly. Don't worry, Hanekawa smiled. I wrote an application for him. You're so thoughtful, Rin said with a smile. Kurenei glanced around, sensing that something felt off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Go quickly, we'll wait for you here, Obito said, stepping in front of Rin as if to shield her. Hanekawa nodded slightly and headed to Ichiro's office. Ichiro wasn't surprised by the applications. In his opinion, Hanekawa, Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma had been ready for graduation for a while. After organizing the applications into a file, Ichiro went to the Hokage's office. "Ah, Ichiro," Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted, taking a puff from his pipe. "It's been a while. I didn't expect you to remember me," Ichiro said, flattered. "You've done a great job," Hiruzen said with a smile. "Asuma often speaks highly of you." "I'm just doing my duty." Ichiro stepped forward and handed over the file. "Lord Hokage, this is the list of students from Class 5A applying for early graduation." Hiruzen glanced at the list and nodded in satisfaction. The quality of this cohort of students was exceptionally high. "You may leave." Hiruzen waved him off, already pondering how to assign the teams and which instructors should lead them. Although the students hadn't officially graduated yet, with their abilities, it was only a matter of time. "Understood." Ichiro bowed slightly before leaving. Hiruzen had just picked up his pen when the door burst open. "Old man." Tsunade entered unceremoniously. Hiruzen sighed. "What is it this time?" "Nothing much," Tsunade got straight to the point. "Hanekawa wants to learn the Bringer of Darkness Jutsu." "The Bringer of Darkness Jutsu?" Hiruzen looked surprised. Does he even have the energy to take on more training? He was well aware of Hanekawa's recent activities at the Konoha hospital. After all, becoming an attending physician required the Hokage's approval. Geniuses don't need excuses, Tsunade waved dismissively. "Cut the nonsense. You gave Minato the Flying Thunder God technique. What's a Bringer of Darkness Jutsu compared to that?" "I never said no," Hiruzen said, his mouth twitching. "Hanekawa just applied for graduation. I'll consider it a graduation gift." "Now that's more like it." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction but then added, "Hanekawa's teammates will be Kurane Ui and Nohara Rin, with me as their instructor." "Kurane is a good choice," Hiruzen frowned slightly. "But are you sure about Nohara Rin? Wouldn't stronger teammates be better for him?" In his view, Hanekawa's abilities warranted top-tier teammates, like Sarutobi Asuma or Hitaki Kakashi. A skilled medical ninja like Hanekawa could significantly enhance his teammates' survival rates. "This is final," Tsunade said firmly. "No changes." Chapter 109. Graduation Day at the Ninja Academy. "Are you ready?" Ui Shinku sat at the dining table and asked. "We've been ready for ages. The graduation exam is no challenge for us." Ui Kurane smirked confidently. "Don't worry. Just wait for the good news." "True," Ui Shinku sighed suddenly. "Time flies so fast." "Fast?" "Not at all," Kurane said with a small smile, glancing at Hanekawa. "If anything, time feels slow to me." Ui Shinku was momentarily speechless. He sighed inwardly. The considerate little daughter he used to cherish was no longer the same. "Let's eat," Ui Shinku said, handing chopsticks to Kurane. "Thanks, Dad." Kurane accepted them but immediately passed them to Hanekawa. The corner of Ui Shinku's mouth twitched. Should I just leave now? He was starting to feel increasingly unnecessary in this household. "Hanekawa," Kurane said while picking up a piece of natto. "Do you think we'll end up in the same team after the assignments?" "Of course," Hanekawa replied with a smile. "My sensei is Tsunade, one of the legendary Chunin. What a privileged connection." Ui Shinku silently grumbled but couldn't deny the benefits of having such a strong backer. "When I graduated, I wasn't so lucky. My team and mentor were just average. Now, I'm the only one left alive." Kurane grinned. "I'll protect you from now on." "He doesn't need your protection," Ui Shinku retorted. "He's strong enough. Just take care of yourself." "No way." Kurane immediately rejected the idea. Hanekawa was a medical ninja, after all. Ui Shinku felt like coughing up blood. What kind of medical ninja is this terrifyingly strong? Just as he was about to argue further, Hanekawa shot him a meaningful look. Ui Shinku paused, then said nothing more. "There's no need to worry. Hanekawa will undoubtedly look out for Kurane." This thought left him feeling a bit melancholy. His daughter had grown up and no longer needed his protection. "Uncle Shinku, will you come watch the exam?" Hanekawa asked, raising his chopsticks to block Kurane's attempt to feed him natto. He didn't like it. "Not going." Ui Shinku blurted out after seeing the interaction. Hanekawa blinked in surprise. "Fine, don't come. Why so dramatic about it?" After breakfast, Hanekawa and Kurane headed to the Ninja Academy. On the way, they noticed Asuma Sarutobi perched on a wall. Without a word, the two ignored him entirely. "Hey!" Asuma quickly caught up to them, spreading his arms in disbelief. "Didn't you see me? I'm standing right here." "Nope," Hanekawa and Kurane replied in unison. They exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, Kurane laughing especially hard. Asuma looked utterly defeated. "Why did I even bother with these two? Do you know which team you'll be assigned to?" Asuma asked, suddenly shifting to a secretive tone. "What? Do you know?" Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. "I don't," Asuma admitted with a grin. "But I spoke to that man and asked him to put me on your team." He was clearly referring to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Don't get your hopes up," Hanekawa shrugged. "You'll find out soon enough." "What do you mean?" Asuma frowned. "You'll see," Hanekawa replied. "But with your background, your teammates won't be weak. Humph. My placement will be based on skill, not connections. Asuma said indignantly. Then why did you ask the Hokage for help? Kurane teased mercilessly. That wasn't cheating, it was a suggestion. Asuma retorted, glaring at her. Why are you talking like Hanekawa now? Because I want to. Kurane said smugly, clinging to Hanekawa's arm. Asuma regretted everything. This is pointless. I shouldn't have come. But sadly, he couldn't beat Hanekawa in a fight nor Kurane, for that matter. Once we're in our teams, my squad will definitely take on the most missions. Asuma declared, trying to find a new way to compete. Impossible. Kurane countered immediately. Even if your whole squad combines their strength, you won't surpass Hanekawa. You. Asuma trembled with frustration but had to admit that Kurane might be right. Feeling defeated, he slumped slightly. Am I doomed to never surpass Hanekawa? Tisk. Just then, Kurane suddenly clicked her tongue. Hanekawa. A voice called out. It was Rin Nohara. Behind her stood Uchiha Obito and Hotake Kakashi. Good morning, Hanekawa greeted with a smile. However, he felt Kurane cling to his arm even tighter. Good morning, Rin Nohara replied, her gaze lingering on Hanekawa's arm for a moment. _____. Asuma, do you have any updates on the team assignments? Uchiha Obito asked impatiently. The team lists were traditionally decided by the Hokage, and as the son of the Hokage, Asuma might have insider information. Hotake Kakashi also looked over. Despite his usual aloof demeanor, he was still very interested in this topic. After all, the quality of teammates would directly impact the future. I don't, Asuma admitted honestly. The graduation exams haven't even started yet, so of course there's no list. Alright, Obito said, visibly disappointed. He instinctively glanced at Rin, who responded with a warm smile. His spirits instantly lifted again. With our bond, we're bound to be in the same team. Kakashi, how's your research on lightning-style ninjutsu? Hanekawa asked as they walked. Not great, Kakashi admitted with a shake of his head. The lightning-style technique he created had two key characteristics, speed and a one-hit kill. However, he quickly encountered a serious issue: his eyes couldn't keep up, drastically reducing its accuracy. This made him envious of Uchiha Shisui. If only he had a Sharingan, it would perfectly solve the problem. No rush, take it slow, Hanekawa said reassuringly. Kakashi nodded. At the Ninja Academy, only 6th-year students and those who had applied for early graduation were present for the graduation exams. All other classes had been given the day off. Walking through the school grounds, Hanekawa felt an unusual sense of emptiness. Hanekawa-senpai. A familiar voice called out from nearby. Shisui. Hanekawa blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? I applied for early graduation too, Uchiha Shisui said with a slightly embarrassed smile. He hadn't mentioned it earlier not because he wanted to hide it, but out of necessity. His original plan was to graduate in a couple of years, but Uchiha Fugaku had approached him recently. Fugaku's reasoning was clear: with war looming, a genius like Shisui shouldn't remain in the safety of the academy but should instead contribute on the battlefield. Additionally, Fugaku hoped Shisui could get closer to the upper echelons of Konoha. With your skills, early graduation makes sense, Hanekawa said. In the original timeline, Hanekawa wasn't sure when Shisui had graduated, but it likely wasn't alongside Asuma and the others. This might be another ripple effect of his presence. I wonder how Hiruzen Sarutobi will handle his team assignment. I'm off to find my teacher. See you later, Shisui said. Since he wasn't part of their class, he wouldn't be taking the same exam. Do you think Shisui might end up on our team? Asuma mused, stroking his chin. It's possible, Hanekawa replied with a slight nod. Since we're all graduating at the same time, we're technically part of the same ninja class. That'd be great. Asuma said enthusiastically, clapping his hands. I hope I get teamed up with Shisui. Having trained together for so long, they were all well aware of Shisui's abilities. To be honest, apart from Hanekawa, none of them were confident they could beat Shisui in a fight. The group arrived at their classroom, where their teacher, Ichiro, was already waiting. Seeing them, Ichiro smiled warmly. The exam will begin in 15 minutes. You can take this time to prepare. The 3 basic jutsu didn't require much preparation. Hanekawa sat down at his desk and activated his system interface. It had been 6 months since he acquired the Bringer of Darkness technique, and his B-rank trait, Genjutsu Specialist Jonin, was finally complete. B-rank talent, Genjutsu Specialist Jonin. Trigger condition, master 9 Genjutsu techniques at an advanced level. Effect, increases the effectiveness of all Genjutsu by 100%. Notes, learning and mastering additional Genjutsu can lead to an upgrade to the A-rank talent Genjutsu Jonin. The effects and upgrade path were quite similar to his B-rank medical specialist Jonin talent. Meanwhile, the Hokage's office was bustling. Come in, Hiruzen Sarutobi said after hearing a knock, setting down the document he was reading. He already knew who it was: Homura Mitokato and Koharu Udadan. Every year around this time, they would gather to discuss team assignments. Hiruzen, Homura, and Koharu greeted as they entered. According to the official guidebook, the Book of Formation, the Hokage's advisors held a status equal to that of the Hokage, participating in all major and minor affairs of Konoha. Additionally, they had served as part of the second Hokage Tobirama Senjo's personal guard, making their relationship with Hiruzen deeply rooted. Even in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Homura and Koharu continued to serve as advisors to the Hokage. Here are this year's graduates and the list of team leaders, Hiruzen said, handing them 2 documents. Impressive, Homura remarked with a nod. This year's batch of geniuses is the largest in a decade. And there's Minato on the list, Koharu said with a smile, glancing at the team leaders. Looks like you've already made your choice. Chapter 110, 110. Individual team assignments. I plan to choose Minato's 3 students. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Hiruzen. Danzo Shimura walked in and asked, why didn't you inform me about this? What are you doing here? Hiruzen frowned, puzzled. Why can't I be here? As an advisor to the Hokage, I have the right to discuss team assignments, Danzo replied. He paused before adding, besides, I could be a team leader myself. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. It was obvious what Danzo was after. With so many talented individuals in this graduating class, Danzo likely wanted to recruit a few for the root division. He probably still hadn't given up on Hanekawa or Hitaki Kakashi. How do you even have the time to be a team leader? Hiruzen asked irritably. I'll make time, Danzo replied calmly. Hiruzen, Danzo does have a point, Koharu Yudin interjected, trying to diffuse the tension. Since he's already here, let's discuss this together. Hiruzen and Danzo locked eyes for a couple of seconds before Hiruzen took out his crystal ball. The ball shifted and displayed the scene of Class 5A. The graduation exams had just begun. The test was straightforward, the 3 basic jutsu. As long as a student could perform them proficiently, they would pass. Nothing worth watching, Danzo remarked after a glance. For students of their caliber, this is just a formality. You said you wanted to be a team leader. Which 3 students are you eyeing? Homura Mikoto asked, adjusting his glasses. Hanekawa, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, Danzo replied bluntly. No way. Hiruzen's expression darkened immediately. Danzo, Koharu interjected, shaking her head. Hanekawa is Tsunade's student, and Kakashi is Sakumo Hitaki's son. If I can't have those 2, then I'll take Uchiha Shisui, Danzo said, switching tactics. He had known all along that Hanekawa and Kakashi were out of reach. From the start, his target had always been Shisui. You've always been distrustful of the Uchiha. Why are you so interested in Shisui? Koharu asked, confused. Shisui is Kagami's descendant, Danzo said solemnly. As Kagami's teammate, I want to ensure he is properly trained. Uchiha Kagami had been the first Uchiha to join the Hokage Guard platoon and was known for his strong will of fire. Of course, Danzo's real interest in Shisui was his Sharingan. After obtaining Yamato, a wood release user, Danzo had set his sights on the Sharingan. In his mind, combining wood release with the Sharingan would essentially create a new Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, making him invincible. Homura and Koharu exchanged skeptical glances. Since when did Danzo value camaraderie so much? No, Hiruzen refused outright. Why not? Danzo's face darkened. If this isn't allowed and that's not allowed, can't I at least have one student? Don't think I don't know what you're planning, Hiruzen said sternly. This is not up for discussion. Our teacher always said the Uchiha are inherently dangerous, even if they're Kagami's descendants, Danzo argued loudly. If you give Shisui to me, I'll make him the next Kagami. Shisui already has a team leader, Hiruzen said, cutting off the argument. It's Sakumo Hitaki. Sakumo Hitaki? Absolutely not. Danzo exclaimed, frowning. You're letting the Uchiha align with Sakumo? That's too dangerous. Enough. Hiruzen snapped, clearly frustrated. Shisui is Kagami's descendant. It won't come to that. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo said, glaring at him with frustration. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's voice rose slightly, asserting his authority. All right, everyone. We're all doing this for Konoha. Why are we arguing? Koharu quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's not lose sight of our purpose here. Hiruzen, Homura said, steering the conversation back on track. Besides Shisui, who are Sakumo's other students? Asuma and Shizuan, Hiruzen replied, tapping his pipe on the table. Originally, he had planned to place Asuma on Hanekawa's team. But due to Tsunade's involvement, he had to reconsider. After much thought, he chose Sakumo. Not only was Sakumo strong, but he also valued teamwork highly. With Sakumo as the team leader, Hiruzen was confident Asuma would be in safe hands. In addition, Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to use this arrangement to better understand Sakumo Hitaki's true intentions. As for Shizuan, based on her usual performance, she seemed likely to become an excellent medical ninja. Medical ninjas were extremely scarce in the ninja world. Even though this graduating class was exceptionally talented, fewer than 5 students were expected to become medical ninjas. Hearing Sarutobi Asuma's name, Danzo Shimura was momentarily stunned. This team assignment was somewhat unexpected for him. He had assumed Hiruzen Sarutobi would place his son on Hanekawa's team, especially since Tsunade was also involved. What about Hanekawa's team? Koharu Yudin asked, cutting in. He'll be on a team with Kurenei and Rin Nohara, Hiruzen replied after a pause, adding, this was decided by Tsunade. If anyone has an issue, you can take it up with her. Koharu and Homura Mikoto hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Although Danzo wasn't afraid of Tsunade, he didn't want to provoke a conflict with her either. The main issue, however, was that he wasn't interested in Kurane or Rin. His focus was on Hanekawa, Uchiha Shisui, and Hokage Kakashi. But none of these goals seemed attainable. Would he have to settle for Uchiha Obito? Danzo considered the possibility but ultimately rejected it. He doubted Obito could even awaken the Sharingan. And even if he did, could it reach the 3-tomo stage? Or evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan? If not, Obito was of no use to Danzo. Who are Minato's students? Koharu asked next. Hokage Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy, Hiruzen replied, taking a puff from his pipe. Hiruzen. Danzo exclaimed, his dissatisfaction evident. I can accept losing Shisui, but Uchiha Obito is absolutely unacceptable. Minato Namikaze was Jiraiya's student, representing the Hokage lineage. In fact, Danzo, Homura, and Koharu were also part of the Hokage lineage as students and guards of the second Hokage. If Uchiha Obito became Minato's student, it would signify the Uchiha clan's entry into the Hokage faction, something Danzo could never allow. Obito is different from the typical Uchiha. He is passionate, compassionate, and embodies the will of fire, Hiruzen said calmly. He's still an Uchiha. Danzo shot back. Who can guarantee what he'll become in the future? Danzo, Hiruzen said with a stern expression. The Uchiha are part of Konoha. As Hokage, Hiruzen wanted to avoid a complete rift between the Uchiha clan and the village. Choosing Obito wasn't just because he seemed like a hot-headed fool, it was also a gesture of goodwill towards the Uchiha. Shisui could work as well, but being a descendant of Kagami Uchiha posed its own challenges. Many hardliners within the Uchiha clan harbored resentment towards Kagami, with some even believing he had betrayed them. Uchiha are inherently evil. Danzo countered, quoting Tobirama Senjo's infamous words. Hiruzen, you're too naive. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen declared with unyielding determination. You'll regret this. Danzo snapped, trembling with anger. He spun around and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Don't mind him. Let's continue, Hiruzen said, unfazed. His demeanor remained calm as he asked, now, how should we handle the rest of the team assignments? Dash. Class 5A. Hanekawa and the others sat at their desks, waiting for the exam to begin. Uchiha Obito. Moments later, they heard Ichiro call from the next room. It's my turn. Obito stood up and turned to Rin Nohara with a grin. Rin, I'm definitely getting a perfect score this time. After training with Rin to improve his chakra control, Obito was much better than he had been in the original story. Given that the test was just the 3 basic jutsu, he felt confident. Good luck. Rin cheered, pumping her fist encouragingly. Hehe, Obito chuckled foolishly and headed to the exam room. Step forward and draw a lot, Ichiro instructed. Whatever you draw, perform that jutsu. Yes, sensei, Obito replied, walking up and pulling a slip, the clone jutsu. Forming a hand seal, he shouted, Bunshin no jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 2 identical clones appeared on either side of him. Perfect score, Ichiro announced with a nod, handing him a Konoha headband. Congratulations. You're officially a ninja. Thank you, sensei. Uchiha Obito said excitedly. Don't forget to register in the ninja archives, Ichiro reminded. Understood. Obito, clutching his Konoha headband, ran off. He returned to the Class 5A classroom, proudly showing off his headband. Next, Hanekawa. Just as Obito expected to bask in admiration and compliments, Ichiro's voice cut through the air. Hanekawa, good luck. Rin Nohara smiled warmly at him. No need for luck. Hanekawa will definitely get a perfect score. Kurane Ui declared confidently. Hanekawa. Might Guy shouted excitedly, his voice overpowering everyone else. This is the last dance of our youth. The showdown begins now. Hanekawa twitched at the corner of his mouth. The last dance? Don't spout nonsense. He stood up and headed to the neighboring classroom. Meanwhile, Obito, still holding his headband, froze. A chill ran through him as he felt utterly overshadowed. Hanekawa, draw any lot you like, Ichiro said with a smile. Hanekawa stepped forward and drew the transformation jutsu. With a clap of his hands, his body morphed, transforming into an exact replica of Ichiro. Such quick hand seals. Ichiro couldn't help but praise. As expected of the top student. Hanekawa casually dispelled the transformation jutsu. Hanekawa, congratulations. Ichiro stood and handed him the Konoha headband, a privilege reserved for the top student. Thank you, sensei. Hanekawa accepted the headband with a polite nod. Be sure to visit the school often, Ichiro added with a smile. Hanekawa was destined to soar, and as his teacher, Ichiro stood to gain significant recognition. Whether it was a promotion or a raise, having Hanekawa listed as a student on his record was a guaranteed advantage. I will, sensei, Hanekawa replied. At that moment, 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. D-rank talent trait, academic genius, acquired. Trigger condition, rank first in all theory classes at the Ninja Academy. Effect, increases comprehension ability by 30%. This was an upgrade from the E-rank talent trait academic star. Though it came rather late, the comprehension boost was undeniably useful, particularly in learning new jutsu, as it significantly reduced the required time. However, it seemed this talent couldn't be further upgraded, which was a shame. Hanekawa returned to the classroom, holding his headband. How did it go? Kurane asked eagerly. Perfect score, Hanekawa replied with a gentle smile. I knew it. Kurane exclaimed joyfully. Let me see your headband. The 3 basic jutsu aren't difficult. You should all get perfect scores too, Hanekawa said, handing his headband to Kurane. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Ichiro's voice called out again. As Hanekawa had mentioned, they all achieved perfect scores. Of course, even among perfect scores, there were distinctions. Rankings could easily be determined based on usual performance in past exams. Hanekawa's mind stirred, and another 3 lines of text appeared before his eyes. E-rank talent trait, Academy's top student, acquired. Trigger condition, maintain first place from enrollment to graduation. Effect, increases chakra limit by 10%. Hanekawa's eyes lit up. Initially, he hadn't expected much from Academy's top student, especially since he already possessed several B-rank traits. But to his surprise, the effect was an increase in chakra capacity. As was well known, a ninja's chakra had a natural limit. In the original series, the vast chakra reserves of Hashirama Senju and Naruto Uzumaki left countless others in despair, something no amount of effort could replicate. Now that Hanekawa had acquired Academy's top student, he could proceed to synthesis. C-rank talent trait, Prodigy Genin. Trigger condition, synthesized from E-rank traits 3 basic jutsu, ninja tool throwing, and Academy's top student. Effect, doubles chakra refining speed and increases chakra limit by 50%. Remark, combine with C-rank traits Chunin exam top scorer, perceptive Chunin and 5-element Chunin to synthesize B-rank trait strongest Chunin. If Hanekawa had been pleasantly surprised before, he was now ecstatic. The doubling of chakra refining speed was noteworthy, but the direct 50% increase in chakra capacity was simply astonishing. More chakra meant stronger jutsu and prolonged battle endurance. In short, this made all his efforts worthwhile. However, advancing to the next rank would undoubtedly be a challenging task. Chapter 111, 111. The third Hokage's intentions. The C-rank talent trait Prodigy Genin has only one advancement path, with clear synthesis requirements. The first condition is to rank first in the Chunin exams. In the original story, Sarutobi Asuma and Kurane Ui participated in the Chunin exams 3 years after graduating. Unlike Naruto's cohort, this wasn't a joint Chunin exam, so the difficulty wasn't too high, but it required time. The second condition is to become a sensory-type Chunin. In Konoha, ninja are classified into several types, including medical ninja, sensory ninja, taijutsu specialists, and genjutsu users. Of course, there is no strict rule stating that a person can only belong to one type. If someone is talented enough, they can become an all-rounder. However, geniuses are rare, and most ninja are ordinary, so this classification is necessary. Sensory ninja, simply put, are responsible for reconnaissance and tracking, playing an essential role in ninja squads. For example, members of the Uchiha and Uchiha clans. The Uchiha clan uses various insects, making them excellent for reconnaissance. The Uchiha clan specializes in ninja techniques involving their ninja dogs, whose sense of smell far exceeds that of ordinary people. The third condition is to master the 5 elemental releases as a Chunin. The 5 releases refer to wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Hanekawa had already met this condition, so he automatically unlocked a new talent trait. C-rank talent trait, 5-element Chunin. Trigger condition, acquire Chunin level traits for all 5 elemental releases. Effect, mastery of chakra nature transformation for all 5 elements increases by 100%. Though it doesn't seem to provide a direct enhancement, its practical impact is immense, saving Hanekawa a significant amount of time in elemental release training. Let's go, Hanekawa. Kurane Ui waved her hand in front of his face. Alright. Hanekawa snapped out of his thoughts and got up from his seat. Does anyone know where the records room is? Might Guy dashed out of the classroom first but then stopped, looking back and asking. Go left, Kakashi Hatake replied. As expected of my eternal rival. Might Guy gave him a thumbs up, flashing his pearly white teeth. Kakashi felt speechless. What is there to praise about that? I wonder if we'll be on the same team, Might Guy said, nudging Kakashi with his elbow. We'll find out tomorrow, Kakashi replied emotionlessly. Although he appreciated Might Guy's strength and character, he hoped they wouldn't be on the same team. Their personalities clashed, and constant sparring challenges from Guy would be exhausting. After graduation, we won't have as much time to spend together, Asuma said wistfully. In the original story, Asuma was quite rebellious in his youth, but after being repeatedly bested by Hanekawa, his personality had changed significantly. With the addition of so many companions, he was even more different now. It's okay, Rin Nohara said gently. When we're not on missions, we can still train together like before. You're right. Obito Uchiha immediately agreed. If they ended up in different squads, this gave him an excuse to hang out with Rin. We're here. Let's get our ninja files, Hanekawa said as he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Come in, a deep male voice responded. Hanekawa opened the door to see a middle-aged man sitting at a desk. The man glanced at them but didn't seem familiar to Hanekawa. Are you the newly graduated students? The man asked. Yes, Hanekawa replied with a nod. When I call your name, step forward to collect your file, the man said, grabbing a stack of files. After you get it, attach your photo and give it to your assigned team leader. The ninja file was like an academic record from Hanekawa's past life, documenting a ninja's achievements and mission history. It was crucial for promotions to Chunin and Jonin. 5 minutes later, everyone had their files. I'll treat you all to barbecue, Hanekawa said with a smile, tucking his file away. Yay! Kurane cheered. Then let's have a barbecue showdown. Might Guy exclaimed, his energy surging. That's unnecessary, Kakashi quickly interjected. Shizuan, you should come too, Hanekawa said, looking at Shizuan, who was standing not far away. In the original story, Shizuan was taken by Tsunade early on, traveling and evading debts. Due to Hanekawa's butterfly effect, she was now a normal student. Though she hadn't studied medical ninjutsu yet, her talent was evident, consistently ranking in the top 10 of the class. Me. Shizuan was momentarily stunned but didn't decline. Thank you. Let's go. Kurane pulled Hanekawa by the hand, leading the way out. Obito watched them holding hands with a hint of envy. He instinctively glanced at Rin, but she had already walked ahead. Wait for me. Obito hurriedly chased after them. The group soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Cheers. They clinked their glasses of juice together and drank in unison. Now that we've graduated, you better watch out, Hanekawa. Asuma said with a laugh after setting his glass down. You may have been number 1 in school, but that's all in the past now. In Konoha's history, there have been many stories of prodigies fading into obscurity after graduation. After all, missions are perilous, and dying midway is not uncommon. Of course, Sarutobi Asuma wasn't cursing Hanekawa. He was simply pointing out that after leaving the academy, there would be more opportunities to surpass him. Asuma, did you forget something? Kurane Yui asked while watching Hanekawa grill meat. Forget what? Asuma raised an eyebrow. Hanekawa has been going on missions with Lady Tsunade for a long time, Kurane said smugly, lifting her chin slightly. Hearing this, Asuma looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He had indeed forgotten. In a way, Hanekawa was already a seasoned ninja compared to him. Was there still any chance to surpass him? Don't give up, Asuma. Life is long. Might Guy said, trying to encourage him. Asuma opened his mouth but said nothing. What do you want to eat, Kurane? Hanekawa asked as he flipped the sizzling, juicy meat. Beef. Kurane moved closer and pointed at a piece. That one looks delicious. All right. Hanekawa placed the beef on her plate. I want that piece. Asuma demanded. Grill it yourself, Hanekawa replied, putting the meat into his own bowl. Asuma sighed and reluctantly picked up the tongs. Rin, I'll grill for you. Obito Uchiha eagerly said to Rin Nohara. No need, Rin shook her head. I can do it myself. Kakashi Hatake, quiet as ever, focused on grilling his own food. While his reserved personality kept him from joining in the boisterous conversations, he didn't dislike the lively atmosphere around him. Dash. Hokage's office. Do you have any objections? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, holding a list in his hand. None, Mito Kato Homura and Udit and Kohara replied in unison. Good. Hiruzen nodded slightly. You may leave now. The two elders turned and left. With the team assignments finalized, there was nothing more for them to handle. Hayama, Hiruzen called. Lord Hokage. A masked ninja entered the room. Notify the assigned mentors, Hiruzen instructed, handing her the list. Tell them to report to my office within half an hour. Yes. Hayama took the list and left. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Lord Hokage, Sakumo Hatake said as he entered, cutting straight to the point. Why am I assigned as a team leader? Sakumo was puzzled when Hayama informed him of the assignment, as he hadn't applied to be a team leader. Sakumo, Hiruzen said with a smile, take a look at the members of the second team you'll be leading. He handed Sakumo a file. After hesitating for a moment, Sakumo opened it and was momentarily stunned. While Uchiha Shisui's presence surprised him, he was even more shocked to see Sarutobi Asuma's name. After all, Asuma was Hiruzen's son. What does this mean? Sakumo, Hiruzen said, meeting his gaze, Asuma is my son. I wouldn't trust him to anyone else, so I chose you. So that was the reason. Feeling the weight of Hiruzen's trust, Sakumo nodded seriously and promised, I'll guide him well. Thank you. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Sakumo truly valued personal bonds, which made Hiruzen glad he had protected him from Danzo's rumors in the past. After Sakumo left, the other mentors arrived one by one. They raised no objections and left after receiving their students' profiles. Dash. Late evening. Hiruzen was still in his office, waiting for one more person. After some time, the flying thunder god Kunoha on his desk trembled slightly. The air distorted, and a figure appeared. Sorry for being late, Lord Hokage, Minato Namikaze said with a slight bow. I should be thanking you for your hard work, Hiruzen replied with a smile. It must have been difficult to return from the land of lightning. It's no trouble, Minato said, shaking his head. These are the members of the third team you'll be leading, Hiruzen said, handing over a file. They seem promising, Minato said after reading the file, smiling. Kakashi Hatake needed no introduction. Although Uchiha Obito and Might Guy had weaker theoretical scores, their practical skills were strong. Do you know why Uchiha Obito was chosen? Hiruzen asked, narrowing his eyes. I understand, Minato said, realizing the reason. It's because of his Uchiha lineage. Correct. Hiruzen nodded solemnly. I hope Obito can help ease the tension between the village and the Uchiha clan. I believe they'll understand your intentions, Minato said confidently. Chapter 112, 112. The Assembly of Tsunade's Squad. Dash. The next day, in the classroom of Grade 5, Class A. Hanekawa and the others were seated early, eagerly awaiting the team assignments. It has to be Rin. Uchiha Obito clasped his hands together, praying earnestly. Good morning, senpais, a cheerful voice greeted them as Uchiha Shisui walked into the classroom with a bright smile. Shisui. Sarutobi Asuma asked in surprise. Why are you? Oh. Are you teaming up with us? I think so, Shisui replied with a slight nod. But I don't know the exact details yet. No matter who it is, it's great that we're all together again, Asuma said, clearly pleased. Perhaps this was all orchestrated by that man. Dash. A few minutes later, Ichiro walked into the classroom. The chatter stopped immediately as everyone turned to him with anticipation. Congratulations on graduating, Ichiro said seriously. But the world outside is not like school. Danger lurks everywhere, and caution must be your constant companion. As a teacher, he had witnessed too many of his students perish. In times of war, a graduating class often struggled to maintain even a 50% survival rate, a grim reality. Now, let's announce the team assignments, Ichiro continued, his tone softening slightly. Hanekawa. At this, Kurane Ui, Uchiha Obito, and the others immediately tensed up. Kurane Ui, Ryoichiro said next. Yes. Kurane stood up excitedly. Sarutobi Asuma sensed things weren't going in his favor. Just as Hanekawa had predicted, the chances of them being in the same team were slim. He couldn't help feeling envious. Hanekawa truly had it all. Rin Nohara, Ryoichiro added, glancing at his list. The three of you will form the first squad. No. Uchiha Obito shot up in disbelief. Why Rin? Rin was momentarily stunned, taking a few seconds to process the announcement. I'm on the same team as Hanekawa? She was genuinely surprised. Normally, a team would only have one medical ninja. She hadn't expected this outcome at all, but being on Hanekawa's team made her happy. One major advantage was that she could better learn medical ninjutsu from him. Obito, this was decided by the Hokage, Ichiro said with a shake of his head. I'm going to see him. Obito exclaimed, his emotions overwhelming his rationality. A cold, oppressive aura began to emanate from him. In his eyes, a single black tomo spun into existence. Sharingan? Ichiro instinctively stepped back. Obito. Rin exclaimed, grabbing his arm in shock. Rin, I. Obito looked at her, gradually regaining his composure. Obito, your eyes. Might Guy suddenly pointed out. Obito blinked in surprise, realizing what had happened. He clenched his fists. Power. He could feel it, real, tangible power surging through him. Ha ha ha. Obito laughed uncontrollably. I awakened it. I finally awakened my Sharingan. Congratulations, Obito-senpai, Shisui said, though his feelings were complicated. He knew many Uchiha awakened their Sharingan through witnessing tragedy, often in battle or during a teammate's death. But Obito's awakening was unusual, to say the least. Kakashi Hatake and Sarutobi Asuma were surprised, though not overly so. After all, they had already seen Shisui's Sharingan multiple times. Compared to Shisui, Obito was several years late in awakening his. Hanekawa, however, was calm, having anticipated it. Still, this felt odd. Was this the power of jealousy? No, not exactly. After all, Rin had never explicitly expressed romantic feelings for Obito in the original story. Dash. Quiet. Ichiro coughed to regain order. Second squad, Uchiha Shisui, Sarutobi Asuma, and Shizune. Looking forward to working with you, Asuma-senpai, Shisui said, glancing at Asuma. As for Shizune, seated farther away, Shisui could only offer her a polite look. No problem, Asuma replied, nodding. Teaming up with Shisui left him quite satisfied. Shizune, meanwhile, was stunned. She hadn't expected such strong teammates but saw it as a good thing. Dash. Third squad, Ryoichiro continued. Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy. Kakashi. Guy jumped up, his face filled with excitement. This is the bond of our youth. Kakashi sighed internally, resigned to his fate. His worst fear had come true. There was no escaping Guy's enthusiasm now. Meanwhile, Obito sat there, utterly dejected. Not only had he failed to be on Rin's team, but he also had to watch her team up with Hanekawa. It was a nightmare. Even the joy of awakening his Sharingan couldn't dispel his gloom. Dash. Third squad. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared at the door. Obito, it's Lord Minato. Rin exclaimed in surprise. Obito slowly lifted his head, recalling who Minato was. One of the legendary Chunin, Jiraiya student and a prominent young ninja of his generation. This thought brightened Obito's mood slightly. At least the teacher is remarkable. Maybe someday, I can defeat Hanekawa. No, not maybe. Definitely. Uchiha Obito glanced at his newly awakened Sharingan. The power it held gave him immense confidence. One tomo might not be enough, but with 3 tomo, I can definitely win. Dash. Let's go. Kakashi stood up, signaling the group to leave. Kakashi, Obito, see you tomorrow. Rin waved goodbye to them. Dash. After Minato Namikaze, the next teacher to arrive was Sakumo Hatake. He scanned the classroom with a bright smile. Second squad, he announced. Our teacher is the White Fang of Konoha. Asuma exclaimed in satisfaction. Shisui and Shizuan, having heard of Sakumo Hatake's legendary reputation, were also delighted. Though unlike Asuma, they didn't show their excitement outwardly and simply stood quietly. Dash. Now, only Hanekawa, Rin Nohara, and Kurane Ui remained. Hanekawa, Kurane asked after a moment, unable to hold back her curiosity, is our team leader Lady Tsunade? Yeah, Hanekawa sighed. She's probably still sleeping in. Hey. Rin looked at him in shock. To her, Tsunade was the most outstanding medical ninja and her idol. As expected, Kurane muttered, already familiar with Tsunade's habits thanks to Hanekawa's complaints. Rin glanced around, hesitant to speak. Tsunade's image in her mind began to waver. Dash. Half an hour later, the door swung open. Hey there. Tsunade entered nonchalantly. I'm your squad leader, Tsunade. You're late, sensei, Hanekawa said, clearly displeased. Watch your mouth, kid, Tsunade retorted, flicking his forehead lightly. Alright, follow me. With that, she strode out. This doesn't seem promising, Rin thought to herself, finding Tsunade's behavior rather unreliable. The three quickly followed her, and soon Hanekawa realized their destination was the school rooftop. Of course, the rooftop, he thought. It's almost a cliché for undercover operatives. Dash. Introduce yourselves, and focus on the ninjutsu you've mastered, Tsunade instructed, leaning against the railing and surveying the academy before turning to face them. Sensei, haven't you already read our profiles? Hanekawa couldn't help but ask. Too much talking, kid. Tsunade flicked his forehead again. Rin and Kurane exchanged awkward glances but remained silent. You go first, Kurane, Tsunade said, pointing at her casually. I'm Kurane Ui, Kurane began. I specialize in genjutsu and water-style techniques. The jutsu I've mastered include the water dragon bullet technique. Good, Tsunade nodded in approval. Although she wasn't at Hanekawa's level, Kurane was undoubtedly a prodigy. Particularly, her mastery of Tobirama Senju's water-style techniques struck a chord with Tsunade. While Konoha had many ninja, those who practiced water-style jutsu were rare, making Kurane's skills all the more precious. Dash. I'm Rin Nohara, Rin said shyly. I haven't learned many techniques. Aside from the basic transformation, substitution, and clone jutsu, I only know the healing jutsu. She glanced at Hanekawa as she spoke, since he had taught her the healing jutsu. Medical ninjutsu is notoriously difficult. Learning the healing jutsu is impressive, Tsunade said with a smile. Thank you, sensei, Rin replied, visibly relieved. Dash. Your turn, kid, Tsunade said, looking at Hanekawa. Do I really need to? Hanekawa asked, puzzled. Don't you already know everything about me? I do, but your teammates don't, Tsunade said with a knowing look. You'll be working together for a long time. It's important to understand each other's strengths. Alright, Hanekawa conceded and began listing his skills. Unlike most students, he had mastered an extensive range of techniques excluding earth, water, and wind styles. His repertoire included genjutsu, kenjutsu, taijutsu, lightning style, fire style, and medical ninjutsu, over 40 techniques in total. Kurane and Rin were dumbfounded, while even Tsunade found his abilities extraordinary. Most academy students spent 6 years mastering basic techniques, yet Hanekawa had achieved so much in just 5 years. Well, let's leave it at that, Tsunade said, waving her hand dismissively. Meet at my house tomorrow morning. Yes, sensei, Rin and Kurane responded in unison. Dismissed. Tsunade then put an arm around Hanekawa. You're coming with me to the Hokage's office. We're getting 2 missions. Wait, Hanekawa asked, confused. Aren't you going to test our abilities first? He recalled Kakashi mentioning that testing their strength, like the bell test, was a tradition among Hokage line mentors. With your skills, there's no need for a test, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Chapter 113, 113. Learning the Yin Seal. Hokage Building, Mission Hall. Hanekawa looked at the list of missions on the bulletin board and asked, Sensei, what rank of mission should we take? Tsunade casually pointed and said, newly formed ninja teams can only take D-rank missions. Hanekawa was slightly taken aback. In the original story, this was indeed mentioned. But what surprised him was that Tsunade was actually following the rules. Basic missions are meant to help you, as recent graduates, quickly get accustomed to the role of a ninja. Tsunade glanced at Hanekawa and immediately knew what he was thinking. Then why were all the missions I did before B-rank or higher? Hanekawa blinked and asked. Because you weren't a ninja back then. Tsunade paused, then added, having you do basic missions gives me time to teach you. That's the real reason, isn't it? Hanekawa understood. Stop talking nonsense and pick a mission. Tsunade raised her hand and knocked him on the head. This one looks good. After looking for a while, Hanekawa's eyes suddenly lit up. Help Granny Cat complete the book Paw Encyclopedia. In simple terms, it involved catching ninja cats and having them stamp their paw prints in the book. Although it was a D-rank mission, it wasn't easy. After all, ninja cats were fast and agile, and catching them would take some effort. Alright. After a moment of thought, Tsunade nodded. Hanekawa walked up, exchanged a few words with the staff, and received the corresponding mission scroll. By the way, congratulations on graduating. Tsunade suddenly remembered something and smiled. Any rewards for graduating? Hanekawa casually asked. Reward? Let me pat your head. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she reached out her hand. Hanekawa tilted his head slightly and dodged. Why did you have to grow so tall, you brat? Tsunade immediately frowned, her tone slightly annoyed. She was 163 centimeters tall, and now Hanekawa was already 160 centimeters. That just means you raised me well. Hanekawa flashed a bright smile. Tsunade looked at him and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Without realizing it, he had already grown up. That face of his was going to cause trouble for so many girls. Even she had to admit he was handsome. Sensei. Hanekawa waved his hand in front of her eyes. Let's go find the old man. Tsunade snapped out of it and said. Why are we looking for the Hokage? Hanekawa followed her upstairs, looking confused. You'll find out soon. Tsunade casually replied, then kicked the door open. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and quickly hid the manga redo of Healer he was reading. Did you change the door again? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. The kick felt different today. Can you focus on something else for once? Hiruzen couldn't help but retort. Of course I can. Tsunade reached out her hand. I just took on 2 new students. Give me the second Hokage's water-style jutsu. Are you teaching it to Uchiha Clan? Hiruzen glanced at Hanekawa and asked. Yes. Tsunade nodded. Her talent in water style won't disgrace the second Hokage's legacy. Do as you see fit. Hiruzen had no objections. You're the Hokage, after all. I should at least inform you before taking so many jutsu. Tsunade chuckled. You still remember I'm the Hokage? Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he shot back. See you. Tsunade laughed and dragged Hanekawa away. As for where the water style scroll was, she naturally knew. Sensei. Hanekawa thought of something and asked, don't we have a backup at home? No. Tsunade was rummaging through the jutsu storage room. No one learns water style, so it's not needed. I see. Hanekawa walked over, took the scroll, and said, then I'll learn it too. Didn't you already learn lightning style and fire style? Tsunade's tone became more serious. Don't bite off more than you can chew. I think it's pretty easy. Hanekawa coughed lightly. Besides, the Hokage mastered all 5 elements. I can do it too. Kid, do you even hear yourself? Tsunade couldn't help but glare at him. Do you think the old man has poor talent? That's not what I meant. Hanekawa quickly shook his head. Let's talk after you learn the yin seal. Tsunade put away the scroll and said. Sensei, are you finally going to teach me the yin seal? Hanekawa couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The effects of the yin seal were undeniable. Just the ability to store chakra in advance would make most ninja envious. In addition, it also offered eternal youth, instant healing, enhanced attacks, and kept the body in peak condition. Of course, it had to be used in conjunction with the yin seal, release and the creation rebirth, 100 healings jutsu. I didn't teach you before because your body wasn't fully developed. Tsunade looked him up and down, stroking her chin. But now, it's about time. What kind of rogue behavior is this? Hanekawa followed Tsunade out of the Hokage building. Uchiha Shisui returned to the Uchiha clan's compound. Recalling his recent battle with Hatake Sakumo, he couldn't help but marvel at the legendary White Fang of the Leaf. Even with Sarutobi Asuma and Shizuan, the 3 of them couldn't land a single hit on him. Shisui's most skilled sword techniques were full of openings in front of him. He couldn't help but look forward to future training. With Sakumo's guidance, his swordsmanship would surely reach new heights. Shisui. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Shisui instinctively looked up. It was Uchiha Fugaku. And it seemed he had come early, just to wait for Shisui's return. Clan leader. Shisui quickly stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Who's your team leader? Fugaku got straight to the point. In the Leaf Village, as a major clan, the Uchiha had certain privileges or flexibility. For example, after Shisui graduated, Fugaku could have assigned an Uchiha Jonin to be his team leader. After all, in their eyes, non-Uchiha ninja would only hold him back. But with Fugaku's permission, Shisui followed the normal graduation process. It's Hatake Sakumo. Shisui replied. Him. Fugaku's face showed surprise. In the current Leaf Village, Sakumo's reputation was on par with the legendary Chunin. In other words, he was among the top-tier ninja, second only to the Hokage. Fugaku fell into deep thought. He knew Hiruzen well, and this move must have deeper implications. Was it a gesture of goodwill toward the Uchiha clan? Who are your teammates? Fugaku continued. Sarutobi Asuma and Shizuan. Shisui answered. Asuma. Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. Now he was certain that Hiruzen was extending an olive branch to the Uchiha clan. This was undoubtedly a positive sign. Because Fugaku had no intention of rebelling. What about Obito? Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked. His sensei is Namikaze Minato. Shisui answered truthfully. What? Fugaku was surprised again. Minato was Jiraiya's student, which meant Obito had entered the Hokage's lineage. Good. Fugaku's face showed a smile. Hiruzen's sincerity was evident, and Fugaku was quite satisfied. He should reciprocate by reigning in the hardliners within the clan. Too bad. Fugaku shook his head. If you and Obito had switched senseis, it would have been perfect. Sakumo was excellent, but he wasn't part of the Hokage's lineage. As for Obito, his strength and talent were far inferior to Shisui's, making it unlikely for him to compete for the Hokage position in the future. The Uchiha clan had been longing for a Hokage for a long time. Fugaku thought of Shimura Danzo and couldn't help but sigh softly. A new day. You two, listen to Lady Tsunade, understand? Uchiha Kurene's father, Uchiha Shinku, asked with a smile. Ever since learning that Kurene's team leader was Tsunade, his good mood had lasted until now. He described the situation with 4 words, bringing honor to the family. He felt that the day the Uchiha clan would become a major clan wasn't far off. You're so annoying. Kurene said with slight annoyance. You've already said this many times yesterday. Hanekawa could understand Shinku's excitement. After all, in the ninja world, it was incredibly difficult for ordinary ninja to stand out. By the late stages, it had become an era of relying on family and bloodlines. Hanekawa, let's go. Kurene grabbed his hand, her face beaming with joy. That brat. Shinku's smile instantly froze. Hanekawa, what do you think Tsunade-sensei will teach me? Kurene asked with anticipation. The second Hokage's water-style jutsu. Hanekawa paused, then added, from now on, you'll be the second Hokage's indirect student. Wow. Kurene's eyes lit up. Does that mean I'm on the same level as the Hokage? Theoretically, yes. Hanekawa thought for a moment and replied. Then, what should you call me? Kurene turned around, blocking his path, and asked with a playful smile. Hanekawa reached out, cupped her face, and gave it a good squeeze. What are you doing? Kurene felt the warmth on her face, her heart skipping a beat. She instinctively lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Making you face reality. Hanekawa smirked. Your face is pretty soft. Kurene's face turned bright red in an instant. She quickly turned away, stammering, Tsunade-sensei must be waiting for us. Let's go. So cute. Hanekawa followed her. Soon, the two arrived at Tsunade's house. Hanekawa, Kurene. Rin had arrived earlier and greeted them. Good morning, Rin. Kurene replied with a bright smile. You seem really happy today. Rin was slightly surprised. It's because we're going to learn jutsu from Tsunade-sensei. Kurene's face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. Aren't you happy? I'm happy too. Rin smiled gently. I've always dreamed of becoming a medical ninja, and now I can finally make that dream come true. Why do you want to be a medical ninja? Kurene asked with interest. I don't want to see my comrades get hurt. Rin thought for a moment and replied. Rin, you're so kind. Kurene couldn't help but praise her. Not really. Rin smiled shyly. Why aren't you going in? Kurene pointed at the door and asked. Tsunade-sensei isn't awake yet. I didn't want to disturb her. Rin explained. Don't spoil her. Hanekawa took out a key and walked toward the door. She's the kind of person who... The kind of person who what? The door suddenly opened, and Tsunade stood there with a blank expression. Deserves to be treated seriously. Hanekawa quickly changed his tone. I can't keep this student talking behind my back. Tsunade snorted, clearly displeased. Then, who's going to cook for you? Hanekawa asked with a hint of amusement. What do you want for breakfast? Pork ramen. Tsunade glared at him. Kurene and Rin exchanged glances, feeling that the two of them didn't seem like teacher and student at all. Have you two eaten? Tsunade turned to them and asked. Yes. Kurene and Rin replied. From now on, you don't have to eat before coming here. Just have Hanekawa cook for you. Tsunade walked over, handed them 2 scrolls, and said, while we have time, I'll start teaching you. Rin would learn medical ninjutsu, while Kurene would learn water-style jutsu. Although Tsunade wasn't particularly skilled in water-style, her vast knowledge and experience made her more than capable of teaching the basics. Sensei, come eat. Half an hour later, Hanekawa's voice called out. Keep practicing. Tsunade instructed them and walked into the living room. She sat at the dining table and casually tossed Hanekawa a scroll. It was the Yin seal. Hanekawa opened the scroll and began reading. The Yin seal, originating from the Uzumaki clan, was a combination of sealing and medical ninjutsu. First, a chakra reservoir was created on the forehead using sealing techniques. Once filled, the Yin seal would be complete. Next was the application of medical ninjutsu, which involved fine-tuning chakra to achieve optimal physical condition. In the original story, Haruno Sakura took about 3 years to master it. Hanekawa had initially estimated the same, but after obtaining the C-rank talent Genius Genin, which increased his chakra capacity by 50%, he believed he could cut that time in half. Let's go catch some cats. After finishing her ramen, Tsunade stood up and headed out. At the tool shop, they met Granny Cat and received the paw encyclopedia. Their task was to head to the empty district, catch ninja cats, and have them stamp their paw prints in the book. Rin and Kurene, this mission is yours. Tsunade stopped Hanekawa and said, you're not allowed to use ninjutsu, but you can gather chakra at the soles of your feet. This was a training exercise in chakra control. Hanekawa immediately understood it was similar to water walking and tree climbing, but more challenging. Now, I'll teach you the yin seal. Tsunade ignored Kurane and Rin and turned to Hanekawa. Chapter 114, 114. The C-rank mission in the Land of Grass. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Team 1, led by Hanekawa, spent their time alternating between learning ninjutsu and completing missions. Since they primarily handled D-rank missions and were highly skilled, the tasks didn't take much time. In just 3 months, they completed over 100 D-rank missions, meeting the criteria for taking on C-rank missions. Hanekawa followed Tsunade to the Hokage Tower's mission hall. Compared to D-rank missions, C-rank missions were more challenging and involved a certain level of danger. For example, in the original story, Naruto and his team's first C-rank mission was to escort the bridge builder Tsunade. Ignoring the fact that Tsunade hid crucial information, most C-rank missions were escort missions, protecting individuals or sensitive information. While Tsunade browsed the mission options, Hanekawa accessed his skill system. After 3 months of training, his progress with the yin seal was still at the beginner level, with the progress bar at 15%. Hanekawa wasn't surprised and remained patient. Besides working on the yin seal, he also found time to learn 3 sensory ninjutsu, unlocking a new trait. D-rank talent trait, Sensory Genin. Trigger condition, acquire 3 sensory ninjutsu. Effect, all sensory ninjutsu effects are increased by 30%. Note, learning more sensory ninjutsu may advance the trait to the C-rank Sensory Chunin. The 3 sensory ninjutsu Hanekawa learned were long distance vision, earth listening, and sensory expansion technique. Long distance vision enhanced eyesight, akin to a telescope. Earth listening allowed one to detect ground activity through vibrations. Sensory expansion technique expanded perception, resembling a much weaker version of the Kagura mind's eye. Hanekawa's teammates made significant progress too. Kurane mastered water release, water formation wall, which Tobirama Senjo had simplified from 5 hand seals to just 2. Additionally, only Tobirama's version could rotate in a circular fashion, offering all-around defense, unlike the single-sided barrier others created. Nohara Rin showed even greater improvement, having started with a weaker foundation. Under Tsunade's guidance, her skills advanced rapidly. She mastered hemostasis jutsu, anesthesia jutsu, and basic poison neutralization jutsu, along with acquiring critical medical knowledge. Hey, stop daydreaming and give me an idea, Tsunade said, knocking on Hanekawa's head. Just pick anything, they're all the same to me, Hanekawa replied nonchalantly. Having done numerous B-rank missions, C-rank missions felt as routine as a walk in the park, assuming they didn't get an unreliable client like Tsunade. The land of lightning is unstable, we might run into trouble, Tsunade muttered before asking, how about the land of grass? The land of grass? Hanekawa's interest was piqued. In the original series, the land of grass didn't appear much but had its moments, like Keirin's backstory and the movies Hisoki Castle and Box of Ultimate Bliss. Sure, Hanekawa said, glancing at the mission. The mission was simple, escort a merchant named Raiwichiro to the capital of the land of grass. C-rank missions typically didn't involve ninja battles, with most threats coming from rogue samurai, bandits, or pirates. Outside the 5 great nations, smaller countries were often chaotic. This one, then, Tsunade said, choosing the mission. With their strength, as Hanekawa noted, any C-rank mission would be manageable. After collecting the mission scroll, Tsunade and Hanekawa returned home, where Kurane and Rin were still training. Both worked diligently since their abilities were far below Hanekawa's. In addition to them, 3 others were present today. Hanekawa, long time no see. Sarutobi Asuma greeted him with a smug expression, clearly eager to boast. Let me tell you. Did you finish a C-rank mission? Hanekawa interrupted. How did you know? Asuma stammered, his triumphant air vanishing as he turned to Uchiha Shisui and Shizun. Did you secretly tell him? Shisui and Shizun shook their heads. You're just too obvious, Hanekawa replied, cutting off Asuma's chance to show off. Damn it. Asuma was so frustrated that he nearly spat blood. Team 1, take the rest of the day off, Tsunade said before leaving. She didn't linger, partly because she didn't want to intrude on the younger generation's conversation, and partly because she'd spent the past 3 months teaching Hanekawa's team and hadn't had much time to visit the casino. Now, she could finally relax. Let's go. Asuma clapped his hands. I just got my mission pay. Let's have a barbecue. Not bad, it's rare to see you being so generous, Kurane said, pausing her training and running over to Hanekawa. Sarutobi Asuma was left speechless. All those times I treated you before, you never noticed. The 6 of them arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Do you know what kind of mission we just completed? As soon as they sat down, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't resist and brought it up. What's there to talk about when it's just a C-rank mission? Hanekawa, uninterested, flipped the beef slices on the grill. Exactly, why Kurane chimed in. Asuma instantly wore a pained expression. Uchiha Shisui and Shizun couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. What kind of mission was it? Nohara Rin, being kind-hearted, picked up on Asuma's topic. It was for selecting the guardian ninja for the daime of the Land of Fire. Asuma's expression transformed to one of excitement as he proudly shared. And were you chosen? Hanekawa asked casually. Of course, not. Asuma coughed awkwardly. The daime invited Sakumo-sensei to be the examiner. So you ended up doing nothing. Hanekawa glanced at him. The daimyo values me highly. Asuma insisted proudly. If I wanted, he'd definitely pick me to be a guardian ninja. Do you want to go? Hanekawa smirked slightly. No. Asuma shook his head decisively. Anything interesting happened during the mission? Hanekawa asked as he flipped the sizzling meat. Yes, Asuma said, grilling the meat as he spoke. I learned that outside Konoha, there are other ninja factions, like the Fire Temple. Fire Temple's Chiriko is quite strong, Shisui chimed in. He's about our age and nearly defeated Asuma-senpai. What do you mean nearly? Asuma protested. There's a huge gap between us. Hanekawa remained calm, focusing on grilling. Both Asuma and Chiriko were guardian ninja in the original story, with Asuma having a bounty of 35 million RY and Chiriko 30 million RY. Chiriko was targeted by the Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Haiden, and Asuma died trying to rescue him. Once the barbecue was over, they returned to Tsunade's house to train. Asuma challenged Hanekawa to a sparring match and, unsurprisingly, was soundly defeated. Despite learning a new wind release and fire release jutsu, the gap between them was too vast to bridge with techniques alone. Hanekawa, meanwhile, took the opportunity to learn both jutsu for free. See you next time. As night fell, Asuma, Shisui, and Shizune left. Don't forget to arrive early tomorrow, Hanekawa reminded. Our teacher accepted a C-rank mission to escort Raiichiro to the land of grass. Finally, no more D-rank missions. Kurane exclaimed with excitement. Rin smiled softly. Unlike D-rank missions, which rarely required her medical skills, this mission promised opportunities to put her abilities to use. The next day. At Konoha's gate, a man approached Tsunade eagerly. Are you Lady Tsunade? He asked respectfully. I am, Tsunade replied calmly. This is truly my luck. Raiichiro exclaimed in excitement. To have one of the legendary Sunin escorting me for a C-rank mission fee, how fortunate. The two young men accompanying him immediately bowed to Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei is amazing. Kurane whispered with admiration. Yes, Rin nodded vigorously. Tsunade's fame extended far beyond Konoha, even if her personality could be unpredictable. Let's go, Tsunade said with a faint smile. She glanced at Hanekawa, noting his indifferent expression while the others beamed with excitement. Hanekawa, you take the lead and handle reconnaissance, she instructed. You've learned sensory techniques, unlike Kurane and Rin. Understood. Hanekawa moved to the front. Tsunade and Kurane positioned themselves on either side to protect Rin, Raiichiro, and his two companions. By the second evening, the group arrived in the land of grass. We'll rest here for the night, Tsunade announced, noticing Raiichiro and his companions visibly exhausted. Kurane set up tents, Rin gathered firewood, and Hanekawa prepared dinner. After the meal, Raiichiro and his companions shared a tent while Hanekawa and the others sat around a campfire. Once we're in the land of grass, we might encounter Grass Village ninja, Tsunade warned. They have a poor reputation, so stay vigilant. Hanekawa recalled the original story's description of Grass Village. Known for stealing and reverse engineering other villages' techniques, they often resorted to theft or force to acquire jutsu. Their treatment of Karin and her mother was a perfect example of their ruthless nature. Chapter 115, 115. Hanekawa interrogates the kunoichi. It's about time. For safety, we'll take turns keeping watch again tonight, just like last night, Tsunade instructed as she glanced at the darkening sky. Hanekawa and Kurane will take the first half of the night and Rin and I will take the second half. Yes, the three of them replied in unison. Rin, let's get some sleep, Tsunade said, standing up and heading toward another tent. Rin quickly followed her. When Hanekawa had worked on missions with Tsunade before, they hadn't needed to keep watch because there was no employer involved. Now, protecting ordinary people like Raiichiro and his companions made it a necessity. Traps alone weren't foolproof. Want to rest? Hanekawa patted his lap. I can keep watch on my own. Aren't you going to sleep? Kurane asked. I'm not tired, Hanekawa said, pointing at his forehead. Besides, I need time to refine chakra for my yin seal anyway. The first stage of the yin seal involved slowly accumulating chakra over time and sealing it on the forehead. Alright then. Kurane pressed her lips together, her face slightly flushed. Hanekawa spread a carpet on the ground and patted it. Kurane glanced at him, then rested her head on his lap, closing her eyes as her cheeks turned even redder. Even though they had done the same thing the night before, she still felt shy. Hanekawa chuckled softly as he gently stroked her head. As night deepened, he simultaneously refined chakra and kept an eye on the traps he'd set. After some time, Tsunade and Rin emerged from their tent. Hanekawa stopped his training and woke Kurane. You've got a soft spot for women, don't you, kid? Tsunade teased with a light laugh. Kurane bowed her head, too embarrassed to respond. Let's go sleep, sensei, Hanekawa said nonchalantly, pulling Kurane toward the tent. Gee, good night, Kurane stammered as she quickly climbed into her sleeping bag, turning away from Hanekawa in embarrassment. Hanekawa chuckled as he laid down in his own sleeping bag. The next day. After breakfast, the seven of them resumed their journey. As they entered the land of grass, a vast expanse of endless grassland stretched out before them. Kurane, seeing it for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Rin, equally curious, looked around with wide eyes. However, the novelty soon wore off. Beyond the grass, there was nothing but more grass, and the monotony began to dull their senses. After 3 hours of walking, the grasslands finally gave way to an abandoned village. There are ninja nearby, Tsunade suddenly said, stepping closer to Hanekawa. Hanekawa immediately focused and performed the sensory diffusion technique. Within the village's buildings, he detected 8 ninjas, 2 with the chakra levels of Chunin and 6 genin. Encountering so many ninjas during a C-rank mission? Hanekawa's eye twitched. Had Tsunade sucked away all his luck? How dare they try to ambush us? Hanekawa muttered in confusion. The ninja from Grass Village probably don't recognize me, Tsunade replied casually. Although her name was famous, not every ninja had seen her in person. Apart from the major villages and those involved in the Ninja World Wars, most smaller villages had only heard of her. Besides, Tsunade wasn't wearing a ninja vest or Konoha forward protector. The Grass Village ninja couldn't have imagined that one of the legendary Chunin would be escorting merchants on a C-rank mission. You handle them, Tsunade said indifferently. With 2 Chunin and 6 genin, Tsunade had no interest in getting involved. Got it, Hanekawa replied. The ninja from small villages were often overrated. He even felt that Kurane and Rin could handle them on their own. Kurane, let's head into the village to check things out, Hanekawa said after a moment of thought. All right. Noticing the look in his eyes, Kurane felt a slight tremor in her heart as she walked over to his side. There are 4 ninjas on the left and 4 on the right. Get ready for combat, Hanekawa whispered before heading toward the village. Kurane maintained a calm expression but prepared herself, her chakras surging as she readied for action. She was both nervous and excited. This was her first mission outside the village and her first life and death battle. When they reached the village entrance, Hanekawa stopped. Body flicker technique. His body accelerated sharply, leaving an afterimage in his place. Seeing this, Kurane immediately activated her jutsu. Hanekawa went right, and she targeted the left. Water style, water dragon bullet. Kurane tilted her head back, releasing a stream of water from her mouth. The water surged forward and transformed midair into a roaring water dragon. Dodge it, someone shouted in panic. The water dragon descended from the sky, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. Water splashed everywhere, collapsing buildings and exposing 4 disheveled figures. 2 of the genin couldn't evade in time and were sent flying, skidding over 10 meters before crashing into the ground, dazed and battered. As Kurane completed her hand seals, a scream rang out from the right. Hanekawa appeared like a flash in front of the nearest enemy, his thunderfire sword stabbing mercilessly through the man's body. Blood splattered. The young ninja didn't even see who killed him before collapsing lifelessly. Damn it! The older man, wearing a Grass Village forward protector, realized they'd underestimated their opponents. But there was no time for regret. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, ghost lanterns. Ghostly flames appeared around him, flying straight toward Hanekawa. The 2 younger ninjas behind him also reacted, hurling a barrage of kunao. Leaf style, dance of the crescent moon. Hanekawa created 2 shadow clones, each wielding a thunderfire sword. In an instant, they deflected the incoming kunao. As sparks flew, the clones closed the distance to the 2 younger ninjas. Meanwhile, Hanekawa, as the original, remained still and extended his right hand. Lightning chakra gathered rapidly, and several arrow-like white bolts shot from his palm, precisely striking and destroying the ghostly flames. Body flicker technique. Hanekawa shifted again, pulling out his thunderfire sword. The older man barely registered the blur before Hanekawa was above him. In a desperate reflex, he tried to lift his hands, only to realize in horror that he couldn't move. Leaf style, willow. Sword shadows filled the air, mesmerizing and overwhelming the older man. Hanekawa's body moved like a phantom, and his thunderfire sword sliced through the air. A cold flash of steel. The thunderfire sword pierced the man's neck. You. He managed to utter one word before blood gushed out uncontrollably. He fell backward, sinking into eternal sleep. Hanekawa dispelled the shadow clones, which had already dispatched the 2 genin even faster than he could. He turned to look toward Kurane. On her side, only the strongest enemy, a female Chunin, remained, though she was barely holding on. Just then, the situation shifted. The female Chunin threw a smoke bomb, engulfing herself in the nearby buildings in thick fog. Kurane immediately grew alert, scanning her surroundings warily. But Hanekawa raised an eyebrow and instantly activated body flicker technique once more. The female Chunin wasn't attempting an ambush, she was trying to escape. She sprinted out of the smoke at full speed, dashing into the distance. But in the next second, a figure materialized in front of her. Get out of my way, the female Chunin snarled upon seeing Hanekawa. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Hanekawa clapped his hands together. The female Chunin, mid-sprint, suddenly stumbled. Instinctively, she looked down and saw 2 vines wrapping tightly around her legs. Ah! In that brief moment of shock, her body was lifted by the vines and slammed into a tree behind her. More branches and vines extended, binding her firmly against the tree. You bastard! Let me go, the female Chunin yelled, struggling against her restraints. In the original series, Kurane used demonic illusion, tree binding death on Ataki Uchiha, but it was reflected back. However, this female Chunin was no Ataki. She didn't even realize she was caught in a genjutsu. This genjutsu, which allowed the target to remain conscious, was often used for extracting information. Since they had captured a Grass Village ninja, Hanekawa decided to ask about Karin and her mother. Even if they weren't involved, he needed to know why they had been ambushed. They tricked me. Damn it. Kurane complained as she approached. Most ninjas don't care about morals. Hanekawa said, patting her head. If they can win, they fight, if not, they run. That's just the way it is. Got it. Kurane stuck out her tongue playfully. Go report the situation to sensei. I'll handle the interrogation, Hanekawa said, glancing at the bound female Chunin. From his perspective, the tree didn't exist. She was standing in place, struggling as if having a fit. Okay. Kurane turned and headed toward Tsunade. Their battle had naturally drawn the attention of their companions. Rin had wanted to help, but Tsunade stopped her, reminding her that a medical ninja didn't need to engage in combat. Hanekawa stepped closer to the female Chunin. He raised his hand, letting crackling lightning envelop his palm. Why did you attack us? He asked. The grass village will kill all of you, she replied defiantly. Grass village? Hanekawa chuckled. You clearly don't understand your situation. With a casual wave, the lightning struck her body. Ah! The female Chunin screamed in agony. Her hair stood on end, her skin charred, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Soon, her eyes rolled back, tears and drool running down her face. Do you want another round? Hanekawa asked, lowering his hand. I'll talk, she finally relented, stammering out the reason for their ambush. It had nothing to do with Raiwichiro, it was simply because they looked like an easy target with only 3 genin. As Tsunade had guessed, the grass village ninja hadn't recognized her. Does your village have a red-haired woman? Someone who can recover from injuries and replenish chakra by biting her? Hanekawa asked. How do you know that? The female Chunin responded, shocked. Where is she? Hanekawa lifted his hand again. She went with Lord Junshijin to Takigakure on a mission, the female Chunin said, trembling. Hanekawa asked a few more questions before calmly ending her life with a single slash of his sword. He had killed before during B-rank missions with Tsunade, so he felt little emotion about it. In the ninja world, it was kill or be killed. Hanekawa bore no psychological burden. Chapter 116, 116. Tsunade's Fury. Did you get any useful intel? Tsunade asked as Hanekawa approached. Their goal in ambushing us was to capture us, interrogate us for Konoha's jutsu, and then dispose of us. Hanekawa spoke softly, but they underestimated our strength. There are many such shinobi in the ninja world. You all need to be more cautious in the future. Tsunade nodded slightly and said in a serious tone. Yes, sensei. Kurane Ui and Rin Nohara answered in unison. There's also an interesting piece of intel. Hanekawa paused and said, Sensei, you might find it intriguing. Oh? What is it? Tsunade couldn't help but smile, her tone light. It's not easy to pique my interest, you know. The grass village recently captured a female ninja. Hanekawa said slowly, her body is quite special. Anyone who bites her can recover from injuries and replenish their chakra. What did you say? Tsunade's expression shifted, and she quickly asked, what color is her hair? Red, Hanekawa replied. Could it be? Tsunade's expression turned serious. A body with such unique traits, combined with red hair, could only point to the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world. Where is she now? Tsunade asked earnestly. Hanekawa silently thought, just as I expected. Tsunade's close ties to Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki meant she would never turn a blind eye to a ninja suspected of being from the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan had produced 2 Jinkriki for the 9 tails and had greatly contributed to Konoha's sealing techniques. Yet both Konoha and the Senjo clan owed the Uzumaki clan a debt, especially since the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out. In the land of waterfalls, Hanekawa said, recounting the intel about the captured female Chunin. The person in charge, Sunjin, was a Jainin from the grass village, and the captive was a Chunin. Though the specific details of their mission were unclear, their general location was known. For Tsunade, that was enough. Biting her thumb, she pressed her hand to the ground and performed the summoning jutsu. With a poof, smoke filled the air, and Katsuyu appeared. Katsuyu, I need your help. Go back to Konoha and inform the old man. Have him dispatch the Anbu to the land of waterfalls to locate Sunjin from the grass village. Tsunade got straight to the point. Once you find his location, inform me immediately. Understood, Lady Tsunade. With another poof, Katsuyu disappeared. Let's go to the capital of Land of Grass. Tsunade turned to Kurane Ui and said, Kurane, come here. I'll help you analyze your earlier battle. Yes. Kurane felt a sense of foreboding but obediently stepped forward. What about me? Hanekawa asked proactively. Stay put. Tsunade glared at him. Hanekawa could only throw Kurane a helpless look. The two of them walked ahead to discuss. I didn't contribute much. Rin Nohara stepped forward and said apologetically. She had been watching Hanekawa and Kurane fight, which left her feeling uneasy. You're a medical ninja. Ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. Hanekawa paused and said, if you really want to fight, don't worry. Sensei isn't just an ordinary medical ninja. Rin's eyes lit up. She recalled all the stories about Tsunade. Besides her exceptional medical ninjutsu, Tsunade was also a formidable combatant. Will Kurane get scolded? Rin glanced at Kurane, who was listening with her head down, and asked. No. Hanekawa answered confidently, although Sensei's personality is a bit unpredictable, she's soft-hearted. Yes, and the layer of fat cushioning her heart is also quite soft. That's good. Rin let out a sigh of relief. She and Kurane had been training together for so long and were already good friends. Lady Tsunade is amazing. Just a few words from her gave me so much insight. After the conversation ended, Kurane ran back to them and sincerely praised her. Of course, Hanekawa said, patting her head. Our sensei is one of the finest Jonin. All right, kid. Tsunade's lips curled slightly. Go do your job. Yes, sensei. Hanekawa moved to the front of the team and resumed his role as a sensory ninja. By noon, the group finally arrived at the capital of Land of Grass. Other than a single ambush by the grass village, their journey had been relatively smooth. Thank you all for escorting us. The three clients bowed and said, I'll inform Konoha to upgrade the mission rank to B level. Although the grass village's attack wasn't directly targeting them, without Tsunade and her team, they would have been long dead. Thank you. Tsunade nodded slightly, watching them leave. Sensei, where are we heading now? Hanekawa asked. To the land of waterfalls. Tsunade glanced at them, then suddenly smiled and asked, this rescue mission is classified as A rank. Do you dare to take it on? Why wouldn't I? Kurane Yui said eagerly. After the battle with the grass village ninjas, she realized just how strong she was, and her confidence was now through the roof. It's not my first time doing an A rank mission, Hanekawa replied calmly. Only Rin Nohara seemed worried that she might be a burden. There won't be any problems. Hanekawa smiled at her and said, with sensei here, we'll be fine. Why don't I usually see you having such faith in me? Tsunade shot him a glare. Outside of missions and battles, was he even aware of how he usually acted? But such words were better left unsaid. Hanekawa still wanted to live a few more years. After restocking their supplies in the capital of Land of Grass, the group set out again. The land of waterfalls bordered the grass country, so the distance wasn't far. Both nations were small, and their respective ninja villages were equally minor. However, Takigakure, the village hidden in waterfalls, was relatively more renowned because they had the Seven Tails. Besides the Seven Tails, there was also Kakuzu, a ninja with near-immortal longevity due to his secret Earth Grudge Fear technique. In the original story, he had once fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, adhered to a money-centric philosophy, and eventually joined the Akatsuki. He and Haiden worked together to capture the Two Tails, killed Chiriku and Asuma Saratobi, but ultimately fell to Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Hatake. Once they arrived in the land of waterfalls, the group paused to wait for Katsuyu to relay the precise location of Sunjin and the other grass village members. We've been traveling non-stop for days without a proper bath. I saw a river nearby earlier, Tsunade said, stretching as she stood. Kurane, Rin, let's go. Yes, sensei. Both Kurane and Rin's eyes lit up. They were both neat freaks and had been longing for a bath, but the mission had kept them from indulging. Kid, don't peek. Tsunade glanced at Hanekawa. Don't worry, I won't let anyone peek. Hanekawa said with righteous indignation. I meant you, Tsunade said with a smirk. I'll create 2 shadow clones to keep watch, and they won't hold back if they catch you. Why would I peek? Hanekawa looked offended. That's an insult to my character. Kurane and Rin couldn't help but laugh. They naturally trusted Hanekawa, but his banter with Tsunade was entertaining. Let's go. Tsunade waved her hand and turned to leave. Kurane and Rin quickly stepped forward to follow her. Hanekawa watched their figures disappear before shifting his gaze away. Compared to peeking, he valued his life more. After some time, footsteps approached. Hanekawa turned to see Tsunade, Kurane and Rin returning after their bath, their hair still damp. But he noticed that Kurane and Rin seemed quieter than before, as if they had suffered some kind of emotional blow. Glancing at Tsunade's outfit, stretched to its limits, he immediately understood. Bathing with her must have been an intimidating experience. Kid, time to work, Tsunade said casually, sitting by the campfire. I'll help dry your hair in a moment, Hanekawa said as he stood. Hey. Rin was confused. Did you bring a hairdryer? No, Hanekawa replied with a smile. Standing behind Tsunade, he extended his hands. Fire-style chakra surged out, causing the surrounding air to distort and creating waves of warm air. What? Rin stared in astonishment. You can use it like this. He's always been creative, Kurane said with a proud smile. Rin glanced around, realizing she was the only one who hadn't experienced this yet. All done. Hanekawa ruffled Tsunade's hair lightly. He enjoyed this part. It gave him a legitimate excuse to pet heads. Even Tsunade wasn't an exception. My turn. Kurane straightened her back and scooted closer. Hanekawa moved behind her, gently patting her head before extending his hands. A few minutes later, her damp hair was completely dry. Thanks. Kurane beamed. Every time Hanekawa dried her hair, it made her feel closer to him, almost like they were a married couple. This thought made her both shy and excited. Hanekawa then moved behind Rin. Warm air flowed through her hair, and Rin lowered her head, finding the experience novel. All done. Hanekawa ruffled her hair lightly before pulling his hands back. Thank you, Rin Nohara said gratefully, not thinking much of it. There's still some time. I'll go see if there's any game nearby, Hanekawa said, glancing at the sky. I'll go with you. Kurane Yui quickly chimed in. Be careful, Tsunade reminded them. Don't wander too far. Got it. Hanekawa nodded, and Kurane grabbed his hand, pulling him along as they headed out. Tsunade watched them thoughtfully. Having grown up together, it seemed inevitable that they would end up married. But for some reason, the thought didn't bring her much joy. Was it because she was reluctant to part with that little rascal? Tsunade shook her head, dismissing such far-off thoughts. Tsunade-sensei, Rin hesitated for a moment before speaking. I want to fight, too. You're quite kind-hearted, Tsunade said, understanding her intentions and smiling. Alright then, apart from medical ninjutsu, I'll teach you some taijutsu when we have time. Medical ninjutsu was highly challenging, leaving most medical ninjas with little energy to learn other techniques. But if she could, it would certainly enhance her self-defense abilities. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Rin breathed a sigh of relief. No need to thank me. Tsunade smiled and said, a stronger medical ninja is an asset to the whole team. I'll work hard. Rin nodded earnestly. We're back. Kurene's voice echoed from afar. Rin, look what we caught. Such adorable rabbits. Rin exclaimed as she saw the 2 rabbits in Kurene's hands. Here, one for you. Kurene handed Rin one of the rabbits. Rin hugged it and couldn't resist stroking its head. Cute as they are, we're still going to eat them, Hanekawa said, pulling out a kunao. Despite her reluctance, Rin handed the rabbit to him without much hesitation. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Rin instinctively swallowed. Ever since she had breakfast at Tsunade's house, she had realized how amazing Hanekawa's cooking was. Everything he made was delicious. Here. Hanekawa began distributing the rabbit meat. Tsunade got the first share, Kurene the second, and Rin the third, a perfectly arranged order. After the outdoor meal, the 4 of them sat around the fire chatting. Tsunade did most of the talking, imparting valuable knowledge about being a ninja. These insights were born from her experience and couldn't be learned in school. An hour later, Tsunade suddenly pressed her hand to the ground. With a puff of smoke, Katsuyu appeared, bringing back information on Sunjin. Get some sleep. We set off tomorrow, Tsunade said as she stood. Without a client to protect, there was no need for night watches. Hanekawa lay in his sleeping bag, listening to the soft breathing of the 3 beauties nearby as he drifted into sleep. The next day. After breakfast, the group started jogging. On Tsunade's shoulder, a fist-sized Katsuyu directed them. I can sense 4 ninjas, Hanekawa suddenly stopped and said. One of them has an unusually large chakra reserve. It seems she really is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Our mission is to rescue her, Tsunade said with a nod. I'll handle the Jonin. Hanekawa and Kurene, you take the others. Rin, you focus on the rescue. Yes, the 3 replied in unison. Don't get too tense, Tsunade said, looking at Kurene and Rin with a smile. Just perform at your usual level. Hanekawa, already experienced in countless battles, remained calm. Soon, 4 enemy ninjas came into view. Tsunade's eyes immediately locked onto the red-haired woman at the back. She looked about the same age as Kushina Uzumaki, with a delicate appearance, but her skin bore visible bite marks. Tsunade could easily guess the kind of torture she had endured, and her anger flared. Her expression turned cold. Attack. Before the others could react, Tsunade charged forward. Enemy attack. Sunjin, the Jonin, heard the sound of rushing wind and immediately shouted. Earth style, earth flow wall. He pressed his hands to the ground, raising a wall of earth. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the wall shattered into pieces. What? Sunjin's eyes widened in shock. Before he could act further, a fist smashed into him. Blood splattered. His head exploded on impact. The remaining 3 grass village ninjas froze in place, utterly stunned by Sunjin's instant death. Chapter 117, 117. Karen's mother. So amazing. Kurene-Yui's face turned slightly pale, unable to stop herself from exclaiming in awe. It was her first time witnessing such a bloody scene, and she felt a bit unsettled. Rin Nohara felt the same way, but she truly understood how terrifying Tsunade's strength was. An ordinary Jonin stood no chance against her. However, should they proceed with the plan they had just discussed? Run. At that moment, the 3 grass village ninjas finally snapped out of their daze. They were utterly terrified and didn't even think about avenging their comrade. Shun general, they turned and fled. The red-haired young woman also followed suit. Chase them. Hanekawa gave a short command and dashed forward, her figure turning into a blur. Her target was the middle-aged man on the left because he was the fastest. The sound of slicing wind echoed. The middle-aged man, being a Chunin, remained vigilant even while fleeing. He turned around, pulling out a kunao to block Hanekawa's thunder fire blade. Sparks flew as a screeching sound rang out. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as an immense force pushed him back involuntarily. This is no ordinary genin. Without hesitation, he released his kunao, kicking off the ground to leap into the air. As he prepared to form hand seals, the scenery before him flipped dramatically. His face filled with terror. His body froze, and he started falling. The pain snapped him back to his senses. He was caught in a genjutsu. But when? The thought barely crossed his mind before darkness engulfed him. Hanekawa stepped forward, twisting his thunder fire blade to finish him off. He couldn't help but marvel at how convenient it was to use genjutsu against ordinary ninjas. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kurene-Yui swiftly closed in on another young Chunin. Once within range, she stopped, formed hand seals, and unleashed a water dragon. Sensing danger, the young Chunin halted and slammed his hands on the ground, raising an earth wall. The water dragon crashed into the wall, sending water and debris flying, but the wall held firm. Kurenai anticipated this. After performing her jutsu, she used the body flicker technique to leap atop the wall. Die. The young Chunin noticed her and pulled out 4 kunao, hurling them toward her. Water release, water blade slash. Kurenai jumped down, her kunao coated in water, slicing through the 4 kunao effortlessly. Ugh. The young Chunin's eyes reflected the water-coated kunao as it slashed his neck. He fell backward, blood gushing out. Kurenai instinctively avoided the blood and refused to look at the fallen ninja. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her discomfort. Although she had killed grass village ninjas before using water release techniques, this was her first time personally using a kunao to take a life. How does it feel? Hanekawa approached and asked. I'm fine, Kurenai shook her head, responding. Hanekawa said no more, extending her hand to her. Kurenai paused momentarily, her pale face gradually flushing red. Wait. Rin Nohara quickly caught up with the red-haired young woman. Although the young woman was a ninja of the Uzumaki clan, she hadn't learned many techniques and was of average strength. We're Konoha ninjas, here to rescue you. Seeing the woman still trying to flee, Rin shouted loudly. The red-haired woman froze in place, her expression one of disbelief. Really? She asked cautiously. Really? Rin looked at the bite marks on her body and couldn't help feeling sympathetic. She stepped forward and extended her hands. Healing technique. A soft green chakra emanated from her hands. The red-haired woman felt her fear lessen significantly. If they wanted to kill her, there was no need to use medical ninjutsu on her. Could she truly escape the hellish grass village? She had survived the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan by sheer luck, only to encounter grass village ninjas shortly after. They treated her as nothing more than a tool, a living blood source, keeping her barely alive. Escape attempts always ended in failure due to her lack of strength. What's your name? Tsunade shifted her gaze to the red-haired young woman after watching Hanekawa and Kurenai's swift victories with satisfaction. Uzumaki Maho, the red-haired woman trembled, replying. The sight of Tsunade killing Sunjin with a single punch still haunted her. So, you're from the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade said, reaching out to gently pat her head. Do you know Uzumaki Kushina? I've heard of her name. Uzumaki Maho's eyes lit up as she said, she was chosen by the clan and sent to Konoha village. I'll take you to meet her, Tsunade said with a smile. From now on, you're a ninja of Konoha. Uzumaki Maho froze for a moment, her eyes reddening before she could no longer hold back her emotions. She rushed forward to hug Tsunade, crying her heart out. Hanekawa let out a sigh. In his past life, he had always felt that Karin and her mother had endured too much suffering. Saving them now felt like fulfilling a dream. But then a question crossed his mind: would Karin even exist now? Karin was about the same age as Uchiha Sasuke, which meant she hadn't been born yet. Although it was unclear who her father was, it was certain that he was a grass village ninja. Now that Uzumaki Maho had joined Konoha, even if she married and had children later, her offspring wouldn't be the Karin from the original story. A bit of a pity, but it was still for the best. There was no way he could stand by and watch Uzumaki Maho suffer and die. Hanekawa, Tsunade said while gently patting Uzumaki Maho's back. Go clean up the bodies. Though Konoha wasn't afraid of Kumogakure, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. As one of the major ninja villages, Konoha had to maintain its reputation. Understood, Hanekawa nodded slightly. He let go of Kurenai's hand and walked toward the corpses of the Kumogakure ninjas. He piled the 3 bodies together, gathered some dry twigs and leaves, and set them ablaze. By the time the fire had burned everything to ash, Uzumaki Maho had regained her composure, or more accurately, she now looked excited, as though she had been reborn. The 5 of them began their journey back to Konoha village. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi studied Uzumaki Maho carefully. He had never expected a C-rank mission to result in the rescue of an Uzumaki clan ninja. In a way, it was quite remarkable. He had always believed that Uzumaki Kushina was the sole surviving member of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade, what do you think we should do with her? Hiruzen asked after a moment's thought. Let her stay with Kushina, Tsunade replied without hesitation, having already made up her mind. Let's go with your suggestion, Hiruzen nodded slightly. Uzumaki Kushina, confined within a barrier, had always wished for a companion to play with. Although Minato Namikaze and Tsunade often visited her, they couldn't stay with her all the time. Of course, Hiruzen had his own reasons for agreeing. The Uzumaki clan was uniquely suited to becoming Jinchuriki. Keeping Uzumaki Maho in Konoha would serve as a backup plan, just in case. Did you leave any traces? Hiruzen asked as he picked up his pipe, only to set it down under Tsunade's sharp glare. Of course not, Tsunade said matter-of-factly. You don't need to teach me something so basic. Let's talk about the mission rewards then. Hiruzen cleared his throat and continued, 1 B rank and 1 A rank. Does that sound fair? Fair enough, Tsunade replied, extending her hand. Pay up. Shin, Hiruzen called out, bring 1.1 million ryo. Before long, Shin entered with the payment. Tsunade took the bank book, glanced at it, and said, let's go, old man. The mission was over, and there was no need to stay any longer. She still needed to take Uzumaki Maho to meet Kushina. All right, Hiruzen nodded. After they left, he instructed Shin, have the Envyo keep an eye on Grass Village's movements. Outside the Hokage's office, Tsunade casually handed the bank book to Hanekawa. While Tsunade was often short on money, she wasn't about to embezzle her students' mission rewards. If it had been Hanekawa's money, she might have taken it, given their close relationship. But for Rin Nohara and Kurenei, that wouldn't do. As a jonin of Konoha, Tsunade had to maintain some dignity. After a week of missions, you must be exhausted. Take 2 days off, Tsunade said after some thought. Thank you, sensei, Kurenei and Rin quickly replied. The past week had been filled with either battles or long journeys, leaving them utterly drained. You two can leave now, Tsunade added after a pause. Hanekawa, stay behind. Kurenei and Rin exchanged a glance but didn't ask any questions, turning to leave. We're going to see Kushina, Tsunade said to Uzumaki Maho. Maho appeared nervous, almost like someone hesitant to return to their hometown. Don't worry, Tsunade reassured her, taking her hand gently. Kushina will be thrilled to see you. All right, Maho nodded firmly. Let's go, Tsunade said, not letting go of her hand as they continued walking. Hanekawa followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at Uzumaki Kushina's residence. Lady Tsunade. Hanekawa. Even before they saw her, Kushina's voice reached them. A gust of wind blew past, and Uzumaki Kushina appeared before them. With the Uzumaki clan's extraordinary sensory abilities, Kushina could detect Tsunade and Hanekawa long before they arrived, as long as she wasn't communicating with the Nine Tails in the sealed space. Suddenly, Kushina let out a curious sound. Her gaze locked onto Uzumaki Maho. Red hair, coupled with a terrifying amount of chakra. Was she a member of her clan? Her name is Uzumaki Maho, Tsunade introduced. Wow! Kushina's face lit up with excitement as she quickly pulled Maho closer, looking her over carefully. But then her eyes landed on the bite marks on Maho's skin, and her expression darkened. What happened here? Kushina's temper flared as she entered a state of rage. An enormous surge of chakra erupted from her, causing her clothes and hair to whip in the air. Hanekawa instinctively took a step back, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The sheer amount of chakra made him envious to the point of drooling. Kushina. Tsunade intervened immediately. I'm fine. Uzumaki Maho suppressed the surge of emotions in her heart and replied. In Grass Village, no one cared whether she lived or died. But here in Konoha, for the first time, she felt the warmth of being cared for, especially from Tsunade and Kushina. Who did this? Kushina took a deep breath, calming her chakra, and asked. Maho opened her mouth to speak but didn't know how to begin. It was Grass Village, Tsunade explained briefly, summarizing Maho's ordeal. Though Maho hadn't explicitly stated everything, it wasn't hard to piece the story together. Those bastards. Kushina clenched her fists, her face filled with anger. Let's destroy them. Calm down, Tsunade said, rubbing her temple. In a way, Kushina's fiery temper rivaled her own. After all, Kushina was nicknamed the Red Hot Habanero in the original story for a reason, a title earned during her time at the Konoha Ninja Academy, where she beat up all her classmates who teased her. Now isn't the time to act. I think we can wait until the next war breaks out, then deal with them quietly, Hanekawa suggested with a sly smile. The three immediately turned their eyes to him, all looking surprised. Did I say something wrong? Hanekawa asked with a cough. Good idea. Kushina agreed enthusiastically. We'll let them off for now. You're quite the clever kid, Tsunade remarked, suddenly reminded of Tobirama Senju. Hanekawa bore some resemblance to him. Unlike Hashirama, Tobirama wasn't shy about using any means necessary, whether they were honorable or questionable. Techniques like Edo Tensei were proof of this. Without human experimentation, creating such a jutsu would have been impossible. Tobirama used Edo Tensei multiple times in the original story, including on the second Tsuchikage, Cho, Kinkaku, and Ginkaku. The jutsu required living people as vessels. In a sense, Tsunade wouldn't use such methods herself, but as Hokage, one couldn't always remain overly righteous. This kid might be Hokage material, she thought. Let's go inside, Kushina said, pulling Maho along. Lady Tsunade will give you a full checkup. Thank you, Maho said, her eyes reddening once again. What's there to thank me for? Kushina replied earnestly. If anyone bullies you, I'll beat them up. With her personality, she absolutely meant it. Hanekawa suddenly thought of Naruto. If Kushina had been alive, Naruto would never have endured such cold treatment. She might even have punched Hiruzen Sarutobi a few times. In the living room, Tsunade placed her hand on Maho's forehead. Her chakra flowed through Maho's body, scanning it thoroughly. Just as I thought, she's fine, though she's lost quite a bit of chakra, Tsunade said, meeting Kushina's worried gaze with a smile. With some time to recuperate, she'll recover fully. That's great. Kushina exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief. I'll prescribe some medicine. Give the list to the old man and have him buy it, Tsunade said after some thought. She knew Hiruzen had ulterior motives for taking Maho in. If that was the case, she might as well make him pay a hefty price. Tsunade pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down a long list of rare and expensive herbs. However, she wasn't trying to scam Hiruzen. The materials were genuinely necessary. Restoring chakra meant replenishing vitality, and such ingredients were naturally costly. The old man said Maho will stay with you from now on, Tsunade said, handing the list to Kushina with a smile. I'll take good care of her. Kushina promised firmly. Chapter 118, 118. Tsunade's special training. Hey, where are the 2 Anbu assigned to watch me? Uzumaki Kushina stood at the door, holding the medicine list, and shouted. The next second, 2 figures appeared, both wearing masks. Lady Kushina, how can we assist you? The Anbu on the left asked respectfully. Give this list to Lord Hokage, Kushina said seriously. Make sure he delivers the medicinal ingredients today. Understood. The Anbu glanced at Tsunade, who wasn't far away, and nodded. His job was to monitor and protect Kushina, so technically, he shouldn't leave his post. But with Tsunade present, there shouldn't be any issues. Maho, Kushina said, closing the door and walking over to Uzumaki Maho with a smile. Now that's settled. Let me teach you how to play cards. Hey. Maho looked surprised. With you, we'll have 3 players, Kushina suddenly clapped her forehead and added, oh wait, the 9 tails doesn't count as a person. The 9 tails? Maho asked, confused. The 9 tails, Kushina grinned. Come out and meet your new card partner. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi had arranged for Maho to live with her, he must have considered the 9 tails situation. Kushina saw no need to hide it. Dark, ominous chakras surged. 2 blood-red tails emerged from behind Kushina. This is the 9 tails. Maho didn't fully understand but was visibly shocked. Yep, Kushina said. It wants to shake your hand. Oh okay, Maho hesitantly extended her hand and grasped one of the tails. Aren't you afraid of scaring her? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. How could an Uzumaki ninja fear the 9 tails? Kushina said proudly. As soon as she finished, the 2 tails flailed about, expressing their dissatisfaction. Even if what she said was true, as the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails had its pride. Maho instinctively took half a step back. To her senses, the 9 tails chakra felt infinite, a truly terrifying entity. Do you still want to play cards? Kushina asked. The 2 tails froze midair before quickly drooping down. That's amazing. Maho couldn't help but exclaim. The 9 tails is very easygoing, no need to be afraid, Kushina said casually. Only you would say that, Tsunade shook her head slightly before suggesting, playing cards is fine, but you should teach her ninjutsu too. With Maho's naturally vast chakra reserves, not learning ninjutsu would be a waste. And in the war-torn ninja world, she needed the ability to protect herself. If Maho had known the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, escaping from Grass Village wouldn't have been a problem. I know, Kushina nodded. Once her body recovers, I'll start teaching her. Big sis Kushina, can I sit in on the lessons? Hanekawa suddenly asked. Of course. Kushina beamed. Teaching 2 people isn't much harder than teaching 1, and it'll be more lively. Tsunade glanced at Hanekawa and thought for a moment before deciding not to object. Normally, learning multiple ninjutsu techniques could spread one's focus thin. But so far, Hanekawa hadn't shown any issues, so she let him do as he pleased. I'll have the Anbu notify you when the time comes, Kushina clapped her hands. Now, let's play cards. The 9 tails regained their vigor and clapped along. Tsunade joined the card game but didn't play herself. Instead, she helped Maho by giving her advice. Hanekawa watched in dismay. After a few rounds, Maho caught on to what was happening. Tsunade's card-playing skills were atrocious. But out of respect, Maho didn't refuse her help and continued following her advice. Kushina hesitated to speak. Between the 9 tails playing poorly and Maho being misled by Tsunade, Kushina kept winning, but the victories didn't feel satisfying. Sensei, Hanekawa grabbed Tsunade's wrist and pulled her aside. Sister Maho has already learned. She doesn't need your guidance anymore. He couldn't stand it any longer. They couldn't bully such an honest person. She keeps losing, how has she learned? Tsunade glared at him. Don't interrupt my teaching. Why do you think she's losing? Isn't it obvious? Hanekawa's mouth twitched. Let her play a couple of rounds on her own. Tsunade thought for a moment and stopped giving advice. Very quickly, her expression soured. Without Tsunade's interference, Maho won 3 games in a row and only lost the 4th to Kushina. Sensei, what do you think now? Hanekawa asked with a grin. Tsunade raised her hand with a dark expression and knocked him on the head twice. What was that for? Hanekawa yelled, annoyed, and elbowed her in protest. You little brat. Tsunade wrapped an arm around his shoulders and asked in a low voice, are you trying to rebel? Hanekawa's gaze instinctively drifted to the left. With Tsunade slightly bending forward, her clothes revealed a snow-white, mountain-like contour. I didn't mean it that way. Hanekawa blinked and said, as if I'd dare. Tsunade let him go, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she ruffled his hair. Hanekawa withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself that one day, he'd have to ruffle her hair in return. That's it for today, Kushina said as she stood up. I'll go make lunch. Lady Tsunade, Uzumaki Maho looked toward her and said, thank you for your guidance. It's nothing. Tsunade felt a bit embarrassed but brushed it off with her thick skin. At the very least, she had taught Maho the rules. After lunch, Hanekawa and Tsunade said their goodbyes to Kushina and Maho and returned home. Ah, home is always the most comfortable. Tsunade kicked off her shoes as she walked into the living room barefoot. Hanekawa sighed helplessly, bent down, and placed her discarded high-heeled sandals neatly on the shoe rack. Take the next couple of days to rest. No training. Do whatever you feel like doing, Tsunade said, collapsing onto the sofa, closing her eyes, and exhaling deeply. And what about you? Hanekawa asked as he poured 2 glasses of water. The casino. Tsunade perked up, suddenly energized. I knew it, Hanekawa said as he sat across from her, taking a sip of water. If you're free, come with me, Tsunade said, sitting up and crossing her legs. We'll split the winnings, 70-30. 70 for you. Hanekawa glanced at her lightly swinging jade-like feet and asked. Of course, Tsunade replied with a sly smile, picking up her glass. Not interested, Hanekawa shook his head. You're not being sincere. Then how much do you want? Tsunade frowned slightly. At least 50-50, Hanekawa said, holding up 5 fingers. No way. Tsunade leaned forward, emphasizing, I'm your teacher. If you weren't my teacher, you wouldn't even get 50, Hanekawa retorted, his eyelid twitching. He was starting to worry about the durability of Tsunade's clothes again. You little brat. Tsunade stood up abruptly. Sensing what was coming, Hanekawa quickly leaned back. Her pale toes flashed past his face. You dodged that quickly, Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance. That's thanks to your training, Hanekawa replied, adding, also, no hitting the face. It seems like it's time for some special training, Tsunade said, her expression turning serious. What kind of special training? A sense of foreboding rose within Hanekawa. Combat experience training, Tsunade said matter-of-factly. In battle, you'll often encounter stronger opponents, so you need to learn to handle pressure. Are you sure this isn't just an excuse to hit me? Hanekawa asked suspiciously. You could think of it that way, Tsunade admitted with a grin as she clenched her fist. Sensei, you're a Chunin. How could you stoop to this? Hanekawa asked, trying to appeal to reason. I can and will, Tsunade said, flashing a charming smile. Can I refuse? Hanekawa coughed lightly, testing his luck. What do you think? Tsunade's smile widened. She wasn't lying, this kind of training did exist. Of course, her desire to beat him up was very real too. This brat had become far too cheeky. Fine, Hanekawa said in defeat. He realized there was no escaping this. Good. We'll start in a couple of days, Tsunade said, looking pleased. For once, she had the upper hand. This was her victory. I'm too tired to move today, she added, slumping back onto the sofa. Do you want to take a bath? I can run the hot water for you, Hanekawa offered as he stood up. Thanks, brat, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Hanekawa walked to the bathroom and filled the tub with hot water. Once it was ready, he returned to the living room to wake Tsunade and then left the house. Hanekawa. Kurenei greeted him with a bright smile. Practicing? Hanekawa asked, noticing the water pool in front of her. It was a makeshift setup her father had dug out to help her practice water release. Yeah, Kurenei explained. It gets boring being home alone. Then, can you teach me water release? Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. Sure. Kurenei's enthusiasm grew instantly. Which one do you want to learn? Water release, water formation wall, Hanekawa said after some thought. Got it. Kurenei tilted her chin slightly and, in a playful tone, said, I'll teach you the second Hokage's water release, water formation wall. Where did you learn to act like that? Hanekawa asked, amused by her adorable demeanor. From Uncle Kasuke, Kurenei replied, tilting her head. Didn't I look like a top-notch teacher just now? You did, Hanekawa said, giving her the recognition she sought. Now, call me sensei, Kurenei said, clasping her hands behind her back and pretending to be serious. If Tsunade-sensei hears about this, you'll get scolded, Hanekawa said, patting her on the head. Fine, Kurenei said, slightly disappointed. After all, opportunities to gain the upper hand in seniority didn't come often. Still, what she truly wanted most was to be the boss. __. New entry, this danzo is weird. Patreon.com/rashta. Be a member so you can read. New. 250 ADVCH of this danzo is weird. 250 ADVCH of talent system in Naruto. 560 ADVCH of Jianrongxu's younger brother. 270 ADVCH of Uchiha Madara's cousin. 163 ADVCH of WDQK, divorcing Ling Qingzu, complete. Chapter 119, 119. The Uchiha Clan's invitation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Hanekawa didn't follow Tsunade to the casino but instead trained in water release with Kurenei. At this point, he had already unlocked Chunin level attributes for wind, water, lightning, earth, and fire. However, to advance to the special Jonin attribute, he needed to raise his proficiency to mastery level. Previously, he had primarily focused on lightning release, so the B-rank attribute special Jonin in lightning release was the furthest along, already at 80%. Aside from lightning release, water and earth release took priority, as they were essential for synthesizing wood release. Even though it was Yamato's version of wood release, it was still wood release. A new day began. Hanekawa and Kurenei headed to Tsunade's house together. Rin Nohara had arrived early and was already waiting. After breakfast, the 4 of them moved to the open area outside the house. Kurenei, Rin, train on your own. If you have questions, ask me, Tsunade said before turning to Hanekawa with a smile. You, come with me. Understood, Kurenei and Rin replied in unison, though their curiosity was piqued. They wondered what Tsunade and Hanekawa were up to. Hanekawa, however, knew all too well what was coming, a beating. Time to honor the legendary pressure resistance king. Ready. Tsunade stood across from Hanekawa. Let's begin when you are ready. Yes, sensei, Hanekawa said, taking a deep breath. Body flicker technique. Without hesitation, he used full speed right from the start. A blur darted forward, and in an instant, Hanekawa was in front of Tsunade. Super strength. He clenched his fist and swung it directly. Not bad, Tsunade remarked, casually stepping back and raising her leg for a kick. Hanekawa couldn't follow her movements at all. Before he knew it, his body was flying backward. Midair, he reacted quickly, channeling chakra to his legs, stabilizing himself upon landing. She's incredible. Hanekawa thought. If Tsunade hadn't held back, that kick could have ended him. Even with his enhanced body flicker technique and speed attribute, unrivaled among Chunins, he was no match for a Jonin. Come at me, Tsunade said, gesturing with her fingers. Hanekawa charged forward again. Earth-shattering step. He stomped hard, cracking the ground into a web-like pattern. Tsunade dodged easily, even flicking his forehead in a teasing manner. The massive force made Hanekawa take 2 steps back, his head buzzing. So she had been holding back with those forehead flicks before. Shaking his head to clear it, Hanekawa resumed the fight. Tsunade stepped forward with a simple straight punch aimed at his face. Leaf strong whirlwind. Hanekawa twisted his body into a spinning back kick. Fist and leg collided, and both took half a step back. Who taught you that? Tsunade asked, surprised. It was Might Guy's father, Hanekawa replied. He's not a Jonin, is he? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She had occasionally visited the ninja academy and met Might Guy, but she had no impression of Might, a mere genin. He's a genin, but he's very skilled, Hanekawa explained. Is that so? Tsunade smiled. This taijutsu is decent, but it's not exceptional. He knows the 8 gates, Hanekawa said as he dodged another of her attacks. The 8 gates. Tsunade's expression shifted to surprise. That demanding taijutsu? Someone actually mastered it. Yes, Hanekawa confirmed, narrowly avoiding her deadly kick. How peculiar, Tsunade said, throwing another punch. Are you lying to me? If someone had mastered the 8 gates, they'd be famous. Bang. Hanekawa failed to dodge this time and took the punch squarely. Grimacing, he said, because no one teams up with him, he can't take on missions. That's a thing. Tsunade paused, refraining from another attack. Yes, Hanekawa said, rubbing his bruised shoulder with a grin. When you become Hokage, you should give him a chance. He won't disappoint you. Why are you bringing up me becoming Hokage again? Tsunade said, cracking her knuckles with a cold smile. Seems like I need to beat it out of you. She closed the distance in an instant, initiating another round of combat. Kurane and Rin watched, stunned. Did he make Tsunade-sensei angry? Rin swallowed nervously, worried for Hanekawa as the intense sparring looked like a real fight. No, Kurane said after observing for a moment. Tsunade-sensei is clearly holding back. True, Rin said, recalling Tsunade effortlessly killing Grass Village Jonin, Sunjin, with one punch. There was no way Hanekawa could exchange blows with her if she were serious. It was definitely just training. Still, the intensity of the training would leave injuries. Rin made a mental note to heal Hanekawa afterward. In the 3 months they had been on the same team, she realized she hadn't once used her medical ninjutsu on her teammates. Take a break, Tsunade said cheerfully. Yes, Hanekawa replied. Compared to Tsunade, Hanekawa looked utterly disheveled. His whole body ached, giving him the illusion that it might fall apart at any moment. Hanekawa. Rin Nohara quickly ran over. Let me heal you, she offered eagerly. This kid is really popular, Tsunade thought. She had planned to heal Hanekawa herself but decided to let Rin take over. It would also be a good opportunity for Rin to practice her medical ninjutsu. Thank you, Hanekawa said, noticing Rin's hopeful expression. He didn't have the heart to refuse her. Where does it hurt? Rin asked excitedly. Finally, she had a chance to be useful. My arm, Hanekawa said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal faint bruises. Got it. Rin raised her hands and activated her healing technique. Warm chakra enveloped Hanekawa's arm, creating a slight tickling sensation that was more soothing than uncomfortable. Maybe I should learn medical ninjutsu too. Kurane amused from a distance, briefly considering the idea. However, she quickly dismissed it. Learning genjutsu and water release already consumed all her energy. Hanekawa is such a freak, Kurane muttered under her breath. She struggled to balance just 2 disciplines, yet Hanekawa excelled in so many. If that wasn't freakish, what was? Shaking her head, Kurane returned her focus to training. That's enough, thank you, Hanekawa said, stopping Rin from continuing. You don't have to be so polite. Oh, sorry. Rin realized something, her face turning red as she quickly walked away. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. He had no idea what Rin had misunderstood, but the girls in the ninja world always seemed so mature for their age. The real reason Hanekawa stopped her was that he was already healing. Thanks to his B-level ability, Markless Healing, his body's self-healing was boosted by 150%. Only his arms, which bore the brunt of his exchanges with Tsunade, had visible bruises. Dash. In the afternoon, Hanekawa resumed his sparring, or more accurately, his beatings. Still, it wasn't all for nothing. He not only gained battle experience but also improved his taijutsu proficiency. With Tsunade's help, Hanekawa felt he could unlock the B-level attribute Special Jonin in taijutsu much sooner than expected. That's terrifying, Shisui Uchiha muttered as he arrived and caught sight of Hanekawa's sparring with Tsunade. Although Shisui had made significant progress in Kenjutsu under Sakumo Hotaki's guidance, he still couldn't compare to Hanekawa. Watching for a while, Shisui thought, if I were in his place, I wouldn't last this long, even with my Sharingan activated. Tsunade's speed was so overwhelming that a single Tomo Sharingan would be utterly useless. Determined, Shisui resolved to train even harder. Dash. Half an hour later, Hanekawa and Tsunade stopped. Lady Tsunade, Shisui called respectfully as he approached, holding out an invitation. The clan leader asked me to deliver this to you. So Mikoto's child is named Itaki. Tsunade said as she opened the invitation and glanced at it. Tell Fugaku I'll be there on time. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shisui nodded. He quickly coned over to Hanekawa. What is it? Hanekawa asked curiously. Hanekawa-senpai, there's one for you too, Shisui said, handing over another invitation. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and took back her own invitation. At Hanekawa's age, it was unusual for the Uchiha clan to send him an invitation. The most likely reason was to curry favor with her or perhaps the Hokage faction. Hanekawa hesitated briefly before accepting the invitation. The contents were simple, an invitation to attend the 100-day celebration of Itaki Uchiha's birth. In the ninja world, there were no one-month celebrations, only 100-day celebrations, which were significant milestones for newborns. Hanekawa's expression turned odd. He had no real connection to the Uchiha clan. This invitation was clearly a political gesture aimed at Tsunade or the Hokage faction. Itaki was just a newborn, and the celebration wouldn't take place for another 3 months. Hanekawa put away the invitation and said, I'll attend with my sensei. Understood, Shisui said with a smile. I'll inform the clan leader. With that, he turned and left. You're quite clever, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Hanekawa. I learned from you, sensei, Hanekawa replied with a grin. Praising me won't get you out of training, Tsunade said with a sly smile. Let's continue. Yes, ma'am, Hanekawa sighed. As July ended, August arrived, marking Hanekawa's 12th birthday. Compared to Itaki Uchiha's upcoming 100-day celebration, his birthday was much less eventful. Most of his friends were away on missions, so few could attend. After August came September, and the Uchiha clan's compound began bustling with activity. Unlike previous celebrations, this 100-day feast included many non-Uchiha ninjas. The reason? The shifting attitude of Konoha's leadership, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, particularly toward Shisui and Obito Uchiha. Chapter 120, 120. News of the Chunin exams. Do you think Rin misses me? Obito Uchiha asked with a goofy smile as he thought of Rin Nohara. I don't know, Kakashi Hatake replied calmly. Compared to 6 months ago, Kakashi had become noticeably steadier and colder. Unlike other squads, their team hadn't gone through a long period of D-rank missions. Instead, upon graduation, Minato Namikaze had taken them to the Land of Lightning. Although Konoha wasn't officially at war with the Hidden Cloud Village, skirmishes frequently broke out along the border. Their frequent battles with enemies had accelerated their growth, including Obito Uchiha and Might Guy. This time, they returned because of Itaki Uchiha's 100-day celebration, to which Fugaku Uchiha had invited Minato Namikaze. I can feel the flames of youth burning within me. Might Guy said enthusiastically. Hanekawa must be looking forward to a youthful duel with me. No, he's not, Kakashi thought, his mouth twitching. Still, he didn't argue. If Guy was busy pestering Hanekawa, it meant he wouldn't bother him. After all, who knew how Kakashi had managed to endure the past 6 months, being woken up by Guy in the middle of the night to train. Of course she misses me. Obito said, ignoring his teammates. He was lost in a daydream. After all, it's been so long since we last saw each other. Kakashi glanced at him but said nothing. Love or affection held no meaning for him, it couldn't compare to the blade in his hand. As for Might Guy, he didn't understand Obito's thoughts at all, his mind was consumed entirely by the concept of youth. We're almost there. Obito coughed lightly, straightened his clothes, and looked forward expectantly. Someone's fighting. Might Guy suddenly perked up. There are indeed sounds of a fight, Kakashi paused and added, but it's stopped now. My guess is it's Hanekawa. Why do you care so much? Obito grumbled, annoyed. You two are always obsessed with Hanekawa, and it's irritating. Let's go, Kakashi said with a slight nod. The three walked toward the clearing outside Tsunade's house, the same place where they used to train. From a distance, Obito spotted a few figures and quickened his pace. Just as he was about to call out to Rin, he froze in shock. What are you doing? Obito exclaimed, wide-eyed. He saw Rin crouched in front of Hanekawa, her hands holding his ankle. Obito. Rin turned her head instinctively at the familiar voice, her face lighting up with joy. Rin is just healing me, Hanekawa said, glancing at Kakashi and Might Guy behind Obito. Wait a moment, I'll be done soon. Just healing? Rin was a medical ninja, so it made sense for her to treat teammates. Obito let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had been overthinking. Hanekawa, how did you get injured? Kakashi asked curiously. My teacher hit me, Hanekawa shrugged. Kakashi paused for a moment before realizing that Hanekawa was likely referring to Sparring. Still, the phrasing didn't seem particularly respectful toward one's mentor. Having trained under Minato Namikaze himself, Kakashi had a deep respect for his teacher's strength and wouldn't have spoken that way. However, each team had its own dynamics, so Kakashi said nothing more. All done. Rin finally said, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she pulled her hands away. Her abilities were no match for Hanekawa or Kurane, so maintaining medical ninjutsu for long periods wasn't easy for her. You've worked hard, Rin. Obito said quickly. It's nothing, Rin replied with a gentle smile. If you ever get injured, you can come to me too. I definitely will. Obito said excitedly. Even so, it's best not to get injured in the first place, Rin said, shaking her head. Right. Obito nodded fervently, touched. She really cares about me. It's a shame we're not on the same team, Obito sighed. Our team could really use a medical ninja like you. As he spoke, he glanced at Hanekawa. He couldn't help but feel that Hanekawa had stolen Rin from their team. Normally, a ninja squad wouldn't have two medical ninjas. It's okay, Rin reassured him. We might get to do missions together in the future. That's true. Obito brightened up. When we were at the border, we often teamed up with other squads for missions. Did you come back for Itaki Uchiha's 100-day celebration? Kurane Yui interrupted, walking over and breaking into their conversation. Yes, Kakashi nodded slightly. As Itaka's senior, it's only natural that I'd receive an invitation. Obito said proudly, puffing out his chest. We received invitations too, Rin said with a smile. That's great. Obito said happily. When the time comes, I'll show you around the Uchiha Clan's compound. Yes, let's all go together, Rin Nohara said softly. All right, Obito Uchiha replied reluctantly. He had hoped to spend time alone with Rin, but since she suggested otherwise, he could only agree. Hanekawa. Might Guy rushed over to Hanekawa and asked, are you healed? No, Hanekawa replied without changing his expression. I think I probably shouldn't engage in intense activity today. Ah, that's a shame, Guy said, scratching his head. I was hoping to spar with you. I have a better opponent for you, Hanekawa said, standing up. My teacher is interested in the 8 gates technique. Lady Tsunade. Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Hanekawa confirmed. Guy instinctively clenched his fists, his body trembling with excitement. Hanekawa was at a loss for words. He already had a feeling of what was about to happen. Father. Did you see that? Even Lady Tsunade recognizes me. Guy cried out with tears streaming down his face. This is the burning passion of youth. Kakashi and Obito instinctively took 2 steps back in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. I'll go get my teacher, Hanekawa said, turning and walking into the house. A moment later, he returned with Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Guy exclaimed excitedly, please guide me. Tsunade looked at his tearful face in silence. Even though I'm no match for you now, youth never ends. Guy stepped back and roared, 8 gates release formation. Gate of opening, open. Gate of rest, open. Gate of life, open. He opened 3 gates in succession. A terrifying surge of chakra shot into the sky, enveloping him in a green aura. How is this possible? Obito gasped, his eyes wide in shock. He could feel that Guy's current power far exceeded his one-tomo Sharingan's capabilities. Incredible. Kakashi's heart trembled. He had only seen Guy open the first gate before. He hadn't expected the second and third gates to increase power several-fold. Hanekawa pondered silently. In the original story, Rock Lee had opened the 5th gate during the Chunin exams while fighting Gaara, which left him with severe after-effects. But at that time, Lee was about 14 years old. How many gates could a younger guy open now? The first 3 gates of the 8 gates technique were within the safe zone. From the 4th gate onward, the technique posed significant risks to the user. Impressive. Tsunade exclaimed in admiration. As expected of the most difficult taijutsu technique. With a gust of wind, Guy launched himself like a green cannonball. Tsunade stood motionless, throwing a single punch that sent him flying back even faster. With a loud crash, Guy hit the ground, leaving a shallow crater. So strong. Guy looked at Tsunade, his fighting spirit undiminished, and attacked again. The two clashed repeatedly in an intense battle. However, it was clear to everyone watching that Guy was completely outmatched. In both power and speed, he was no match for Tsunade. That's enough, Tsunade said, stepping back to create distance. You've reached your limit. Hearing this, Guy sat down heavily on the ground, sweat pouring down his forehead. The 8 gates technique was powerful, but its endurance was lacking. At his young age, with his body not yet fully developed, it was already astonishing that he could sustain it for a few minutes. Tsunade observed him and thought to herself that she should mention to the elders that a ninja like Mikoto shouldn't remain at the rank of genin. How did I ever beat him? Kurane Yui couldn't help but ask. The 8 gates is too dangerous, so he doesn't use it during friendly sparring, Hanekawa replied with a smile. No wonder, Kurane said, realization dawning on her. Her water release jutsu was powerful but not particularly fast. Against Guy in the 3rd gate, her chances of victory would be slim. As for genjutsu, it was nearly impossible to disrupt someone whose chakra had transformed into such intense energy. Hanekawa, too, began considering how to counter the 8 gates. He knew he would likely face it in next year's Chunin exams. For the sake of maintaining his top ranking, he couldn't afford to lose. Obito, meanwhile, looked displeased. He had thought that unlocking his Sharingan would make him the strongest in their team. But now it seemed he was at the bottom, a realization he found difficult to accept. Rin, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. The stronger her teammates were, the happier she felt. Hanekawa, did you get a gift for Itaki Uchiha? Tsunade suddenly asked. I did, Hanekawa replied with a nod. Good, Tsunade said, closing the door behind her. It's about time. Let's head to the Uchiha Clan. You've gotten a lot stronger, Hanekawa said, walking over to help Guy to his feet. Then let's have a youthful duel tomorrow. Guy began, only to be interrupted. Save it for the Chunin exams, Hanekawa said with a shake of his head. The Chunin exams? Guy exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi and Obito also turned to Hanekawa curiously. It's insider information from my teacher, Hanekawa explained, pointing at Tsunade. After the new year, Konoha will be hosting a Chunin exam. Chapter 121, 121. Uchiha Attack is 100-day celebration. The Chunin exams are one of the most important milestones in a ninja's career. Unless there are special circumstances, no one wants to remain a genin for life. More importantly, genin cannot take on missions alone. Only by advancing to Chunin or Jonin can they do so. In other words, it directly affects their income. As genin, the missions they undertake are low-level and require splitting the rewards with the village and their supervising teacher, leaving them with very little. I'll wait for you. Might Guy became instantly excited. He didn't think too deeply about it, he only knew that the Chunin exams were a youthful showdown, and the thought of it made him wish time would speed up. About 4 more months. Hanekawa paused for a moment and added, this time, the Chunin exams are limited to genin within the Hidden Leaf village. Kakashi Hatake seemed deep in thought. With his abilities, passing the Chunin exams wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in securing first place. Hanekawa and Might Guy were formidable opponents for him. Looks like he'd need to perfect the Chidori. Will Rin participate? Obito Uchiha looked toward Rin Nohara. Yes, Rin Nohara replied with a worried expression. But I feel my chances aren't very high. She specialized in medical ninjutsu and wasn't adept at combat or sparring. It's fine, Hanekawa said, shaking his head. The Hokage will surely take into account your role as a medical ninja. In the original storyline, Rin Nohara successfully passed the Chunin exams, likely because the standards were lowered due to the approaching war. Take the joint Chunin exams in Naruto's generation as a reference. Despite their overwhelming strength, even Uchiha Sasuke and others didn't pass, leaving only Shikamaru Nara as a Chunin. Obito Uchiha, feeling a bit disgruntled that Hanekawa had stolen his moment, declared, I'll participate too. And I'll definitely claim first place. Good luck, Rin Nohara encouraged him, knowing his personality and not calling him out on it. Hat. Obito Uchiha's face broke into a smile. Kakashi. Hanekawa stepped forward and asked, how's that jutsu you created coming along? You mean Chidori? Kakashi Hatake shook his head slightly and replied, it still has obvious flaws. So, it's already named Chidori. As for the problem, Hanekawa understood it well. Simply put, using Chidori required charging at the opponent at high speed, but this made it hard to see and react to counterattacks due to the rapid movement. Chidori or Lightning Cutter was actually most suitable for the Uchiha clan because only the Sharingan could keep up with such extreme speed and fully harness its potential. I have an idea, Hanekawa suddenly said, thinking of Sasuke Uchiha. Why not alter its form? In the original story, Chidori evolved into many techniques in Sasuke's hands such as Chidori Blade, Chidori Stream, and Chidori Spear. Alter its form. Kakashi Hatake asked instinctively, how would I do that? What about turning Chidori into a ninja tool? Hanekawa suggested with a smile. Is that even possible? Kakashi's face was filled with surprise. Wouldn't the time it takes to charge at an enemy be similar to throwing a ranged ninja tool? Hanekawa paused before continuing, besides, you could also infuse Chidori into your short blade or even your body. I understand the part about the blade, but what do you mean by infusing it into my body? Kakashi earnestly sought clarification. Currently, your Chidori is limited to your right hand. What if you expanded it to cover your entire body? What do you think it would become? Hanekawa was referring to Sasuke Uchiha's lightning-style technique, Chidori Stream. It would become a defensive technique. Kakashi's eyes lit up in realization. Not just that, Hanekawa added with a smile. It could also serve as a wide-range offensive technique. Brilliant. Kakashi's tone couldn't hide his excitement. He had been pondering solutions to Chidori's issues for a while but saw no way around it unless he somehow gained a pair of Sharingan. But Hanekawa's suggestion indirectly solved the problem. If not for Uchiha Attack's 100-day celebration, Kakashi would have wanted to start experimenting immediately. Thank you, Hanekawa. Kakashi looked genuinely grateful. No problem, we're friends, Hanekawa replied, coughing lightly. But once you've figured it out, can you teach me the full-body version of Chidori? This was his true goal. He planned to use Chidori Stream as a cover for his lightning cloak. The lightning cloak came from the hidden cloud village. While it was immensely powerful, the lightning radiating from his body while using it made it impossible for him to use it discreetly. If Chidori Stream could be developed, it would perfectly conceal the technique. After all, Chidori stream also envelopes the entire body in lightning, and it's even brighter and more dazzling. No problem, Kakashi Hatake agreed without hesitation. Without your suggestion, I wouldn't have been able to develop Chidori. For him, Chidori stream and Chidori blade were the greatest upgrades. The former spreads across the entire body, while the latter integrates into his short blade. With these, Kakashi would be able to fight while using Chidori, significantly boosting his destructive power. The only issue was chakra consumption. But since he didn't currently have the Sharingan, his chakra reserves weren't too strained. Hanekawa thought of the official novel Kakashi Hiden. After losing the Sharingan, Kakashi developed a new version of Reikari that didn't require the Sharingan, called Purple Lightning. In a way, Hanekawa's suggestion was the optimal solution. After all, even the future Kakashi couldn't solve the Sharingan issue. You're quite the thinker, Tsunade remarked after hearing their conversation. She was starting to feel that Hanekawa resembled Tobirama Senju more and more. Sensei, I call it being clever, Hanekawa corrected her. Tsunade snorted softly, raised her hand, and flicked his forehead. Hanekawa's mouth twitched. By now, he understood Tsunade's habit when she couldn't out-argue someone, she'd resort to a little violence. Fortunately, it wasn't real violence, more like playful teasing. We've arrived. Obito Uchiha's spirits lifted as he said, I'll take you inside. But just then, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. The clan leader. Obito was momentarily stunned. Even though it was Ataki Uchiha's 100-day celebration, it was unusual for Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader, to personally greet guests at the entrance. Could it be that I'm that important? Lady Tsunade, Fugaku Uchiha approached with a smile. Welcome. Congratulations, Fugaku, Tsunade replied, glancing at Hanekawa, who promptly handed over the gift. Please follow me, Fugaku said, accepting the gift. Hanekawa followed him into the courtyard, which was already bustling with many ninjas, most of them Uchiha clan members. Lady Tsunade, they greeted respectfully upon seeing her. Despite their pride, the Uchiha clan maintained respect for someone of Tsunade's strength and unparalleled medical expertise. Please take the seat of honor, Fugaku gestured to the main seat. Is the old man not coming? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. The Hokage has pressing matters to attend to. He said having you represent him is more than sufficient, Fugaku replied without missing a beat. Tsunade pursed her lips. Even at this time, pulling political maneuvers? Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed extending goodwill toward the Uchiha, but his absence avoided unnecessary misunderstandings among other clans and ninjas. Besides, it was just Ataka's 100-day celebration, his absence wasn't unreasonable. Without further comment, Tsunade took the main seat. Obito, Fugaku instructed, take Hanekawa and the others to their seats. Yes, clan leader, Obito replied immediately. Hanekawa. Before they even reached their table, Sarutobi Asuma's voice rang out. Seated beside him were Shizun and Shisui Uchiha. So this is the infamous kids' table, Hanekawa thought. He understood Fugaku's arrangement. It made sense to group them based on their young age, as they weren't suited for adult conversations. Nice. Asuma grinned. It's rare for us to gather again. We have Ataki Uchiha to thank for that, Might Guy said, pumping his fists. When he grows up, I'll teach him the ways of youth. Don't even think about it. The clan leader won't let you near him, Obito retorted. Hanekawa took a sharp breath. Letting Might Guy teach Ataki? Wouldn't that completely derail him? Without his guidance, there might never be a night of the Uchiha massacre. But such thoughts were purely fanciful. The likelihood of it happening was slim. Kakashi, Asuma suddenly recalled something. Last month was Hanekawa's birthday, but you weren't there. Where's your gift? Here, Kakashi replied, already prepared, as he handed over a gift box. This is mine. Might Guy pulled out a pair of nunchaku. Only Obito stood frozen in place. Nobody told me about this part. He barely tolerated Hanekawa. Why would he have prepared a gift for him? I forgot to bring it. I'll give it to you tomorrow, Obito stammered, forcing himself to respond under the weight of everyone's gaze. It's fine. Whether you give a gift or not, it's the thought that counts, Hanekawa said, shaking his head indifferently. He glanced at the nunchaku, feeling nostalgic, and casually put them away. Since it wasn't yet time to eat, everyone began chatting, mostly about their experiences during missions. Hanekawa listened while opening his system interface. Over the past 3 months, he had obtained a new B-grade skill entry. One reason he wanted to learn Kakashi Hataki's Chidori was to complement a high-level lightning release jutsu. B-grade talent entry, lightning release special Chunin. Trigger condition, mastery of 9 lightning release jutsu entries at a proficient level. Effect, increases the effectiveness of all lightning release jutsu by 100%. Note, learning and mastering more lightning release jutsu can advance this entry to an A-grade lightning release Chunin entry. It was similar to his previous B-grade entries, Genjutsu special Chunin and medical special Chunin. This marked the 3rd special Chunin entry Hanekawa had acquired. Aside from that, his progress toward mastering the Yin Seal had significantly advanced, though it was still far from complete, likely requiring another year. At that moment, a commotion broke out nearby. Hanekawa instinctively turned and saw 3 pairs of Byakugan. They were ninjas from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans were equally renowned in Konoha, both possessing dojutsu-based Kekii Genkai and being far more powerful than other ninja clans. However, the 2 clans rarely interacted, so the Hyuga clan's visit was indeed surprising. It was at the clan leader's invitation, Shisui Uchiha explained. This made their visit more understandable. An invitation left them no choice but to come, as declining would appear cowardly or rude. Hanekawa studied the young man leading the group Hyuga Hisashi. Hisashi was the younger brother of Hyuga Hayashi and the father of Hyuga Niji. In the original story, when Hyuga Hinata was kidnapped by a Cloud Village envoy, Hayashi killed the envoy upon discovery. The Cloud Village pressured Konoha to hand over the killer, leading Hisashi to sacrifice himself in Hayashi's place. That plotline, to Hanekawa, was absurd. He couldn't wrap his head around why it was handled that way. Apologies for being late, everyone, came another voice behind Hisashi. It was Minato Namikaze. Sensei. Kakashi, Obito, and Guy greeted him enthusiastically. Minato-senpai, Hanekawa said, guessing that Minato had been with Kushina Uzumaki. She was likely absent due to her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails certainly wouldn't tolerate being near a gathering full of Sharingan users without causing havoc. You all carry on, I'll go join them, Minato said after a brief exchange. Due to his seniority, he headed over to the adults' table. As time passed, the courtyard gradually filled, and nearly all the seats were taken. Hanekawa glanced around, noting that most of the guests were Uchiha clan members, with a few from other clans, such as the Hyuga, Inoshika Ch, and Inyazuka clans, each represented by 2 or 3 individuals. Ladies and gentlemen. Fugaku Uchiha stood up, radiating pride. It had been a long time since the Uchiha clan had been this lively. Previously, such gatherings were purely internal, but this time, other clans had joined as well. This was thanks to the goodwill extended by Hiruzen Sarutobi, facilitated by Shisui Uchiha and Obito Uchiha. Fugaku felt optimistic about the Uchiha clan's bright future, perhaps even producing a Hokage one day. In a distant corner, however, a group of Uchiha ninjas glared at him with dissatisfaction. To them, Fugaku's quick shift in stance after receiving minor favors from Hiruzen Sarutobi was disgraceful. They were part of the hardline faction, or Hawks, who constantly plotted rebellion to seize power and install their own Hokage. But as their influence waned, they could only bide their time. The celebration officially began. While the adults engaged in political maneuvering, the children simply focused on eating and drinking. Kakashi, Hanekawa said, picking up a piece of beef. How long will you all be staying this time? Not sure. It depends on sensei, Kakashi replied after a brief pause. But I suspect it'll be a while since the Cloud Villages of Combo has returned to their village. Then you'll have time to work on your Chidori, Hanekawa said with a smile. If you need my help, just let me know. Thanks, Kakashi said without hesitation. I'll definitely reach out when I need to. Lightning release users were rare in Konoha, making both Kakashi and Hanekawa something of an anomaly. Chapter 122, 122. Tsunade on my back. Since they didn't drink alcohol and their appetites were small due to their age, Uchiha Shisui, Kurane Ui, and the others quickly finished eating. It feels like they'll take a while to finish, Hanekawa remarked casually, glancing at Tsunade. Do we need to wait for them? Kurane followed up. You don't have to, Hanekawa thought for a moment before replying. I'll just take my sensei back myself. He was worried that Tsunade might get drunk. Kurane didn't press further. After all, Tsunade could sometimes seem quite unreliable. Are we leaving now? Obito Uchiha turned to look at Rin Nohara and asked, since there's still some time, how about I show you around the Uchiha clan's grounds? I'd like that, Rin nodded slightly, then asked, are you all coming? She felt obliged since she had already agreed earlier and didn't want to refuse now. Let's go together, Asuma Sarutobi stood up, saying, it's not like there's much to do if we head back anyway. Even as the Hokage's son, he had never explored the Uchiha clan's grounds. Aren't you afraid the Hokage might hear you saying that? Hanekawa joked with a smile. He's not here, so what's there to be afraid of? Asuma instinctively glanced around before replying. You never know, Hanekawa shrugged. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a crystal ball, and tonight was an important occasion for the Uchiha clan. He was probably spying on them. So what if he knows? I'm not scared of him. Asuma snorted. Let's go, Obito interrupted, full of enthusiasm. Rin, let me tell you, there are a lot of interesting places in the Uchiha compound. Hanekawa and the others followed Obito away from the table. The Uchiha clan's territory was indeed vast, almost like a miniature version of Konoha village. Everyone looked around with great interest. That river is called the Naka River, Obito said, pointing to it. Hanekawa instinctively glanced over. Under the lights, the river's surface was calm and ordinary. He wondered where the Naka shrine was located. Hanekawa remembered it being downstream. Inside the Naka shrine was a stone tablet inscribed with text that only the Uchiha could read. This tablet had influenced many, including Madara Uchiha. Of course, the content they read had already been altered by Black Zetsu. Up ahead is the clan leader's residence, Shisui Uchiha said, stopping. The leader isn't home, only his wife. We shouldn't disturb her. Not necessarily, Obito glanced at Rin, then said, I think she'd be happy to see us. Then I'll ask, Shisui hesitated briefly before stepping forward to speak to the guards. Before long, the door opened, and a young woman with black hair stepped out. Lady Mikoto, Shisui greeted politely. Shisui, Mikoto Uchiha smiled warmly. Invite your friends in for tea. Yes, Shisui turned to Hanekawa and the others to relay the invitation. See? I told you. Obito said proudly. Our presence is valued here. Let's go. Shisui, already used to Obito's personality, didn't comment further. Hanekawa, long time no see. Is Lady Tsunade here tonight? Mikoto asked as soon as she noticed him. Standing tall and strikingly handsome, Hanekawa was hard to ignore. She is, Hanekawa nodded. That's wonderful, Mikoto smiled. It's an honor for the Uchiha clan to have Lady Tsunade here. Obito's expression stiffened, feeling a bit annoyed. Honor? Ridiculous. Just because he has a great teacher. He thought bitterly. He had assumed no one in the Uchiha compound could overshadow him, yet Hanekawa did once again. Come in, Mikoto invited warmly after some small talk, opening the door. Hanekawa and the others entered the living room. A baby stroller near the sofa caught their attention. This is Ataki Uchiha, Mikoto said softly. So cute. Kurane exclaimed in amazement. He looks like Lady Mikoto. He'll definitely grow up to be handsome, Rin said after a quick look. You're too kind, Mikoto laughed, clearly pleased. Hanekawa felt conflicted, unsure of what to say. Thinking about the future made it hard for him to remain composed. But the present was the present, and the future was uncertain, especially with the changes caused by his presence. Mikoto soon brought out hot tea. After some chatting, everyone bid farewell and left. It's about time. I should go find my teacher, Hanekawa said, glancing at the sky. See you tomorrow. All right, Kurane waved at him. Get home early. Hanekawa headed for the courtyard. The lively banquet was winding down, and most guests had left. Lady Tsunade, please stop drinking. You've had plenty already, you'll get drunk if you keep going, Minato Namikaze urged her earnestly. Drunk? Are you underestimating me? I can still drink. Tsunade glared at him, picking up her cup again. Minato Namikaze immediately felt a headache coming on. Stopping her felt wrong, but letting her continue felt equally problematic. Just then, his eyes lit up, and he quickly called out, Hanekawa. Minato-senpai. Hanekawa glanced at the visibly flushed Tsunade and asked, has my sensei been causing you trouble? Kid. Tsunade shot him a displeased look. What do you mean by that? Not at all. Not at all. Minato shook his head hastily. Let's go home, sensei, Hanekawa said as he swiftly took the cup away from her. Give it back. Tsunade glared at him fiercely, raising her head. Minato's heart skipped a beat. Would Lady Tsunade cause a scene in the Uchiha compound if she got upset? He was already prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to forcibly take her away if things got out of hand. Next time, sensei, Hanekawa said firmly, showing no fear. You're. Tsunade frowned, pointing at him with an annoyed expression. Sensei, you wouldn't want me to stop accompanying you to the casinos, right? Hanekawa leaned down and whispered in her ear. Tsunade's body stiffened, and her gaze became clearer. She stood up, swaying slightly as she walked toward the exit. Minato stared in confusion. How did he manage to handle that? Anyone familiar with Tsunade knew she was like a force of chaos utterly unmanageable. Yet Hanekawa managed to subdue her just like that. Impressive. Be careful, sensei, Hanekawa quickly moved to support her by the waist. Kid. Tsunade leaned on him, draping her arm around his shoulders and pressing against him. I'll remember this. You threatened me today. The mixed fragrance around her filled the air. Hanekawa felt the softness pressing against his shoulder and steadied himself. Yes, it's all my fault. Tsunade paused, looking at him. Why are you apologizing? Didn't I upset you, sensei? Hanekawa replied with a smile. Tsunade stared at him, momentarily dazed. Coming back to her senses, she reached out and pinched his face twice. Fine, I'll forgive you, she declared, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you, sensei. Hanekawa smiled faintly. It was rare to see this adorable, slightly silly side of her, so he didn't mind. So tired. Tsunade muttered after taking a few steps. She suddenly pulled Hanekawa in front of her, leaped onto his back, and wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs locking around his waist. Hanekawa froze in place, caught off guard by her swift movement. Reacting instinctively, he crossed his hands to support her thighs. Sensei. Hanekawa glanced back at her. But Tsunade had already fallen asleep, her breathing steady. With each breath, Hanekawa could feel the weight pressing against his back. This is definitely punishment, Hanekawa muttered, shaking his head as he carried her home. At the door, he struggled to unlock it before stepping inside. Without removing his shoes, he went straight to Tsunade's room. He called out to her a couple of times, but she didn't respond. Left with no choice, he turned his back to the bed and gently laid her down. However, as soon as he tried to retreat, Tsunade's grip tightened, pulling him down. Hanekawa pried her hands away and stood up. Tsunade lay sprawled out on the bed, looking utterly relaxed. Hanekawa glanced at her once before quickly looking away. He bent down to remove her shoes, revealing her delicate, pale feet with a faint pink hue. He tucked her feet under the blanket and left the room. The next morning. Tsunade sat up, clutching her head as a wave of dizziness hit her. There was no need to guess it was because of the amount of alcohol she'd consumed the night before. But it wasn't entirely her fault. Who told the Uchiha clan to provide such excellent sake? How did I get back? Tsunade muttered, rubbing her temples as fragmented memories resurfaced. Recalling her behavior last night, a trace of embarrassment crept onto her face. It was strange. She usually didn't act like this even when drunk. As one of the most accomplished shinobi, she never lost her sense of vigilance, no matter how intoxicated she was. And with her yin seal, she could sober up instantly if she wanted. Was it because she trusted that kid too much? Tsunade licked her lips, feeling parched, and reached for the cup of water by her bed. She paused. The water was still warm. That shouldn't be possible. Getting out of bed, she pushed open the door and followed the faint sound of movement to the kitchen. There, she saw Hanekawa busily preparing something. Good morning, sensei, Hanekawa greeted without looking back. When did you get here? Tsunade asked, startled. Not long ago, maybe 10 minutes, Hanekawa replied after a moment. Go freshen up. Breakfast will be ready soon. All right, Tsunade nodded softly, her gaze lingering on his figure, lost in thought. Chapter 123, 123. Like family. Tsunade suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and turned toward the bathroom. By the time she finished washing up, breakfast was ready. Lean pork congee. Thank you. Tsunade knew it was prepared specially for her by Hanekawa. It's nothing, Hanekawa replied with a shake of his head. Tsunade stared at him for a couple of seconds before looking away and taking a sip of the congee. The warm and delicious taste made her eyes narrow slightly in contentment. Hanekawa's heart stirred. She looked remarkably like a cat at that moment. Too bad he couldn't pat her head. What's the plan for today? Training, or are we heading out on a mission? Hanekawa asked after some thought. Since their trip to the Land of Grass, they had completed 3 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. On average, they went on a mission once a month, each lasting about a week. Apart from the Land of Grass, they had also been to the Land of Birds, the Land of Demons, and the Land of Rivers. Their time in the Land of Demons was the longest, mainly due to Priestess Moroku's overwhelming hospitality. After all, Tsunade had saved her life. You wanted to learn sealing techniques, didn't you? Tsunade said, licking her lips. Maho has mostly recovered, so today we'll visit Kushina. Sounds good, Hanekawa's eyes lit up. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Learning sealing techniques is no easier than mastering medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said bluntly. If it takes up too much of your time, I suggest you give up. Understood, Hanekawa nodded. He knew he didn't have a natural talent for sealing techniques, and learning them wouldn't be easy. But that was fine. His goal was simply to get a basic understanding. If he ever encountered terms related to sealing in the future, he wouldn't be entirely clueless. Most importantly, having a learning pathway meant he could consult Uzumaki Kushina anytime. Finished. Tsunade set down her bowl and patted her stomach, looking thoroughly satisfied. You seem to be in a good mood today, Hanekawa observed curiously. Was it because she enjoyed drinking last night? Not bad, Tsunade said, standing up and stretching. Go check if Kurane and Rin have arrived. With that, she headed to her room. Tsunade opened her wardrobe and changed into her clothes. Turning to look at the photo on the wall, her gaze lingered on Noeke for a moment before she looked away. Today, Hanekawa made her feel a sense of family again. Or rather, they were already like family. That kid's not bad, Tsunade chuckled softly before closing the door and leaving her room. Sensei, Kurane Ui and Rin Nohara greeted her. Show me the jutsu you've been practicing recently, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. I'll go first, Kurane stepped onto a nearby open space. Quickly gathering chakra, she formed water-style chakra in her mouth and released a rapid burst of senbon made of water. A sharp sound followed as the water needles embedded themselves into a tree in front of her. This was the water release, Heavenly Cry, a technique created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In the original story, Tobirama used it against Madara Uchiha. Although Kurane had been studying water-style ninjutsu for some time, she hadn't mastered many due to her chakra limitations. Techniques like water release, water colliding wave or water release, great exploding water colliding wave required vast amounts of chakra, as they involved creating waterfalls or oceans in an instant. For comparison, Kisame Hoshigaki's water-style techniques were practically ocean-style. Tsunade nodded slightly. With guidance from Maribashi Kasuke, there wasn't much she needed to do. When it was Rin's turn, she brought out a scroll, unsealing a prepared fish. Taking a deep breath, Rin formed hand seals, though her movements were far less fluid than Kurane's. Despite her struggles, she successfully extracted the fish's liver. She had used delicate illness extraction technique, a B-rank medical ninjutsu she had only recently begun learning. For someone her age, just being able to perform it was already a testament to her exceptional talent. Tsunade didn't demand perfection, instead offering guidance to both Rin and Kurane for a few minutes. All right, keep practicing as I instructed. Hanekawa and I are heading out, Tsunade said, waving a hand as she turned to leave. Hey! Kurane and Rin were caught off guard. We'll be back later, Hanekawa smiled at them before quickly following Tsunade. So secretive, Kurane huffed. Although they were all Tsunade's students, it was clear that Hanekawa shared a closer bond with her. There was a significant difference between being a team leader and being a personal mentor. Rin, however, didn't dwell on it. She focused on the fish in front of her, restoring its liver and reviving it before placing it in a basin of water. The fish began swimming again. Seeing this, Rin poured a dose of Hanekawa's prepared poison into the water. Delicate illness extraction technique primarily served two purposes, organ transplantation and poison removal. To practice removing poison, one had to first administer it. Sorry, Rin muttered apologetically. But this is necessary for training. You medical ninjas are scary, Yui Kurane couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Before long, Tsunade and Hanekawa arrived at Uzumaki Kushina's house, but unlike last time, no one came out to greet them. Feels like they're playing cards, Hanekawa said with a wry smile. Card games seem to have ensnared not only Uzumaki Kushina but even the Nine Tails. Let's go. Tsunade perked up immediately at the mention of card games. Lady Tsunade. A familiar figure appeared, not Uzumaki Kushina, but Namikaze Minato. Minato-senpai, Hanekawa greeted him proactively. He wasn't surprised at all to see Minato there. Hanekawa. Before he could say more, a green blur rushed toward him. It was Might Guy. Is Rin not here? Uchiha Obito asked, looking around expectantly. No, Hanekawa replied, shaking his head. Obito instantly lost interest. Hanekawa started to ask about Kakashi but was interrupted by a piercing crackle of lightning. Looking up, he saw intense chakra fluctuations coming from behind the house. Kakashi is working on his Chidori, Minato explained before turning back to them. Lady Tsunade, Hanekawa, let's talk inside. I'm heading off to train, Obito said, uninterested now that Rin wasn't around. Might Guy followed suit, focusing on his preparations for next year's Chunin exams, where he vowed his youthful spirit would shine in the hidden leaf. Lady Tsunade. Hanekawa. Uzumaki Kushina greeted them cheerfully. She was playing cards with Uzumaki Maho and Two Tails of the Nine Tails. Maho, I'll take over, Tsunade quickly decided. Minato, you go teach Maho and Hanekawa sealing techniques. Follow me, Minato said with a gentle smile, offering no objections. Good luck. Uzumaki Kushina waved at them with a grin. Sealing techniques, simply put, are used to seal a target's chakra, Minato began as they moved outside. Of course, advanced techniques can seal a target's body or even their soul. Hanekawa immediately thought of the dead demon-consuming seal, one of the rare techniques capable of sealing souls. The cost, however, was the user's own soul, essentially a do-or-die technique. In the original story, Minato had used it to seal the Nine Tails. Unlike regular ninjutsu, which only requires hand seals, sealing techniques involve an additional step, creating a sealing formula, Minato explained further. Before learning the techniques, you must first master these formulas, also known as curse marks. He formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Black, tadpole-like markings appeared and transformed into a specific pattern, a simple spiral in the center, surrounded by 8 pointed shapes. This is the formula for the four-symbol seal, Minato said. It's often used to seal malevolent forces like tailed beasts. Amazing! Maho exclaimed, awestruck. She had learned from Kushina about the power and significance of tailed beasts, and the idea of sealing them with a technique was mind-blowing. Let's start learning, Minato said with a smile, pulling out paper and brushes. The sealing formula, like hand seals, must be flawless and precise. He handed each of them a set of supplies. For now, practice drawing the formula on paper. Once you're skilled, you'll switch to using chakra to draw it, Minato instructed. Understand. Understood. Maho and Hanekawa replied in unison. I'll bring you a table, Minato said, heading back inside and quickly returning with a table and chairs. Maho and Hanekawa sat facing each other and began practicing while Minato watched and provided guidance. Meanwhile, he created a shadow clone to mentor Obito and Guy, as they were his primary students. Maho and Hanekawa, on the other hand, were Kushina's responsibility. By midday, Tsunade approached Hanekawa with a glass of water. Thirsty? She asked, handing it to him. Thanks, Hanekawa said, taking a sip before realizing something was off. This is the glass you drank from, isn't it? I didn't feel like getting a new one, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Hanekawa glared at her. Tsunade chuckled, unbothered, and stared back at him as if to say, what can you do about it? Did you win this morning? Hanekawa asked calmly. What's that supposed to mean? Tsunade's smile froze, and she glared at him. Nothing, Hanekawa said, smiling. Just concerned about my teacher. Is that so? Tsunade said, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Time for her special training. Nope, Hanekawa said flatly. I'm learning sealing techniques. You don't get to say no. Tsunade retorted, glaring at him. Nearby, Minato wore a slightly bemused expression as he observed their interaction. Are they really teacher and student? Chapter 124, 124. Sealing Techniques in Chidori Stream. Outside Uzumaki Kushina's house, Hanekawa stood at a distance, observing Kakashi Hatake. As Kakashi completed a series of hand seals, a sharp, piercing sound filled the air, reminiscent of countless birds chirping in unison. It was both chaotic and awe-inspiring. A surge of chakra enveloped Kakashi's body, crackling with intense lightning. In an instant, the flashing light and thunderous sound surrounded him, making him appear like a thunder god. After a month of experimentation, Kakashi had finally developed a new jutsu, the Chidori Stream. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Hanekawa formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his throat. A large fireball shot from his mouth, radiating intense heat. Although the fireball jutsu was a signature move of the Uchiha clan, it had been widely adopted by others due to its immense power and simplicity. It was considered one of the most cost-effective fire-style techniques. Hanekawa, however, hadn't learned it by stealing it with Shisui Uchiha who had taught him. The fireball roared through the air, creating a wave of scorching heat as it closed in on Kakashi. Kakashi, however, stood his ground. Without flinching or dodging, he allowed the fireball to hit him directly. Boom! Flames and lightning burst forth, scattering in all directions. When the flames subsided, Kakashi remained unharmed, standing resolutely within his lightning cloak. Impressive defense, Kakashi murmured, nodding in satisfaction. Until now, his defensive techniques were limited to earth style, earth wall. With the addition of the Chidori stream, he now had another reliable method of defense. Satisfied with its defensive capability, Kakashi moved to test its offensive potential. With a thought, the lightning surrounding his body shot outward in all directions. The crackling of electricity reverberated through the area as the destructive energy left a trail of charred ground, broken and burning trees, and disintegrated grass. Kakashi's eyes lit up with excitement. The technique felt more powerful than most lightning-style jutsu. Congratulations, Kakashi, Hanekawa said, approaching him. Thanks, Kakashi replied, deactivating the Chidori stream. I couldn't have created it without your advice. I think it deserves a new name, Hanekawa suggested with a smile. How about calling it Chidori stream? Sounds good, Kakashi agreed without much thought. For him, the name wasn't the important part. Kakashi. At that moment, Namikaze Minato's voice called out. Hanekawa and Kakashi exchanged a glance before turning to head back. Minato was waiting with Uchiha Obito, Might Guy and Uzumaki Kushina, who looked visibly reluctant about something. Kakashi immediately had a bad feeling. The Hokage has ordered us to the border, Minato said gravely. Can't those Cloud Village bastards ever behave? Uzumaki Kushina said with frustration. The hidden cloud is always ambitious, Tsunade said with a serious expression. Is war going to break out? Obito asked worriedly. If it did, he wouldn't be able to see Rin for a long time. I'm not sure, Minato replied, shaking his head. The hidden cloud has been testing the waters, but it might just be a military exercise. Military exercises often lead to war in the end, Tsunade sighed. Having lived through the Second Shinobi World War, she understood the harsh reality of war. Anyone, even cage-level shinobi, could perish. The Leaf will definitely win. Kushina declared, pumping her fist confidently. We will, Minato said with a gentle smile. I'll take them to the Hokage's office first. Hanekawa, Kakashi suddenly remembered something and handed him a scroll. This contains the training method for the Chidori stream. Thanks, Hanekawa said, accepting it. Hanekawa paused briefly before saying, take care of yourself. Don't worry, Kakashi replied with a slight nod. See you at the Chunin exams. After watching them leave, Tsunade reassured the others, don't stress too much, it's unlikely to escalate into a war just yet. Uzumaki Kushina exhaled, then turned to Hanekawa and Maho Uzumaki. Let's go learn some sealing techniques. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina would only step into action during Konoha's moments of crisis. However, Maho and Hanekawa were different. They needed to take every opportunity to grow stronger. You've both gotten the hang of sealing formulas, Kushina observed, so it's time to move to the next stage. But your training will differ. Maho Uzumaki, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, had a natural abundance of chakra and a knack for sealing techniques. However, due to neglecting her training for too long, she wasn't even a competent ninja yet. Kushina decided she needed to focus on chakra control by practicing tree climbing and water walking first. Hanekawa, on the other hand, lacked the Uzumaki clan's innate sealing talent but excelled in chakra control as a medical ninja. This allowed him to skip basic exercises and dive straight into advanced sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are divided into solo-use seals and multi-user sealing arrays, Kushina explained with a smile. We'll start with the basics individual seals. Hanekawa nodded, while Maho had already begun climbing a tree nearby. Most sealing techniques are quite difficult, Kushina said thoughtfully before her eyes lit up. I've got it, finger engraving seal. Hanekawa froze for a moment, feeling conflicted. He knew of this technique. It was the same seal Jiraiya had used in his final moments, engraving a message on Fukasaku's back to deliver intelligence to Konoha and Naruto. The finger engraving seal allows you to carve text or symbols onto a surface using your chakra, Kushina explained. Among sealing techniques, it's one of the simpler ones, as it mainly requires precise chakra control. Despite its ominous history, Hanekawa decided it was worth learning. Within 2 weeks, he had mastered the finger engraving seal. However, he found it largely impractical. Engraving messages on random objects or worse, on people was hardly useful. Though, the idea of etching something silly like tally marks on someone briefly amused him before he dismissed it. What do you think of this mission? Tsunade asked, pointing at a bulletin board. As a ninja, training and learning weren't enough, real-world experience was essential, especially with the looming threat of war. Having seen Hanekawa master the finger engraving seal, Tsunade announced a pause in their sealing lessons. After spending over a month in Konoha, it was time to head out on a mission. Hanekawa looked up at the board. The mission was ranked B-level, clearing out a band of rogue ninja in the northern region of the Land of Fire. The leader was identified as a missing nin from the hidden sand village with Chunin level strength. How about taking on an A-level mission instead? Hanekawa suggested with a raised eyebrow. You might manage, but Kurane and Rin can't, Tsunade said, flicking his forehead. You need to think of your teammates too. They need to grow, just like you. Fair enough, Hanekawa agreed. Let's take this mission, it'll be good practice for them. His teammates, Kurane Ui and Rin Nohara, were both talented, though not quite on his level. With enough training, they could easily become Jonin. Meanwhile, Hanekawa planned to use the mission time to continue working on his Chidori stream. The technique was no easy feat. In the original story, Sasuke Uchiha had taken a month to barely master it under Kakashi's guidance, and that was with the help of his Sharingan. Back at home, Tsunade called out loudly, "You two, come here." Kurane and Rin stopped their training and ran over to her. "Get ready. Meet at the village gate in an hour. We're heading out on a mission," Tsunade announced with her usual no-nonsense demeanor. Both girls were momentarily stunned by the sudden news but quickly turned to prepare. They needed supplies like clothes, food, ninja tools, and tents, so every minute counted. Hanekawa, however, required no such preparation. He always carried a summoning scroll for storage. These scrolls were expensive, but he could afford them without worry. Thinking about money reminded Hanekawa of Tsuchibashi, the publisher he had partnered with. It had been a while since the release of his novel Redo of Healer. Perhaps it was time to check in and ensure the next volume was on track. Hanekawa fell into deep thought. Deciding on his next move was proving to be quite difficult. "What's on your mind?" Tsunade noticed his distraction and asked. "Nothing much," Hanekawa replied without hesitation. "I was just thinking about Chidori stream training. Kakashi creating Chidori stream is quite impressive, he truly is a genius," Tsunade acknowledged. She paused before adding, "But don't forget about your yin seal." "Of course not," Hanekawa replied with a small smile. "I think I've already mastered about a third of it." "A third?" Tsunade looked skeptical. "You're not lying to me, are you?" "See for yourself," Hanekawa said as he stepped forward, took her hand, and placed it on his forehead. His sudden gesture left Tsunade momentarily stunned. Looking at Hanekawa up close, she couldn't help but notice how strikingly handsome he had become. Shaking off the thought, Tsunade focused her chakra, letting it flow through her fingertips into Hanekawa's forehead. Her expression quickly shifted to one of surprise. Hanekawa hadn't been exaggerating, his chakra reservoir for the yin seal was indeed already 1/3 full. This progress far exceeded her expectations. Based on his current pace, Hanekawa could likely complete the yin seal in just a year, having her initial estimate of 2.5 to 3 years. "Not bad," Tsunade admitted, stepping back. "You've clearly been working hard." "Well, I am a medical ninja, after all," Hanekawa said with a smile. Tsunade felt at a loss for words. "You've been learning so much, yet you keep calling yourself a medical ninja. It's hard to believe." "All right, let's go," Tsunade said as she stepped into her shoes at the entrance. Hanekawa followed, closing the door behind him. Together, they made their way to Konoha's gates, where they waited briefly for Rin Nohara and Kurane Ui to arrive. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Fields, there's a group of rogue ninja frequently harassing and robbing Fire Country residents, Tsunade explained as they traveled. "Our mission is to eliminate them." "Are there a lot of ninja involved?" Rin asked. "Not many," Tsunade replied. "The report indicates 1 Chunin, 2 Genin, and the rest are ordinary bandits." "Sounds easy," Kurane said confidently. "It may seem simple, but don't get careless," Tsunade warned, giving her a sharp look. "You and Rin will handle it." "Hey!" Kurane blinked in surprise. "What about Hanekawa?" "If you can't handle it, he'll step in to save you," Tsunade replied casually. "No way." Kurane huffed. "We won't need him to save us." Rin, less confident, looked a bit uneasy. "Stick close to me," Kurane reassured her, patting her shoulder with a smile. "All right," Rin said softly, feeling slightly more at ease. The group set out in the morning and arrived at their destination by evening. "Let's find a place to rest," Tsunade suggested, stopping. "We'll move out at 5 a.m. Early morning, when people are typically groggy and least alert, would be the perfect time for a surprise attack." After dinner, Hanekawa sat in his tent, studying Kakashi's scroll on Chidori stream. Meanwhile, Kurane and Rin, worn out from the day's travel, were already fast asleep in their sleeping bags. Suddenly, a pair of bare feet appeared in his field of vision. He instinctively looked up and saw Tsunade's face, well, most of it, as her chest obscured part of the view. "Go to sleep," Tsunade said, patting his head gently. "We've got an early start tomorrow." Hanekawa found her recent behavior unusually soft and caring. Closing the scroll, he nodded. "I'll sleep now." The next morning, before dawn, the group made their way up the mountain. It wasn't very tall, so they reached the summit quickly. Not far ahead lay the bandit camp. Except for 2 guards at the entrance, the camp was eerily quiet. "Go ahead," Tsunade instructed. Kurane and Rin nodded slightly and silently approached the bandit camp. Body flicker jutsu. In a flash, Kurane appeared behind one of the guards at the entrance. With a swift motion, her kunao slit his throat effortlessly. She glanced over to see Rin executing the same maneuver on the other guard. Although neither of them had killed many before, they managed to push through the discomfort and continued forward after exchanging a brief look. However, a sudden scream shattered the silence of the camp. Rin had encountered a bandit with decent combat skills and failed to kill him instantly, allowing him to cry out in alarm. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Seeing this, Kurane abandoned stealth and went full force. A roaring water dragon surged forth and struck the camp's largest building with a deafening crash, reducing it to rubble. From the debris emerged a figure, a middle-aged man, the leader of the bandit group, a rogue Chunin from Kumogakure. Just a couple of kids. He scanned the scene and, seeing only Kurane and Rin, sighed in relief. Wind style, gale palm. The man quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a violent gust of wind toward Kurane. Water style, water wall. Kurane reacted swiftly, raising a protective wall of water in an instant. The wind crashed against the water wall and dissipated, failing to push through. Impossible, the man muttered in disbelief. Kurane, however, was equally surprised. This guy's so weak. Her confidence surged as she formed another set of hand seals. Demonic illusion, fox mind jutsu. As the genjutsu took effect, Kurane leaped into the air. The man instinctively looked at her, only to freeze under the illusion's influence. Descending like a hawk, Kurane plunged her kunao into his throat, ending his life. Dash. Kurane has improved a lot, Tsunade remarked, nodding in approval. Though the leader was weak, Kurane's swift resolution of the situation marked significant progress. She then turned her attention to Rin, who was struggling under the assault of two genin bandits. Rin barely managed to fend them off, narrowly avoiding harm. It seems Rin needs more training in taijutsu, Tsunade thought, making a mental note. After finishing off the leader, Kurane rushed to Rin's aid. Within 30 minutes, the entire rogue ninja group was annihilated. Let's go, Tsunade said, satisfied with their performance. Dash. Time flew by, and soon it was New Year's. In the 2 months following the mission, the team completed 4 C-rank and 1 B-rank mission. However, Tsunade and Hanekawa took a step back, letting Kurane and Rin gain experience. Both made significant strides in their skills. That said, Hanekawa's growth outpaced everyone else. He successfully mastered Chidori Stream, a feat that allowed him to use Lightning Release Cloak in combat, a major achievement. Unfortunately, the advanced Lightning Release Chakra mode was still beyond his grasp for now. Dash. Hanekawa began contemplating a new strategy. Selling intel doesn't have to involve Konoha's secrets, I could sell Tsunagakure's instead. For instance, the disappearance of the third Kazekage. In the original timeline, this event caused internal strife in Tsunagakure. Acting Kazekage Raza, Gaara's father, eventually declared war on Konoha. Though details were scarce, one significant battle, the Battle of Kikyo Castle, was well known. Located near Konoha, Kikyo Castle was deep within the Land of Fire, a sign of how dire Konoha's situation had been. It wasn't just Tsunagakure attacking Konoha at the time, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa were all closing in as well. Interestingly, Kikyo Castle was also where Nono Yakushi adopted Kabuto Yakushi, one of the major villains of the later storyline. Hanekawa reasoned that selling intel about the third Kazekage might redirect some of Kumo's aggression toward Tsuna, perhaps even sparing Konoha some grief. It might even be a good deed in disguise, he mused. Dash. Beyond Chidori Stream, Hanekawa had also made progress in sealing techniques. He unlocked the D-rank talent, Sealing Genin. Trigger condition, possess 3 sealing jutsu traits. Effect, enhances all sealing jutsu by 30%. Note, learning more sealing techniques could promote this to the C-rank talent, Sealing Chunin. Through considerable effort, Hanekawa had mastered 3 basic sealing jutsu, Finger Engraving Seal, Binding Seal Array, and Memory Seal. Notably, none of these were exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. The Binding Seal Array was used by Irika in the original series to restrict a target's movements with 4 sealing tags. Dash. As the new year arrived, Hanekawa's team halted their missions, both to celebrate and prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. Not just his team, Kakashi Hotaki, Asuma Sarutobi, and Shisui Uchiha had also returned to Konoha. Chapter 125, 125. The list for the Chunin exam. Early morning. Hanekawa took out a key and opened Tsunade's house door. He glanced at the overcast sky, closed the door, and exhaled a puff of warm breath. After December arrived, Konoha's temperature had plummeted. It probably wouldn't be long before the first snow of the year fell. Hanekawa removed his shoes and walked into the living room. Unsurprisingly, Tsunade wasn't up yet. Sensei. Hanekawa knocked on her door and called out. I heard you. Stop yelling. Soon, Tsunade's impatient voice echoed from the room, classic morning grumpiness. Hanekawa was already used to it. He turned and headed to the kitchen. Half an hour later, a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen was ready. But to his surprise, Tsunade still hadn't appeared. Hanekawa placed the ramen on the dining table and went directly into her room. Tsunade was curled up in her blanket, sleeping soundly. Hanekawa walked up, reached out, and pinched her nose. Seconds later, a long, fair leg shot out from under the blanket, aiming a fierce kick at him. Hanekawa stepped back, narrowly dodging the dangerous strike. Meeting Tsunade's irritated gaze, he calmly said, It's time for breakfast, sensei. Got it. Tsunade sat up, her oversized pajamas hanging loosely on her body. You're so annoying, kid. You're just too lazy, sensei, Hanekawa replied, shaking his head. Out. Tsunade glared at him. I'm changing. Yes. Hanekawa turned and left, closing the door behind him. Tsunade got out of bed. She wasn't wearing pajamas last night but a nightgown and nothing else. Recalling the earlier kick, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. But it seemed the brat hadn't noticed anything. After changing her clothes, Tsunade headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When she entered the living room, she saw Hanekawa sitting at the dining table, holding the bowl of tonkatsu ramen in his hands. What are you doing? Warming up? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Reheating. Hanekawa raised his hand, and faint waves of heat swirled in his palm fire release chakra. Thanks. Tsunade paused slightly, then sat across from him. Have you eaten breakfast? I ate at home, Hanekawa said, then added, Uncle Shinku made it. Home, huh? For a moment, Tsunade had the urge to let him stay here but quickly dismissed it. She picked up her chopsticks, lifted some ramen, and took a bite. This tastes even better than before. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise. As long as sensei likes it, Hanekawa said with a smile. Tsunade wasn't imagining it, the reason was his new trait. C-tier talent, advanced chef. Condition, master cooking skills. Effect, increases dish deliciousness by 50%. After all this time cooking, Hanekawa had finally upgraded from the D-tier talent intermediate chef to the C-tier advanced chef. At this rate, the next upgrade would likely be master chef. Is this turning into cooking master boy? What's today's training? Hanekawa asked, snapping back to reality. We're going to the Hokage building first, Tsunade replied between bites of ramen. Picking up a mission. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. No. Tsunade sipped the broth. We're submitting the Chunin exam applications. I see. Hanekawa nodded. I wonder how many will participate in this year's Chunin exams. You're my student. If you don't take first place, you'll regret it, Tsunade said with a smile, one filled with malicious intent. No doubt it meant trouble. First place is definitely. Hanekawa stopped himself. Making bold declarations before a match was bad luck. He didn't want to jinx himself. You'll find out, he said with a light cough. I'll be watching closely. Tsunade had faith in him. After all, he'd been top of his class in the academy for 6 years. Though there were plenty of talented peers, none were a match for him. I'm full. Tsunade licked her lips and savored the lingering flavor. That ramen was fantastic today. I'll do the dishes. Hanekawa grabbed the bowls and headed to the kitchen. Before long, the two locked the door and left for the Hokage building. Bang. The office door was kicked open. Tsunade strolled into the Hokage's office as if nothing had happened. You'll give me a heart attack one day, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, taking a puff of his pipe to calm himself. Application forms. Tsunade tossed them onto the desk. Such a shame we can't hold a joint Chunin exam this time, Hiruzen said after glancing at the forms, sighing. Tsunade caught the hidden meaning in his words. Joint Chunin exams, involving multiple ninja villages, were typically held during peaceful times to showcase each village's strength to daimyos and nobles. The better the performance, the more mission commissions the village could secure. Hiruzen meant that with Hanekawa's skills, he could have shown in a joint exam and brought honor to Konoha. Currently, with the hidden cloud village stirring, Konoha naturally doesn't dare to host a joint Chunin exam. Alright, let me see the list of genin participating in the Chunin exam, Tsunade said, glancing at Hanekawa. What's this? Scouting ahead for your student. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. That's not like you at all. Since Nawaka's death, Tsunade had lived independently, cutting off most of her ties despite staying in Konoha. But now, with Hanekawa around, she seemed to be returning to her old self. Cut the nonsense. Tsunade frowned. There you go again, so impatient, Hiruzen said, laughing as he handed over a file. Ignoring his words, Tsunade picked it up and glanced through it. The list contained no genin worth noting, so she casually handed it to Hanekawa. Hiruzen's smile deepened clearly, her request was for Hanekawa's sake. He was pleased to see Tsunade's transformation. After all, his other two students were becoming increasingly troublesome. Jiraiya spent his time outside the village chasing some child of prophecy. Orochimaru, when not on missions, buried himself in experiments and jutsu research. Frankly, neither was suited to be Hokage. Only Tsunade was a fitting candidate. Hiruzen wasn't sure how much longer he could serve as Hokage. If another great ninja war broke out, he might meet an untimely end, just like his teacher, Tobirama Senju. Ensuring a successor was the safest plan. Hanekawa opened the file, recognizing most of the names: Kakashi Hatake, Shisui Uchiha, Asuma Sarutobi, and Shizuan. He schemed further and noticed some less familiar but vaguely recognizable genin: Ibiki Marino, Ebisu, Mizuki, and Genma Shiranui. Except for Mizuki, they were all from the previous graduating class. Ibiki Marino would later become the head of Konoha's Anbu Torture and Interrogation Division and the proctor for the written portion of Naruto Uzumaki's Chunin exam. Ebisu was the private tutor for Hiruzen's grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi. Genma Shiranui would serve as a guard for the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and master the Flying Thunder God formation, which required 3 users. Of course, all that was in the future. For now, they were just ordinary genin. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Hanekawa said, closing the file and handing it back. No problem, Hiruzen replied nonchalantly. It'll all be public knowledge soon enough. We'll be going then, Tsunade said, waving a hand. Don't be late. The Chunin exam starts next Monday, Hiruzen reminded them. Bang. The door slammed shut, causing Hiruzen's mouth to twitch. None of his 3 students had any manners. In contrast, their students like Minato Namikaze and Hanekawa were much more respectful. Maybe I should have Orochimaru take a student, Hiruzen mused, taking a puff of his pipe. While Tsunade had moved on from the Wake's death, Hiruzen felt Orochimaru hadn't. Let's head back, Tsunade said, glancing at the Hokage building before turning away. Hanekawa quickly followed her. When they returned home, the place was bustling. In addition to Rin Nohara and Kurenai Ui, Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi were also there, making a total of 6 genin. You guys have fun, Tsunade said, not wanting to disturb them. When did you get back? Hanekawa asked with a smile. Yesterday, Asuma said proudly. Our team completed a B-rank mission. That's nothing. Obito Uchiha retorted. We've done several B-rank missions already. Same here, Kurenai chimed in, hands on her hips. And Rin and I completed ours together. What? Obito exclaimed, looking at Rin. Were you in any danger? There were some close calls, Rin said with a smile, but Kurenai handled them all. Asuma's face stiffened. Ordinary genin teams usually waited 3 to 4 years to tackle B-rank missions, but these exceptional genin were already taking them on. Life truly feels like a lonely snowfall, Asuma thought, sighing deeply. All he wanted was to show off a little. Why was it so hard? By the way, do you guys know the rules for the Chunin exam? Asuma suddenly asked, his eyes lighting up. No, Rin and Kurenai said, shaking their heads. Kakashi and Obito also turned to him. I do. Asuma said excitedly. Tell us. Obito urged. The first stage is a written test, Asuma said, holding up one finger. Ugh. Obito groaned. Why is there a written test in the Chunin exam? He was terrible at theory and hadn't touched it since graduating. Now, the thought of a written test filled him with dread. Might Guy also looked uneasy. Only Hanekawa and a few others remained indifferent. They were all top students. The second stage is a team battle, and the third stage is a one-on-one fight, Asuma continued. Chapter 126, 126. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. At the entrance of Tsunade's house, Hanekawa stood gazing at the snowy sky, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled the Chunin exam rules that Asuma Sarutobi mentioned last week. They were not much different from the rules in the Chunin exam that Naruto participated in. The only major difference lay in the second stage, the team battle. In the original series, the goal was to collect Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the tower in the Forest of Death. However, since this Chunin exam was exclusive to Konoha and had fewer participants, that method wasn't suitable. Asuma only mentioned that the second stage involved crossing the Forest of Death as quickly as possible. A race? Hanekawa pondered. Hanekawa. A cheerful voice called out, drawing closer. Hanekawa looked up to see Kurenai Ui running toward him with a bright smile on her face. Perhaps influenced by him, Kurenai now favored a single ponytail over her original shoulder-length hairstyle. This gave her a youthful, vibrant charm that replaced her previously mature aura. Are you cold? Hanekawa noticed her flushed cheeks and asked. Not at all, Kurenai replied, shaking her head. Let me warm you up, Hanekawa said, extending his hand as her eyes filled with curiosity. A gentle flow of chakra emitted from his hand, turning into warmth. With his current level of chakra control and mastery of chakra nature transformation, using this fire-based chakra technique was effortless. After all, his C-grade perk 5 element Chunin gave him a 100% mastery bonus for all 5 chakra natures. Feeling the warmth on her cheeks, Kurenai froze for a moment. Then, as her heart raced, the redness on her face deepened. Hearing footsteps approaching, she quickly stepped back, putting some distance between them. Hanekawa, good morning. Might Guy greeted enthusiastically. Good morning, Hanekawa replied with a slight nod, looking at Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Nohara standing beside him. I bumped into them on the way, Rin explained. Bumped into? More like Might Guy began but was swiftly interrupted. Guy. Obito quickly gave him a sharp look. It was just a coincidence. Might Guy blinked, paused, and tried to speak again, only to be cut off once more. Kurenai, Rin asked with concern, why is your face so red? Hey. Kurenai panicked, fanning herself with her hand. I ran over here, so I'm a bit hot. The Chunin exam is about to start. Let's not waste time and talk as we walk, Hanekawa interjected with a light cough, steering the conversation. Let's go. Might Guy exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. I can already feel my youth burning. Hanekawa glanced sympathetically at Kakashi. How does he tolerate Guy for so long? That's a feat in itself. Kakashi remained silent, while Kurenai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She cast a quick glance at Hanekawa, blaming him for the awkward situation. Let's go, Kurenai, Hanekawa called back after taking a few steps. Coming. Kurenai quickly followed, a smile unconsciously forming on her face. The first stage of the Chunin exam was a written test, and the venue was set in the Ninja Academy. Which exam room are you in? Asuma asked as they walked. I'm in the first room. Anyone with me? Our team is in the first room, Rin replied. Great. Obito said happily. Rin, let's sit together. You'll be disqualified if you are caught cheating, Kakashi reminded him, expressionless. Hey. Obito protested. Arrogant Kakashi. I don't need to cheat. Actually, cheating is allowed, Hanekawa suddenly said with a smile. What? Everyone looked at him, surprised. The written test doesn't just assess theoretical knowledge but also the ability to cheat under the examiner's nose without getting caught, Hanekawa explained. But if you're caught, you'll have to wait until next year to try again. I see. Obito's eyes lit up. Who could cheat better than someone with Sharingan? Your answers will become mine. How do you cheat? Guy scratched his head, puzzled. You should just focus on answering honestly, Kakashi advised, glancing at him. With Guy's flamboyant style, it would be a miracle if he wasn't caught cheating. Hey, what's that white-haired guy doing? Kurane pointed to a figure crouching on the academy's wall. Peeking. Asuma's sense of justice flared up as he noticed the sneaky behavior. How shameless can someone be? Kakashi squinted, finding the figure familiar. Hanekawa had already recognized him. It was Jiraiya. Humph. Asuma declared righteously. Wait here, everyone. Wait. Hanekawa called out. Kakashi Hatake instinctively called out, but it was too late. You scoundrel. Asuma Sarutobi leapt up, grabbing at the man's hair. Didn't your old man teach you manners? In a flash, Jiraiya appeared behind him, lifting Asuma by the collar instead. Let me go, you pervert. Asuma's face turned bright red. He had intended to look cool but ended up embarrassing himself in front of Hanekawa and the others. Pervert. Jiraiya growled, clearly annoyed. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku. You're Jiraiya. Asuma froze, staring at him. Though it had been years, this man matched the Jiraiya in his memories. I even held you when you were a baby, Jiraiya said, letting go of him. Asuma pouted, unimpressed. Even if you pull the seniority card, it doesn't change your reputation as a lecher. He had heard plenty of stories about Jiraiya's antics. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi and the others greeted respectfully. Uncle Jiraiya, Hanekawa addressed him differently, being Tsunade's student. Hanekawa, is your teacher not here? Jiraiya asked. She's at home, Hanekawa replied. Not at the casino. Jiraiya asked, shocked. Uncle Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Hanekawa quickly shifted the topic. Peeping, obviously. Asuma snapped, still upset. Watch your mouth, kid. Jiraiya shot him a glare before explaining seriously, I'm observing the skills of the Chunin exam participants. You're the proctor. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. Sharp as ever. Jiraiya grinned proudly. I'm the proctor for the second stage. Asuma's eyes widened in horror. Great, the exam hasn't even started, and I've already offended the proctor. Kid, Jiraiya said, patting Asuma's shoulder, I'll be keeping a special eye on you for your dad. Asuma could only force a smile that looked worse than crying. Alright, go take your written exam, Jiraiya said, leaping back onto the wall. See you this afternoon. Hanekawa and the others bid him farewell and entered the academy. Dash. In the original series joint Chunin exam, Konoha had 87 genin participants, far surpassing other villages, even the Sand Village, which only sent 30. This time, the number was smaller, with 54 genin divided into 2 exam rooms. Hanekawa's team was assigned to the first room, so they went straight to a classroom on the first floor. The room was already bustling with participants, who whispered among themselves upon seeing them. Though young, they were quite well known in Konoha, especially Hanekawa, whose fame was the greatest. Damn it. Asuma grumbled. Why does everyone know Hanekawa and not me? Despite being the Hokage's son and a hero at the Fire Country's borders, his deeds seemed overshadowed. It's because of Hanekawa's strength. Kurane said proudly, crossing her arms. Or maybe because he's a lead doctor at Konoha Hospital, Shizuan suggested thoughtfully. After becoming Sakumo Hataki's student, Shizuan had decided to learn medical ninjutsu and frequently heard about Hanekawa's achievements from non-Yakushi. Just lucky, Hanekawa replied with a modest smile. Once I beat you, my fame will surpass yours. Asuma declared stubbornly. No. Might Guy shouted passionately. Hanekawa is my rival. This is the promise of our youth. What promise? Hanekawa's mouth twitched. I'll be the ultimate victor. Obito Uchiha clenched his fist. I'll show you all what it means to be an Uchiha. Quiet. A round, stocky young man entered the classroom. It was clearly a member of the Akimichi clan. I am your proctor, Akimichi Dodo, he said sternly. The only rule is no cheating. If you're caught, you're disqualified. With a wave of his hand, 2 assistants stepped forward to distribute the exam papers. Hanekawa quickly recalled who Dodo was: Minato Namikaze's comrade during the Third Great Ninja War. Begin the exam, Dodo announced. Hanekawa glanced at the questions, which were far more difficult than the Academy's theory tests. Still, they were manageable for him. Picking up his pen, he started answering. Others showcased their skills, whether by writing answers or using creative methods to cheat. After 2 hours, Dodo collected the papers. At that moment, a figure leapt through the classroom window. Listen up. I am the unparalleled white-haired sage, the Toad Sage who silences crying children with my presence, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood before them, striking a flamboyant pose. The room fell into an awkward silence. Chapter 127, 127. Konoha's Genin, terrifying beyond belief. He's Lord Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sunin from Konoha. He's nothing like what I imagined. He doesn't seem very reliable. After a few moments of silence, the room burst into hushed commentary. In their minds, the legendary Chunin were supposed to be heroic figures. But Jiraiya's antics shattered that image. Hanekawa shook his head. In the shinobi world, strength is what matters most. That's how the legendary Chunin came to be. If judged by their personalities and actions, the Chunin would probably be seen as the three menaces of Konoha, symbolizing gambling, debauchery, and recklessness. You're early, Lord Jiraiya. Akimichi Dodo quickly stepped forward. I figured the candidates would be thrilled to see me, so I came to greet them in advance, Jiraiya said with a smug grin. Akimichi Dodo silently lamented, you're having the opposite effect. Hello, everyone. Jiraiya waved enthusiastically, a broad smile on his face. I'm the proctor for the second stage. Don't mistake me for someone else this afternoon. Fight Jiraiya? Are you serious? He's the proctor, not a participant. Don't suggest something so terrifying. The difficulty's definitely going to be insane. We're doomed. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Hanekawa was equally surprised. He couldn't understand why Jiraiya was the proctor. Could it have something to do with me? Unable to come up with a reason, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, the identity of the proctor didn't really matter to him. See you this afternoon, Jiraiya said cheerfully before leaning back and vanishing, leaving behind a startled crowd and a shattered window. Akimichi Dodo stared at the broken glass, speechless. I'll have to report this to the Hokage and charge Jiraiya-sama for the repairs. Being from the Akimichi clan, most of his funds went to food and drink. He didn't have spare cash for such damages. Silence. Dodo turned to the class, his voice stern. The room quieted immediately, the students abandoning their gossip about Jiraiya. The written exam results will be posted on the bulletin board. Check them yourselves, Dodo announced. The second stage starts at 2 p.m. Those who pass the written exam should gather at the first training ground on time. Yes, sir, the group responded in unison. The results will be posted in about an hour. With that, Dodo left the classroom, carrying the test papers. Hanekawa recalled the so-called 10th question from the original series Chunin exams. However, this exam didn't have it was just a standard written test. How about we grab some lunch at Ichiraku Ramen while we wait? Asuma Sarutobi suggested. Sounds good, Shisui Uchiha nodded, smiling. I haven't had Ichiraku in a while, I've missed it. Then it's settled. Kureneyu, I said enthusiastically, grabbing Hankawa's arm and leading the group out. Damn it. Asuma clenched his teeth in frustration. I need to find a girlfriend. The shinobi world had a reputation for early maturity, and at 12 or 13, relationships weren't unheard of. What's a girlfriend? Might Guy asked, genuinely puzzled. It's your youth, Kakashi Hatake replied dryly before leaving the classroom. Youth. Guy exclaimed excitedly, chasing after him. Let's see who gets to Ichiraku first. Obito Uchiha's eyes filled with jealousy. Why does Hanekawa always get the good fortune? I want Rin to treat me like that. Rin, wait for me. Obito called out, running after her. Meanwhile, Shizune remained quiet. She was solely focused on improving her medical ninja skills. Like Rin, she often felt overshadowed by her overly strong teammates, particularly Shisui. The group soon arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Welcome. Toki greeted them with a warm smile. To celebrate your Chunin exams, extra noodles are on the house today. Hey? Uncle Toki, how did you know we're taking the Chunin exams today? Kurene asked, surprised. Don't underestimate my information network. Toki said, winking. Thank you, Uncle Toki, Hanekawa said, recalling how Toki often treated Naruto Uzumaki generously in the original series. He felt that Ichiraku Ramen played a significant role in preventing Naruto from straying to a darker path. It's nothing, Toki replied, waving it off. Just come by often in the future. Hanekawa glanced around. Among their group, there were no members of the Akimichi or Hokage clans. Otherwise, Toki would have taken a financial hit today. After finishing their ramen, the group returned to the Ninja Academy, chatting and laughing. At the bulletin board near the entrance, a crowd of candidates had already gathered. However, the results hadn't been posted yet, leaving everyone waiting in anticipation. I hope I pass, Uchiha Obito clasped his hands together in prayer. Did you do it yourself? Sarutobi Asuma looked at him skeptically. Among the crowd, it was likely only Obito and Might Guy who were on shaky ground with the written test. Of course. Obito replied, somewhat guilty. In front of Nohara Rin, he didn't dare admit the truth. But without cheating, he feared failing and becoming a laughingstock. How about you, Guy? How do you feel? Hatake Kakashi asked while staring at the bulletin board. I feel great. Might Guy exclaimed confidently. My youth won't end here. Kakashi felt like he had worried for nothing. Guy seemed fearless as always. It's fine as long as we pass, Asuma said nonchalantly. Rank doesn't matter. You're just saying that because you can't take first place, Kureneyu teased. After all, the top spot will definitely go to Hanekawa. No way. Asuma protested. As a shinobi, survival is the top priority. That wasn't entirely untrue, it was something he had learned deeply while working on missions with Sakumo Hatake. Their team was strong, but the missions they took on were often highly dangerous. They're posting it now, Hanekawa noticed Ichiro approaching the bulletin board to put up the list. The waiting candidates rushed forward. I passed. I passed. Why isn't my name here? Damn it. This has to be rigged. Some cried in despair, while others shouted in excitement. As expected, first place is Hanekawa. Kurane exclaimed happily after glancing at the rankings. She turned to him, clearly pleased. What about you? Hanekawa asked, patting her head. Fifth place, Kurane answered, turning away as her face reddened. She used to be unfazed by head pats, but now they felt oddly different. I passed. Might Guy shouted, full of energy. Youth burns brightly once more. Rin, you're second place, Obito said, a tinge of regret in his voice. If only he'd scored a bit higher, he could have beaten Hanekawa. Second is already great, Nohara Rin replied with a smile. And you're 21st. Congratulations. Thanks. Obito scratched his head, feeling conflicted. How did I only get 21st? Did I cheat for nothing? Everyone passed. Shisui Uchiha said after scanning the list, smiling brightly. Hanekawa nodded slightly. Out of the 54 genin who took the test, 45 passed, leaving only 9 eliminated. Compared to the Chunin exams in the original series, this one was significantly less difficult. Let's head to the first training ground, Hanekawa said, shifting his gaze away. The Chunin exam focuses on the second and third stages. Be prepared. Don't worry. Asuma said confidently. I'll blow your mind when the time comes. Good luck, Hanekawa replied with a smile. Why do I feel like you're underestimating me? Asuma huffed. Let's go. Kurane suddenly grabbed Hanekawa's arm and pulled him along. Asuma gritted his teeth. You two are too much. Rin, do you feel ready? Obito asked, looking at her. I'll do my best, Rin said, shaking her head. You ranked high on the written test, so there might be a bonus, Shizuan interjected. As a fellow medical ninja, she understood Rin's concerns. You'll definitely pass. Obito said with unwarranted confidence. Rin didn't take his words seriously, still feeling a bit nervous. Don't worry, Hanekawa reassured from ahead. You'll all do fine. Really? Rin's eyes lit up instinctively. Hanekawa's strength and foresight gave her immense trust in his words. Yet, Hanekawa nodded lightly. He could see the future, after all. Rin exhaled in relief, her burden lightened. Obito clenched his fists. Damn it. Why does she trust him and not me? Evil Hanekawa. His eyes burned red with envy, as if he had swallowed a bitter lemon. What's that? Suddenly, the candidates traveling with Hanekawa exclaimed in astonishment. It's huge. Uchiha Obito instinctively looked up and asked, why is there such a huge toad? In the middle of the first training ground stood an enormous toad holding a pipe in its mouth. There's someone on top of it. Shizuan said in a daze. It's Lord Jiraiya. You guys don't know about this, do you? Sarutobi Asuma coughed, ready to explain, but was interrupted. That's Jiraiya's summoned beast, Hanekawa said. It comes from Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great summoning grounds. He even recognized the toad Gamabuntat. Known as the toad boss by Uzumaki Naruto, it was incredibly powerful, capable of holding its own against Shikaku in battle. So he's summoning it now? Hanekawa already had a good guess about the second exam's contents. It looks amazing, Nohara Rin couldn't help but say in awe. What's the big deal? Kurane Ui scoffed. Did you forget that Lady Tsunade also has a summoning beast? We'll sign a contract with it someday too. Rin froze for a moment, then grew excited. The thought of having such a powerful summon in the future filled her with anticipation. Hanekawa, have you signed a contract yet? Asuma suddenly asked, a serious look crossing his face. I have, Hanekawa replied with a nod. Then if you summon a beast from the Shikotsu forest, wouldn't that let you breeze through this test? Asuma hesitated before grumbling, that's cheating. Ugh, I should have asked the old man for his summoning beast. My summon is a healing type, Hanekawa said with a shake of his head. I won't use it. That's a relief, Asuma exhaled. What's the big deal about summons? Obito said sourly. Real strong ninjas don't need summoning beasts. But deep down, he was drooling with envy. Everyone knew a lot of the fame of the 3 legendary Chunin came from their powerful summons. Hey, you little brats. Come over here. Jiraiya waved at them. The group approached. The rules are simple, Jiraiya said once everyone was gathered. Get through this forest of death ahead as fast as you can. That's it. Kakashi asked skeptically. Just a race. At that moment, Jiraiya leaped down from Gamabuntat, landing in front of them. He formed a series of hand signs, and with a puff of smoke, a variety of toads of different shapes and sizes appeared. Along the way, they'll set traps and attack you, so be careful. Jiraiya said with a grin. The group instantly erupted into murmurs. These were the legendary summons of the Chunin. A few reminders, Jiraiya raised 2 fingers. First, your team's slowest member will determine your time. Second, only the top 7 teams will advance. What? Half of us will be eliminated? I'm done for. I didn't learn the body flicker technique, I can't run fast. The candidates' faces filled with worry, some even sweating profusely. All right. Jiraiya laughed. The test begins now. Good luck, everyone. At the sound of rushing wind, the group darted into the forest at full speed. See you at the finish line, Asuma said, running off with Shisui and Shizun. Kakashi, Obito and Might Guy quickly followed. Let's go, Hanekawa said, leaping into the trees and moving swiftly. Rin and Kurenai hurried to keep up. Not long after, a swarm of toads hopped into the forest. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. Should I make things harder for Hanekawa? If he summons Katsuyu, I'll have Gamabunta deal with it. Perception technique. While running, Hanekawa formed hand signs. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Kurenai, to the left. Without hesitation, Kurenai stopped and formed hand signs. The next second, a blazing fireball shot out of the trees toward them. Water style, water formation wall. Kurenai spat out a stream of water, forming a wall to block the fireball. Hanekawa retreated, disappearing from sight. Rin drew her kunao, standing back to back with Kurenai as they scanned the surroundings warily. Where's that kid? A purplish-red toad scanned the area, confused. The sharp sound of crackling lightning erupted. The toad turned instinctively, only to be greeted by a blinding flash of electricity. Ah! The toad screamed as it was shocked into dizziness. Hanekawa didn't kill it, as it was one of Jiraiya's summons. You pass. The toad croaked weakly. Its only thought was, Konoha Genin, terrifying beyond belief. Chapter 128, 128. Rin Nohara in his arms. It's been taken care of a toad, Hanekawa said as he reappeared in front of Rin Nohara and Kurenai Yui. As expected of you. Rin said in amazement as she put away her kunao. With Hanekawa around, we don't even need to lift a finger to take first place, Kurenai said with a smile. The third round is a one-on-one battle. I won't be able to help you there, Hanekawa replied, lightly tapping Kurenai's forehead. Let's go. Don't waste time. With that, he leaped forward, taking the lead once again. Rin and Kurenai quickly followed. The three of them formed a line as they ran through the forest of death. Dash. An hour later, Rin landed on the ground, ready to leap again, when the earth suddenly shook violently. The ground cracked open, revealing a massive mouth that lunged at her. Caught off guard, Rin lost her balance and fell, panic written all over her face. Rin. Kurenai sped up, but it was too late. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked through the air. Hanekawa appeared, catching Rin mid-fall and rushing away from danger. Hanekawa hadn't expected this toad to turn into a stealthy ambusher, attacking from underground. His sensory skills, while decent, mainly focused on detecting surface movements, which made him overlook the toad. Dash. Water style, water dragon bullet. Kurenai reacted quickly. She stopped, forming hand signs, and unleashed a stream of water that coalesced into a dragon, crashing down on the massive toad. Sensing danger, the toad leaped into the air, dodging the water dragon. It retaliated by spitting a giant water ball at Kurenai. Body flicker technique. Kurenai immediately retreated, avoiding the attack. She then countered with water style, water gunshot. Tiny, bullet-like streams of water shot toward the toad. Despite its efforts to dodge, its large size made it an easy target. The toad croaked in distress as it was hit. Hanekawa glanced at the scene and quickly judged that the toad wasn't a match for Kurenai. He looked down at Rin, who was still in his arms. Her eyes were shut tightly, her legs clad in dark red over the knee socks drawn close together, resting in the crook of his arm. Her hands instinctively clung to his waist. It's okay now, Rin, Hanekawa said. Hearing his familiar voice, Rin gradually calmed down. She moved her hands, realizing she was clutching his clothes. Thank you. She stammered, quickly letting go and stepping out of his arms. Avoiding his gaze, Rin lowered her head, her face tinged with red as she fidgeted with her pink skirt. It was her first time being so close to a boy her age, even if it was in an emergency. Hanekawa nodded slightly and used body flicker to reach Kurenai. I surrender, the large toad said decisively when it saw him. You can go. It knew it had struggled enough against Kurenai. Adding Hanekawa into the mix meant certain defeat. Not so fast. Kurenai huffed. You almost ate Rin just now. I don't eat humans. I was only trying to scare her, the toad protested. I'm a toad from Mount Myaboku, I only eat insect cuisine. Forget it. Let's move on, Hanekawa said, grabbing Kurenai's wrist and shaking his head. Hearing this, the toad wasted no time fleeing. Rin, are you hurt? Kurenai asked, turning to Rin with concern. I'm fine, Rin replied, glancing at Hanekawa gratefully. Thanks to Hanekawa. That's good, Kurenai said. Alright, let's go. We're definitely taking first place this time. The three of them resumed their run. Dash. 2 hours later, they finally spotted Jiraiya. There's the finish line. Kurenai said, her spirits lifting. Looks like we're first, Hanekawa remarked, glancing around and seeing no other teams. Great. Rin said, her face lighting up with a smile. Congratulations, Jiraiya said, clapping his hands. You handled both toad attacks perfectly. Very impressive. Thank you, Uncle Jiraiya, Hanekawa replied with a smile. I'll announce the rules for the third round once the other 6 teams arrive, Jiraiya said with a nod. Just as Hanekawa was about to respond, the sound of frantic footsteps reached their ears. Youthful charge. Might Guy roared, bursting through the forest like a green whirlwind. Kakashi followed behind him, his face emotionless. First place is ours for sure. Obito shouted excitedly. He finally felt he had surpassed Hanekawa. But as the forest opened up and he saw Jiraiya, his excitement quickly faded. He also saw Hanekawa, Rin, and Kurane. Obito's face froze. No. How could this happen? Too bad, Kakashi said, shaking his head. He wasn't too upset, as losing to Hanekawa had become routine for him. As for Might Guy, he seemed as spirited as ever, his energy only growing after each defeat. Damn it. The sound of rushing wind announced the arrival of another team. Asuma appeared, followed by Shisui and Shizune. Despite their best efforts, they were a step too late, missing out on both first and second place. It's still Hanekawa-senpai after all, Uchiha Shisui said with a smile. Humph. Sarutobi Asuma muttered begrudgingly. We were this close. Close still means you lost, Kurane Ui teased with a grin. Asuma trembled with frustration. 6 years he hadn't won even once. Worse yet, he couldn't even win in team battles, so personal battles were out of the question. Dash. Rin. Uchiha Obito called her name twice, but Rin Nohara didn't respond. He waved his hand in front of her face. Hey? What is it, Obito? Rin snapped out of her daze, looking a little embarrassed. She was still shaken by the earlier attack, her mind replaying the moment when Hanekawa saved her. Nothing, Obito said with a smile. Congratulations on taking first place. It wasn't because of me, Rin shook her head. It was all thanks to Kurane and Hanekawa. Obito's face stiffened. Hanekawa, again? Dash. As the group chatted, time passed. 2 hours later, all 7 teams had arrived, 21 participants in total. Aside from Hanekawa's team, everyone else had varying degrees of injuries. The toads from Mount Myoboku weren't weak opponents, and Jiraiya had carefully selected ones that would provide a challenge for their abilities. Hanekawa, Rin, and Kurane's team, however, was the exception. Jiraiya could have chosen a toad on their level, but that would have been too extreme. Using a Jonin-level toad in the Chunin exams would have been overkill. Tsunade would have undoubtedly been furious if she found out. Dash. Congratulations. Jiraiya announced loudly. You 7 teams have advanced to the 3rd round, a series of individual battles. The only rule, keep winning. When does it start? Might Guy asked eagerly. In 3 days, at the Konoha village arena, Jiraiya replied with a wave of his hand. The 2nd round is officially over. Dismissed. Yes, sir, the participants answered in unison. With a puff of smoke, Jiraiya and the toads vanished, and the teams began to disperse. Dash. Hanekawa, thank you for earlier, Rin said, walking up to him. You've already thanked me. No need to say it again, Hanekawa replied, looking into her brown eyes. Rin flinched as though electrified and quickly avoided his gaze. Hanekawa, should we head home, or go see Tsunade-sensei? Kurane asked, tugging at Hanekawa's sleeve. Let's stop by and inform sensei first, Hanekawa said after a brief pause. All right. Kurane glanced at Rin before continuing forward. Dash. It wasn't long before they arrived at Tsunade's house. We're back, sensei, Hanekawa announced as he entered the living room. How did you do? Tsunade asked, lounging on the sofa and idly watching TV. First place, of course. Kurane said with a bright smile. Not bad, Tsunade replied, unsurprised. When does the 3rd round start? In 3 days, Hanekawa replied, sitting across from her. Do you have any plans for us until then? Nope, Tsunade said, shaking her head. There's no point in last-minute training. Just rest and recharge. True, Hanekawa said, turning to Rin and Kurane. Let's head back. They can go. You stay, Tsunade suddenly said. Yes, sensei, Rin and Kurane exchanged a glance, said nothing more, and left. Heading to the casino again. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow at Tsunade. Tsunade hesitated, feeling a little awkward at being so easily read. Can't I? She asked, crossing her legs on the sofa and glaring at him. Hanekawa chuckled. I didn't say you couldn't. Tsunade immediately jumped off the sofa, grabbed his hand, and started pulling him toward the door. Wait, Hanekawa said, stopping her. It's snowing outside. Let me grab a thick coat for you. Tsunade paused, watching as he went into her room. For a moment, she felt a pang of emotion. He's grown up, hasn't he? Dash. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh as he held a manga volume of Redo of Healer. It's been ages since Thunder Fire Sword released anything new. Old man. A figure leaped in through the window, startling Sarutobi, who hastily hid the manga. What were you reading? Spying with your crystal ball again? Jiraiya asked enviously. When are you going to hand that ball over to me? When you become Hokage, Sarutobi replied with a pause. And I wasn't spying, I was inspecting Konoha. No thanks. Jiraiya replied without hesitation. Being Hokage is too much trouble. Ask Tsunade or Orochimaru instead. Sarutobi shot him a glare. How did the Chunin exams go? Here, see for yourself, Jiraiya said, tossing him a scroll. As expected, Hanekawa took first place, Sarutobi said, nodding in satisfaction as he read the scroll. Chapter 129, 129. The Hokage's Manipulations. 3 days later, in the morning. Hanekawa prepared breakfast while waiting for Tsunade to wake up. His thoughts wandered to the attack on Rin Nohara during the second round of the Chunin exams. Though he was already highly capable, he realized he still lacked proficiency in sensory ninjutsu. Could the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind's Eye be learned by outsiders? From what he recalled in the original story, the Kagura Mind's Eye didn't seem like a ninjutsu but more of an innate talent. Karin had mastered it and the adamantine chains without formal training. Hanekawa rubbed his chin. Would there be a bloodline-related perk for him to acquire? Dash. Good morning. Tsunade walked out of her room, wearing a nightgown. The hem of the gown stopped at her thighs, revealing her pale, slender legs and bare feet. Sensei, are you going to watch the matches today? Hanekawa asked, shifting his gaze away. Since I'm free, I might as well. Tsunade yawned and headed to the bathroom. As she walked, the nightgown swayed with her movements, faintly outlining her rounded figure. Moments later, Tsunade returned and sat at the table, picking up her chopsticks. Where are Kurane and Rin? She asked. I told them to head straight to the arena, Hanekawa replied. Tsunade nodded and said no more. After breakfast, she changed into her usual attire, and they headed to the arena together. Dash. Lady Tsunade. Hanekawa. As soon as they arrived, an unexpected figure greeted them. Uzumaki Kushina. What brings you here, Sister Kushina? Hanekawa asked. It'd be a shame to miss such an exciting Chunin exam. Kushina replied, her cheerful mood evident from her smile. It's with the Hokage's special permission, Minato Namikaze explained as he approached. Wow, that old man's finally wised up. It's about time, Tsunade said, unable to resist a jab. Minato could only respond with an awkward but polite smile, pretending not to hear. Unlike Tsunade, he wouldn't dare criticize Hiruzen Sarutobi so openly. Good luck, Hanekawa. Kushina said, pumping her fist. Knock them all out. Don't forget Minato's students are participating too, Tsunade added with a grin. They don't stand a chance against Hanekawa, Kushina declared confidently, glancing at Minato. True, Minato admitted with a nod. Hanekawa's eye twitched. Could you not jinx me? He thought. How am I supposed to handle this match with all this pressure? Dash. Lady Tsunade, I've saved a seat for you. Let's go. Kushina grabbed Tsunade and headed to the spectators section. Hanekawa, as a participant, couldn't join them and made his way to the arena center. Dash. By the time he arrived, all 20 other contestants were already present. He was the last to arrive. After brief greetings, the waiting began. Hanekawa glanced toward the spectators area. On the high platform, one chair remained empty, reserved for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade, Sakumo Hatake, and Minato Namikaze sat to the sides, while the rest of the seats were filled with ordinary villagers. At precisely 9 a.m., Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived punctually, accompanied by Jiraiya. Let's welcome the Hokage to speak, a young man announced loudly. The arena immediately fell silent. I'll keep it brief. Hiruzen began with a smile. Hanekawa's gut churned with unease. As expected, his instincts were right. Hiruzen rambled for an entire hour before concluding his speech. Why is this old man so long-winded? Sarutobi Asuma grumbled, feeling dizzy from the monologue. Though the other participants didn't dare voice their complaints, they silently agreed. Dash. I'm the proctor for the finals, Yamanaka Inoichi, the young man from earlier said, leaping down from the platform. Hanekawa recognized him from a past encounter involving Orochimaru and Denzo's secret experiments with Hashirama's cells. Back then, Yamanaka had been investigating missing infants but had found nothing substantial. The incident had caused no uproar in Konoha. Hanekawa thought of Yamato. By now, Yamato was likely serving as Tenzo under Denzo's route, eventually attempting to assassinate Hiruzen at age 10. Hanekawa still didn't understand Denzo's logic. Spending 10 years training Yamato, only to send him off to Hiruzen, what was the point? Did Denzo really believe Yamato could succeed in assassinating the Hokage? Dash. There are only 2 rules for the finals, Inoichi said, raising 2 fingers. First, participants will be matched randomly for one-on-one battles. Second, no killing. Stop at the point of victory. Behind him, a screen lit up, its text scrolling rapidly before stopping. First match, first round, Mizuki vs Sarutobi Asuma, Inoichi announced after glancing at the screen. Hanekawa and the others, including Kurane, moved to the sidelines. You might as well forfeit now, Asuma said confidently, crossing his arms. Mizuki's expression darkened instantly. These damned geniuses. He retrieved a larger-than-usual shuriken from his back and threw it without hesitation. The sound of it slicing through the wind echoed. Asuma Sarutobi glanced at it and easily dodged. Using the body flicker technique, he appeared directly in front of Mizuki. With a flick of his right hand, he gripped a chakra blade. Wind-release chakra flowed through it, making the already sharp blade even more deadly. Mizuki was startled and quickly pulled out a kunao to counter. What? His pupils trembled. The kunao was effortlessly sliced in half by the chakra blade, which continued its momentum until it rested against his neck. Asuma Sarutobi smiled faintly. It was worth sweet-talking the old man so much. The chakra blade he got with his father's resources was indeed exceptional. Asuma Sarutobi wins, Yamanaka Inoichi promptly announced. Sorry, but I had a reason why I couldn't lose, Asuma said as he noticed Mizuki's grim expression. Mizuki suppressed the turmoil in his heart and turned to leave. What's with that guy? Asuma shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Hanekawa glanced at the blade in Asuma's hand, recognizing it as the chakra blade he frequently used in the original story, somewhat resembling brass knuckles. Losing and then buying power UPS? Hey. Asuma, being a genin, couldn't possibly afford it himself, so it was most likely courtesy of his Hokage father. Just don't face Hanekawa. Kurenei glanced at the flashing screen, feeling extremely nervous. The others felt similarly. There were 21 candidates in the finals, meaning the first round required 10 matches, with one lucky person getting a bye. Their 3 genin teams added up to 9 people, so there was a high chance of intra-team battles. Relax. Hanekawa reached out and patted Kurenei's head. Though the rules stated random pairings, he didn't believe it. Hiruzen Sarutobi surely knew that anyone facing him would be eliminated early. The best approach was to first eliminate the weaker candidates, ensuring that the second round participants were truly strong contenders. With so many spectators watching, they wouldn't want to show the best matches too soon. Round 1, Match 2, Hanekawa vs Ebisu, Yamanaka Hiki announced loudly. Bro, I'm doomed. Ebisu froze in shock upon hearing his name. Just do your best. Genma Shiranui, chewing on a senbon needle, said calmly, it's normal if you lose. Meanwhile, things on Hanekawa's side were much more relaxed. No one thought Ebisu could win. In fact, neither did he. Hanekawa stepped into the arena, facing the boy with sunglasses before him. In the original story, Ebisu was a man of integrity, bravely trying to stop Nagato's clone alone. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Ebisu formed a seal with both hands. Clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 2 clones appeared. All 3 Ebisu clones, holding kunao, charged at Hanekawa. The one on the left was the real body. Hanekawa scanned the situation and, using body flicker, instantly closed the distance and punched. What? Ebisu instinctively raised his kunao, but it was too late. He was sent flying several meters by a single punch. The audience erupted in surprise. Is that superhuman strength? Kushina Uzumaki asked curiously. No, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. That kid's strength is naturally impressive. If it were enhanced strength, it wouldn't have just sent him flying. Hanekawa joining the Chunin exams feels like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Sakumo Hitaki said with a laugh. Hanekawa wins. Yamanaka Inoichi announced after seeing Ebisu struggle to stand multiple times without success. The screen rolled again, and the exam continued. The third match was Kurenei. Her opponent was an unremarkable genin whom she defeated with a single water release, water dragon bullet technique. Next up was Kakashi Hitaki. Although his opponent was from the Uchiha Clan, he posed no threat to Kakashi. The more Hanekawa watched, the stranger he felt. Starting with Asuma Sarutobi, the next 8 matches happened to include only their 8 people, excluding Rin Nohara. In short, there wasn't a single intra-team battle. Rin Nohara gets a bye. After 10 matches, Yamanaka Inoichi announced, take a 30-minute break before the second round begins. Rin, you're really lucky. Kurenei exclaimed. I didn't expect it either, Rin Nohara said with relief. That's great. Asuma Sarutobi cheered. We all made it to the second round. Everyone seems to have great luck, Shizuan remarked in surprise. Hanekawa smiled silently. Luck? It was all rigged. But aside from him, no one believed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would resort to cheating. In the next round, we'll definitely face familiar faces, Shisui Uchiha said, shaking his head. In the second round, besides their 9 people, only Ibiki Marino and Genma Shiranui remained. There was no way to avoid intra-team battles. No matter who the opponent is, youth means giving it your all. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. The 30-minute break passed quickly, and the screen began rolling again. Second round, first match, Hanekawa vs Obito Uchiha, Yamanaka Inoichi announced after glancing at the screen. Chapter 130, 130. Uchiha Obito's crushing defeat. Hanekawa. Uchiha Obito stared at the name displayed on the large screen, and his heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly composed himself. In the year following graduation, under the guidance of Minato Namikaze, his strength had grown by leaps and bounds. More importantly, he had a reason he absolutely could not lose. Obito instinctively glanced at Rin Nohara. Do your best, everyone. Rin said with a gentle smile. Rin, I will definitely win. Obito, invigorated by her smile, declared with unwavering confidence. Rin hesitated but eventually nodded. Deep down, she didn't think Obito could defeat Hanekawa, but as friends, she couldn't say it outright. This is going to be a tough choice. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, show us your youth. Hanekawa. Kurenei, less reserved, clenched her fists and shouted, take him down. Hanekawa smiled slightly and stepped into the center of the arena. Obito fixed his gaze on Hanekawa, clenching his fists tightly. He absolutely couldn't lose to Hanekawa, especially in front of Rin. Sharingan. Activate. Obito's eyes widened, and a single tomo appeared in each pupil. Begin the match. Yamanaka Inoichi announced. I'm faster than you. Seeing Hanekawa clap his hands together, Obito moved first, tilting his head back to unleash an enormous fireball. The searing heat distorted the air. Compared to the fire release, great fireball technique he had used a year ago, his progress was remarkable. Not only had his hand seal speed improved significantly, but the fireball's power had also nearly doubled. Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at Obito in surprise. For someone of this age to execute a fire release, great fireball technique of this caliber was undoubtedly impressive. But you've fallen into a genjutsu. Excellent. Obito, seeing his fireball hit Hanekawa, couldn't help but exclaim. But he knew victory wouldn't come so easily. As expected, the next moment, Hanekawa appeared elsewhere. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Obito quickly retaliated by spitting out a series of small fireballs, resembling phoenix flowers, forcing Hanekawa to evade frantically. A grin crept onto Obito's lips. If it weren't for the venue, he might have laughed out loud. What's going on with Obito? Shisui, watching the battle, asked in confusion. From her perspective, Hanekawa hadn't moved at all, yet Obito was frantically using fire release techniques, none of which were hitting their mark. He's under a genjutsu, Kurane said with a knowing smile. As a genjutsu specialist, she could clearly see what had happened to Obito. What? When? Shisui asked in shock. From the very beginning, Shisui Uchiha said, his expression serious. Hanekawa-senpai's genjutsu can already be cast instantaneously. When a jutsu is practiced to the point of mastery, it drastically reduces the time needed for hand seals, creating the illusion of instant casting. Hanekawa, with his B-rank skill genjutsu special Janin and C-rank skill Kota Amatsukami words, could cast certain genjutsu with just a simple hand clap. Has his power already reached such a level? Asuma Sarutobi muttered, tugging at the corner of his mouth. With such speed in hand seals, he wondered if he'd end up like Obito, completely unable to evade the genjutsu. Unless he avoided looking at Hanekawa's eyes from the very start. But given that he was already weaker than Hanekawa, giving up eye contact would only make things worse. Kakashi Hatake remained silent, pondering how to counter Hanekawa's genjutsu. This is demonic illusion, false surroundings technique, Kurane explained. It creates visual distortions. Simply put, the Hanekawa Obito sees isn't the real Hanekawa. How terrifying! Shisui couldn't help but exclaim. With her level of skill, if she faced Hanekawa, she might as well surrender immediately. Doesn't he have a Sharingan? Why didn't he notice? Asuma suddenly asked, puzzled. I believe there are two reasons. First, Obito's Sharingan only has a single tomo, Shisui speculated. Second, Hanekawa-senpai's genjutsu is exceptionally powerful, not just slightly stronger but overwhelmingly so. Of course. Kurane said proudly. Hanekawa's genjutsu is nearly on par with my father's. He might even surpass him next year. No wonder, Shisui said, finally understanding. Kurane's father, Yui Shinku, was a genjutsu master. If Hanekawa's abilities were only slightly inferior to his, a one-tomo Sharingan couldn't possibly counter them. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Obito formed hand seals, channeling a large amount of chakra into flames that shot out in a straight line. The flames engulfed Hanekawa. Obito let out a sigh of relief. This should settle the match. He had used 4 fire release techniques in quick succession, leaving his chakra nearly depleted. Exhaustion was now setting in. But in the next moment, Obito's pupils contracted. Hanekawa had escaped the flames unscathed once again. This is impossible. A strange feeling suddenly overtook Obito. His expression changed drastically as he quickly formed hand seals. Genjutsu release. The scene before him shifted immediately. Hanekawa was standing calmly across from him, watching him with an unshaken expression. You. Realizing how ridiculous his actions had been moments ago, Obito's face flushed red with embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the audience. Indeed, his earlier performance had been quite comical. Arg. Overcome with rage, a surge of intense emotion flooded into Obito's eyes. Being toyed with under genjutsu in front of so many people, flailing around with fire release like a fool, it was humiliating. He didn't dare imagine what Rin no Hara must be thinking. Surely, she was utterly disappointed. His chakra boiled within him. Unnoticed, a second tomo appeared in his Sharingan. Ha ha ha. Feeling the transformation in his body, Obito burst into manic laughter. In the stands. Obito has awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan, Tsunade remarked, raising an eyebrow. This is unexpected, Minato Namikaze said in surprise. As Obito's teacher, he was familiar with his talents. In his assessment, Obito's aptitude was decent but not exceptional. Could it be that his true potential lies not in fire release, but in his Sharingan? Minato pondered. 2-tomo. Kushina Uzumaki asked, can Hanekawa still win? Of course, Tsunade replied with a confident smile. That kid hasn't even used a third of his strength yet. Nearby, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was complicated. On one hand, he admired Obito's talent in awakening his Sharingan. On the other, he found the circumstances of his awakening puzzling. In the arena. Hanekawa. You are doomed. Obito, now brimming with confidence, shouted, with these eyes, you stand no chance. I will have everything. Congratulations, Hanekawa said with a faint smile. He wasn't surprised that Obito had unlocked the 2-tomo Sharingan now. Given his age and abilities, this moment was inevitable. In the original story, it happened around this time as well. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Hanekawa formed hand seals, releasing a surge of chakra. I see it. Obito reacted quickly, breaking the genjutsu as soon as the branches appeared around him. The 2-tomo Sharingan granted him sharper dynamic vision and stronger ocular power, significantly reducing the effectiveness of ordinary genjutsu. Is that so? Hanekawa's voice came from behind him. Startled, Obito spun around instinctively, only to see a spiraling mass of blue chakra heading his way. No. This can't be happening. His face twisted in fear. Overconfident in his newfound power, Obito had lowered his guard. But more importantly, Hanekawa's speed was simply too fast for him to react in time. The Rasengan struck Obito squarely in the stomach. His clothes tore, and debris scattered everywhere. Obito's body trembled as he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground unconscious. Hanekawa wins. Yamanaka Inoichi raised his hand and announced the victory. Nearby medical nin quickly stepped forward to carry Obito away. Arrogance always comes back to bite you, Asuma Sarutobi commented, shaking his head. Obito had just declared his dominance moments ago, only to be soundly defeated. It was, rather clownish. You're describing yourself, Kurane-Ui quipped. When have I ever been arrogant? Asuma retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed but trying to play it cool. I've always been humble and low-key. Kakashi Hatake wore an odd expression. Obito had lost to Minato's signature technique, the Rasengan. Using the teacher's jutsu against the student, hey? After the match. Hanekawa. Rin Nohara rushed over. How's Obito? He's fine, Hanekawa replied calmly. He should wake up soon. That's a relief, Rin said, breathing out a sigh. Congratulations, Hanekawa. Thank you, Hanekawa said with a smile. They're rolling the names again. Kurane-Ui glanced at the large screen and announced. Everyone stopped chatting, feeling both tense and excited as they awaited the results. Soon, the screen displayed two names, Kurane-Ui versus Rin Nohara. Hey! Rin instinctively covered her mouth in surprise. Rin. Kurane also looked shocked. Good luck, you two. Hanekawa, unsure of what to say, offered a generic comment. That old man is at it again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly stirring the pot. I'm definitely not a match for Kurane, Rin said with a calm smile. She was content making it to the second round as a medical ninja was already a great achievement. Just treat it like our usual practice sessions. Kurane grabbed Rin's hand, leading her to the center of the arena. The battle. The match began. Aside from her medical ninjutsu, Rin could only rely on basic taijutsu. Despite Tsunade's training, she hadn't mastered superhuman strength, so she was quickly defeated. Rin. Kurane extended her hand to help her up. Thank you. Rin grasped Kurane's hand and got to her feet. Hanekawa nodded quietly. At least they remained good friends, and the match ended without any drama. Round 2, Match 3, Uchiha Shisui vs Shiranui Genma, Yamanaka Inoichi announced. Is this rigged? Hanekawa felt suspicious but decided to keep watching. As expected, Shisui swiftly and cleanly won the match. Round 2, Match 4, Might Guy vs Shizuan, Yamanaka continued. Hanekawa was now certain this was definitely rigged. The matchups were far too one-sided. Like Rin, Shizuan was a medical ninja. Against Might Guy, she only lasted a moment before conceding the match. Round 2, Match 5, Kakashi Hatake vs Ibiki Marino, Yamanaka announced, then added, Asuma Sarutobi gets a bye. Wow. No shame at all. Hanekawa couldn't help but mentally roll his eyes. I got a bye. Asuma remarked, shaking his head. What a pity I missed a chance to fight. You mean you just lived to fight another round? Hanekawa retorted. Humph. Asuma's face stiffened. Just wait, I'll beat you next round. You're just like Obito, talking big before the match, Kurane teased, peeking out from behind Hanekawa with a grin. Asuma was left speechless. Are these two a team? Ganging up on me? How annoying. True enough, Kakashi chimed in unexpectedly. Why are you joining in? Asuma asked, annoyed. Aren't you supposed to be fighting? I already finished. Kakashi replied flatly. What? Asuma was baffled. Winner, Kakashi Hatake, Yamanaka Inoichi's voice confirmed over the arena. Asuma's mouth twitched. In the art of showing off, Kakashi is unmatched. Hanekawa wasn't surprised. Kakashi's father, Sakumo Hatake, was known for his speed and assassin-like swordsmanship. Against such techniques, Ibiki Marino stood no chance and was defeated in an instant. Take a 30-minute break. The third round will begin shortly, Yamanaka announced loudly. Let's check on Obito, Rin suggested. Sure. Hanekawa felt a bit puzzled. He had held back during their fight, so Obito should have recovered by now. Could he be faking it? The group made their way to the temporary medical ward. Obito lay on a bed with his eyes closed. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. He's definitely pretending. I'll help heal him, Hanekawa offered. No need, I'm fine, Obito said suddenly, sitting up. It didn't bother him that Hanekawa had noticed, but he couldn't let Rin find out too embarrassing. He had planned to feign unconsciousness to avoid facing the fallout of his disastrous performance. Especially after all his bold declarations, none of which had come to fruition. Hanekawa watched the group chat while contemplating something. Their fight hadn't triggered any new traits or upgraded his fire spitter trait. Does that mean I'm still not strong enough? Third round begins. The break ended quickly, and everyone returned to the arena. The large screen rolled the names again, soon displaying two names. Hanekawa vs Uchiha Shisui. Hanekawa-senpai. Shisui took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. Hanekawa's thoughts shifted. I wonder if Shisui can trigger an upgrade to my fire spitter trait. Chapter 131, 131. Victory over Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui walked to the center of the arena. After exchanging greetings with Hanekawa, he activated his Sharingan without hesitation. The scarlet glow of his eyes lit up, revealing two tomo spinning within. Shisui has already reached the two tomo stage. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but express his surprise. That's normal, Asuma Sarutobi said with a smile. While there are many Uchiha prodigies, Shisui is undoubtedly the top talent of the younger generation. Asuma, being Shisui's teammate, had already known this. Uchiha Obito, however, looked visibly annoyed not because of Shisui's two-tomo Sharingan, but because Shisui had activated it before the match began. Clearly, he had learned from Obito's earlier mistake. Obito, after all, had been trapped in a genjutsu right at the start of his match. Starting with his Sharingan active was a smart way to guard against Hanekawa's illusions. Obito never expected that one day, he would serve as a cautionary tale. He suddenly thought of something worse. Would all Uchiha shinobi who sparred with Hanekawa now follow this strategy? In a twisted way, Obito had gained some fame though not the kind he wanted. From the audience, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in approval. While he hadn't known that Shisui had achieved the two-tomo stage, it felt both surprising and expected. Compared to Obito's recklessness, Shisui's caution and intelligence stood out. Such a personality was destined to make him a strong shinobi. Fugaku's thoughts wandered briefly. He wondered if Shisui might someday reach the ultimate Sharingan the Mangeki. Begin. Yamanaka Inoichi's voice boomed across the arena after both combatants completed the sign of confrontation. Dash. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Shisui formed hand seals and unleashed a massive, blazing fireball from his mouth. With a loud boom, the fireball struck Hanekawa, scattering flames and causing a small explosion. Compared to Obito's earlier fireball, Shisui's mastery of the technique was clearly superior, leaving little time to react. But Shisui knew this wouldn't defeat Hanekawa. A sharp sound of wind cutting through the air reached his ears. Behind me. With lightning speed, Shisui grabbed his short sword and slashed backward, meeting tremendous force. Rather than clash head-on, he used the momentum to slide away. At that moment, two more Hanekawas appeared on either side of him. Crescent Moon Dance. The Hanekawa he had just blocked also charged forward. In the blink of an eye, Shisui found himself in a precarious position. Body flicker technique. Accelerating his movements, Shisui formed hand seals. His cheeks flushed red. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Leaning backward, Shisui unleashed a torrent of flames, which transformed into 3 roaring fire dragons. The intense heat made Hanekawa feel slightly uncomfortable. He immediately dispelled his 2 shadow clones and sheathed his thunder fire sword to form hand seals. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A roaring water dragon surged forward. As water met fire, steam billowed across the arena, shrouding both shinobi in mist and obscuring their movements. Hanekawa knows water style. Asuma Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is that surprising? Kurane Ui smirked proudly. I taught him. But his natural affinities are lightning and fire, right? How is his water style so powerful? That means he's mastered the chakra nature transformation for water, Kakashi said gravely. In Konoha, mastering at least 2 chakra nature transformations was one of the requirements for becoming a Jonin. Incredible! Rin Nohara exclaimed, filled with admiration. Hanekawa's excellence naturally inspired awe in her. Damn it! Obito clenched his fists but said nothing. He knew there was no point in protesting now, so he swallowed his frustration. From the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard, clearly satisfied. For someone of this age to master a 3rd chakra nature transformation was a mark of a true genius. If he were a decade or 2 younger, Hiruzen mused, it wouldn't have been Tsunade taking him as a student, it would have been him. Dash. Back in the arena, the mist began to clear. Shisui spotted a figure and instinctively formed hand seals, but a crackle of thunder caught his attention. He turned to see dazzling lightning. Lightning style, Thunderbolt Arrow. White lightning pierced through Shisui's body, but instead of blood, his figure vanished with a poof. It was a shadow clone. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. The real Shisui pinpointed Hanekawa's location and appeared behind him in a flash, wielding his sword in both hands. The blade burned with intense flames, turning into a fiery weapon. The last remnants of mist evaporated as Shisui struck down at Hanekawa. But his expression quickly changed when he realized something. It was another clone, not a shadow clone, but one rigged with explosive tags. The fiery sword triggered the tags, causing a chain explosion. Hanekawa observed the blasts, gripping his thunder fire sword tightly. He doubted the explosions alone would defeat Shisui. As the smoke cleared, gasps erupted from the audience. 8 Shisuis surrounded Hanekawa. Is this the multi-shadow clone jutsu? Namikaze Minato asked instinctively from the stands. No, Uzumaki Kushina shook her head and said, it's a bit strange. It looks like a mirage, but it contains chakra. Shadow clones, in essence, are indistinguishable from the original body. They have independent consciousness, physical form, and can perform jutsu. However, in Kushina's perception, these versions of Uchiha Shisui seem to exist in a state between reality and illusion. They had chakra but no physical form. His true body is moving continuously among his clones. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said. I see. Minato Namikaze suddenly understood and said, it's the body flicker technique combined with clone jutsu and shadow clone jutsu. To create such an advanced jutsu at his age. Kushina looked worried. I wonder if Hanekawa can win. Let's keep watching, Tsunade said with a calm smile. Not far away, Uchiha Fugaku stood up abruptly, his expression uncharacteristically excited. This is the true genius of the Uchiha clan. Shisui's performance exceeded Fugaku's expectations. While he had his doubts before, Fugaku now believed Shisui might have the potential to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Perhaps the future of the Uchiha clan rested on Shisui's shoulders. The Uchiha clan has indeed produced an extraordinary young talent, Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked from the stands, his experienced eyes recognizing the brilliance of Shisui's technique. In the arena. Be careful, Hanekawa-senpai, Shisui warned before charging toward Hanekawa. 8 swords gleamed simultaneously with dazzling light. Konoha style, willow dance. Hanekawa raised his thunder fire sword, his movements becoming elusive. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared. But the sword shadows passed through Shisui without causing any harm. Hanekawa glanced around, even with his C-grade trait manga artist enhancing his perception by 30%, he couldn't determine which was the real Shisui. This version of Shisui's phantom-like body flicker technique was seamless, far superior to his previous attempt. Unable to differentiate, Hanekawa decided to attack all at once. Chidori. The moment the many Shisuis closed in, Hanekawa channeled all his chakra. The piercing sound of chirping birds filled the air as lightning surged outward from Hanekawa, radiating in all directions. The lightning moved too quickly for Shisui to react and engulfed him completely. Got him. Hanekawa felt his chakra connect with a physical body unmistakably Shisui's real body. Without hesitation, Hanekawa thrust his thunder fire sword forward. Shisui tried to dodge but found his body paralyzed. The relentless waves of lightning had numbed his body, and now, the Konoha style, willow dance's genjutsu held him in place. Trapped, Shisui felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the next moment, a cold blade, shimmering with lightning, stopped mere inches from his forehead. A strong gust of wind blew past, pushing Shisui's hair and clothes back. Looking at the sword before him, Shisui sighed, sheathed his blade, and said sincerely, Hanekawa-senpai, I admit defeat. Shisui had given everything he had in this fight. While he hadn't used his Sharingan's genjutsu, Hanekawa had similarly refrained from relying heavily on illusions. Your phantom body flicker technique has become even more formidable. If I hadn't learned the Chidori from Kakashi, I wouldn't have known how to counter it, Hanekawa said with a smile. Shisui, however, didn't entirely believe him. Without Chidori, Hanekawa still had water, fire, and lightning release techniques, especially his large-scale water release jutsu. At that moment, 2 lines of text appeared in Hanekawa's vision. D-rank talent Fire Spitter has been upgraded. Fire release talent boosted by 100%. Shisui had been a worthy opponent, finally triggering an upgrade to Hanekawa's fire release abilities. Now, his elemental talents had water and fire at 100% boosts. Only earth, lightning, and wind remained to be improved. Perhaps Kakashi or Asuma will bring further surprises, Hanekawa thought. That is, if I get the chance to face them. Let's go, Hanekawa said casually, retracting his thunder fire sword with a smile. Shisui nodded and followed him off the arena. In the stands. He won. Kushina exclaimed with delight. Not bad, Tsunade nodded slightly, satisfied. Her long hours of training Hanekawa had clearly paid off. Minato Namikaze, however, found himself smiling wryly. He realized something amusing, Hanekawa had used the Rasengan to defeat Obito and the Chidori to defeat Shisui. The Rasengan was Minato's creation. The Chidori was Kakashi's creation. Who was the real Uchiha here? After all, Uchiha shinobi were known for copying techniques with their Sharingan and using them to defeat their opponents. Minato glanced at Tsunade. Hanekawa had clearly learned her monstrous strength technique but had yet to use it. It seemed Hanekawa valued it even more than the Rasengan or Chidori. It's a shame, Fugaku said, shaking his head. But only a slight shame. In his eyes, the Sharingan remained the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan. Once Shisui unlocked the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hanekawa would no longer be his match. Chapter 132, 132. Might Guy's Youth. Shisui was so strong, and he still lost. Uchiha Obito looked as if he had seen a ghost. Both he and Shisui possessed the 2 Tomo Sharingan, yet Shisui was far superior to him in strength. Even so, he was defeated by Hanekawa. Was the 3 Tomo Sharingan the only way to stand a chance? But how long would he have to wait for that? Obito glanced at Nohara Rin. She was smiling brightly, congratulating Hanekawa. His chest tightened, and a surge of frustration overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing more than to eliminate Hanekawa right then and there. Aik. This is driving me mad. Obito's emotions churned violently, his aura growing dark and cold. Your victory was impressive. Kurenei ran up to Hanekawa, grabbed his hand, and said with a cheerful smile. Seeing this, Nohara Rin silently stepped back, choosing not to interrupt. It was just luck, Hanekawa replied humbly. Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He finally understood that sometimes humility could be infuriating. Shisui, you did great, Shizun said, offering comfort as his teammate. Losing to Hanekawa-senpai was within my expectations, Shisui replied with a bright smile. Besides, sparring with him taught me a lot. You're so unlike an Uchiha, Shisui commented, glancing at Obito, who stood nearby with a dark and brooding expression. The stark contrast between the two after their losses couldn't have been clearer. Dash. It's starting again. Might Guy exclaimed in excitement as he looked at the screen. It's my turn. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow, surprised. Guy's opponent was Sarutobi Asuma. Was it because Hiruzen Sarutobi thought Kurenai and Kakashi Hatake would be tougher to deal with later? If so, it was a miscalculation. Dash. Asuma. Might Guy radiated pure fighting spirit. Let's have a battle of youth. Your taijutsu is impressive, but I'm sorry the one who'll win is me, Asuma replied with a faint scoff. Back at the Ninja Academy, the two had sparred often, and Asuma had almost always come out on top. Taijutsu specialists had an inherent disadvantage against ninjutsu users. It was easy to keep them at bay. Of course, there was another reason for his confidence. Guy hadn't used the 8 gates. The two exchanged a brief look before walking to the center of the arena, standing face to face. Guy. Now is the time to prove your youth. Don't hold back or leave any regrets. A loud, heartfelt, yet tearful voice suddenly rang out from the audience. It was Mikoto, Guy's father. Yes, father. Guy's eyes filled with tears, his body trembling with emotion as he shouted back passionately. Asuma's mouth twitched. For the first time, he felt a bit of sympathy for Kakashi Hatake. Having Guy as a teammate must be exhausting. Guy. Take them off. Mikoto shouted loudly from the audience. Take off what? Sarutobi Asuma looked puzzled. Just then, 2 loud crashes startled him. Might Guy had removed his training weights, and they landed on the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Asuma's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? He had been wearing such terrifying weights all along? I'm coming, Asuma. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy's words barely landed before he transformed into a green blur, dashing forward at incredible speed. He's so fast. Asuma's heart raced as he realized there was no time to weave hand signs. On instinct, he raised his arms to block. Boom. Waves of force rippled outward as Asuma was forced back 2 steps by the sheer power of Guy's kick. Strong whirlwind. Guy immediately followed up, spinning his body for a powerful reverse kick. The gusts from his movements were so intense that Asuma felt momentarily breathless. This was absurd. He had never imagined being at a disadvantage so early in the fight. Whirlwind strike. In the nick of time, Asuma grabbed his chakra blades and launched a punch. Guy, being flesh and blood, naturally couldn't afford to take the chakra blades head on. With a roar, he accelerated again, evading the blades with a downward kick that sent Asuma flying. Boom. Asuma hit the ground with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Dash. From the elevated platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened. Could Asuma lose? Just as Hanekawa had suspected, Hiruzen truly hadn't given taijutsu specialists the attention they deserved. In fact, even in the original story, it wasn't until Mikoto's death that Hiruzen realized the village had such formidable taijutsu users. And this wasn't unique to Konoha. Suna had a similar oversight. Shira, who had invented the 7 heavens breathing method and could match Rock Lee in combat, initially wasn't even considered fit to be a ninja. Dash. It won't be that easy. Asuma leaped to his feet, his expression turning serious as he stared down Guy. Wind style, dust gale jutsu. Asuma formed hand signs and exhaled a dense cloud of dust. Guy, charging forward, was immediately enveloped, losing his line of sight. The next moment, waves of heat surged forward. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. Without pause, Asuma unleashed a concentrated blast of flames, heading straight for Guy. Bursting leaf iron whirlwind. Guy channeled chakra into his legs and kicked out fiercely, scattering the flames in all directions. Dash. Wind style, great breakthrough. Remaining composed, Asuma released a powerful gust of wind that enveloped Guy in an instant. Guy's expression shifted as he delivered another kick to counter. Wind style, gale palm. Asuma clapped his hands together, compressing the wind before unleashing it like an explosive fountain. Unable to dodge in time, Guy was struck directly and sent flying. Excellent. Asuma breathed a sigh of relief, his strategy working as intended. Taijutsu users lacked long-range capabilities and couldn't withstand direct attacks from ninjutsu or ninja tools, leaving them reliant on evasion. The tide of the battle had turned, with Guy now on the defensive under Asuma's chain of ninjutsu attacks. Dash. Guy. Mikoto's voice boomed again from the stands. I give you permission. Permission for what? Asuma raised an eyebrow in confusion. What now? What were these two up to? 8 gates release. A green aura erupted around Guy as he shouted, Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. What? Asuma's jaw dropped in disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed Guy use the 8 gates. He had missed the previous 2 occasions, once during Guy's sparring match with Hanekawa and another during his challenge to Tsunade. Dash. Watch out, Asuma. Guy roared, his voice echoing with power. Might Guy excitedly shouted, Primary Lotus. With a burst of movement, his speed reached its peak. Before Sarutobi Asuma could react, he found himself airborne. His vision spun as the world turned upside down. A strong sense of danger overwhelmed Asuma. But before he could break free, he realized he was already bound by bandages, unable to move. Boom. The two crashed into the ground, sending dust flying, stones scattering, and shockwaves rippling outwards from the impact. Asuma-senpai. Uchiha Shisui's face turned pale as he instinctively called out. Asuma was his teammate and a good friend. Seeing him in this state, Shisui couldn't help but feel concerned. Don't worry, Hanekawa said, her eyes narrowing briefly before she smiled lightly. He's fine. When the dust cleared, the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged. In his hands was a shaken but unharmed Sarutobi Asuma. Lord Hokage. Might Guy froze in place, his face lighting up with surprise and delight. You're quite impressive, Hiruzen said, releasing Asuma and offering his praise. Really? Might Guy's body trembled with emotion. Of course, Hiruzen replied with a smile. Though it was unfortunate that Asuma had lost, discovering such a promising talent like Guy made up for it. Father. Did you see that? Might Guy suddenly turned and shouted toward the stands. A familiar figure appeared. It was Might Du. The two locked eyes before rushing to embrace, both of them sobbing uncontrollably. Hiruzen's smile froze. What is going on here? I've lost, Sarutobi Asuma muttered, looking dejected. What's with that face? Hiruzen asked, shaking his head. Losing to the 8 gates is nothing to be ashamed of. Work harder next time. With that, he returned to the platform. Technically, Yamanaka Inoichi was supposed to intervene earlier, but Hiruzen had broken protocol out of concern for Asuma. Might Guy wins. After announcing the result, Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at the tearful father and son duo and sighed. Please clear the arena. Dash. It's my turn. Kurane Ui took a deep breath, stepping forward. With only 6 candidates left in the 3rd round, the remaining match was clear her against Kakashi Hatake. Do your best. Hanekawa patted her on the head gently. Though Kurane had grown significantly stronger, her chances against Kakashi were slim. It was essentially a mage versus an assassin. Whoever made the first mistake would lose. Got it. Kurane looked up at Hanekawa with a bright smile. Dash. Seems like we don't need to say anything, Shizun whispered, glancing at the scene. Asuma, however, looked frustrated. Losing to Guy was one thing, but watching Hanekawa and Kurane interact felt like a critical hit. Meanwhile, Rin Nohara pursed her lips. For some reason, she felt a twinge of envy. Kakashi Hatake walked calmly to the center of the arena. The liveliness seemed to belong to everyone else, while he had nothing. But he understood why. People naturally consoled the one more likely to lose. If he were to face Hanekawa, everyone would probably comfort him instead. Locking eyes with Kurane across the arena, Kakashi slowly drew his short blade. Back in the academy, they had sparred countless times and were well acquainted with each other's strengths. Begin. Yamanaka Inoichi announced. Dash. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Without hesitation, Kurane launched a massive water dragon. Kakashi stepped forward and instantly vanished from sight. His short blade slashed toward Kurane from the right. Water style, heavenly tears. Kurane opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of water needles like senbon. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't even weave signs? Instinctively, he retreated, but he couldn't avoid all the needles. One struck his left arm. Without flinching, Kakashi advanced again, his short blade weaving a flurry of strikes. Water style, water wall. A wall of water rose before Kurane, blocking the blade's light. She barely had time to catch her breath before she heard a sharp sound above her. A streak of cold steel descended from above. Water style, water blade slash. Kurane instinctively raised her kunao to block. Clang. The sheer force of the strike sent her stumbling back. As their eyes met, Kurane quickly formed hand signs. Mind disturbance jutsu. Kakashi froze momentarily. Did it work? Before she could confirm, Kurane sensed movement behind her. She turned, only to see another Kakashi approaching. I forfeit, Kurane said decisively. She had lost to Kakashi too many times to feel disheartened. Besides, reaching the 3rd round likely secured her promotion to Chunin. Chapter 133, 133. Hanekawa vs Kakashi. Hanekawa. Kurane Ui jogged up to Hanekawa, clenched her fists, and said, You have to avenge me. Don't worry, Hanekawa replied with a smile. I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. That's what I wanted to hear. Kurane's lips curved into a sly smile, her eyes forming crescent moons. Kakashi Hatake stood silently, speechless. Saying this right in front of me, is that really appropriate? Kakashi, let me heal your wound, Hanekawa said, noticing the blood on his arm, a result of Kurane's water needles. Thanks. Kakashi didn't refuse and extended his arm. The 3rd round was over, and only 3 candidates remained for the 4th round, Kakashi, Hanekawa, and Might Guy. All 3 were formidable, and any one of them could be his opponent. Even Kakashi knew better than to enter the next match injured. Healing jutsu. A soft green chakra radiated from Hanekawa's hands. Kakashi immediately felt his wound heal at an astonishing speed. A thought crossed his mind. If Hanekawa can heal himself while fighting, wouldn't that make him invincible? Are the 4th round rules the same as before? Sarutobi Asuma asked after some thought. They should be, Shisui Uchiha replied. Most likely, one person will get a bye. Wouldn't that person have a huge advantage? Shizun wondered aloud. The 4th round matches wouldn't be easy, they could even end with both participants heavily injured. In that case, the person who got the bye would have an effortless path to victory. You don't need to worry, Hanekawa said with a smile. Have you forgotten my teacher? With her around, even severe injuries can be healed quickly. Oh, that's true. Asuma exclaimed as realization dawned on him. How's your arm now, Kakashi? Hanekawa asked as he finished healing. It's completely fine, no issues at all, Kakashi said, rotating his arm to test it. For Hanekawa, this kind of small wound is child's play, Kurane said, once again acting as Hanekawa's biggest fan. I wonder who will get the bye. Asuma mused, trying to steer the conversation away from the Hanekawa praise fest. I hope it's Hanekawa, Might Guy said with a grin. I want to fight Kakashi first. Kakashi frowned. He wasn't afraid of losing but didn't want to end up like Asuma watching Guy and his father embrace in tears afterward. We'll know soon enough, Hanekawa said casually. He didn't mind, he preferred to fight both matches anyway. It would help him gain more battle experience. Rest time is over, Yamanaka Inoichi announced, walking toward them. The fourth round begins now. The candidate not selected will automatically get a bye. As he finished speaking, the screen behind him started to scroll rapidly before stopping on 2 names. Fourth round, Hanekawa vs Kakashi Hatake. Yamanaka Inoichi announced loudly. Ah. Might Guy looked disappointed. Kakashi's expression turned serious. During their academy days, he had fought Hanekawa countless times, and every time he lost. But nearly 2 years had passed since then. This time, the outcome might be different. Hanekawa, on the other hand, looked pleased. Facing both Kakashi and Guy would help him improve his abilities further, a perfect opportunity. Kakashi, good luck. Asuma said, patting his shoulder. Kakashi sighed inwardly. As expected, it's my turn to be consoled. Don't embarrass Team 3. Obito Uchiha said earnestly. He didn't care who won, as long as it wasn't Hanekawa. Rin Nohara hesitated. She quietly hoped Hanekawa would win, but she didn't say it aloud. Hanekawa, Kurane joked, make sure you give him a good beating for me. Let's go, Hanekawa said, glancing at Kakashi as he headed to the center of the arena. Dash. This kid's luck is a bit off, Tsunade commented from the spectator seats, shaking her head. Hanekawa would likely have to fight 2 consecutive matches. She wasn't sure if his chakra reserves could handle it. Odd, considering his luck is usually great when gambling, Kushina Uzumaki said with a hint of regret. Tsunade's expression froze. Could it be, did I drain his luck? Minato, who do you think will win? Kushina asked Minato Namikaze. It's hard to say, Minato replied after some thought. As Kakashi's teacher, he didn't want to openly favor Hanekawa. Besides, he genuinely thought it was an even match. I think Hanekawa has a better chance, Sakumo Hatake said with a faint smile. Kushina looked surprised. Why do you think that? She found it odd that Sakumo, Kakashi's father, wasn't rooting for his son. Just a hunch, Sakumo replied after a pause. Kushina tilted her head, confused. It's starting, Tsunade reminded them. The group fell silent, focusing on the 2 figures in the arena. Dash. Begin. Yamanaka Inoichi announced before stepping aside. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Hanekawa formed hand signs and instantly unleashed a massive water dragon. Body flicker technique. Kakashi vanished in an instant. The blade gleamed. The short knife in his hand thrust toward Hanekawa's heart. Clang. Hanekawa easily parried the knife. Chidori blade. Kakashi Hatake had anticipated this, and chakra surged forth. In an instant, the sound of thunder, sharp and piercing like 1,000 birds chirping, echoed. Brilliant lightning coursed through the short knife, tearing through the air as it spread rapidly. Body flicker technique. Hanekawa retreated without hesitation. The moment distance was created, he performed the dance of the crescent moon. 3 Hanekawas charged at Kakashi Hatake. In a flash, countless blades intertwined in a chaotic dance. Chidori. Lightning surged from the short knife, enveloping Kakashi Hatake. He gripped the knife tightly and began swinging it with all his might. The sound of clashing blades rang out repeatedly. 2 of Hanekawa's shadow clones couldn't withstand the electric charge and dissipated. Hanekawa frowned slightly, ignored the returned memories, and clapped his hands together. Fox's mind technique. Kakashi Hatake, focused intently, noticed something was amiss immediately. Though he quickly dispelled the genjutsu, it still gave Hanekawa the opening he needed. A blade flashed toward him. Kakashi barely managed to raise his short knife in time to block Hanekawa's lightning fire sword. But the hurried defense couldn't resist the immense force. Kakashi's body was sent flying. Water release, water bullets. Hanekawa raised his hand, and water bullets, like speeding projectiles, shot forth. Still in midair, Kakashi quickly formed hand signs. Earth release, earth wall. A sturdy wall of earth rose in front of him, adorned with 3 dog heads. Kakashi rolled to safety and landed smoothly, looking up to see the wall shaking violently. Boom. A large fireball smashed through the wall. Chidori blade. Kakashi raised his short knife and slashed forcefully, splitting the fireball in 2 with lightning. He exhaled and looked at Hanekawa in the distance. Suddenly, he felt his body stiffen, unable to move. Konoha-style willow. Hanekawa rushed at him with incredible speed. The thunder fire sword shimmered in the air, transforming into countless dazzling blade shadows. A powerful sense of danger struck Kakashi. Dispelling the genjutsu, he quickly cloaked himself in radiant lightning. The screeching sound of 1,000 birds rang out again as Kakashi moved, but a cold glint reached him. Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his left arm as Hanekawa's thunder fire sword pierced through. However, the next moment, lightning erupted wildly. Hanekawa had to retreat. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Kakashi drew his short knife and charged forward. He unleashed the blade techniques inherited from Konoha's White Fang. Hanekawa countered with Konoha-style swordsmanship but was clearly outmatched, quickly falling behind. Sensing it was time, Hanekawa used body flicker technique to create distance. He was honing his swordsmanship aptitude. Of course, whether he succeeded would only be clear after the battle. Just as Kakashi was about to pursue, he realized he was bound by a tree. Genjutsu, release. Recognizing the illusion, Kakashi immediately broke free. The tree disappeared, replaced by a massive surge of water. Water release, water colliding wave. Under Hanekawa's control, the water surged like a tidal wave, crashing toward Kakashi. Body flicker technique. Kakashi leapt, skimming across the water to reach midair. Water release, water dragon bullet. Hanekawa continued weaving hand signs. The water rose, forming a massive dragon that soared upward. Kakashi's heart sank. In this environment, water release techniques were greatly amplified, he had to close the distance. Lightning surged from his body again as he activated Chidori, boosting his speed. Dodging the water dragon, Kakashi reached Hanekawa in an instant. He raised his short knife and slashed with all his might. The blade struck Hanekawa effortlessly. Kakashi froze momentarily. Bang! Hanekawa's body dissolved into smoke. It was a shadow clone. Kakashi's face tensed with caution as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he felt the water beneath him ripple. Reacting swiftly, he tried to jump away but was too late. Rasengan. Hanekawa burst from the water, a blue sphere in his hand, slamming it into Kakashi. Even with Chidori, its defenses weren't as robust as lightning chakra mode. The Rasengan struck Kakashi's abdomen, shredding his clothing. Hanekawa pulled back at the last moment and kicked Kakashi, sending him flying. Kakashi hit the ground, his vision spinning. Shaking his head, he glanced at the injury on his abdomen and realized Hanekawa had held back. I concede, Kakashi said decisively. D-rank talent Swift Lightning Blade has been upgraded. Lightning release and swordsmanship talents have increased by 100%. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, objective achieved. Chapter 134, 134. The Battle of Taijutsu. I'll heal you, Hanekawa said, stepping toward Kakashi Hatake. No need, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. You're sparring with Might Guy next. Save your chakra. I still have plenty of chakra, Hanekawa said, raising his hand. Mystical Palm Technique. A soft green glow of chakra emanated from his hand, enveloping Kakashi's abdomen. Hanekawa wasn't lying. Though he hadn't fully mastered the Yin Seal, his forehead had already accumulated a large reserve of chakra. If needed, he could tap into it at any time. It would slow the progress of his Yin Seal training slightly, but not enough to matter. Kakashi's mouth twitched. He'd thought Hanekawa's chakra was nearly depleted after using so many water release techniques, but the reality was far from it. In comparison, Kakashi's chakra reserves were almost completely drained. Kakashi, how are you? Asked Asuma Sarutobi, walking over. I'm fine, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. That's good. Asuma patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry about losing. You've already lost so many times anyway. Kakashi was speechless. If you can't comfort someone properly, just don't try. Hanekawa used the water release I taught him to win. It's only natural. Kurane Ui said with a bright smile. It was obvious to everyone that Hanekawa's water release techniques had caused Kakashi a lot of trouble, even though the finishing blow came from the Rasengan. You deserve half the credit, Hanekawa said, patting her on the head. Of course. Kurane glanced at Kakashi and added, once I master enough water release techniques, I'll definitely be just as strong. Kakashi remained silent. Women really hold grudges, he thought. Kurane was clearly still bitter about losing to him before. You're both amazing, Rin Nohara said enviously. Compared to them, she knew she still had a long way to go. Rin, you're a medical nin. There's no need to compare yourself to them, Obito Uchiha said, pausing before adding, once I awaken my 3-tomo Sharingan, you'll all see how amazing I am. You've been saying that for years, Asuma couldn't help but retort. 3 years became 6, then 9. It's been nearly 10 years now. This time, I mean it. Obito's face flushed red as he stubbornly replied. The 3-tomo Sharingan is different. Hanekawa-senpai just finished one fight and has another coming up. Let's not disturb his chakra recovery, Shisui Uchiha interjected, coughing to change the subject. Though he didn't particularly like Obito's personality, they were both Uchihas, so he decided to help him save face. Exactly, Obito, Rin said in agreement. To her, Obito's boasting at this moment was out of place. Damn it. Even Rin's siding with him now? Obito gritted his teeth but eventually stayed silent. Is it my turn now? Might Guy said, his voice filled with excitement. I can't wait to have a youthful duel with Hanekawa. Guy, there's still half an hour before your match, Shizune reminded him. Hey. Might Guy froze for 2 seconds before recovering. No problem. The longer I wait, the more fired up my youth gets. In the stands. During the break, many spectators were discussing the earlier match. Hanekawa and Kakashi Hotaki's strength and status made them a hot topic. Their performance was so remarkable that even experienced ninjas and villagers were impressed. Normally, battles between genin were dismissed as clumsy brawls involving basic jutsu and scrappy tactics. But Hanekawa and Kakashi were on a completely different level. Their use of complex jutsu made them appear closer to jonin than genin. From the high platform, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded approvingly. Those two are exceptional. Standing beside him, Jiraiya agreed. I've traveled the ninja world and met many geniuses, but none more impressive than them. Then he paused, as if recalling someone. Actually, there was one. Years ago, in Omegakure, he had taken on a student named Nagato. Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, had unparalleled talent, mastering most ninjutsu in just 3 years. The most important thing is that they're still so young, Hiruzen said with a pleased smile. At only 11 or 12 years old, their strength already surpassed most Chunin. The only thing separating them from jonin was experience, which time would inevitably provide. These two truly represent a bright future for Konoha. When they grow up, they'll undoubtedly carry the village forward, Hiruzen said, clearly optimistic. You might be able to retire early, old man, Jiraiya teased, raising an eyebrow. Someone still needs to take over as Hokage first, Hiruzen shot back, glaring at him. Who among you will do it? Not me. Jiraiya took a step back. I'm leaving tomorrow. Hiruzen was left speechless. It had taken him great effort to keep Jiraiya in the village as the proctor for the Chunin exams, but less than a week in, the man was already itching to leave. Honestly, even if Jiraiya were willing to become Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi might not agree. He feared Konoha would end up being influenced by Mount Myaboku. If a bunch of ninja ran off searching for the child of prophecy, Hiruzen might very well suicide. It seems Hanekawa has the upper hand. Not far away, Kushina Uzumaki glanced at Minato Namikaze and asked with a smile, what do you think? Kakashi is indeed slightly inferior, Minato nodded, though he felt a bit strange. Both his students, Kakashi Hotaki and Obito Uchiha, had lost to the Rasengan. Would Might Guy also lose to the Rasengan next? Am I the hidden cause of my students' failures? No, even without the Rasengan, Hanekawa has immense raw power. They lost simply because Hanekawa was too strong. Minato quickly brushed off his random thoughts. Didn't you teach them the Rasengan? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. Lady Tsunade, not everyone can learn the Rasengan as easily as Hanekawa, Minato replied, shaking his head. The Rasengan, with its A-rank difficulty, was the pinnacle of chakra shape manipulation. Might Guy, with his 8 gates technique, didn't need to learn it and couldn't anyway, given his poor ninjutsu aptitude. Obito Uchiha lacked sufficient chakra control and overall strength. The only one capable of learning it was Kakashi Hotaki, but he had opted to develop the Chidori instead. For Kakashi, the Chidori was more suitable. The gap between the two techniques wasn't significant anyway. True, Tsunade said, a faint smile on her lips. That brat learns everything so quickly. Still, she was slightly annoyed that Hanekawa hadn't used any of the techniques she'd taught him yet. Not medical ninjutsu, not even her monstrous strength, it was all genjutsu, swordsmanship, water release, and lightning release. How is anyone supposed to tell he's my student? It's break time now. I'll go check on Hanekawa, Tsunade said, vanishing the moment she finished speaking. Lady Tsunade really cares about Hanekawa, Kushina said with a chuckle. Minato thought of his own teacher, Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Tsunade were teammates, yet his treatment couldn't compare to Hanekawa's. At the edge of the arena, Hanekawa and the others were resting on chairs. When they saw Tsunade approaching, they quickly stood up to greet her. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement before saying, Hanekawa, come with me. Hanekawa got up and followed her to a nearby clearing. How's your chakra? Tsunade asked, placing her hand on his forehead. No issues, Hanekawa replied, catching a faint whiff of her fragrance. You performed well, Tsunade said, ruffling his hair. The 8 gates technique is formidable. Are you confident about the next match? I am, Hanekawa said with a smile. I won't let you down. Is that so? Tsunade shot him a sideways glance and asked, then why aren't you using the techniques I taught you? Of course, I'm saving them for the most important match, Hanekawa said with a straight face. You little brat, Tsunade huffed. Fine, but if I'm not satisfied, you'll regret it when we get home. Hanekawa felt a strange sense of tension, as though her words carried a hint of domestic authority. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Hanekawa replied earnestly. Rest up. I'm leaving now, Tsunade said, turning to leave. Half an hour passed quickly. The final match of the Chunin exams, Hanekawa vs Might Guy. Inoichi Yamanaka announced loudly. The audience immediately quieted and turned their attention to Hanekawa and Might Guy. The earlier matches had been thrilling, and this last one promised to be just as spectacular. Let's go, Hanekawa. Might Guy said enthusiastically. A youthful battle starts now. You sure are full of energy, Hanekawa thought, raising his hands to form the tiger seal. Leaf Hurricane. As soon as Hanekawa finished the seal, Guy stepped forward, his right leg spinning with green energy. Hanekawa countered with his own spinning kick. Their legs collided, generating a powerful shockwave. Guy stumbled back 2 steps, his regular strength falling short of Hanekawa's. Dynamic Leaf Hurricane. Guy shouted, his body surging with faint green chakra, particularly concentrated in his right leg. He shot forward like an arrow, moving at incredible speed. Leaf rock rising. Hanekawa remained still, raising his right arm to counter with an elbow strike. Boom. The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, forcing both of them to take a step back. Let's go again. Guy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For him, moments like these were rare. Taijutsu specialists were scarce, and finding one who could match him, especially a peer like Hanekawa, was even rarer. Hanekawa, aiming to improve his taijutsu skills, refrained from using ninjutsu and fought purely with taijutsu. In an instant, the two clashed again, their movements so fast that their punches and kicks became a blur. Chapter 135, 135. The final victor. Something's not right. This feels completely off. Sarutobi Asuma was dumbfounded. Hanekawa's taijutsu was actually this strong. In his mind, among their group, Might Guy's taijutsu was the undisputed best. Beyond the 8 gates, his effort was leagues beyond theirs. But what about Hanekawa? He didn't even know when Hanekawa had learned such taijutsu. Hanekawa-senpai and Guy-senpai are using the same taijutsu, Uchiha Shisui pondered for a moment before asking, was it all taught by Dai-san? Could Hanekawa possibly know the 8 gates as well? Kakashi Hataki's expression shifted slightly as he asked. If Hanekawa did know the 8 gates, then just how much strength had he yet to reveal? He doesn't. Kurane Yui shook her head and replied, Hanekawa said the 8 gates take too much time, so he never learned it. That's a relief. Asuma let out a breath and said, at least the gap isn't that wide. Not that wide? Shizune asked unexpectedly, her words catching Asuma off guard. Given the strength Hanekawa had just demonstrated, Asuma didn't even know how long it would take him to catch up. I'm Hanekawa's teammate, and even I didn't know his taijutsu was this strong, Nohara-rin exclaimed, realizing that Hanekawa was almost omnipotent, capable of everything. She couldn't fathom how he managed to have so much energy, and not only learned everything but mastered it to a terrifying degree. Truly, geniuses don't need to follow logic. Taijutsu? What's the point of that? Uchiha Obito muttered, his heart aching as he noticed the expression on Rin's face. Pain. It was unbearable. The worst part was that he could do nothing about it. It felt as though he was watching Rin being drawn into Hanekawa's arms without being able to stop it. This is youth. Wah. At that moment, an unrestrained, passionate voice broke through, reaching everyone's ears. Instinctively, they turned toward the spectators. Might Dai stood up, fists clenched, tears streaming down his face as he passionately declared words about youth. The surrounding audience wore bewildered expressions, clearly unsure how to react. Might Dai ignored their stares. To him, seeing Might Guy shine with youth in front of everyone was worth dying on the spot. Moreover, Hanekawa was half his student too. Today was undoubtedly a monumental day for taijutsu practitioners everywhere. In the hearts of many ninja, their prejudices against taijutsu users began to waver. After all, if it were them, they might not have been able to withstand such attacks. Who's that? Jiraiya asked, eyes wide. He had thought his grand entrance as the Toad Sage Jiraiya was unique enough, but this man had taken things to another level. That's Might Guy's father, Might Dai, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, barely maintaining his composure. In his view, this father-son duo was just too peculiar. Not a jonin. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. As a member of Konoha's upper echelon, he naturally recognized all the jonin. He's only a genin, Hiruzen hesitated before adding, but based on Guy's mastery of the 8 gates, his strength likely exceeds that of a genin. Opening even 3 of the 8 gates placed one's strength above a chunin's. Since Might Guy could use the 8 gates, it was almost certainly taught by Might Dai. Why hasn't he taken the Chunin exams? Jiraiya chuckled. Father and son taking the Chunin exams together on some level, that's pretty. He couldn't find the right word. Their warm-up is over, Hiruzen said, turning his gaze to the center of the arena. Hanekawa's taijutsu was actually inferior to Might Guy's. But his raw strength, combined with the added power of his taijutsu skills, made the fight a close match. However, this was a competition, not a friendly sparring session. There had to be a winner. With a loud bang, Hanekawa and Guy exchanged punches. The powerful blow forced Guy to retreat. Instead of charging back immediately, Guy pulled away to create some distance. Hanekawa! Guy shouted, from here on, I'll be going all out. My dad always said, youth should never have regrets. Go ahead, Hanekawa said, his expression growing serious as he realized Guy was about to use the 8 gates. 8 gates. Suddenly, powerful gusts of wind surged around Guy as a massive wave of chakra burst forth. Centered on him, the dust on the ground scattered outward. Hanekawa's hair and clothes fluttered wildly in the wind. He felt a faint sense of suffocation. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. Guy's hair stood on end, his face twisted in intensity, veins bulging as green chakra enveloped him. He's coming. Asuma's voice grew heavy as he watched. He had been utterly defeated by Guy after he opened the 3rd gate, unable to put up any resistance. In his opinion, Guy's strength before opening the gates was merely at the Chunin level. But after opening them, it rivaled his special jonins. Kurane's face showed signs of worry. Though she believed in Hanekawa, Guy's earlier performance had been terrifying. Uchiha Shisui activated his Sharingan. In his normal state, he could follow Guy's movements, but after Guy opened the gates, it became much harder. With the Sharingan, however, he could discern more details. Obito clenched his fists instinctively. Guy, you've got to win. If Hanekawa won first place in the Chunin exams, they'd forever live in his shadow. After all, only the first place would be remembered. Hanekawa. This move is for you. Hidden Lotus. Might Guy shouted, his voice burning with passion. A sharp sound, like the cry of 1,000 birds, pierced the air. Hearing the words Hidden Lotus, Hanekawa wasted no time in activating Chidori. Countless arcs of lightning spread out, crackling around him and forming an impenetrable defense. In the next second, Might Guy charged at Hanekawa with speed that surpassed the sound barrier. In truth, this was exactly the case. The Hidden Lotus was a strike beyond supersonic speed. In the original story, Rock Lee, after opening the fifth gate, used Hidden Lotus to overwhelm Gaara, leaving him defenseless. Hanekawa could only be thankful that Might Guy had only opened 3 gates. With a single kick, a loud boom echoed, forcing Hanekawa to take half a step back. Might Guy didn't let up, following with a flurry of punches and kicks, seemingly delivering dozens of blows in an instant. Hanekawa was quickly pushed to the defensive. However, thanks to Chidori, Might Guy was unable to use his bandages to bind him and was forced to rely on close combat. Hanekawa felt like he could block 4 out of every 5 punches. The remaining punch, weakened by the Chidori's defenses, struck his body and caused a faint pain. Normally, such accumulated damage would result in severe injury. However, Hanekawa's B-rank passive skill Unmarked Healing allowed him to recover instantly. Though at a disadvantage, he remained energetic and unyielding. The arena echoed with loud booms, the shockwaves of their clashes stirring up clouds of dust and scattering fragments of rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly instructed the sealing team to erect a barrier to prevent any harm to the villagers. Taijutsu practitioners can reach such a level. Sakumo Hatake muttered, deeply impressed. Guy is the most diligent ninja I've ever seen, and his talent in Taijutsu is unparalleled, Minato Namikaze said gravely. Agreed, Tsunade nodded. Though, she thought, no one could match his eccentric personality and peculiar aura. But don't you think Hanekawa is even more terrifying? Kushina Uzumaki asked enthusiastically. The 8 gates are powerful, but their duration is limited, Sakumo remarked. If Guy can only open 3 gates, he will lose. How many gates can he open? Tsunade asked, glancing at Minato. I don't know, Minato admitted. Even as his teacher, I've only ever seen him open 3. My instincts tell me Hanekawa will win, Sakumo said with a calm smile. At the edge of the arena. Isn't that your Chidori? How does Hanekawa know it? Asuma Sarutobi was in despair. He had been completely defeated by Might Guy after he opened 3 gates, beaten like a dog. But Hanekawa? He was holding his own in an even match. It was the embodiment of the phrase, the gap between people can sometimes be larger than the gap between a person and a dog. Hanekawa helped me develop Chidori, so I taught it to him, Kakashi said, suddenly realizing something. Hanekawa hadn't used Chidori in their fight. At the same time, Kakashi couldn't help but wonder, was Chidori's defense always this strong? Obito Uchiha glanced at Rin Nohara instinctively. Her face showed concern. Then he looked at Might Guy, silently praying. Please, you must defeat him. At the center of the arena. Boom. Might Guy once again pulled back, panting heavily as he stared at Hanekawa. The prolonged intense battle had drained his stamina. If this continued, he wouldn't win. There was only one solution. Hanekawa, you're incredible. Might Guy roared, Gate of Pain, open. If the first 3 gates were the safe zone, then the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain, marked the true beginning of the 8 gates' power. While further enhancing attack and speed, it also inflicted strain and side effects on the body. Gate of Limit, open. Might Guy shouted each word with determination. A surge of chakra erupted skyward, releasing a terrifying aura that swept across the arena. Guy, don't push yourself too hard, Hanekawa said calmly. In the original story, after Rock Lee opened the 5th gate, he was left disabled. If not for Tsunade's medical expertise, he would have lost the chance to be a ninja. Though Might Guy was stronger than Lee, he was still young. Guy. Might Guy's voice rang out, you've already reached your limit. Don't overdo it, this isn't a life or death battle. I understand, Might Guy nodded slightly before turning to Hanekawa and shouting, Hidden Lotus. The same Hidden Lotus, but performed at the 5th gate, was on an entirely different level compared to the 3rd gate. As Guy charged at Hanekawa, the ground beneath him cracked, and debris flew everywhere. Lightning Release Body Technique. Thanks to the Chidori's lightning aura, Hanekawa appeared unchanged outwardly. But he knew that his attack, speed and defense had increased by 100%. Standing his ground, Hanekawa faced Guy's overwhelming momentum, feeling as though a mountain was bearing down on him. Superhuman strength. Hanekawa clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch. The air trembled. The ground beneath him crumbled into dust, and shockwaves rippled outward in waves, scattering smoke and debris in all directions. Before the dust settled, a figure flew backward. It was Might Guy. Hanekawa remained standing in place. The ground around him had collapsed, except for the spot beneath his feet, which remained intact. The entire arena fell silent. Chapter 136, 136. The strongest Chunin. Are we really in the Chunin exams? After a moment of silence, the devastated Asuma Sarutobi asked quietly. I think so, Shizune replied uncertainly. We won. Kurenai jumped up excitedly, as though she herself had achieved victory instead of Hanekawa. Those two seniors are absolute monsters. Shisui Uchiha couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He began to wonder what would happen if he faced Might Guy, who had opened the fifth gate. Genjutsu would be useless, and his taijutsu and ninjutsu couldn't keep up. Most likely, he'd suffer a crushing defeat. The only chance of victory would be to use genjutsu to control Guy before he activated the 8 gates. But what if he faced Hanekawa instead? Shisui shook his head. Right now, he had no way to win. Even his strongest skill, genjutsu, was an area in which Hanekawa excelled. Kakashi Hatake felt a strange mix of emotions rising within him. He wondered if he should thank Might Guy for sparing him during their practice matches. Thankfully, Guy never used the 8 gates during their sparring sessions. But for Hanekawa to surpass Might Guy in taijutsu, it was simply unbelievable. Kakashi had watched the entire match. Hanekawa had relied solely on taijutsu throughout the battle. Even Chidori had been used as a defensive measure, enhancing his physical combat. Amazing. Rin Nohara murmured, dazed and awestruck. Today's battle had left her deeply shaken. Both Hanekawa and Might Guy, though technically still genin, had reached heights far beyond her comprehension. Damn it. Obito Uchiha's face darkened. Part of his frustration stemmed from Rin's shifting attitude. But more than that, he realized just how far Hanekawa had pulled ahead of him. Could his 3-tomo Sharingan even stand a chance against such overwhelming power? Even at its peak, the 3-tomo Sharingan could only rival an elite genin. There were limits to its strength. Ah! Obito Uchiha fell into despair, his chakra aura trembling uncontrollably. Obito. Rin Nohara noticed his strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong? Is it the injury from before?" "I'm fine." Seeing her concern, Obito quickly shook his head, and his chakra aura stabilized once more. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into cheers and exclamations. Both the shinobi and villagers alike felt that attending this event had been worthwhile. They had just witnessed the birth of a new generation of geniuses. Undoubtedly, these young talents would shape the future of the Hidden Leaf Village for the next 10, 20, or even more years. These young ones are truly terrifying, Minato Namikaze said with a smile. Indeed, Sakumo Hatake agreed with a nod. It feels like it won't be long before the world belongs to the younger generation. You two aren't even old. Why do you sound like you're about to retire? Kushina Uzumaki joked with a laugh. We can't help it, Minato shook his head and said, they're performing so well that I can't find a single flaw. They're still far from perfect, Tsunade coughed lightly and said. Lady Tsunade, if you want to laugh, just laugh, Kushina teased, noticing the corners of Tsunade's lips curling upward. Well, they're decent, Tsunade said, waving dismissively. That final display of strength is at least half as good as mine. Is she being modest now? Kushina and Minato exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Tsunade then turned her gaze to Hanekawa, standing in the center of the arena. Even though he hadn't used the techniques she had taught him, that decisive punch was more than enough. After all, superhuman strength was one of her signature techniques. However, Tsunade couldn't help but feel puzzled. When had his strength grown so powerful? On closer thought, she realized she didn't know much about Hanekawa. During this Chunin exam, he had displayed a surprising array of talents, which left her astonished. This kid still has plenty of mysteries to unravel, Tsunade thought to herself. Dash. At the distant viewing platform. Are they still genin? Jiraiya couldn't help but comment. When he graduated, he wasn't anywhere near this level. To be precise, his rise to prominence as an elite genin was largely due to a lucky encounter with Mount Maiboku. The village is truly flourishing, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a broad smile. He thought of his teacher, Tobirama Senju. During Tobirama's time as Hokage, many geniuses had emerged, forming the second Hokage's personal guard, which included Hiruzen himself. Hanekawa's generation bore a striking resemblance to theirs. Hiruzen now felt full of ambition, certain that he could lead the Hidden Leaf Village to even greater heights. Dash. Lord Hokage. Inoichi Yamanaka approached and handed Hiruzen a scroll. Here are the rankings from this Chunin exam. Take the top 15 names, Hiruzen instructed after glancing at the scroll. Understood, Inoichi replied, immediately understanding his intent. The top 15 would be promoted, while the others would have to try again next time. Also, check on Guy's condition, Hiruzen added, noticing that Hanekawa was still treating him. Only announce the new Chunin names once you confirm everything is fine. He was particularly concerned about Might Guy's potential. Anyone could see that Guy had immense talent. If he mastered the 8 gates, he would undoubtedly become an elite genin. The only issue was his personality. Hiruzen generally preferred sending geniuses to the Anbu for training, but with Guy, it might be better to keep him out of the Anbu to avoid any chaos. Understood. Inoichi nodded and returned to the arena. Dash. Hanekawa crouched in front of Might Guy, using the Mystique Palm technique. The side effects of the 8 gates were severe, and Guy's body had taken significant damage, though it was still within manageable limits. This showed that Guy was indeed stronger than Rock Lee. Dash. D-rank talent, Youth Without Regret has upgraded. Taijutsu proficiency increased by 100%. The notification from the system appeared right on cue. As expected, Hanekawa wasn't surprised. He was more curious about the effects of the B-rank trait, the strongest Chunin. Dash. Hanekawa, how's Guy? Inoichi walked up and asked. He's fine, Hanekawa replied, withdrawing his hands. He just needs some time to recover. Alright then. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded and announced loudly, I will now declare the ninja who passed this Chunin exam. Asuma Sarutobi, Rin Nohara, and the others quickly stepped forward. First place, Hanekawa. The moment Inoichi finished, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. The strong and talented are always admired. Hanekawa, you're officially a celebrity in the Hidden Leaf Village now. Asuma said enviously. To Asuma, Hanekawa was like the idealized version of himself. Since childhood, Asuma had wanted to escape the shadow of Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he could perform as brilliantly as Hanekawa and claim first place, perhaps he could finally step out of that shadow. But, he wasn't Hanekawa. Hanekawa's been famous for a while. Kurenei said proudly. Rin Nohara glanced at Hanekawa, her eyes filled with admiration. Not only was he strong, but he was also incredibly handsome. Second place, Might Guy. Inoichi waited for about 10 seconds before continuing. It's a pity Guy's unconscious. Asuma began, only to spot Guy's father, Might Do, sobbing uncontrollably. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing that Guy being unconscious might actually be better, it spared them from witnessing any overly emotional scenes. Inoichi continued reading the names one by one until the 15th was announced. The above 15 genin are officially promoted to Chunin as of today. Inoichi paused before adding, now, let's welcome the Hokage to give a speech. Again? Hanekawa couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why does he always have so much to say? Asuma grumbled irritably. Kakashi instinctively nodded but quickly straightened up, his face expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Shizune and Rin, on the other hand, didn't dare to complain. Hanekawa glanced up at Hiruzen Sarutobi on the high platform and opened the trait system. With Inoichi's announcement, a new trait had been unlocked. C-rank talent, first place in the Chunin exam. Condition, achieve first place in the Chunin exam. Effect, increases comprehension ability by 100%. Comprehension? Hanekawa pondered. Comprehension refers to one's ability to understand and learn things, including jutsu. With enhanced comprehension, the time required to learn jutsu would significantly decrease. Overall, it was a good trait. But the real focus was still on the B-rank trait, the strongest Chunin. Hanekawa activated the synthesis function. B-rank talent, the strongest Chunin. Condition, synthesized from C-rank traits, first place in the Chunin exam, sensory Chunin and 5-element Chunin. Effect, chakra refinement speed increased by 150%, and chakra capacity doubled. Note, can be synthesized with B-rank traits, 7-element specialist Janin and sensory specialist Janin to unlock an A-rank trait, Omni Janin. The effect was a direct upgrade of the previous C-rank talent, Genius Genin, simple, powerful and extremely practical. The chakra capacity increase, in particular, was invaluable. However, the synthesis pathway seemed daunting. While achieving the B-rank trait sensory specialist Janin was manageable, the 7-element specialist Janin would take a long time. The 7 elements included lightning, fire, water, earth, wind, yin, and yang. Currently, Hanekawa had mastered lightning specialist Janin, genjutsu specialist Janin, counted as yin, and medical specialist Janin, counted as yang. He still needed the other 4. Thankfully, the system had lenient criteria recognizing genjutsu and medical Janin as yin and yang counterparts. Undoubtedly, it was a long road ahead. But he was young, there was plenty of time to work on it. Dash. This concludes the Chunin exam. After an hour of Hiruzen's speech, he finally wrapped up. Hanekawa got first place, so he has to treat us. Asuma said immediately. No problem, Hanekawa replied with a smile. What do you want to eat? Barbecue, of course. Asuma said bluntly. I can't beat you, but I can at least eat my fill at your expense. Alright, Hanekawa agreed, pausing before adding, but we'll wait until Guy wakes up. For now, everyone should rest after such a long day. As the group dispersed, Obito Uchiha wandered aimlessly through the streets, looking lost. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Obito, is something troubling you? You can always talk to Grandma about it. Chapter 137, 137. Tsunade's Reward. See you next time. Hanekawa said his goodbyes to Kurenei and the others. Might Guy, still unconscious, had been taken to the Konoha hospital by Might Do. Hanekawa turned his gaze to the audience stands. Most of the crowd had already left, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, Fugaku Uchiha, and other ninjas. It didn't take long for him to spot Tsunade and Minato Namikaze. Hanekawa. Over here. Kushina Uzumaki noticed him and waved enthusiastically. Hanekawa climbed the steps to the stands. Congratulations on taking first place, Minato said with a warm smile. Thank you. Hanekawa turned to Tsunade and blinked deliberately. No reaction? No reward? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. You two have a good talk, Kushina said, smiling mischievously. Minato and I will head out first. We don't want to interrupt the teacher-student bonding. She dragged Minato away before Hanekawa could say anything. You did well, Tsunade said, her expression serious. But don't get cocky, becoming a Chunin is just the beginning. So, where's my reward? Hanekawa asked, holding out his hand expectantly. There isn't one, Tsunade replied, swatting his hand away. Why would I reward you for something as small as a Chunin exam? I took first place. Hanekawa argued, and I used your superhuman strength technique to win in the end. Did you, though. Tsunade smirked. You used my superhuman strength exactly once during the whole exam. I should punish you for wasting my teaching. Hanekawa's eyes instinctively drifted downward at the word superhuman. He quickly realized what he had done and froze. Well, that triggered a keyword. You're just making excuses, Hanekawa muttered, then added, aren't you worried I might find another teacher? Go ahead and try, Tsunade replied, narrowing her eyes and cracking her knuckles. Ahem, just kidding. Hanekawa immediately backpedaled. No other kunoichi in Konoha is as beautiful as you. I wouldn't dare switch. You little rascal, Tsunade said with a laugh, clearly pleased. Fine, I'll let you off this time. She couldn't deny the compliment had hit the mark. No matter their age, every woman loves being called beautiful. Thank you, sensei, Hanekawa said, then pivoted. Now, about that reward. What do you want as a reward? Tsunade asked, ruffling his hair. You're not a kid anymore, but you still act like one. Then why do you treat me like a kid? Hanekawa asked, his mouth twitching. Because I'm your teacher, Tsunade said, her grin widening. Yes, sensei. Hanekawa sighed in resignation. As for your reward. Tsunade paused and looked at him. Up close, she couldn't help but notice how unfairly good-looking this kid was. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed him on the forehead. Hanekawa froze. As Tsunade leaned in, his entire view was filled with a dazzling white landscape, snowy fields and icy cliffs. And right in the middle of it, a mysterious gulf that held his attention so completely, he didn't see the attack coming. If you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. A lucky kiss to bring you good fortune, Tsunade said, turning away. Now, go home. She pressed her lips together, feeling a strange unease. She had kissed his forehead before, but this time it felt different. Sensei, Hanekawa called, snapping out of his daze and catching up to her. That reward was too simple. You didn't prepare a proper gift, did you? Why should I prepare a gift for something so minor? Tsunade huffed. Besides, I already gave you your reward. Are you going to return it now? Well, that's not entirely impossible, Hanekawa muttered. Do you dare? Tsunade stopped in her tracks and looked at him with a sly smile. I do. Hanekawa said indignantly, sensing the challenge in her tone. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. That odd feeling returned, surfacing in her chest. She quickly suppressed it and resumed walking. Wait up. Hanekawa called, jogging to catch her. Why are you walking so fast? I'm hungry. Tsunade snapped, glaring at him. Is she always hungry to maintain that fat? Hanekawa thought. And it just so happened that Tsunade was always broke. Hanekawa dismissed the strange thoughts in his head and asked, Sensei, what do you want to eat? Meat, Tsunade said bluntly. No problem, Hanekawa replied with a smile. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Degree. Once they got home, Tsunade immediately switched modes. She kicked off her high-heeled sandals, walked barefoot into the living room, and flopped onto the couch. Hanekawa shook his head, picked up her sandals, and placed them neatly on the shoe rack. Taking a few steps closer, he glanced toward the couch. From his angle, he could only see her exposed legs and the soft solace of her feet turned outward. I'll go make dinner, he said, heading into the kitchen. Since Tsunade wanted meat, he decided to make tempura. Half an hour later, he emerged from the kitchen. Not bad. Smells great, Tsunade said as she walked to the dining table, nodding in satisfaction. You smell even better, Hanekawa thought, catching the faint fragrance emanating from her. His gaze drifted to her elegant, beautiful face. Her skin was smooth and flawless, without the slightest blemish. Is this the power of the yin seal? As Hanekawa's thoughts wandered, he heard a knock at the door. He raised an eyebrow. Who's visiting at this hour? It's Jiraiya, Tsunade said casually, her smile fading. He's probably here to say goodbye. I'll get it. Hanekawa walked to the door and opened it. Uncle Jiraiya. You did great in the Chunin exams, Jiraiya said, patting his shoulder. Reminds me of myself back in the day. Didn't you get beaten by Orochimaru and run for your life back in the day? Tsunade's voice came from the living room. Slander. Jiraiya, feeling awkward, refused to admit it. Tsunade, you've got it all wrong. It was Orochimaru who ran away. Oh really? Should I call Orochimaru and ask? Tsunade said, picking up her chopsticks and popping a fried shrimp into her mouth. There's no need to bother him, he's so busy, Jiraiya said, laughing nervously as he quickly changed the subject. Did you make this tempura? No, Tsunade replied casually. Hanekawa made it. You've got a good student here, Jiraiya said, glancing at Hanekawa. Kind of reminds me of Minato. He's not like Minato at all, Tsunade said, shaking her head. To her, Minato was the ideal top student, while Hanekawa was more like the clever, mischievous troublemaker. She preferred the latter. Top students were too boring and didn't suit her personality. Well, at least they both know how to cook, Jiraiya said after a brief pause. That's true, Tsunade agreed. Hanekawa sat beside her, quietly listening as he ate. He didn't have much to contribute to their reminiscing. So, why are you here today? Tsunade finally asked, steering the conversation back on track. No real reason, Jiraiya said with a smile. I'm leaving tomorrow and wanted to let you know. Of course, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Can't be helped, Jiraiya sighed. It's all for the sake of peace in the ninja world. As soon as I find the prof. Enough with your so-called child of prophecy that you don't even know where to find, Tsunade interrupted, cutting him off. I will find them. Jiraiya said, his expression firm. Tsunade hesitated but ultimately said nothing. After lunch, Jiraiya left with a farewell. Hanekawa, Tsunade called, leaning against the kitchen door as she watched him wash the dishes. Do you think there really is a child of prophecy in this ninja world? Do you believe there is, sensei? Hanekawa asked without looking up. No, I don't, Tsunade said with a chuckle. If I did, I'd be wandering the ninja world like Jiraiya, searching for them. Then I don't believe it either, Hanekawa said. Hanekawa replied casually, I was just going along with your idea. I'm asking for your opinion, Tsunade said, giving him an annoyed glare. Why don't I see you being this obedient usually? I'm always obedient, Hanekawa said as he put down the bowl, dried his hands, and looked at her. My opinion is that instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on yourself. Not bad. I like that way of thinking, Tsunade said, pausing for a moment before smiling. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Hanekawa replied smoothly. Smooth talker, Tsunade said with a sly look. Then, with a playful twist of her expression, she added, as a reward, you'll accompany me to the casino this afternoon. Isn't that more of a reward for you? Hanekawa asked, clearly exasperated. If I say it's a reward for you, then it is, Tsunade said, extending her leg to block the door. If you don't agree, you're not leaving this kitchen today. What kind of strange rule is this? Hanekawa thought, recalling tales about bizarre, unbreakable rules in haunted places. Clearing his throat, he said, all right, let's go. Now that's more like it, Tsunade said, her face lighting up with a smile. Dash. At the root base in Konoha. Danzo Shimura stood at the entrance, watching a young boy training in the distance. The sound of hands slamming the ground echoed. Boom. 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 The boy finished a series of hand signs and pressed his palms to the ground. Rows of wooden pillars sprouted from the earth, curving into an arch to form a protective barrier around him. Danzo's eyes gleamed with a trace of longing. This was the wood release, the legendary power of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Unfortunately, it was a power he could not possess. After acquiring the boy Yamato codenamed Kino, Danzo had conducted countless experiments but couldn't overcome the issue of rejection. Lord Danzo, a root member suddenly appeared before him, kneeling in respect. What is it? Danzo asked, his eyes still fixed on Yamato practicing his wood release. This is the result of the Chunin exams, the root member said, holding out a scroll with both hands. Danzo casually opened it, and when he saw Hanekawa listed as the first place winner, a pang of regret pierced through him. He regretted it deeply. If only he had acted more decisively back then and taken Hanekawa by force. Once the situation was irreversible, what could Hiruzen Sarutobi have done? Hiruzen wouldn't have killed him, after all. Danzo's eyes scanned the rankings, and he raised an eyebrow. Overall, the results matched his expectations, except for one surprise. How did Might Guy end up in second place? An unexpected but welcome surprise. Danzo began to consider whether he should approach Might Guy to see if he could recruit him into the Root Division. Chapter 138, 138. The kind-hearted Grandpa Uchiha Madara. On a bench by the street. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Obito poured out his troubles to the elderly woman. To sum it up in one sentence, he couldn't beat Hanekawa. You don't need to feel so down, the elderly woman said with a kind smile. At your age, unlocking the two-tomo Sharingan is already remarkable. I know. Obito nodded slightly but quickly sighed. But he's a genius among geniuses. I can't even touch him. Not necessarily. The elderly woman pondered briefly and said, I think you're just missing a good teacher. A teacher? Obito scratched his head. But my teacher is already excellent. He had been under Namikaze Minato for over a year and knew how strong his teacher was. There weren't many Jonin stronger than Minato, maybe just the Hokage, the Sunin, and White Fang. If even Minato wasn't enough, then who else? But your teacher isn't an Uchiha, the elderly woman replied with a smile. Your talent lies in the Sharingan. He can't help you with that. That makes sense. Obito froze for a moment, uncertain. Thinking back, he realized Minato had mostly taught him chakra control techniques over the past year. While his overall strength had improved a lot, it paled compared to the explosive growth he experienced after awakening his Sharingan, which had nothing to do with Minato. So, should I go to the clan leader? Obito asked hesitantly. The clan leader is busy with countless affairs. Do you think he'll have time to teach you? The elderly woman countered. Probably not, Obito said miserably. I've only seen him a few times all year. Well, I do know an Uchiha Jonin, the elderly woman said, patting his head gently. Though he's retired, he has plenty of experience and could help you. Really? Obito's eyes lit up with hope. Of course, the elderly woman said, smiling warmly. Consider it my way of thanking you for helping me cross the street every day. Thank you, Grandma. Obito could hardly contain his excitement. Where is he? He's quite old and unwell, resting at a lodge outside the village, the elderly woman said. It's not far, just about 10 minutes away. That's great. Obito jumped to his feet. Let's go now. No rush, the elderly woman said with a chuckle. He doesn't know about this yet. Whether he'll agree is another matter. Then what should I do? Obito asked anxiously. Don't worry, the elderly woman said reassuringly. I'll visit him today and talk to him. With your talent, I'm sure he'll agree to teach you. Thank you, Grandma. Obito said, deeply moved. Good deeds really do pay off. All those days of helping people finally seemed to be bringing him good fortune. See you tomorrow, the elderly woman said, patting his shoulder. You've worked hard today. Go home and rest early. Okay. Obito nodded vigorously. After the elderly woman left, Obito exhaled deeply. Perhaps this was the turning point he needed to defeat Hanekawa. With excitement, Obito headed home. At his doorstep, he encountered an unexpected visitor. Clan leader, Obito said, quickly stepping forward to greet him. You've done well today, Uchiha Fugaku said with a slight nod. Congratulations on unlocking the two-tomo Sharingan. Thank you, clan leader. Obito couldn't hide his joy. He never expected Fugaku to notice him. Keep it up. Don't disgrace the Uchiha name, Fugaku said, handing him a ninjutsu scroll. This is your reward. Clan leader, I don't deserve this. I lost to Hanekawa. Obito's excitement vanished instantly. Hanekawa is insignificant, Fugaku said calmly. Against a three-tomo Sharingan, no amount of ninjutsu matters. Obito hesitated, unsure what to say. He had been humiliated so many times he no longer had confidence in himself. When you reach the three-tomo stage, you'll understand, Fugaku said with a faint smile. The Sharingan isn't as simple as you think. He was referring to the Mangeki Sharingan. Of course, in his opinion, Uchiha Shisui was far more likely to awaken it. As for Uchiha Obito? It was better to prepare for all possibilities and treat him as a backup option. Yes. Obito's spirits lifted, and he said, Clan leader, I will do my best. I'll be leaving now, Uchiha Fugaku said as he turned to leave. He still had to find Uchiha Shisui. Ordinary Uchiha juniors wouldn't warrant his personal attention. But given Shisui and Obito's exceptional teacher, it was essential to invest in them for the future of the Uchiha clan. What a pity, Fugaku muttered with a sigh. If only one of the Uchiha could apprentice under one of the legendary Chunin, the clan would have even greater prospects. That afternoon, the results of the Chunin exams spread throughout Konoha village. Though the Chunin exams were held every year, most of them were rather unremarkable. The reason was simple, there were no outstanding genin. But this year was different. The sheer number of astonishing geniuses shocked everyone. The final few matches especially showcased skills that were already at the level of a genin. Moreover, competitors like Hanekawa and Hotaki Kakashi had identities that were anything but ordinary, generating widespread discussion. Konoha Knowledge Bookstore. What an incredible surprise. Tsuchibashi couldn't help but exclaim after learning the rankings of the Chunin exams. No one could have guessed that the first-place prodigy, Hanekawa, was actually a spy from the Hidden Cloud village. In fact, neither he nor the third Raikage had expected it. It was truly a twist of fate. This must be reported to Lord Raikage immediately, Tsuchibashi thought, snapping out of his astonishment as he grabbed pen and paper. As a spy, Hanekawa's prominence in the exams raised questions about how the Hidden Cloud would react to this. Tsuchibashi could only hope nothing bad would happen. After all, Hanekawa's friend had written novels that had made him quite a bit of money over the years. Once his undercover mission ended, he could retire in the Hidden Cloud and enjoy a peaceful old age. The next morning, Uchiha Obito woke up early. To be more precise, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. After breakfast, he ran out the door and soon arrived at the usual spot, where he found the elderly woman. Grandma. Obito quickly ran up to her and offered his support. Good morning, Obito, the elderly woman said with a cheerful smile. Let's go. Okay. Obito followed her out of Konoha village to a nearby lodge. He's here, the elderly woman said as she knocked on the door. Come in, a weak voice replied, as though the speaker was at death's door. Obito couldn't help but worry. Could this person really teach him? The elderly woman pushed open the door. Obito instinctively glanced inside the room. An old man sat by the bed. He was dressed in a black robe, his hair completely white, his face full of wrinkles. Yet his eyes shone with a sharp, vibrant light. Hello, sir, Obito greeted politely as he walked up to him. Outside, the old man said without expression as he stood up and exited the room. Obito, full of questions, held back his curiosity and followed him to an open field. Show me your best ninjutsu, the old man said coldly. Obito was momentarily stunned but complied. Fire release, great fireball technique. He formed the hand seals, tilted his body back, and spewed out a massive fireball from his mouth. How's that? Obito asked proudly. In his mind, no one his age, aside from Shisui, could match him in performing the great fireball technique. Utterly pathetic, the old man snorted. Obito froze, his expression stiffening. Though the old man didn't say much, Obito's pride naturally turned into disbelief. Watch closely, the old man said, guessing Obito's thoughts. His hands moved swiftly to form seals. In an instant, scorching heat waves erupted. The air twisted and shimmered under the blazing heat. A colossal fireball, towering at 10 meters, appeared out of nowhere. Nearby grass and flowers were instantly reduced to ash, and even the ground turned blackened and cracked. This can't be, impossible. Obito stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. He had never seen a fireball technique so terrifying. This wasn't a fireball, it was a miniature sun. Grandpa, he exclaimed. Uchiha Obito snapped back to reality and quickly said, please teach me. I have only one condition, the old man said coldly. No other Uchiha must know of my existence. Hey? Why? Obito asked in confusion. I don't like them, the old man replied casually. If you can't keep this a secret, then leave. I can do it. Obito said earnestly. I promise. To defeat Hanekawa, keeping a secret was a small price to pay. Good, the old man nodded slightly. Come find me when you have free time. Yes. Obito suddenly thought of something and asked, Grandpa, how should I address you? I have abandoned my name, the old man said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Obito felt a jolt in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that this old man had a profound story and exuded an invincible aura. Yet the fact that he was willing to teach without compensation was a clear sign of his kindness. Such a warm-hearted grandpa. Dash. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. After a full day of learning, Obito was left utterly astounded. He believed this old man's mastery of fire release far surpassed even Minato Namikaze's. He only wondered how it compared to clan leader Uchiha Fugaku's level. Goodbye, Grandpa. Obito waved with a beaming smile. I'll come see you again tomorrow. He's really nothing like the other Uchiha, the elderly woman remarked, shaking her head. Lord Madara, why did you choose him? He has the potential to awaken his Sharingan further, said the old man, who was actually a shadow clone of Madara Uchiha. But I think Uchiha Shisui's talent surpasses his, the elderly woman said in confusion. Shisui's temperament needs closer observation, Madara replied before giving further instructions. White Zetsu, monitor Uchiha Obito to ensure my existence isn't exposed. Yes, Lord Madara, White Zetsu said before sinking into the ground and disappearing. Dash. The next day. Raikage's office, Hidden Cloud Village. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, said the third Raikage, raising his head. The door opened, and an Anbu ninja entered. Lord Raikage, the ninja said, presenting a scroll with both hands. This is a classified report from Konoha. The third Raikage opened the scroll. It detailed the events of the Chunin exams, with a particular focus on Hanekawa's use of numerous ninjutsu techniques. Summon Dode and Mabi, the Raikage said after a pause. Yes, the Anbu ninja said, turning to leave. Before long, Dode and Mabi knocked and entered the room. The Raikage hadn't called his son, A, or the Eight Tails Jinkriki, Killer B, because they weren't skilled at analysis. Dode was his trusted right-hand man, as well as the overseer of the Hell Stab technique. His strength and loyalty were beyond question. As for Mabi, the dark-skinned, white-haired girl was young but calm and highly intelligent. In the brute force-driven Hidden Cloud Village, she was a rare gem. The Raikage, recognizing her potential, had quickly promoted her to serve as his secretary and strategist. Her innate talent was also impressive, ranking her alongside Nii Yujito, Samui and Darui as one of the Cloud's most promising young ninjas. However, the Raikage couldn't help but lament about Hanekawa. From what he could tell, not even the Jinkriki Yujito Nii could compare to Hanekawa. What do you think? The Raikage asked, handing the scroll to Mabi. It's him. Mabi's brow furrowed as she read the scroll. Fewer than 10 people in the Hidden Cloud knew of Hanekawa's true identity, and she was one of them. Her most detailed understanding came from her close friend Samui. Long ago, Samui had encountered Hanekawa and sparred with him, only to lose miserably. At the time, Mabi had been skeptical, but now she was fully convinced. The scroll described Hanekawa using a vast array of ninjutsu. To be honest, even an average Jonin couldn't master so many techniques, let alone a genin. It was beyond her comprehension. This is good news, Dode said with a smile after reading the scroll. The more outstanding Hanekawa is, the higher he can climb. Not necessarily, Mabi said after some thought. At this point, Hanekawa could completely sever ties with the Hidden Cloud. Sorry, Samui. Mabi knew that after losing to Hanekawa and receiving his guidance, Samui had developed a favorable impression of him. But for the sake of the Hidden Cloud, she had to prepare for the worst. He's bound by a seal, Dode said with a frown. He wouldn't dare betray us. The seal is real, but who's to say he can't undo it? Mabi said solemnly. Given Hanekawa's identity and position, the entire Leaf Village would help him break it. That's indeed a possibility, the Raikage said after a moment of thought. Should we summon him back? Summoning him back would be a waste and might alert him, Mabi said calmly. If he refuses, it would be pointless. Instead, let him prove his loyalty. After all, war isn't far off. Chapter 139, 139. The disappearance of the third Kazekage. Morning. Hanekawa woke up early because he had a lot to do today. 3 days had passed since the Chunin exams, and yesterday, he received a message from Tsuchibashi asking him to visit the Konoha knowledge bookstore. In addition to meeting as part of his undercover duties, he also needed to prepare breakfast for Tsunade and Kurane Ui. As for why Kurane was included, it was because her father, Shinku Ui, had taken on a mission 2 days ago and was no longer in the village. Hanekawa got dressed and left his room. Jogging all the way, he soon arrived at the Konoha knowledge bookstore. Uncle Tsuchibashi, Hanekawa greeted after confirming the contact code. Hanekawa, congratulations on earning first place in the Chunin exams, Tsuchibashi said with a look of deep emotion. To reach this level as a spy, you've made history in the Hidden Cloud Village. Just lucky, Hanekawa replied with a smile before asking, why did you call me here, Uncle Tsuchibashi? There's something important, Tsuchibashi said seriously. The war is drawing near, and Lord Raikage hopes you'll play a significant role when the time comes. Yes. Hanekawa's heart skipped a beat. With your current identity and position, you can already access many of Konoha's secrets, Tsuchibashi said, patting Hanekawa's shoulder. When war breaks out, you might very well become the key to the Hidden Cloud's victory. I understand. Hanekawa nodded, already thinking about how to sidestep the Hidden Cloud's expectations. The only regret was that he would never obtain the training methods for the lightning release chakra mode. But some ties had to be cut. As an orphan, Hanekawa felt no attachment to the Hidden Cloud Village. As for being exposed, he wasn't too worried. As long as he didn't admit it, Konoha would only assume the Hidden Cloud was smearing his name. After all, no one would believe that Tsunade's student could be a spy. Still, until he was discovered, Hanekawa intended to squeeze every last ounce of value out of the Hidden Cloud. Providing intelligence wasn't out of the question, either, like information about Danzo Shimura. Have you made progress on identifying the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as I asked before? Tsuchibashi suddenly asked. I've narrowed it down to a few candidates, but I haven't confirmed it yet, Hanekawa replied, shaking his head. Do your best to confirm the Jinchuriki's identity before the war begins, Tsuchibashi said gravely. I'll try my best, Hanekawa said with a serious expression. Any other information? Tsuchibashi relaxed, smiling as he asked. There is one thing, Hanekawa said after a moment's thought. But it's related to the Hidden Sand Village. The Hidden Sand? Tsuchibashi asked, surprised and curious. What is it? The third Hokage has been missing for a long time and may already be dead, Hanekawa said slowly. What? Tsuchibashi froze, staring at him in disbelief. For a moment, he thought he must have misheard. The third Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage, had made his mark on the ninja world with his magnet release and iron sand techniques. How could someone like that vanish without a trace or even die? It sounded like pure fantasy. Who, apart from the other Kage, could possibly pull off such a feat? Where did you get this information? Tsuchibashi asked, regaining his composure. From my sensei, Hanekawa replied, his expression calm and composed. The Hidden Cloud Village wouldn't dare approach Tsunade to verify the truth. Tsunade, hey. Tsuchibashi opened his mouth, hesitating for words. This is really... He thought for a long time but couldn't find the right way to express himself. The third Hokage was one of the 5 most powerful and influential figures in the ninja world. This intel is incredibly valuable. Tsuchibashi suddenly became excited, speaking with enthusiasm. If this is true, then the Hidden Sand Village must be in utter chaos right now. Not just chaos, Hanekawa added, but also unprecedented weakening. Exactly. Tsuchibashi burst into laughter. This time, we're bound to make a huge contribution. Although the information was provided by Hanekawa, Tsuchibashi, as the contact, would share in the credit. But the final decision will rest with Lord Raikage. Tsuchibashi took a deep breath, calming his excitement. I'll send a message immediately. To ensure accuracy, it would be best if Lord Raikage investigates the authenticity of this information first, Hanekawa reminded. That's true. Tsuchibashi paused, then said, you're more thoughtful than I am. All for the Hidden Cloud Village. Hanekawa said with conviction. Lord Raikage will undoubtedly reward your loyalty, Tsuchibashi said with admiration. It's what I should do, Hanekawa replied with a smile. Your dedication surpasses mine. Tsuchibashi said with a laugh. You should head back for now. Once I receive a reply from Lord Raikage, I'll inform you. Understood. Hanekawa then handed him a scroll. This is my friend's new novel. A new novel. Tsuchibashi's eyes lit up. I've been waiting eagerly. He immediately opened the scroll, unable to contain his curiosity. For him, while rewards from the Hidden Cloud were nice, they rarely came in the form of direct monetary compensation. Most of his income came from the Konoha Knowledge Bookstore. Since Hanekawa's friend's work, Thunderfire Sword, became a huge hit, it had turned into his biggest moneymaker. Just from the outline, this looks like another fascinating novel, Tsuchibashi said, closing the scroll. My friend wants this new work, The Steel Witch, to be published simultaneously as a novel and a manga, Hanekawa explained. No problem, Tsuchibashi assured him. Tell your friend to rest easy, I'll make arrangements as quickly as possible. Time was money. With Thunderfire's current popularity, every minute of delay could mean losing thousands of RY. Thanks, Uncle Tsuchibashi, Hanekawa said before bidding him farewell and leaving the Konoha Knowledge Bookstore. Revealing the disappearance of the third Hokage was a calculated decision on Hanekawa's part. According to the timeline in the original work, within a year, the Hidden Sand Village would declare war on Konoha, marking the start of the Third Great Ninja War. The primary cause was the internal strife in the Hidden Sand after the third Hokage's disappearance. Without a diversion, the conflicts would escalate into a full-blown crisis. Since the situation was already bad, there was no harm in informing the Hidden Cloud. In theory, whatever the Hidden Cloud's response, it wouldn't significantly affect him. With these thoughts, Hanekawa arrived at Tsunade's house. He pulled out a key and opened the door. Sensei. Hanekawa stopped in front of Tsunade's room and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened. You're here so early today. Tsunade leaned against the doorframe, her eyes barely open, speaking groggily. Hanekawa's eyes widened instinctively. Her posture pressed her body against the door, making her silhouette appear exaggerated and remarkably prominent. It's not early, sensei, Hanekawa said, steadying himself. Then go make breakfast, Tsunade mumbled before retreating inside. Tsunade yawned, turned around, and flopped back onto the bed, leaving Hanekawa with a graceful view of her back. Stop sleeping, you still need to freshen up, Hanekawa said, his gaze instinctively falling on her pale, smooth legs. I know, Tsunade replied weakly, half asleep. One more thing, throw my clothes in the washing machine for me. Hanekawa's lips twitched. He really wanted to go over and smack her on the backside. Shaking his head, Hanekawa closed the door and headed to the bathroom. Tsunade's clothes were casually tossed near the bathtub, her jacket, shirt, pants, and even her intimate garments, all mixed together. But there were no signs of wear affecting her impressive figure. Thanks to the yin seal, she didn't need to worry about any changes in her body shape. Wait. Not long after Hanekawa left, Tsunade suddenly sat up, pressing her hand to her forehead as a wave of embarrassment washed over her. She had just remembered how private those clothes were. Even though her relationship with Hanekawa was close, there were still boundaries between men and women. But it was too late, she'd already asked, and it had likely been done. I guess I'll need to be more careful in the future, Tsunade sighed. That little brat isn't a kid anymore. After getting dressed, she left her room. Passing by the kitchen, she glanced at Hanekawa before walking into the bathroom. Her clothes, which she had carelessly left lying around, were gone, and the washing machine was already running. Tsunade bit her lip slightly, then quickly shrugged it off, her thick skin allowing her to let go of the awkwardness. After washing up, she returned to the living room. Sensei, do you have any plans for today? Hanekawa handed her a pair of chopsticks. None, Tsunade replied casually. You've been preparing for the Chunin exams for so long without a break. Take a few days off. All right. Hanekawa stood up and said, I'll head back now, sensei. What's that supposed to mean? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, looking a little displeased. Do you not want to spend time with your teacher? Not at all, Hanekawa explained. I need to go back and cook for Kurane. Tsunade froze slightly and then said, fine, go ahead. Hanekawa nodded and left. With a light click, the door closed behind him. Tsunade stared at the steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen in front of her but suddenly found her appetite waning. Back at his place, Hanekawa opened the door and saw that Kurane was already up. She was sitting on the couch in her pajamas, not watching TV but applying lipstick. Under the light, her lips glistened with a soft, moist sheen, appearing delicate and inviting. Are you hungry? Hanekawa asked as he approached, catching a faint, pleasant fragrance. Starving, Kurane replied, pressing her lips together and putting away the lipstick. Then she asked, how about teaching me how to cook? Sure, Hanekawa said, reaching out to ruffle her slightly wavy hair. What do you want to learn? Rice balls, Kurane said, tilting her head. Rice balls? Hanekawa was momentarily surprised. Why start with rice balls? If I learn how to make rice balls, I can prepare bento, Kurane said, blinking. Oh? To make a bento for me? Hanekawa teased with a laugh. Of course not. Kurane's cheeks turned pink as she replied awkwardly, it's for my dad. And what about me? Hanekawa poked her cheek. Depends on my mood. Kurane glared at him before standing up, her slender, pale feet pattering across the floor as she ran into the kitchen. Chapter 140, 140. Kurane an apron. Hanekawa stepped into the kitchen. Kurane had put on an apron, and under the warm lighting, her skin seemed fairer than snow. Hanekawa's gaze naturally fell on her exposed, smooth legs. The straight and sleek lines of her legs led down to her bare feet. First, wheel. Hey, what are you looking at? Kurane turned her head and noticed his gaze, her heart fluttering in panic. I'm looking at you, Hanekawa replied calmly, adding with a hint of admiration, the apron looks great. Really? Kurane brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks turning a soft shade of pink. What filling do you want for the rice balls? Hanekawa asked as he walked over to her. To him, making rice balls was no different from making buns or dumplings. Salmon. Kurane glanced at him quickly before lowering her head. All right. Looking at her adorable demeanor, Hanekawa couldn't help but pat her on the head. Okay, Kurane replied softly. First, we cook the rice, Hanekawa suggested. While it's cooking, we can go out and buy some salmon. Without waiting for instructions, Kurane started washing the rice. The cool water seemed to calm the redness on her cheeks as she worked. Exhaling softly, Kurane found herself momentarily lost in thought. As she grew older, she understood more about relationships, but her interactions with Hanekawa only grew stranger. Deep down, she had an inkling of the reason why, but her youthful shyness kept her from confronting it. Hey, the water's overflowing, Hanekawa reminded her. Sorry. Kurane quickly turned off the faucet, keeping her head down as she continued rinsing the rice. Her cheeks turned pink once again. Thankfully, Hanekawa didn't press the issue, sparing her any further embarrassment. I'm going to change clothes, Kurane said after starting the rice cooker and darted off to her room, almost as if fleeing. Hanekawa waited on the couch. When he heard the door to her room open, he stood and looked over. Kurane had changed into a black and red kimono, her long black hair draped over her shoulders. The ensemble gave her an air of elegance, even resembling a young wife. Why are you wearing a kimono? Hanekawa asked, blinking in surprise. It's January, Kurane paused briefly before asking, does it not look good? It looks amazing. Hanekawa quickly nodded. I was just thinking that kimonos can be a bit troublesome to wear. It's not that troublesome, Kurane stammered, her cheeks visibly reddening. Hanekawa was momentarily puzzled by her reaction. Let's go. Kurane stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and began pulling him toward the door. Put your shoes on first, Hanekawa reminded her. It's cold outside, you can't go barefoot. I know. Kurane stopped at the entryway, propped herself against the wall, and bent down slightly to put on her shoes. But wearing shoes while in a kimono proved awkward. I'll help you. Hanekawa glanced at her tightly fitted kimono, which accentuated her graceful figure. Though her outfit wasn't a traditional kimono, it was still somewhat cumbersome. Kurane froze in place, staring blankly as Hanekawa knelt in front of her. Lift your foot, Hanekawa instructed. Kurane snapped out of it and complied, though when his hand touched her ankle, her 5 smooth toes instinctively curled slightly. Their eyes met, and Kurane's heart raced in panic. Biting her lip, she forced herself to relax, and with some effort, she managed to put on her shoes. Hanekawa stood up, his gaze lowering to meet her delicate face. Kurane's heartbeat quickened even more. At such close proximity, she found herself noticing just how attractive Hanekawa truly was, despite being so familiar with him. Quickly, she walked outside. The cold wind hitting her face helped her regain her composure. Let's go, Hanekawa said as he closed the door, walking up to her and taking her hand. Kurane glanced at him briefly, then tightened her grip on his hand. The winter wind was still bitterly cold, but the young girl didn't feel it at all. There was a supermarket nearby, so it didn't take long for the two of them to buy some salmon. All right. Let's make rice balls. Back at home, Kurane clenched her tiny fists with enthusiasm. She put on her apron, biting down on a hair tie as she reached up to gather her loose black hair into a neat bundle. Hanekawa froze for a moment. The scene was brimming with youthful charm, like something out of an anime. Hanekawa, the rice is ready. What should we do next? Kurane asked, looking at the steaming hot rice. Let it cool down. Hanekawa walked over and said, it's easier to shape the rice balls once it's cool. Got it. Kurane transferred the rice into a container and placed it in cold water. If only we had ice release, this would be much easier, Hanekawa suddenly remarked. What's ice release? Kurane asked curiously. It's a Kekii Genkai that allows you to create and manipulate ice, Hanekawa explained. It's a combination of water release and wind release. In the original series, ice release was used by Haku, who hadn't been born yet in this timeline. Besides Haku, the movie Naruto the movie, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow also featured ice release. However, that version wasn't genuine, it relied on the snowy environment to simulate ice release. The clearest evidence was Kakashi copying the technique with his Sharingan, which isn't possible with true Kekii Genkai. Speaking of that movie, Hanekawa remembered how a young Kakashi had once rescued the princess, Koihoki Kazahana, in the Land of Snow. That must have happened in the past few years. Too bad I don't have wind release, Kurane said, her eyes brightening as she looked at Hanekawa. But you could give it a try. Why do you say that? Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. With your talent, you could definitely master wind release, Kurane replied confidently. I just don't have the time or energy to manage it. Maybe someday, Hanekawa chuckled. Still, her words sparked an idea. He had the system that granted him all-around abilities, talent, comprehension, jutsu power, chakra nature transformation, chakra control, and more. Why couldn't he create his own Kekii Genkai? That might be far off, but something more immediate, like improving Rasengan with different chakra natures, was entirely doable. After all, for advanced Rasengan forms, self-creation was his only option. The rice is cool enough now. Let's start making rice balls, Hanekawa said, washing his hands. He sprinkled salt on his palms, grabbed some rice, and shaped it into a ball. He then pressed his finger into the center to create an indentation. Into the indentation, he placed salmon and other fillings before molding the rice into a firm triangular shape and wrapping it with a rectangular piece of seaweed. It's pretty simple, Kurane said as she mimicked his actions. It's not hard at all, Hanekawa said, smiling at her earnest expression. Once we finish the rice balls, I'll teach you how to make chicken cutlets, pork cutlets, and grilled eel. Common bento boxes often included rice balls alongside dishes like those. Okay. Kurane held up her rice ball with her pale, delicate hands. How does it look? Perfect. Hanekawa glanced at the rice ball and found himself with an odd thought in his mind. He guessed even licking those delicate hands might not taste bad. Hanekawa quickly pushed away the chaotic thoughts in his head. He wasn't some kind of pervert. It shows I have a talent for cooking, Kurane said with a cheerful smile. No, it's a talent for being a perfect wife and mother, Hanekawa replied with a shake of his head. Kurane froze for a moment, her face quickly turning red. A perfect wife and mother? Wasn't it too early to say something like that? But her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. It tastes good, Kurane said, taking a bite of her rice ball to shift the topic. The rice was cooked, and the salmon had been pre-grilled, making it ready to eat. Hanekawa looked at her adorable expression, wanting to reach out and pat her head, but with salt on his hands, he had to give up. Do you want a taste? Kurane asked, her heart racing. It's indeed good, Hanekawa said, lowering his head to take a bite. Kurane nodded slightly, but then her eyes widened. She suddenly realized that Hanekawa had taken a bite of the rice ball she was holding. The same rice ball she had just bitten into moments ago. Wasn't this indirect? Kurane's blush spread rapidly, reaching her earlobes, turning her into a flustered, steaming mess. Hanekawa couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected Kurane, with her usual personality, to become as shy as Hinata from the original series. Thankfully, she wasn't the type to faint from embarrassment. Let's keep making rice balls, Hanekawa said, sparing her as he grabbed more rice. It took several seconds for Kurane to regain her composure. She exhaled quietly, relieved. But whenever she looked at the rice ball in her hand, her heart would still race. After a moment of hesitation, she finished the rest of the rice ball in one go. When does our break end? Kurane asked while shaping another rice ball, trying to suppress her lingering embarrassment. In 2 days, Hanekawa said casually. Sensei told us to rest a bit longer. A whole week of rest. Kurane was a bit surprised. I'm not used to it. They had spent such a long time training for the Chunin exams that it felt strange to suddenly have free time. It's fine, Hanekawa said with a smile. We can train even without her. Kurane nodded and asked, once we become Chunin, will the missions get harder? Not necessarily, Hanekawa explained. Normally, Chunin only take on missions up to B rank. Hey! Kurane blinked in confusion. Their team had already completed A rank missions before. That's because our teacher is Tsunade of the legendary Sunin, Hanekawa said with a chuckle. Rules are meant to be bent when it comes to her. True, it's just like Tsunade-sensei, Kurane said, agreeing with a smile. After we eat, we'll practice water release, Hanekawa said. To create wood release, his current focus was mastering water release and earth release. In addition to that, he was working on sensory ninjutsu and the strength of 100 seal. The latter didn't require much effort, just time to accumulate chakra. Notably, the process of building his seal had sped up significantly. This was thanks to a newly acquired B rank trait, Strongest Chunin, which had 2 effects beneficial for the seal. 1 chakra refinement speed increased by 150%. 2 chakra capacity doubled from its original limit. Chapter 141, 141. The Joint Mission in the Land of Rain. Raikage's office. The third Raikage stood up instinctively after reading the intelligence report from Tsuchibashi. His first reaction was one of astonishment and disbelief. The sudden and unanticipated disappearance of the third Kazekage sounded far-fetched. But what if it was true? Summon Dode and Mabi. After a long moment of contemplation, the third Raikage gave the order. Understood. The Anbu ninja turned and left. Lord Raikage. Before long, Dode and Mabi entered the room. Hanekawa has reported shocking intelligence. The third Raikage got straight to the point. The third Kazekage is missing. Is that even possible? Dode frowned. Our spies in Tsunagakure haven't reported any such news. Hanekawa said the source of the information is her teacher, Tsunade, the third Raikage added. This information is significant and must be investigated, Mabi suggested thoughtfully. If it's false, it doesn't matter. But if it's true, what should we do? Declare war on both Konoha and Tsunagakure simultaneously. Dode asked, visibly troubled. Why not? The third Raikage was undaunted. Without the third Kazekage, Tsunagakure is nothing but a disorganized mess. It wouldn't take much effort. Dode hesitated to respond. The third Raikage and his son A had inherited the combative traditions of Kumogakure and unwavering confidence in their strength. Lord Raikage isn't entirely wrong, Mabi said with a faint smile. But there's no need to fight both at the same time. What do you mean? The third Raikage raised an eyebrow. Based on the current situation, the timing of war with Konoha depends entirely on Kumogakure, Mabi explained calmly. In short, we stall Konoha while launching a decapitation operation to take down Tsunagakure. Decapitation operation. The third Raikage looked puzzled. The third Kazekage is already missing. Who's left to target in Tsunagakure? If the third Kazekage has been missing for this long, Tsunagakure would have to select a new Kazekage or at least an acting leader, Mabi analyzed. If we eliminate those competing for leadership, Tsunagakure would plunge into true chaos. That could work. Dode's face lit up with excitement. It would conserve Kumogakure's forces, preventing other villages from exploiting the situation. Moreover, seizing Tsunagakure could set us up for a surprise attack on Konoha, creating a pincer formation, Mabi added with a sly smile. The priority now is confirming whether the third Kazekage is truly missing, Dode said, bowing to the third Raikage. Lord Raikage, allow me to handle this investigation. Very well. The third Raikage nodded slightly. His son A and Killer B needed to focus on stalling Konoha's Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, the third Raikage himself had to remain in Kumogakure to maintain order and deter the other villages. Dode was the best choice for the mission. Konoha village. Hanekawa and Tsunade walked down the bustling streets. The two had just finished breakfast and were heading to the Hokage's office to accept a new mission. It had been a week since the Chunin exams ended, giving them some time to rest. Sensei, can I learn the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques? Hanekawa asked after some thought. In the original work, sensory ninjutsu, aside from the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind's Eye, was best represented by the Yamanaka clan's sensory techniques. These techniques not only allowed precise detection of an enemy's location, speed, and numbers but also enabled sensory sharing with others. If Hanekawa wanted to learn the Kagura Mind's Eye, she could approach Kushina Uzumaki or Maho Uzumaki for guidance. However, since that ability was likely a unique trait of the Uzumaki clan, there was no guarantee she could master it. Thus, she turned her attention to the Yamanaka clan's sensory techniques. You want to learn the mind transfer jutsu? Tsunade frowned. That's one of their core secret techniques, and Konoha doesn't keep records of it. So, does that mean the non-core techniques are available? Hanekawa's eyes gleamed as she realized that Konoha's leadership likely had their own agendas. She suspected that when the village was first founded, clans joining Konoha had to contribute some of their techniques. And even if they hadn't, people like Tobirama Senju and Danzo Shimura would likely have found a way to acquire them. More or less, Tsunade replied with a slight nod. What are you interested in learning? Their sensory techniques, Hanekawa explained. Ordinary sensory ninjutsu isn't as effective. You're really not shy about asking, Tsunade said, flicking his forehead lightly before adding, but you do have a point. Can you get it? Hanekawa asked, his face full of anticipation. Of course. Tsunade replied smugly, grinning. Don't underestimate your teacher. I wouldn't dare. Hanekawa quickly responded, lowering his gaze momentarily before lifting it again. I know very well how capable my teacher is. That's more like it. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Is the expansion jutsu considered a core secret technique of the Akimichi clan? Hanekawa suddenly asked. It is, Tsunade said, giving him a sharp look. And I suggest you give up on that idea. Don't push your luck. Even though Hanekawa was her student, asking for clan-exclusive secret techniques this frequently wasn't appropriate. Besides, the Inoshikacho trio was a tightly knit alliance, second only to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in Konoha. Offending such clans could create political problems, especially for someone aiming to become Hokage. I understand, Hanekawa sighed. What a pity. Pity about what? Tsunade huffed and warned, don't even think about doing anything reckless. Sensei, don't you think the expansion jutsu would pair perfectly with superhuman strength? Hanekawa reasoned. Imagine enlarging an arm and delivering a punch, its power would skyrocket. That idea. Tsunade froze for a moment, lost in thought. The Akimichi clan's techniques were based on yang release chakra nature, which also aligned with medical ninjutsu. The reason the Akimichi were often large was due to the energy reserves needed to use their secret techniques, a concept that resembled the yin seal in some ways. In theory, she could indeed use the expansion jutsu to enhance her strength further. What a shame, Tsunade finally said, shaking her head. If the expansion jutsu wasn't a core secret of the Akimichi clan, she would have been willing to try it. Of course, with her status and influence, she could technically obtain even core secrets. But she wasn't Danzo Shimura and wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Hanekawa wasn't in a rush. His main goal was to learn the Yamanaka clan's sensory techniques. As for the expansion jutsu, he could revisit it in the future. Every secret technique had its value, and if it couldn't be acquired now, it was simply because the right leverage wasn't available. Once Tsunade or Hanekawa himself became Hokage, negotiating with the Akimichi clan using tangible benefits might make an exchange possible. Sensei, what kind of mission are we taking this time? Hanekawa asked as they neared the Hokage building. Since you're Chunin now, let's take an A-rank mission for practice, Tsunade said with a smile. Why not just go for an S-rank mission? Hanekawa said with a wry expression, unable to resist the sarcasm. Who uses A-rank missions for practice? Those are supposed to be for Jonin. Stop whining. Tsunade elbowed him lightly. You go get the mission, I'll talk to the old man. What do you need to talk to the Hokage about? Hanekawa asked, puzzled. What do you think? Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm going to request the Yamanaka clan's sensory techniques for you. Sensei, even your eye rolls are beautiful, Hanekawa said with a cough, trying to maintain a serious tone. Flatterer. Tsunade laughed, waving him closer. Come here, lower your head. Hanekawa hesitated for a moment but complied. Tsunade patted his head with a satisfied smile. Hanekawa twitched at the corner of his mouth. I knew it would end like this. Oh well, he thought. If sacrificing a little dignity gets me those techniques, so be it. Once you've picked the mission, wait for me at the entrance, Tsunade instructed before heading up the stairs. Hanekawa turned and walked toward the mission hall. The moment he entered, he spotted 4 familiar faces. Hanekawa. Asuma Sarutobi called out, waving to him. Hanekawa-senpai, Shisui Uchiha greeted politely, as respectful as ever. Technically, they had graduated in the same year, so they weren't truly senior and junior. Uncle Sakumo, Hanekawa greeted, nodding to everyone. You're here alone to pick a mission? Asuma asked, surprised. Is that allowed? No, Hanekawa explained. My teacher came with me, but she's speaking with the Hokage right now. That makes sense, Asuma said, then smirked. What mission are you picking? We just accepted an A-rank one. If you can take an A-rank mission, why can't I? Hanekawa countered. Asuma's smug expression froze. Shizune couldn't help but laugh, while Shisui barely managed to stifle a smile. Hanekawa, Sakumo Hatake said with a smile. Are you interested in doing a mission together? Hey. Hanekawa looked at him, surprised. With Sakumo Hatake and Tsunade? This sounds like it's going to be a mission to take down a whole nation. We just saw an A-rank mission with a high reward, Asuma Sarutobi explained at the right moment. But it requires 2 ninja teams, so we didn't take it. What mission? Hanekawa asked, his curiosity piqued. This one, Asuma said, pointing to the mission board. Hanekawa glanced over. An A-rank mission, escort the Fire Country's trade caravan to the Land of Rain. Reward, 1.5 million ryo. Normally, the maximum reward for an A-rank mission was 1 million ryo. This mission offering 1.5 million ryo was indeed generous, but its difficulty hadn't quite reached S rank. The Land of Rain has been in turmoil recently, Sakumo explained. Especially with the Akatsuki gaining power, which has made hands feel threatened. Both sides are restless. Hearing the mention of the Akatsuki, Hanekawa's heart skipped a beat. But after some thought, he realized it wasn't strange for Sakumo to know about the Akatsuki. After all, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had founded the group and had been active in the Land of Rain, gaining some notoriety. In the original series, it was mentioned that figures like Jiraiya, Danzo Shimura, and Oniki knew of their existence. It was only after Yahiko's death and Obito Uchiha's involvement that the Akatsuki entered a dormant phase, essentially sealing off the Hidden Rain village. Even Jiraiya and others wrongly believed that Hans had wiped out the Akatsuki mainly because Hans' reputation as the demigod overshadowed everything else. This trade caravan is large, so the mission requires 2 or more ninja teams, Sakumo continued. If you're interested, we could team up. Aside from the generous reward, Sakumo primarily wanted to use this mission to enhance the teamwork among Asuma and the others. Of course, with Tsunade and Hanekawa on board, at least the medical side of the mission was in very capable hands. What do you think? Asuma asked, clearly interested. His reasoning was simple, the more people, the livelier the journey, especially with friends involved. All right, Hanekawa agreed after only a brief moment of thought. Then I'll cancel the current A-rank mission and take the Land of Rain mission instead, Sakumo said, removing the mission tag from the board and walking over to the staff nearby. Have you ever been to the Land of Rain? Asuma asked curiously. I heard it rains all the time there. Is that true? It is, Hanekawa nodded slightly. Out of 10 days, it rains on 9. The other day is just overcast. Ugh, sounds like a hassle, Asuma groaned. As a ninja, you need to adapt to any environment, Shisui Uchiha said calmly. Shisui's right, Sakumo said as he returned with 2 scrolls. He handed one to Hanekawa. Hanekawa opened the scroll and skimmed its contents. To his surprise, the caravan was connected to the fire daimyo and dealt in ninja tools. In other words, they were arms dealers. Tomorrow at 9 AM, meet at the main gate of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakumo said with a smile. See you then. See you tomorrow, Asuma and his teammates said as they left with Sakumo. Hanekawa went downstairs to wait at the Hokage building's entrance. Before long, he heard familiar footsteps approaching. Here you go, Tsunade said, tossing him a scroll casually. Thank you, sensei, Hanekawa said, handing her the mission scroll. I ran into Uncle Sakumo, so we took on an A-rank mission together. That's fine, Tsunade said after glancing through the mission scroll. Joint missions are part of a ninja's experience. This is a good chance for you to get used to them. Hanekawa opened the jutsu scroll Tsunade had given him. As expected, it contained the Yamanaka clan's sensory jutsu, known as Mind's Eye, an A-rank technique. To use it, one had to close their eyes during activation. Will the Yamanaka clan be upset about this? Hanekawa asked as he closed the scroll. He knew that keeping the Inoshikacho alliance on good terms was crucial for anyone aiming to become Hokage. The Yamanaka clan was a vital part of that trio. The old man will handle it with the Yamanaka clan and offer compensation in my name, Tsunade said with a smile. You don't need to worry. Thank you, sensei, Hanekawa said, thinking to himself that he could practice the sensory jutsu during the trip. This escort mission involved traveling by carriage to the Land of Rain, which would be much slower than running as a ninja. He estimated the mission would take at least 10 to 15 days. Chapter 142, 142. The strongest genjutsu, Koda Amatsu Kami. The next day, Hanekawa arrived at Tsunade's house early in the morning. Kurenei didn't come along, she stayed home to prepare bento boxes. To his surprise, someone had arrived even earlier than he had. It was Rin Nohara. Why are you here so early? Hanekawa walked up to her and asked. Hanekawa. Rin turned at the sound of his voice, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. Hanekawa's eyes swept over her dark red over the knee socks. Though her legs were slender and elegant, he couldn't help but wonder, aren't you cold? I didn't have much to do at home, so I decided to come early, Rin said as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's cold outside. Let's go inside, Hanekawa said, taking out a key and opening the door. As he entered the living room, he glanced back and saw Rin at the entrance, taking off her shoes. She steadied herself against the wall and bent slightly, revealing the top of her dark red socks. With his sharp vision, Hanekawa noticed how they lightly pressed against her thighs. After removing her shoes, Rin placed her bare feet on the floor. She looked up and caught Hanekawa's gaze, momentarily startled. Have you had breakfast? Hanekawa asked, his expression neutral. No, Rin admitted, a bit embarrassed. Because Hanekawa's cooking was delicious, she had grown accustomed to coming to Tsunade's house for breakfast. Take a seat, Hanekawa said with a nod. I'll make breakfast. Do you need help? Rin asked eagerly. How about this, go wake sensei up, Hanekawa said after a moment's thought, noticing her hopeful expression. Hey! Rin exclaimed in surprise, clearly not expecting the task. Good luck. Hanekawa encouraged her with a smile, clenching his fist in a playful gesture before heading to the kitchen. Rin watched him walk away, momentarily lost in thought. He's so handsome, and gentle too. What are you thinking, Rin? She muttered to herself, snapping out of it and shaking her head. Taking a deep breath, she walked to Tsunade's bedroom door. Tsunade-sensei. Rin called out, knocking on the door. The door soon opened. Why are you here? Where's that brat? Tsunade frowned, her tone irritable. He's in the kitchen. Rin stammered nervously. I see. Tsunade's expression softened as she noticed Rin's reaction. I'll go freshen up. Tsunade was used to her relaxed interactions with Hanekawa, but Rin's cautious demeanor amused her. That brat is definitely more interesting, Tsunade thought as she headed to the bathroom. She smiled as she saw her toothbrush already set up. After washing up, she returned to the living room. Rin sat across from her, looking uneasy. Tsunade wanted to say something but couldn't think of a topic to discuss. In her eyes, Rin was too well behaved, nowhere near as entertaining as Hanekawa. Breakfast is ready. Hanekawa announced as he walked out of the kitchen. Sensei, your favorite chicken ramen. Tsunade picked up her chopsticks, and the previously awkward atmosphere vanished instantly. Thank you, Rin said softly, her tone gentle. Compared to Tsunade's unrestrained slurping, Rin ate with refined elegance. Where's Kurane? Tsunade asked, glancing at Hanekawa. She's at home making bento, Hanekawa replied after a pause. We'll meet her at the village gate later. Speaking of bento, we'll likely be gone for quite a while this time. Pack plenty of food, Tsunade said after sipping some ramen broth. I don't want to be stuck eating dry rations or rice balls the whole way. Got it, Hanekawa nodded. Initially, Tsunade had tried to teach him to follow the ninja code, but now she didn't follow it at all, ignoring it entirely. Hanekawa didn't mind, this suited him perfectly. Rin, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. Ever since becoming Tsunade's student, the idealized image she had of her had completely shattered. Aside from her immense strength, Tsunade didn't resemble a ninja at all. After breakfast, there was still half an hour until 9 o'clock. Tsunade began reviewing Rin's progress in her studies. Hanekawa didn't interrupt them. Instead, he sat on the sofa and studied the Yamanaka clan's sensory technique, Mind's Eye. He quickly discovered the usefulness of the C-rank perk Chunin exam champion. With a 100% boost to comprehension, the A-rank difficulty felt more like a B-rank technique to him. Normally, it would take him about a month to learn an A-rank technique, a speed already considered exceptional among ninjas. But now, he estimated he could cut that time in half. At 9 o'clock, the three locked the house and headed to the Hidden Leaf village gate. As they approached, Hanekawa noticed a well-organized convoy waiting there. He estimated there were about 20 people, making it a fairly large caravan. Are these ninja tools being sold to the Hidden Rain village? Hanekawa suppressed his curiosity and walked forward. Sakumo Hatake and his team 2 members were already present. Lady Tsunade, it's a pleasure to meet you, said a middle-aged man who stepped forward. I am Mikoto Ei, the leader of this caravan. Tsunade responded with a slight nod. I've prepared 2 carriages for you. Please get on, Mikoto Ei said, his tone ingratiating despite Tsunade's indifferent attitude. How strange, Shisui murmured from a short distance away. Why isn't he this enthusiastic with Sakumo-sensei? In her view and in the eyes of most ninja from the Hidden Leaf village, Sakumo Hatake's status was comparable to that of the legendary Sunin. Lady Tsunade is a medical ninja, Asuma Sarutobi explained. Plus, she has close ties to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He wouldn't dare offend her. So he dares to offend Sakumo-sensei? Shisui asked, puzzled. He does, Asuma said hesitantly, glancing at Sakumo. Because there's nothing we can do about it. In the ninja world, there's an unspoken rule, ninjas must not harm their employers, even rogue ninjas follow this code. For instance, Zabuza Momokai. During the Wave Country mission in the original story, no matter how poorly Gato treated him, Zabuza didn't retaliate until he was already disillusioned and decided to drag Gato down with him. Even the Akatsuki, a group of infamously brutal criminals, refrained from looting daimyo and nobles, instead earning money through bounty missions in the black market. No wonder Lady Tsunade commands such respect, Shisui remarked with newfound understanding. Let's go, Sakumo said as he approached one of the carriages. Asuma and his team quickly followed. After some discussion, the 2 ninja teams decided to position themselves at the front and back for protection. Tsunade's team took the lead, while Sakumo's team covered the rear. This is my first time riding in a carriage, Hanekawa said, glancing around. The vehicle reminded him of those from historical dramas in his past life, though cruder in design. Same here, Kurane said, sitting beside him and opening the window to take in the view outside, her expression full of curiosity. Rin Nohara, on the other hand, was much quieter, sitting across from Hanekawa. Hanekawa, stay alert, Tsunade reminded him. Yes, sensei, Hanekawa replied, closing his eyes. He was attempting to use the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, Mind's Eye. Although he was still a beginner and hadn't mastered it, even its incomplete effects outperformed his previous sensory ninjutsu. He could even sense the physiques, heartbeats, and breathing rhythms of Tsunade, Kurane, and Rin. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, they finally left the land of fire and arrived in the land of rain. Once we enter the land of rain, it won't be as safe as the land of fire, Tsunade warned. Everyone, get off the carriages and protect the convoy. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Sakumo Hatake gave the same order to his team. The 8 ninja donned raincoats and positioned themselves on either side of the convoy, moving forward in the rain. What peculiar architecture, Shisui Uchiha remarked as he looked around. For the first time, he saw the towering structures gleaming with metallic luster, partially obscured by the rain. It's because it rains constantly here, Hanekawa replied casually. Standing atop a carriage with his eyes closed, Hanekawa focused on his sensory technique, while Shisui remained by his side for protection. The land of rain is completely different from the land of fire, Shisui said, gazing into the distance. There are people ahead, but they're not ninja, Hanekawa said after a moment. Then he paused. No, they're corpses. Corpses. Shisui was startled. Following Hanekawa's direction, he saw the bodies and felt a chill. What happened? Starving refugees, Hanekawa explained. Doesn't the land of rain care for them? Shisui frowned. How could a nation in constant turmoil manage such things? Hanekawa countered. What about Hanzo the salamander? Shisui thought of the legendary figure who had once overpowered the young Chunin of the Hidden Leaf. He's a ninja who only looks out for himself, Hanekawa said after a moment's thought. In the original story, Hanzo initiated the Second Great Ninja War to elevate the Hidden Rain Village to the level of the 5 great nations. After his defeat, he retreated to the village and attacked the Akatsuki when they threatened his power, ultimately leading to Nagato's transformation and Hanzo's demise. With such great power, shouldn't he bring peace to the land of rain? Shisui asked, unable to contain himself. Shisui, not every ninja thinks the way you do, Hanekawa said, shaking his head. Shisui fell silent, his aura momentarily unstable. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Are you about to awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan right in front of me? The title of demigod isn't worth much, Shisui eventually said, regaining his composure. He earned that title thanks to his summoning beast, Hanekawa said with a chuckle. Shisui, with your talent, you'll surpass him in no time. Hanekawa-senpai, your talent is even greater than mine. What do you think? Shisui asked after a moment of reflection. First, I'll focus on becoming strong enough, Hanekawa said honestly. That's the practical approach. Shouting about peace for the ninja world wasn't something he could see himself doing. In this world, strength reigned supreme. True peace could only be achieved through overwhelming power. Agreed, Shisui said after a brief pause. C-rank talent Kota Amatsukami upgraded. Hand seal speed increased by an additional 150%. Hanekawa glanced at the text in front of him and thought to himself, that's possible too? Chapter 143, 143. Tsunade's lap pillow. Night fell, and the rain continued to pour relentlessly, the steady patter severely impairing both visibility and sensory perception. Under Mikoto Ei's orders, the convoy's carriages clustered together. Soon, rainproof tents were erected. A kilometer away on the left side of the convoy, 5 ninjas clad in black raincoats crawled stealthily toward the group. Their sharp eyes were locked onto the convoy, murderous intent evident on their faces. Uninvited guests, is there something you need? Suddenly, a voice broke through the sound of rain. Who's there? Damn it. We've been discovered. A kid. Kill him. The 5 ninjas immediately spotted Hanekawa standing nearby. Without hesitation, they sprang to their feet and charged at him. One threw a kunai while another began forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Hanekawa stood still, clapped his hands, and spewed a massive water dragon from his mouth. What the? Watch out. How is he this fast? Screams echoed as the enhanced water style technique, powered by the rain, unleashed devastating force. But that wasn't all. More crucially, Hanekawa's B-rank talent, Kota Amatsukami's speech with its 150% hand seal speed boost, left the enemies no time to react. 2 ninjas in the center failed to dodge in time. Hit by the water dragon, they were swept away and hurled violently into the air. You bastard! I'll kill you! A middle-aged man used the body flicker technique to appear right in front of Hanekawa. Gripping his blade with both hands, he swung it down. But the next moment, the man froze, his expression dazed, his movements stilled. Facing a genjutsu user, and you still dare open your eyes this wide? Hanekawa mocked as he drew his lightning fire sword and finished him off. Blood sprayed out, mingling with the rain and dyeing it crimson. Body flicker technique. Hanekawa vanished from his spot. Moments later, 6 kunai lost their target and embedded themselves into the ground. Where is he? Where did he go? The 2 remaining ninjas stood back to back, scanning their surroundings with wary, fearful expressions. In the dark, rainy night, a flash of cold light appeared. Hanekawa's thunder fire sword pierced through one ninja's chest before thrusting into the other's heart. Blood gushed out. The second ninja staggered a few steps forward, only to hear the sound of slicing wind. Before he could turn around, 2 kunai struck his back with pinpoint accuracy, the force dragging his body several meters forward. Hanekawa approached the two ninjas who had been knocked unconscious by the water dragon and ensured they were dead before sheathing his sword. Confirming that all enemies were eliminated, he turned and left. This marked the fourth ambush since they had entered the land of rain. How did it go? Tsunade asked as Hanekawa returned to the tent. Inside were Tsunade, Sakumo Hatake, Rin Nohara, and Shisui. It's handled, Hanekawa reported. Just like the previous ambushes, they bore no identifying marks. Most likely, they were rogue ninjas. Damn it. Sarutobi Asuma's voice came from behind him. How is it you're always one step ahead? You'll never surpass Hanekawa in anything, Kurenei teased. Lady Tsunade, Sakumo-sensei, all enemies have been eliminated, Shisui Uchiha said formally, adhering to the ninja code with a calm demeanor. Good work, Tsunade nodded slightly. But stay vigilant tonight. Pair up and take turns keeping watch. I'll team up with Hanekawa, both Kurenei and Asuma said in unison. Shisui started but swallowed his words halfway through. Rin Nohara, similarly hesitant, said nothing. Hanekawa sure is popular, Sakumo Hatake said with a laugh. I'll decide the pairs, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes. Asuma with Shisui, Kurenei with Rin, Sakumo with Shisui. I'll team up with Hanekawa. What? Kurenei blinked in surprise. Tsunade-sensei, are you going to stand watch too? We may be your teachers, but we're ninja first, Tsunade said seriously. The land of rain is treacherous. With 2 more people on watch, you'll all get a bit more rest. Yes, sensei, Kurenei sighed, disappointed. She had hoped to pair up with Hanekawa, but since Tsunade had spoken, she didn't dare argue. Hanekawa and I will take the first shift, Tsunade announced, rising and walking toward the tent's entrance. Hanekawa quickly followed. The rain shelter built by the convoy was quite large, so the carriages were left outside. Tsunade didn't hesitate, climbing into one of the carriages and leaving the door open. This way, she could stay dry while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Sensei, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Hanekawa asked as he sat beside her. Why do you ask that? Tsunade turned her head slightly to meet his gaze. Because you usually don't take night watch shifts, Hanekawa replied, blinking. What's that supposed to mean? Tsunade's sharp eyes narrowed as she clenched her fist. I mean, staying up late affects your skin, Hanekawa quickly adjusted his tone. Is that so? Tsunade's lips curved into a slight smile. Sensei, your skin is the best I've ever seen, Hanekawa said earnestly. Even better than Kurenei's and Rin's. Tsunade asked, her expression teasing. They're younger and in the prime of their youth. They don't compare to you, Hanekawa replied without hesitation. Tsunade froze for a moment, surprised. She raised her hand and flicked his forehead. You sure know how to flatter someone. I'm telling the truth, not flattering you, Hanekawa said seriously. You little rascal. Tsunade burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking as she leaned back. Hanekawa's eyelid twitched. He couldn't help but notice a raindrop sliding down her face, tracing the curve of her fair skin before disappearing into the depths of her neckline. All right, I'll keep watch. You should rest, Tsunade said after her laughter subsided. She patted his head. You've fought 4 battles today. You must be exhausted. I'm fine, Hanekawa replied after a moment's pause. Those battles didn't take much effort. Sensei, you should rest instead. Enough. Tsunade glared at him and then patted her thigh. Sleep. Yes, sensei, Hanekawa said after hesitating for a few seconds. He lay down on the bench, resting his head on her lap. His cheek could clearly feel the soft and warm sensation of Tsunade's thigh. It was, quite pleasant. Closing his eyes, he caught a faint, subtle fragrance. Soon, his breathing became steady. Tsunade looked out into the rainy night for a while before turning her attention back to Hanekawa. Even from the side, his face was strikingly refined, almost too perfect. This kid is unfairly handsome, she thought. Tsunade reached out and gently stroked his hair. Amid the persistent sound of rain, she felt an unparalleled sense of peace. She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of footsteps reached Hanekawa's ears, stirring him awake. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Tsunade's figure, her clothing stretched to its absolute limit. For a brief moment, he worried about it giving way. It's time to switch shifts, Tsunade said, patting his head. Got it. Hanekawa sat up and stretched. Let's go. The next pair, Sarutobi Asuma and Shisui, arrived to take their turn. Tsunade and Hanekawa returned to the rain shelter. Since the shelter was hastily assembled, it was naturally far from comfortable. The two of them found a corner and slipped into their sleeping bags. Good night, sensei, Hanekawa said, looking toward Tsunade, who wasn't far away. Good night, Tsunade replied, glancing at him briefly before averting her gaze. She pulled her sleeping bag shut and closed her eyes. The night passed uneventfully. Hanekawa woke up naturally the next morning, pulling open his sleeping bag and stretching lazily. Nearby, Tsunade was still asleep. Because of the sleeping bag, her face was obscured. Looking around, Hanekawa realized he was the first to wake up, aside from the last pair on night watch, Hatake Sakumo and Uchiha Shisui. His early rising was habitual. He had long since adjusted his internal clock to get up early and prepare breakfast for Tsunade. This rain is so annoying, Hanekawa muttered, shaking his head as he listened to the patter outside. It had been raining non-stop since they entered the land of rain. He was reminded of the rainy seasons in his previous life, where weeks of intermittent rain had nearly driven him mad. In the land of rain, it rained all year round. No wonder the country was in such dire straits. The most immediate problem was food production. In times of war, this issue became even more critical. Nagato's parents had died because of this scarcity. During the Second Great Ninja War, 2 Konoha jonin broke into Nagato's home to steal food and ended up killing his parents. Though the incident was later explained as a misunderstanding, they thought Nagato's parents were hidden rain ninja. It highlighted the land of rain's food crisis. At that moment, Tsunade opened her sleeping bag. She sat up, shaking her head slightly, her golden hair flowing as it caught the light. "What are you staring at?" she asked with a smile, turning to face Hanekawa. "Sensei, you're beautiful," Hanekawa said with a straight face. "Go make breakfast," Tsunade said, suppressing the subtle emotion his comment evoked. "Yes, Sensei," Hanekawa replied, nodding. Although Mikoto had invited them to eat together with the convoy, the ninja code and safety precautions made them decline the offer. "This kid is getting better at talking," Tsunade muttered to herself, watching Hanekawa busy himself. While she didn't dislike it, she couldn't shake the feeling that his words didn't seem like something a student would say. The 2 ninja squads, 8 people in total, gathered for breakfast. "Someone's coming." Hitoki Sakumo suddenly tensed and spoke up. "There's only one person. It might not be an enemy," Tsunade quickly added. This calmed Hanekawa and the others somewhat. "Don't worry, it's someone sent by my buyer," Mikoto explained as he approached them. "Is something wrong?" Hitoki Sakumo asked, his instincts telling him there was more to this. The original plan was to meet in the land of rain's capital, but the buyer said it's not safe there anymore, so we need to change the location, Mikoto admitted without hesitation. "The person sent by the buyer will guide us." "Who is your buyer?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Anyone who can afford to buy this many ninja tools in one go shouldn't be part of an ordinary ninja organization. Normally, I wouldn't disclose that information," Mikoto hesitated for a moment before answering, "but since the princess of Konoha is asking, I'll tell you it's the Akatsuki." "It's the Akatsuki?" Hitoki Sakumo showed a look of surprise. Hanekawa felt a jolt in his heart as well. Only Kurane and Shisui remained indifferent, as they didn't know much about the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki hasn't been designated as an enemy by the Land of Fire or the village hidden in the leaves, so selling ninja tools to them isn't against the rules, Mikoto explained. Lately, the Akatsuki and Hidden Rain Village have been at each other's throats, so the rendezvous location might not be entirely safe, Hitoki Sakumo said, frowning slightly. "That's why we're relying on the esteemed ninja of the Leaf Village," Mikoto said with a smile. "Finish breakfast, and then we move," Tsunade said casually. "We've accepted the mission, so it's our duty to escort you to the designated location." "Thank you, Princess of the Leaf." Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief. After breakfast, the convoy continued on its way. Hanekawa soon met the Akatsuki ninja sent as a guide. He seemed quite ordinary, just a Chunin. In its early days, the Akatsuki hadn't adopted an elite-focused strategy, instead recruiting a large number of ninja dedicated to changing the Land of Rain. Because of this, Hanzo of the Salamander eventually deemed them a threat. If left unchecked, they could effectively create a new Hidden Rain village. It's worth noting that Shimura Danzo played a role in this situation. Hanzo hadn't paid much attention to the Akatsuki at first, but after being manipulated by Danzo, he decided to eliminate them. Hanekawa stroked his chin, thinking about the timeline. By now, Danzo and Hanzo should have already made contact. When the Third Great Ninja War breaks out, they'll seize the opportunity. Hanzo will propose a collaboration to end the chaos in the ninja world, using it as a ruse to trap the Akatsuki, capture Konan, and force Nagato and Yahiko into submission. The result will be Yahiko's death, Nagato's transformation, the destruction of Root, and Hanzo's severe injuries before he escapes. Hanekawa had another thought. Danzo's dealings with Hanzo were personal initiatives. Perhaps this was an opportunity to have Tsunade undermine him. It could reduce Danzo's influence while boosting Tsunade's. As the convoy journeyed on, the heavy rain finally subsided, becoming a light drizzle. Although the skies didn't clear, the group's spirits lifted significantly. "We're here!" The Akatsuki ninja guide shouted loudly. Before them stood a seemingly ordinary village, devoid of any remarkable features. The guide whistled, and several figures appeared. Hanekawa's heart skipped a beat. At the forefront was a young woman, around 17 or 18 years old. Her face was delicate and striking, framed by long blue-violet hair, with a light blue paper flower adorning the right side of her head. Even though it was his first time seeing her, her distinctive features made her identity obvious: Konan. While Yahiko was the Akatsuki's nominal leader, the organization was actually led by a trio: Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. As Hanekawa pondered this, Mikoto had already stepped forward to speak with Konan. Tsunade and Hitoki Sakumo didn't join in. As ninja, their only responsibility was to complete their mission. Anything else was none of their concern. Tsunade's gaze lingered on Konan, a flicker of recognition passing through her. She couldn't shake the feeling that this girl seemed familiar. Chapter 144, 144. Akatsuki's Konan. Long time no see, Lady Tsunade. After finishing her conversation with Mikoto Konan approached Tsunade and greeted her. "I am Konan." Hanekawa was taken aback. Had they met before? "As I thought, it's you. It's been years, and you've completely changed," Tsunade remarked with a hint of nostalgia. If it weren't for your distinctive hair color, I wouldn't have recognized you. How is teacher Jiraiya doing now? Konan asked with a rare smile on her usually cold face. He's the same as always, nothing much to say, Tsunade replied with a light snort. He's probably drinking at some bar somewhere. That's good. Konan glanced at Hanekawa and the others before turning to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you must be tired after the long journey. Please come in, rest, and have a meal. All right, Tsunade agreed. They had been traveling all morning, and it was the perfect time for lunch. Lady Tsunade, why would you take on a mission to escort a merchant caravan? Konan asked curiously as they walked. I'm training a student. Tsunade pulled Hanekawa forward. This is my student, Hanekawa. Hello, I am Konan, Konan said politely, her thoughts clicking into place. My teacher is Jiraiya. That makes us peers. Senior Konan, Hanekawa said, extending his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Konan blinked in mild surprise. This junior of hers seemed awfully friendly. She nodded slightly and shook his hand. Tsunade couldn't help but glare at Hanekawa. What was he doing? Striking up a connection already? No wonder this brat was so popular, he flirted with everyone everywhere. I'm Kurane Yui. At that moment, Kurane Yui poked her head out from behind Hanekawa. Senior Konan, my name is Rin Nohara, Rin quickly added, following suit. Konan was slightly startled. She hadn't expected to gain 3 juniors during this meeting. The feeling was peculiar. Asuma Sarutobi, Shisui Uchiha and Shizuan exchanged glances. As expected of one of Konoha's Sunin, Tsunade. Even in a remote location like this, she received such respect. What surprised them even more was that Konan was Jiraiya's student. After all, they had never heard of her before. However, Sakumo Hatake seemed to have pieced together part of the truth. The title Konoha's Sunin was born in the land of rain, so there must have been many untold stories from that time. Jiraiya must have taken Konan as his student on a whim and never brought her back to Konoha. Lady Tsunade, I apologize. This place is a bit shabby, Konan said, leading them into a house. It's fine, Tsunade replied indifferently. The living room had little furniture, just 2 dining tables with bowls and chopsticks already set exactly 9 pairs. We'll sit at this table, Sakumo gestured to his team too, and the 4 of them took seats near the wall. I'll sit with Hanekawa. Kurane said, grabbing Hanekawa and sitting beside him. The remaining 3 seats were just right for Tsunade, Konan, and Rin. Was Akatsuki founded by the 3 of you? Tsunade asked Konan. Yes, Konan nodded. We all hoped to end the wars and bring peace to the land of rain, so we established Akatsuki. I see, Tsunade said approvingly. You've done well. I've heard about your organization even in Konoha. It's all thanks to teacher Jiraiya's teachings, Konan said humbly. Enough. I know Jiraiya all too well, Tsunade waved dismissively. Compared to Jiraiya wandering the world searching for the child of prophecy, Akatsuki seemed far more pragmatic, already taking action. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Wait here. I'll check, Konan said, her face tensing as she got up to answer. Lady Konan. A middle-aged man appeared, his face filled with urgency. Rain Village's ninja are heading this way. Persistent as ever. Konan frowned deeply. Originally, Akatsuki and Rain Village stayed out of each other's way. But for some unknown reason, everything took a turn for the worse this year. Under the suppression of Hanzo, Akatsuki had been struggling. This time, they had sought weapons from Mikoto Ei in the Land of Fire because the surrounding smaller nations, pressured by Hanzo, refused to sell to them. The initial deal was to exchange goods in Rain Country's capital, but Rain Village's ninja discovered them. After a skirmish, they had retreated to this base. But Rain Village still hadn't let up. What happened? Tsunade's voice suddenly broke the tension. Is it Rain Village's ninja? Yes. Konan turned around and replied, Lady Tsunade, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave. How could it have nothing to do with us? Tsunade smiled calmly. Our escort mission isn't over yet. She had no goodwill toward Rain Village, especially considering the war where the title Konoha's Sunin was bestowed upon her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. That battle still lingered in her memory. Hanzo's reputation as a demigod was largely due to his summon, the giant salamander. Back then, apart from her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, every other Konoha ninja had died from the salamander's poison gas. Sensei is right, Hanekawa echoed. How many of them are there? Tsunade asked directly. 16 Rain Ninja, the middle-aged man answered after some thought. 4 Jonin, no sign of Hanzo. That's manageable, Tsunade said with raised eyebrows. We'll take them out, and once you're ready to relocate, our mission will be complete. Lady Tsunade, thank you so much. Konan said gratefully. It's nothing, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. If I didn't help, Jiraiya would definitely complain to me. In that case, let's prepare for battle, Sakumo Hatake said as he stood up. We can set up an ambush, Asuma Sarutobi suggested eagerly. I have explosive tags, Hanekawa said, pulling out a stack of them. As he spoke, he realized the irony of the situation. Konan, the true expert in explosive tags, was right there. She had famously created billions of them in the original storyline, nearly taking out Uchiha Obito. Leave the explosive tags to me, Konan said, giving Hanekawa a glance. I'll handle the setup. Let's go, Tsunade commanded curtly. The group left the house and spread out to hide throughout the village. Konan set up traps with the explosive tags at the rain ninja's likely path, then returned to the village. Time passed slowly. A few minutes later, a sudden explosion rang out, followed by a series of deafening blasts. The light drizzle was powerless against the flames that shot into the sky. 4 of their ninja are down, Hanekawa said, his eyes closed as he used the Yamanaka clan's sensory techniques. The rest are coming straight ahead. Countless paper fragments flew into the air as white wings extended from Konan's back. She leaped into the sky and spread her arms wide. The paper transformed into kunao, raining down like a storm at terrifying speed. What a beautiful jutsu! Kurane Yui exclaimed in awe. Hanekawa watched the angelic figure of Konan and recognized the technique, dance of the Shikigami. It essentially turned her into a being of paper, immune to physical attacks, though it had one weakness: oil. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The leading rain village Jonin, familiar with Konan, immediately formed hand signs. In the rain, the massive water sphere he spat out surged forward like a waterfall. Although Konan's paper kunao were waterproof, the sheer force scattered them. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The other 3 rain village Jonin followed suit, spitting out huge water spheres that turned the area into a vast ocean. Use fire style, Tsunade reminded. Hanekawa and Shisui Uchiha formed hand signs simultaneously. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. 2 massive fireballs shot forward one after the other. Shisui glanced at Hanekawa instinctively. The same jutsu, yet as an Uchiha, his hand sign speed was a third slower than Hanekawa's, a shocking realization. Although the difference was less than half a second, it was still significant. The fireballs collided with the waves, inevitably extinguished, but not before releasing dense steam into the air. I'll go first. Sakumo Hatake vanished instantly. Clear the mist. The rain village leader shouted. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A young Chunin nearby immediately released a powerful gust of wind to disperse the mist. Be careful. The leader suddenly noticed a flash before hearing a pained scream. When his vision cleared, he saw one of their Chunin impaled by a short white blade, blood gushing from the wound. How is this possible? The leader froze in shock. The death had been so swift he hadn't even realized it. It's Konoha's ninja. Another rain village Jonin shouted in alarm. Is your Konoha village trying to start a war with our Megakure village? The leading Jonin questioned angrily. We dare. Do you? Tsunade stepped forward, sneering coldly. You're Tsunade. The lead Jonin was visibly shaken and blurted out in shock. The remaining Megakure shinobi instinctively showed astonished expressions as well. To Hans, granting the title of Konoha's Sunin was the peak of his life. But for ordinary Megakure shinobi, facing the Sunin was akin to facing a tiger, pure fear. Princess Tsunade, this is an internal matter of a Megakure. Please leave. The leading Jonin regained his composure and quickly tried to de-escalate. There's no need for words. Tsunade had no intention of wasting time. She instantly used the body flicker technique and appeared right in front of him. Boom. The ground cracked at her feet, and large chunks of rock rolled away in all directions. The battle resumed immediately. 4 Megakure Jonin faced off against Tsunade and Sakumo Hatake. The remaining 7 Megakure Jonin turned their attention toward Hanekawa and the others. Rin Nohara and Shizune stayed back, while Shisui Uchiha was the first to charge forward. Drawing his ninja blade, he slashed through the air toward the Megakure shinobi. Scorching heat waves surged forward as a fiery arc of flames flew out. Wherever it passed, raindrops evaporated, leaving trails of steam. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. The leftmost Megakure Jonin quickly formed hand seals and spat out a water dragon. The fiery blade cut through the water dragon but dimmed as a result. Shisui immediately activated his 2 Tomo Sharingan. He's an Uchiha. Watch out for Genjutsu. An Megakure Jonin quickly warned the others. Shisui ignored them and dashed into the group, creating a series of intense, ear-piercing clashes. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Hanekawa followed closely behind, wielding his Thunderfire blade. Amidst the smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared, making 3 identical Hanekawas charging at the nearest Megakure Jonin. Damn it! The Megakure Jonin felt dizzy, unable to tell which one was real. He had no time to think and hastily threw 3 kunao. Clang! 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 The kunao were deflected not by Hanekawa, but by Kurane Yui. The Chunin barely had time to react before it was too late. 3 Thunderfire blades pierced through him. Bastard! A middle-aged man nearby noticed the scene and quickly formed hand seals. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A gust of wind mixed with rainwater surged toward Hanekawa. Body flicker technique. Hanekawa dismissed his clones and accelerated, appearing directly in front of him. What? The man instinctively drew a kunao. Fox Mine technique. Hanekawa clapped his hands together, leaving him dazed for a moment before his Thunderfire blade slashed through his neck. A hideous wound appeared, spraying blood everywhere. Die. Behind Hanekawa, a young shinobi swung a ninja blade at her. The next second, a roaring water dragon shot forward, slamming into the young shinobi and sending him flying. Hanekawa turned to see Kurane Yui waving at him with a big smile. Not skilled in close combat, Kurane provided long-range support with her water style. Hanekawa casually threw 2 kunao, striking the young shinobi and sending him into eternal sleep. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from Shisui's mouth, precisely hitting the last Megakure Jonin. The flames consumed the rain, reducing everything to ashes. The final Omegakure Chunin perished in the sea of flames, leaving no remains. Hanekawa watched the scene and suddenly recalled a joke from her previous life. Fire style, great fireball jutsu can actually kill someone, hey. Teacher Sakumo and Lady Tsunade truly live up to their names, Shisui said, sheathing his ninja blade with admiration. He, Hanekawa, Kurane, and Asuma Sarutobi had dealt with the Chunin, but their speed was nothing compared to Sakumo and Tsunade. Even Konan, who had wanted to assist, found no opportunity as the four Omegakure Jonin fell swiftly. This is normal, Hanekawa thought. To him, Sakumo Hatake and Minato Namikaze were similar unstoppable forces against weaker opponents. Their overwhelming speed made it impossible to react, leading to instant defeat. Konan descended from the sky, her white wings vanishing as she deactivated her jutsu. Burn all the bodies with fire style, Tsunade ordered as she approached. Konan, take your people and relocate. Make sure to leave no traces. Although she was unafraid of Omegakure, Tsunade wanted to avoid drawing attention to Konoha during such a critical time, especially from Kumogakure. Understood, Konan replied before returning to the village. Hanekawa and Shisui burned all the bodies. After Tsunade completed her inspection, the group departed with the Akatsuki members. Chapter 145, 145. Investing in the Akatsuki. Hanekawa, how's the situation? Tsunade stopped walking and asked. There are no pursuers nearby, Hanekawa replied with closed eyes. The Yamanaka clan's sensory techniques depend on the chakra input. This time, Hanekawa used a significant amount of chakra, expanding his detection range to a 5-kilometer radius. He suddenly thought of the Kagura Mind's Eye, a technique that could sense every movement within tens of kilometers, a truly terrifying ability. It seems that Omegakure hasn't discovered our identities, Tsunade nodded slightly and looked at Konan. But moving forward, the Akatsuki's situation will only grow more difficult. Omegakure had suffered a tremendous loss, with 4 Jonin killed in a single battle. Unable to pin the blame on Konoha, they would likely shift their anger toward the Akatsuki. It's fine, Konan said calmly. Given the current circumstances, it's already almost impossible for the Akatsuki to reconcile with Omegakure. Omegakure's retaliation will likely come soon. You need to prepare yourselves, Tsunade warned. Understood, Konan stepped forward and bowed slightly. Thank you all for your help. She could fly using her dance of the Shikigami, but the rest of the Akatsuki could not. Without Tsunade and Sakumo Hatake's assistance, she might have been the only one to escape. It was nothing, Tsunade waved her hand. Since you're all safe now, we'll take our leave. Lady Tsunade, I hope we meet again someday, Konan said before departing with the Akatsuki members. What a pity, Tsunade suddenly said as she watched them leave. Pity? About what? Hanekawa asked, puzzled. The Akatsuki's ideals are noble, but reality is harsh, Tsunade sighed. They can't defeat Omegakure in hands. Hanekawa nodded in agreement. Leaving aside Nagato's Rinnegan, Tsunade's prediction was correct, they were no match for hands. Even though Nagato later used the Rinnegan to devastate his enemies, the price was steep: Yahiko's death and Nagato's disability. Sensei, what's your opinion of hands? Hanekawa asked thoughtfully. He's powerful, ambitious, and dangerous, Tsunade said after some thought. The main forces in the Shinobi World Wars were the 5 great villages, but Omegakure was an exception. It was the only small village to actively challenge the 5 great villages, thanks to Hans the Salamander. His abilities and his salamander made him a terrifying force on the battlefield. Tsunade was worried that Omegakure and Hans might rise again in the Third Shinobi World War. The Akatsuki can't defeat Hans, but they can keep Omegakure occupied, Hanekawa said calmly. Keep them occupied. Tsunade considered this and said, short term, perhaps, but not for long. Then why don't we support them? Hanekawa smiled. We could sell them supplies and intelligence to help them survive longer. Tsunade turned to him in surprise, realizing that the idea was feasible. Even if it failed, it wouldn't harm Konoha much. It seems you've started thinking like a Hokage, Tsunade said, praising him. Hanekawa wore a complicated expression. That comment sounded too familiar. It was exactly what Hiruzen Sarutobi had said to Atake Uchiha in the original story, when Atake was just 7 years old. Hanekawa was 12 now, not as extraordinary as Atake, but his strategy was inspired by the proxy wars commonly seen in his past life. However, his real goal wasn't to support the Akatsuki but to make Tsunade aware of Dan's actions in the Land of Rain. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been too lenient with Dan's. In the original story, even after the Akatsuki wiped out a significant portion of Dan's root operatives, Dan's faced no punishment. If Tsunade became aware of this, the outcome would be entirely different. Hiruzen couldn't ignore her opinions and would at least impose some form of visible punishment on Dan's. As for the Akatsuki, with Nagato present, they could survive without Konoha's support. The only question was what price they'd have to pay. What do you think, Sensei? Hanekawa asked, clearing his throat. The idea has merit, Tsunade nodded but added, but would the Akatsuki agree? We can have Uncle Jiraiya handle this, Hanekawa suggested after some thought. Although Nagato harbored resentment toward Konoha due to his parents' deaths, Hanekawa believed the Akatsuki would accept the offer for 3 reasons. First, Yahiko was the current leader. Second, their situation was dire. Third, Jiraiya's relationship with them. Jiraiya, hey. Tsunade thought about Konan's earlier attitude and said, it might be feasible. Then I'll leave it to you, Sensei, Hanekawa quickly replied upon seeing her agreement. Are you trying to make me Hokage again? Tsunade stared at him for 2 seconds, exposing his hidden intention. If Tsunade were to advocate for this plan, Hiruzen Sarutobi would naturally assume she was showing interest in becoming Hokage. After all, supporting the Akatsuki and interfering in the Land of Rain were matters a Hokage would consider. That wasn't my intention, Hanekawa coughed lightly and said. Do you think I don't know you? Tsunade glared at him. Once we're back, you're coming with me to see the old man. With that, she stepped into the carriage. Hanekawa scratched his head and followed her. The merchant Mikoto Ei, who was from the Land of Fire, naturally wouldn't stay in the Land of Rain. He traveled back with them. Without the cargo they had initially brought, the return trip was relatively peaceful, with only one attack along the way. 4 days passed quickly, and on the morning of the 5th day, the group arrived in Konoha. Mikoto Ei said a brief farewell to the group and left with his caravan, officially marking the end of their A-rank mission. You all can go rest. Hanekawa and I will report to the Hokage's office, Tsunade instructed Hatake Sakumo and the others. Understood, Hatake Sakumo agreed without objection, relieved to avoid the task himself. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurane Yui, and the others also had no complaints. Konoha really is the best. When no one else was around, Tsunade reverted to her lazy self and stretched with satisfaction. Hanekawa couldn't help but be stunned. Her exaggerated movements accentuated her figure dramatically. Let's go. Tsunade said with renewed energy. Once we're done reporting, we'll hit the casino. Sensei, we've been traveling for over a week. Aren't you going to rest at home first? Hanekawa teased. It's only been a week. I'm not tired, Tsunade shot him a look. Don't underestimate me, kid. Yes, sensei, Hanekawa said, then added after a pause, but I am tired. Then rest at the casino, Tsunade said with a grin. It's not like you can do anything there anyway. That's because you won't let me. Hanekawa protested, exasperated. His luck-based ability only worked when he was near Tsunade, so he couldn't wander far or participate in much at the casino. Stop whining, Tsunade huffed and walked off. Keep up. The two soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Bang. The door swung open forcefully as they entered. Why are you always so rude the moment you return? Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his pipe and asked with mild annoyance. The mission's done. Hand over the reward, Tsunade ignored his comment and extended her hand. Where's the mission report? Hiruzen pulled out a bankbook and tossed it to her. Didn't write one, Tsunade said, glancing at the bankbook with a satisfied smile. Hiruzen's lips twitched. This student of mine is beyond help. We encountered the Akatsuki, Tsunade said, pocketing the bankbook. The Akatsuki? The organization that's recently risen in the Land of Rain. Hiruzen asked, frowning slightly. What's their situation? The Land of Rain, due to Han's presence and its proximity to the Land of Fire, had always been a focal point for Konoha. The Akatsuki had been making waves in the Land of Rain over the past 2 years, so Hiruzen was well aware of them. Do you remember Jiraiya staying in the Land of Rain for 3 years? Tsunade asked, steering the conversation in a different direction. What does that have to do with Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked, puzzled. The Akatsuki was founded by Jiraiya's students, Tsunade explained. What? Hiruzen frowned deeply. Why didn't he ever tell me about this? That's not important right now, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. I want Konoha to support the Akatsuki, so they can hold their ground against Han's. You mean to use the Akatsuki to counter Omegakure and Han's? Hiruzen's eyes brightened. That could work. Omegakure and Han's were significant threats to Konoha. Even if they couldn't eliminate them, making their lives difficult would still benefit Konoha, especially with war looming. If Kumogakure launched an attack, Omegakure would likely exploit the opportunity. Exactly, Hiruzen said with a smile. It's rare to see you proactively working to ease Konoha's burdens. It was Hanekawa's suggestion, Tsunade admitted. Tsunade responded without hesitation, it has nothing to do with me. Hanekawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi instinctively looked at Hanekawa, surprised. I was inspired by my teacher, Hanekawa replied earnestly. The next second, he felt Tsunade step on his foot. Seriously? Are you a child? Hanekawa maintained a calm expression and smiled at her. If this plan succeeds, you both will be credited, Hiruzen said, pretending not to notice Tsunade's small gesture. Are you two going to contact the Akatsuki? Send Jiraiya, Tsunade suggested casually. He's always wandering around doing nothing anyway. That works, Hiruzen nodded slightly. Since they are his students, he would be the best person to approach them. Alright, we're off, Tsunade said eagerly. Wait, Hiruzen called out, seemingly remembering something. Did you expose your identities? Of course not, Tsunade replied as she pulled Hanekawa towards the door. Don't forget to submit the mission report, Hiruzen reminded. Ask Sakumo to do it. Tsunade's voice echoed in the Hokage's office as she disappeared from sight. Hiruzen shook his head with a smile. He could see that Tsunade had changed. Since Nawaka's death, she had been living carelessly, avoiding missions, let alone strategizing. But now, she was actively plotting against Omegakure and Han's. Although Tsunade claimed the idea was Hanekawa's, it was impossible that she had no thoughts of her own. If she were adamantly opposed, she would have rejected Hanekawa outright instead of dragging him to the Hokage's office. Konoha Casino. Tsunade sat confidently at a gambling table, as though she owned the place. Hanekawa sat beside her, their legs touching slightly. If you're tired, you can sleep, Tsunade said without looking up, her attention focused on the table. How could anyone sleep in a place like this? Hanekawa shook his head. But you used to sleep just fine, Tsunade said, puzzled. That's because I was sleeping in your lap. Hanekawa coughed lightly. I'm not sleepy. Don't mind me. Tsunade nodded and dived back into gambling. Hanekawa closed his eyes, meditating on his sensory abilities. Suddenly, he froze. He could clearly sense the trajectory of the dice being rolled. The ninja in this world have such high standards that no one's even trying to cheat. If Tsunade wanted to win, she certainly had the skills to ensure victory. But it seemed she was genuinely enjoying the thrill of gambling despite constantly losing. Kumogakure, Raikage's office. Good work, Dode, the third Raikage said to the man who had just returned from Tsunagakure. It's my duty, Dode replied seriously. What's the situation, the Raikage asked, getting straight to the point. It's true, Dode said, his tone firm. It's actually true. The Raikage's expression showed genuine surprise. What's the basis for your conclusion? Mabi asked calmly. First, the third Kazekage hasn't appeared for a long time, Dode began with a smile. Second, and more importantly, the internal strife within Tsunagakure has reached a boiling point. The candidates for Kazekage. Mabi speculated. Exactly, Dode nodded. Currently, Tsunagakure is divided into three factions, Raza, Pakura, and Fuji. Raza, the most powerful, inheriting the magnet release of the third Kazekage's lineage, and the leading candidate. Pakura, skilled in scorch release and renowned for her contributions to Tsunagakure, though her popularity is slightly lower than Raza's. Fuji, a council elder known in canon for opposing Gaara's leadership and orchestrating assassination attempts. Who does Cho support? Mabi asked. Cho has withdrawn from politics due to age and the loss of her son and daughter-in-law, Dode explained. If we kill Raza, Pakura, and Fuji, Tsunagakure will descend into chaos, the third Raikage declared. Lord Raikage. Mabi interjected. I think the best course of action is to exacerbate their internal conflict. And how would we do that? The Raikage asked, frowning slightly. It's simple, Mabi replied with a sly smile. For example, we could disguise ourselves as Pakura's followers and attempt to assassinate Raza. Whether the attempt succeeds or not, it will plunge Tsunagakure into turmoil. Chapter 146, 146. No Hararin, he's too dazzling. Today's haul wasn't bad, Tsunade said with a satisfied smile as she looked at the stack of money in front of her. Perhaps because she hadn't gambled in a while, her luck seemed to have improved, and she won 300,000 RY in just one afternoon. Let's head back, Hanekawa said, glancing out the window at the darkening sky. Aren't you hungry yet? I wasn't, but now I am, Tsunade replied, shoving a handful of money at him. We're having a feast tonight. Where are we eating? Hanekawa asked as he followed her out. That chicken shop nearby? I remember you love their food. No, we're eating at home, Tsunade declared, waving her hand. Buy a chicken. You'll cook. Why make it so complicated? Hanekawa complained. Can't we just buy it ready-made? I think your chicken tastes better, Tsunade explained. Alright, then, Hanekawa said, slightly surprised but agreeing. Don't forget 2 bottles of sake. Tsunade said excitedly, quickening her pace. Before long, the two of them returned home, carrying a clean chicken and 2 bottles of sake. Let me know when it's ready, Tsunade said as she kicked off her shoes, headed to the sofa, and sprawled out. Closing her eyes, she entered a state of relaxation. After an unknown amount of time, the enticing aroma of food reached her nose, prompting her to sit up instantly. Is your sense of smell really that sharp? Hanekawa asked, surprised. It's thanks to the yin seal, Tsunade replied as she walked to the dining table. It keeps my body in peak condition. So it even enhances your senses. Hanekawa said, handing her a pair of chopsticks. More than that, Tsunade said smugly, a smile on her face. It can amplify my senses too. Hanekawa froze for a moment. Amplifying senses? Wouldn't that make the body overly sensitive? Cough. Hanekawa quickly pushed the strange thought from his mind. How's your progress with the yin seal? Tsunade asked casually as she picked up a piece of chicken. Pretty fast, Hanekawa replied after some thought. I should master it within 6 months. 6 months. Tsunade shot him a glare. Be honest. I am being honest, Hanekawa said, grinning mischievously. Want to bet on it, sensei? No bets, Tsunade replied firmly. Hey. Hanekawa looked at her in shock. Who are you, and what have you done with Tsunade? Why is she afraid of gambling? Do you think I'm stupid? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. In her opinion, Hanekawa's gambling luck was absurdly high, so betting with him was a sure loss. Moreover, while mastering the yin seal in 6 months sounded impossible, with Hanekawa's talent, it was entirely plausible. She decided it wasn't worth the risk. What a shame, Hanekawa said, pouring her a cup of sake. Are you drinking? Tsunade asked, swirling her cup with a playful smile. No, Hanekawa replied, shaking his head. Boring, Tsunade huffed before downing her cup in one gulp. As sake dripped from her pink lips, she licked them clean, making her lips appear even more enticing. What are you looking at? Tsunade noticed Hanekawa's gaze and smirked. Are you sure you don't want to taste? No need, Hanekawa said, shaking his head again and pouring her more sake. Tsunade dropped the teasing and continued drinking. In the shinobi world, only adults were allowed to drink alcohol. She was only joking earlier, if Hanekawa had tried to drink, she might not have let him. After dinner, Tsunade, her cheeks flushed red, sat on the sofa. She wasn't completely drunk, just tipsy, having only had 2 bottles of sake. Sensei, what's the plan for tomorrow? Hanekawa asked as he returned to the living room after washing the dishes. Nothing, Tsunade said, waving her hand. We just finished a mission. Rest for a couple of days. Hanekawa nodded slightly. He observed Tsunade for a few seconds, confirmed she was only mildly drunk, and felt reassured. In this state, she wouldn't need his care. Sensei, do you want to take a bath now? I'll prepare the hot water, Hanekawa offered after some thought. Yes. Tsunade said loudly, shaking her head to clear it. Hanekawa headed to the bathroom, filled the tub with hot water, and soon returned to the living room. Raising his voice, he said, Sensei, the bath is ready. Tsunade opened her drowsy eyes and stumbled toward the bathroom. Seeing this, Hanekawa stepped forward to steady her by holding her arm. Go get my pajamas from my room, Tsunade said, letting go of him and heading into the bathroom. Hanekawa was just about to turn around when his eyes widened in shock. Hey! Feeling a sudden chill, Tsunade froze mid-movement, instantly sobering up. She realized she had forgotten to close the door before taking off her shirt. A flow of chakra surged, and the door shut with a loud bang. Tsunade pressed her forehead, feeling a mix of awkwardness and embarrassment in her heart. Sitting in the bathtub, she let out a long sigh. Thankfully, it was just her back that had been seen. But even so, the incident stirred ripples in her heart that had long been calm. Tsunade realized something: she had started to take Hanekawa's presence for granted. That's why such a thing had happened. Sensei, Hanekawa's voice came from outside. What is it? Tsunade's heart tightened, and she instinctively responded. Your pajamas, Hanekawa said. Just leave them at the door, Tsunade said with a light cough, adding, you can go home now. See you tomorrow. All right, Hanekawa replied, setting the pajamas down. Goodbye. Well, that wasn't a loss, Hanekawa thought as he walked under the streetlights, the image of that brief glimpse still fresh in his mind. Her figure, curvaceous yet elegant, left a lasting impression. Using a term from his past life, her back seemed perfect for cupping therapy. When he arrived home, Hanekawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. Hanekawa. The door opened to reveal Yui Kurane, her face glowing with joy. Sensei said we have the next 2 days off, Hanekawa said as he stepped inside, removing his shoes. I was just thinking of visiting Uncle Kasuke. Want to come with me? Kurane tilted her head and asked. You go ahead first, Hanekawa said after some thought. I need to drop by Sensei's place first and then notify Rin. Okay. Kurane nodded enthusiastically. You seem to be in a great mood, Hanekawa said with a raised eyebrow. Did something good happen? No, Kurane said softly, glancing down. Maybe it's just less boring with you back. Is Uncle Shinku not home? Hanekawa asked suddenly, realizing something. I'm home. A voice rang out from inside the house. Hanekawa turned to Kurane with a questioning look. I am going to take a bath. Kurane stammered before dashing off. Hanekawa met Yui Shinku's gaze and immediately felt a cold sweat form. Dash. The next day, after making breakfast for Tsunade, Hanekawa headed to Nohara Rin's house. He had been there once before, it was quite an ordinary home. Rin was the quintessential civilian ninja, with no family-inherited jutsu or bloodline limits. But before he reached her house, he spotted her. Hanekawa. Rin looked surprised. Is there an urgent mission? No, Hanekawa shook his head. I just came to inform you that we have 2 days off. You don't need to go to Sensei's place. Is that so? Rin hesitated, looking conflicted. While she appreciated having a break, she preferred spending her time training. Going to the Konoha hospital. Hanekawa guessed her thoughts. Hey. Rin was momentarily confused. The best place to learn medical ninjutsu is Konoha Hospital, Hanekawa explained with a smile. I could use an assistant anyway. Thank you, Hanekawa. Rin's face lit up with excitement. She knew Hanekawa was already recognized as an attending physician at the hospital, qualified to select an assistant. For him to choose her, it wasn't because of her skill level in medical ninjutsu but likely due to their camaraderie as teammates. It's nothing, Hanekawa said nonchalantly. The two soon arrived at Konoha Hospital. Hanekawa-sama. People greeted him warmly along the way. In the ninja world, respect was simple, the strong commanded it. This was especially true in Konoha Hospital. Here, one's level of medical ninjutsu determined their standing. Currently, Hanekawa was second only to Tsunade and Yakushi Nono in the field of medical ninjutsu. Following closely behind him, Rin was visibly nervous. She glanced at Hanekawa, momentarily dazed. Confident and powerful, he truly was dazzling. Hanekawa suddenly stopped, and the next moment, he felt a soft body bump into him. Sorry. Rin quickly stepped back, her face turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She hadn't expected him to stop so suddenly, nor did she realize she had been lost in thought. It's fine, Hanekawa said, smiling as he reached out to pet her head, amused by her cute, flustered expression. Rin bit her lip, avoiding his gaze. Come in, Hanekawa said, opening a door. This is my office. Previously, he had shared an office with Yakushi Nono, but as his reputation grew, he was granted his own private space. Wow, that's amazing! Rin exclaimed. You have great potential too, Hanekawa said, pouring her a glass of water. Becoming an attending physician is definitely within your reach. Thank you. Nohara. Rin paused for a moment before speaking, I'll do my best. I've already informed the nurse on duty. Patients will be sent to us shortly, Hanekawa said, sitting across from her. All we need to do now is wait. What do I need to do? Rin asked nervously. I've never performed surgery before. I'll guide you when the time comes, Hanekawa reassured her with a wave of his hand. It'll mostly involve basic medical ninjutsu like healing techniques, anesthetics, and stopping bleeding. I see. Rin let out a quiet sigh of relief. These foundational medical jutsu were things she had learned but rarely used since her teammates were so strong that opportunities for her to step in were few and far between. Now, she finally had the chance. Determination filled her face. She knew she was only here as an assistant because of connections, and she couldn't afford to embarrass Hanekawa. Hanekawa-sama, a nurse appeared at the doorway not long after. Your patient has arrived. Let's go, Hanekawa said as he stood. Rin quickly followed behind. Dash. Time passed quietly, and before long, it was dusk. How do you feel about today? Hanekawa asked, glancing at the setting sun through the office window. It was an interesting experience, Rin said earnestly. I feel like I learned a lot. Good. Let's call it a day, Hanekawa said, stretching as he got up. Ha Hanekawa, Rin hesitated, then asked shyly, can I treat you to dinner? No need to waste money, Hanekawa said with a shake of his head. Let's go to sensei's house, I'll cook. Rin opened her mouth to say something but eventually nodded in agreement. Still, she couldn't help but feel a slight sense of disappointment for some reason. Dash. 2 days flew by. When the break ended, Tsunade assigned them an A-rank mission. This time, there were no unexpected incidents or encounters with a large number of Kumogakure ninjas. The mission went smoothly. With the mission complete, February arrived. Hanekawa finished training the heart's eye technique and mastered a new A-rank skill. Feeling that his sensory ninjutsu was sufficient for now, he shifted his focus to water release training. The condition for obtaining the B-rank trait water release specialist required mastering 9 water release jutsu to the proficient level. He already had 5. By his estimate, he could acquire the trait within 2 months, as water release was the technique he used most frequently. Dash. In the clearing outside Tsunade's house. Water release, water bullets. Hanekawa weaved hand signs, releasing a series of water bullets from his hands. The bullets struck the tree trunks with precision, piercing deeply like real projectiles. Who's there? Hanekawa sensed something and called out. After completing his heart's eye training, his sensory abilities had improved significantly, even when not actively using the technique. The next moment, a figure wearing a frog mask appeared. The Hokage orders Lady Tsunade to attend a Jonin meeting at the Hokage's office, the ANBU ninja announced. Hanekawa raised an eyebrow. Something big must have happened. A Jonin meeting was rare since it involved all special Jonin and Jonin, who were usually busy with missions. I'll inform Sensei right away, Hanekawa replied with a slight nod. Thank you. The ANBU ninja disappeared without a trace. Sensei, Hanekawa called out as he entered the living room. There's a Jonin meeting. You need to go now. A Jonin meeting. Tsunade looked surprised. Is it about Kumogakure making a move? Not sure. Hanekawa felt it was unlikely to involve Kumogakure, as he hadn't received any notifications from his contact, Tsuchibashi. Could it be about the third Kazekage? Wait, where's my reward? As an undercover agent, Hanekawa couldn't help feeling annoyed at the thought. Let's go, Tsunade said, standing up. Hey. Hanekawa was momentarily stunned. I'm going to. You're my student. Why wouldn't you? Tsunade said with a chuckle. Besides, with your skills, you're more than qualified to attend a Jonin meeting. Alright then. Hanekawa was curious to find out what the meeting was about. If it was indeed related to the third Kazekage, he would need to have a word with Tsuchibashi about his reward. Dash. Tsunade and Hanekawa arrived at the Hokage Tower's meeting room. They were among the last to arrive, the room was already more than half full. Lady Tsunade, the Jonin greeted her one after another. As for Hanekawa, he was mostly ignored, though no one objected to his presence or questioned his qualifications to attend. A few minutes later, Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the room. He glanced briefly at Hanekawa before speaking, the meeting begins now. Chapter 147, 147. Heading to the Kumogakure front line. Hanekawa sat beside Tsunade, surveying the room. The meeting room, as a place for high-level discussions, clearly reflected the power structure of Konoha village. At the head of the room sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, facing a group of special Jonin and Jonin. Flanking him were the Hokage advisors Homura Mitokato and Koharu Yuditen, as well as Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's assistant. Tsunade was seated in the front row, closest to the Hokage. On the same row were other prominent figures such as Orochimaru, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, and Shikaku Nara. Several seats in the first row were empty, likely reserved for Jiraiya, Torifo Akimichi, Sakumo Hatake, or Minato Namikaze, who were occupied with missions and unable to attend the meeting. Behind them sat the heads of smaller clans and notable Jonin like Hisashi Hyuga. Today, I've gathered everyone here because we've received two critical pieces of intelligence, Hiruzen began, speaking in an unheard tone. The first concerns a serious conflict between Raza and Pakura of Tsunade. Hanekawa's thoughts immediately began to churn. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Raza took over as acting Kazekage. With his immense strength and the prolonged absence of the third, Raza eventually secured his position as the fourth Kazekage. Raza was the father of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Pakura, one of Tsunade's top Jonin, was tragically sacrificed during the war. In the Third Shinobi World War, Tsunade, unable to continue battling Kirigakure, devised a cunning plan. The Kazekage and the Tsunade higher UPS sent Pakura on a covert mission to Kirigakure. However, upon reaching her destination, she was ambushed by Kirigakure shinobi and ultimately perished. Why did the conflict arise? Homura Mikoto asked in confusion. Recently, Raza was the target of an assassination attempt, which was later confirmed to have been orchestrated by Pakura, Hiruzen explained. Although Pakura denies it, her relationship with Raza has deteriorated to the point of hostility. Why hasn't the third Kazekage stepped in to mediate? Koharu Yuden frowned. While Raza and Pakura were both strong contenders for the Kazekage position, an open rivalry seemed unreasonable given that the third Kazekage had yet to step down. The third Kazekage hasn't been seen for a long time, Hiruzen said solemnly. I suspect he is either missing or deceased. What? The room erupted into murmurs of shock and disbelief. Even though they were seasoned shinobi, the sudden news was hard to process. It felt akin to learning that Hiruzen Sarutobi himself had gone missing or died, a surreal and almost dreamlike scenario. What an opportunity. Danzo Shimura's eyes gleamed as he spoke. We should immediately mobilize our forces and launch an attack on Tsunade. We can defeat them swiftly. As a staunch advocate for war, Danzo's proposal came as no surprise. Moreover, the idea of exploiting this rare chance drew approving nods from several Jonin. That's unwise, Homura Mikoto countered, frowning. If we know about this, so will Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. His implication was clear. The chaotic state of the shinobi world meant that any large-scale movement by Konoha could provoke the other villages into action, potentially leaving Konoha vulnerable to attacks on multiple fronts. Konoha is the strongest shinobi village. Why should we fear them? Danzo exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Have you all forgotten the honor of being the first shinobi village? Danzo. Hiruzen shot him a stern glare, forcing Danzo to sit back down with a disgruntled huff. While Danzo's outburst was partially genuine, it was also a calculated move. If war broke out, his faction, Root, would no longer face restrictions, allowing them to act with impunity. And he truly believed that Konoha wouldn't lose. After all, in the first two shinobi world wars, Konoha hadn't necessarily emerged as the overwhelming victor but had never been the loser either. I'll now share the second piece of intelligence, Hiruzen said after a brief pause. Yesterday, Minato discovered a deployment of 400 Kumogakure shinobi along the Land of Lightning's border. What does that mean? Is Kumogakure planning to start a war? But 400 shinobi isn't enough for an all-out war. The Jonin began debating fervently. This is a provocation by Kumogakure. Danzo said indignantly. We should retaliate. It does seem like a provocation, Koharu Yuden agreed. Lord Hokage, Shikaku Nara stood and asked thoughtfully, is it possible that these two events are connected? Do you mean an alliance between Kumogakure and Tsunade? Hiruzen shook his head. Given the personality of the third Raikage, that's highly unlikely. No matter what Kumogakure is planning, we must stop them. Danzo Shimura declared righteously, leave it to Root. I guarantee they won't return alive. Silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi halted the argument, setting the tone. Konoha will not initiate a war. Hiruzen, you're being too cautious. Danzo looked disappointed. This is a missed opportunity. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary losses for Konoha, Hiruzen said calmly. And the situation with Tsunade remains unclear, it might even be a trap. Hiruzen makes a valid point, Homura Mikoto agreed. What if the third Kazekage's disappearance is deliberate? We'll assign the Anbu to investigate Tsunade, Hiruzen decided after some thought. At the same time, we'll closely monitor the other villages and increase border patrols. And Kumogakure. Danzo began, only to be interrupted. Tsunade, take 400 shinobi to support Minato, Hiruzen instructed. Prioritize stabilizing the situation. He had initially considered sending Orochimaru, but his temperament, similar to Danzo's, might escalate the conflict. Hiruzen. Danzo called instinctively. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen ended the debate firmly. Danzo trembled with rage but could do nothing. Tsunade frowned slightly, glancing at Hanekawa. She had wanted to refuse such a troublesome mission, but then she reconsidered. This could be an excellent training opportunity. A force of 400 shinobi was neither too large nor too small. Given the current circumstances, the Third Shinobi World War seemed inevitable. Before it began, it would be wise to let Hanekawa and the others gain experience through A-rank or S-rank missions. Meeting adjourned, Hiruzen announced, pausing briefly. Tsunade, stay behind. Danzo, clearly displeased, was the first to leave. Soon, only Tsunade and Hanekawa remained in the room. Any further instructions? Tsunade asked. This isn't about Kumogakure, it's about the Akatsuki, Hiruzen said with a smile. Jiraiya has successfully established cooperation with the Akatsuki a few days ago. What does that have to do with me? Tsunade waved dismissively. You handle it. Don't drag me into this. Since this was originally your and Hanekawa's idea, I thought it was worth informing you both, Hiruzen replied, unfazed by her attitude. Who will oversee the deployment of the 400 shinobi? Tsunade shifted the topic. I'll have Shikaku accompany you as your strategist, Hiruzen said with a smile. You won't need to do much, just show up. His reasons for sending Tsunade were twofold, to prevent Kumogakure from causing trouble and to deter and contain them. Few shinobi in Konoha had the ability to accomplish this, apart from the Sunin or Sakumo Hitaki. As for himself and the two Hokage advisors, they would only take the field as a last resort. All right, Tsunade nodded slightly. She was satisfied with this arrangement, as it would further provide Hanekawa and the others with training opportunities. What do you think of the situation with Tsunagakure? Hiruzen suddenly asked. You didn't share your opinion earlier. Hanekawa, your turn. Tsunade slapped Hanekawa on the back. Hanekawa, who had been quietly observing, was caught off guard. Hanekawa, if you have thoughts, speak up, Hiruzen said, glancing at him. Your suggestion about supporting the Akatsuki was quite insightful. The claim that Pakura attacked Raza is highly suspicious, Hanekawa said after a brief thought. It's likely a setup, possibly orchestrated by Kumogakure. Interesting, Hiruzen said, a hint of surprise in his tone. You have a sharp perspective. He had previously assumed the idea of supporting the Akatsuki was Tsunade's, with Hanekawa as a mere figurehead. Now, it seemed that might not be the case. Whoever is behind this, their goal is to incite internal conflict within Tsunagakure, Hanekawa added. Internal strife in Tsunagakure works to our advantage as well, Hiruzen remarked with a sly smile. Hanekawa thought to himself, as expected of the old fox. Konoha's avoidance of war was likely a front. If there was a benefit to be gained, Hiruzen wouldn't miss the opportunity. Still, as Danzo had said, Hiruzen was cautious. Without sufficient certainty, he wouldn't act recklessly. Let's go, Tsunade said as she turned to leave. Hanekawa bid Hiruzen farewell and quickly followed her. War is coming again, Tsunade sighed as they exited the Hokage tower. Konoha will definitely win, Hanekawa reassured. There's no such thing as a guaranteed victory in war, Tsunade replied, glancing at him. Regardless of who wins or loses, the cost will always be high. Hanekawa nodded slightly. Even though he had an external advantage and was Tsunade's student, he couldn't guarantee his absolute safety. After all, even someone as skilled as the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had the Flying Thunder God technique, had fallen in battle. Don't be too nervous. With me here, you'll be fine, Tsunade said with a smile. This time, she was determined not to let another tragedy like Noeta's occur. It was a comforting moment, but Hanekawa couldn't help thinking, please don't jinx it before a battle. With a force of 400 shinobi, it's unlikely to escalate into a large-scale battle. It'll mostly involve reconnaissance and small team skirmishes, Tsunade explained as they walked. But the intensity will be much higher than regular missions, so you need to be mentally prepared. I understand, Hanekawa said with a nod. You've always been mature, so I won't lecture too much. Just remember one thing, always act cautiously, Tsunade advised. Got it. Hanekawa couldn't help but smile. It's rare to see you being this long-winded, sensei. Oh? Do you have a problem with that? Tsunade raised her hand and flicked his forehead. Not at all, Hanekawa said seriously. Every word you say is etched into my mind. It better be. Tsunade replied, glaring at him. They returned home, and within an hour, there was a knock at the door. Lady Tsunade. It was Shikaku Nara who entered. How are the preparations? Tsunade asked, nodding slightly. Here is the list of 400 shinobi assigned to the mission, Shikaku said, handing her a document. No issues, Tsunade said after a quick glance. The lowest rank on the list was Chunin, which was necessary for such a demanding task involving Kumogakure. I'll inform them shortly, Shikaku said, pausing. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning at 9, Tsunade replied after a moment's thought. A day should be sufficient. Understood. Shikaku nodded and handed her another document. This is the current battlefield situation report from Minato. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she reviewed it. The main battleground was in the Land of Frost, a small country on the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Leading Kumogakure's forces were the infamous AB Combo I and Killer B. The bigger challenge was Killer B, who made no effort to hide his identity as the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. As a Jinchuriki, he had the potential to drastically alter the course of the battle. If he fully transformed into the Eight Tails, the consequences would be catastrophic. Tsunade rubbed her forehead. It was a shame they couldn't bring Kushina Uzumaki along. Unlike Kumogakure, Konoha kept strict control over its Jinchuriki. I see, Tsunade said, returning the document to Shikaku. I'll take my leave then, Shikaku said, standing. While Tsunade could take a hands-off approach, Shikaku had to manage the logistics and coordination of the mission. Hanekawa, you go notify Rin and Kurane, Tsunade instructed. Understood, Hanekawa replied. That evening, after cooking dinner for Tsunade, Hanekawa visited Rin Nohara's house to inform her before heading to Kurane Yui's home. Kurane didn't have much of an understanding of war, but her father, Shinko Yui, took the situation very seriously. After dinner, Shinko shared survival tips for the battlefield, such as fake fights. In large-scale battles, a genjutsu user can control an enemy and fake a fight with them, Shinko explained. Hanekawa listened with mixed feelings. Your interpretation of the will of fire seems questionable. But he couldn't deny that these techniques significantly improved survival rates on the battlefield. The next day, Hanekawa woke up early, planning to visit Tsuchihashi before departing for the Kumogakure front lines. You're just in time, Tsuchihashi greeted him. I was about to look for you. What is it? Hanekawa asked, raising an eyebrow. The information about the third Kazekage's disappearance has been confirmed, Tsuchihashi said, handing over a scroll with a smile. Here's a reward from Kumogakure for you. Hanekawa's heart skipped a beat as he opened the scroll, but he was disappointed. It wasn't the lightning release chakra mode he had hoped for but 3 lightning release taijutsu techniques, lateral bolt of pain, lightning burial, furious lightning axe, and overwhelming force flow.